Audiobook Blue Eyes, continuation of the story Lawyer. Chapter 1. Ariadne. Mondays used to be hated by many, but for me they were a reason to celebrate. The reason? My boss. That's right, Mr. Wilson, Jorge to me, was the spark that ignited my motivation every morning. His presence was enough to make me arrive at work with boundless energy. With his imposing height, athletic build, unruly hair, and those brown eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 secrets, Jorge was the reason my days sparkled. I'd been working alongside him for 3 years, and each one had only strengthened my admiration for him. However, over time, I understood an undeniable truth: Jorge was married to his job. There was no room in his life for anything else, and he seemed happy that way. His discipline, perseverance, and dedication had made him one of the country's most influential businessmen, a leader in the world of imports and exports. He was astute, visionary, and had quadrupled the fortune he inherited from his father. Knowing that his heart belonged to his profession didn't stop me from pining for him or silently admiring him whenever I had the chance. The taxi stopped in front of the imposing building where I worked. I paid the driver and hurriedly got out, not daring to look at my watch. I knew I was late. The skyscraper that housed Jorge's company was a reflection of his personality, elegant, functional, and unpretentious. He always said he didn't need 30 floors to demonstrate his success, so he occupied the top 5 floors for his company and rented out the rest. I remembered the day he announced the availability of the other floors. All the business owners who understood the privilege of working near Mr. Wilson competed for space in that new business center. I walked through the lobby, illuminated by the natural light filtering through the huge windows surrounding it. Jorge, always cautious, had made sure that no one would interrupt his busy schedule. Therefore, only one elevator served his company's floors, and access required a security code. I placed my palm on the biometric panel and the doors opened. Upon entering, I pressed the button for the top floor. When the elevator stopped, I walked quickly down the hallway. The sound of my heels echoed in the air, drawing the attention of the few employees present. I stopped in front of my office, took a deep breath, and opened the door. To my surprise, my 3 brothers were there, laughing and joking with my boss. Oh, yeah. I forgot to mention that Jorge was also their best friend. Ariadna, come in and lock up, Brad said, laughing. I left my coat on the rack and realized something. Damn. I left the food in the taxi, I thought, frustrated. Guess. Who's getting married? Gerardo asked with a mischievous smile. I shrugged, feigning indifference, and headed to my desk to drop off my things. Jorge, Lionel announced. A coughing fit suddenly shook me. I sat bolt upright in my chair, and Brad, my oldest brother, ran over with a glass of water. Are you okay? He asked, patting me on the back. Are you really asking me? The guy I like is getting married, and I didn't even know he had a girlfriend. And I'm supposed to know everything about him, I thought, panicking. I'm fine, I just choked on my own saliva, I replied, regaining my composure. I looked at Jorge, so serene behind his desk, and felt the urge to throw something at him for not telling me something so important. Who's the lucky one? Or rather, the woman who will turn me into a criminal, I added mentally. I don't know yet, Jorge confessed honestly. Phew, I'm out of jail, I thought, relieved. So? I asked, confused. Jorge clasped his hands together and rested his forearms on the desk. He was infuriatingly attractive, and he probably knew it, although, knowing how absent-minded men can be, he probably didn't even realize it. He loved that office. It wasn't just a workspace, but a reflection of Jorge's life. Behind his desk was a huge world map that lit up at night. On either side were shelves filled with books. One wall was a large window, and near it, a table with a telescope, because Jorge loved stargazing. "Tell me, Ariadna," he began, staring at me, "do you know any woman who is intelligent, altruistic, loyal, hardworking, honest, and beautiful?" "Of course, me. But you don't consider me because I'm your friend's little sister," I thought, holding back a sigh. I took a deep breath, letting the air fill my lungs before slowly letting it out. My gaze, without realizing it, had strayed into my boss's eyes. He gave me a crooked smile and raised an eyebrow, waiting. "He's not looking at you because he likes you, he's waiting for you to say something," my conscience chided me with a pang of reality. I shook my head and looked away, feeling a little foolish. "I'm afraid not," I finally replied, regaining my composure. "I told you, Ariadna is too jealous of her university friends," commented Lionel, the youngest of my 3 brothers, as he ran his hand through his budding beard with an air of wisdom. "That's not fair. I'm busy with school and work." I defended myself, offended, shooting an accusatory look at each of them. "Besides, the only friend they haven't scared off is Edward, and that's because he doesn't pose a romantic threat to them." It was true. Once upon a time, in what seemed like a completely different life, I had had friends. But my brothers, these 3 charming heartbreakers, managed to ruin any chance of true friendship. Between fleeting conquests and broken hearts, my reputation as a reliable friend went down the drain. In college, rumors started spreading that my brothers were attractive, yes, but also complicated. Little by little, all the girls distanced themselves from me. I couldn't blame them entirely. I didn't blame my brothers entirely, either. In the end, I realized that those girls weren't really my friends, they were just approaching me to get closer to them. My brothers, without meaning to, taught them a hard lesson. And I, although I never promoted the idea of playing Cupid, ended up paying the consequences. Anyway, I think that to marry someone, you have to know them well. Know if you like them, if you have similar goals and compatible ways of thinking, said Brad, the eldest, as he stood up from the chair with his usual thoughtful air. "That's my wise, boring brother," I thought with a smile. "That's what dates are for," Jorge chimed in, giving me a pointed look and a mischievous wink. "Besides, the only woman I've ever met who I actually like is you, Ariadna." "Oh, please give me the green light and I'll jump in like a soap opera," I thought with a mixture of excitement and mischief. "She's not on your list of potential conquests," Gerardo said, sounding protective. "Oh, Gerardo, how inopportune," I thought as I clenched my fists in frustration. "Of course, you probably like her because you see her as our little sister," Lionel added, as if that explained everything. "With this trio of medieval knights looking after me like I'm 10 years old, I'll end up alone, surrounded by cats, a couple of dogs, and a lifetime subscription to romance novels." "Don't you have anything else to do?" I asked, clearly annoyed. After all, the successful businessman was Jorge, not this trio of busybodies. "Now that you mention it, I have a meeting with a client," Brad said, striding confidently out of the room. "I have an appointment, well, a meeting with a student," Gerardo added with a suspicious little smile. "How appropriate," I said, narrowing my eyes. "You're quite the case." "Hey! She's an adult, and she's not my student." He stood up and headed for the door. "So why are you going to see her?" "He has some questions about anatomy." Gerardo smiled broadly before disappearing. I slowly turned my head towards Lionel and raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "I don't have any plans," he said nonchalantly. Well, then you should be doing nothing at your own bakery, not here, I told him with my arms crossed. My brothers were successful, yes, but each in his own way. Brad was a brilliant, methodical, and rational lawyer. Gerardo was a charismatic university professor who aroused sighs and caused headaches in equal measure. Lionel, the most laid-back, ran a bakery that, to the surprise of many, was a local success. They were born in that order, and in that same order, they dedicated themselves to complicating my life. I let out a breath in resignation and turned my attention to the man in front of me. To my gorgeous boss. I don't think you should be influenced by a group of confirmed bachelors, I commented, still from my chair. Yes, placing my desk inside his office had been one of my best ideas. Having it so close allowed me to admire it without being noticed, or so I wanted to believe. I know, but what's the point of having success and money if everything is quiet when you get home? Jorge replied sincerely. I could feel that silence, especially in your bed, on cold nights, I thought, suppressing a mischievous smile. So what are you planning to do? I asked, trying to focus my mind on something less compromising. We'll make a list of the best candidates, and arrange some dates. Do you think you'll know with just one date if she's the right one to marry? Yes. As I said, she must be intelligent, generous, dedicated. And beautiful, I interrupted, completing the sentence with a mixture of irony and resignation. I ran my hands over my face and scrunched my hair, looking for excuses to convince him that this idea was absurd. But if there was one thing I knew about Jorge, it was his stubbornness. When he set his mind to something, he achieved it. Okay, I'll prepare a list of potential candidates and schedule the appointments, I finally gave in. Perfect, he replied, satisfied. I turned on my laptop and started typing names. Actresses, models, businesswomen, and a couple of times, I couldn't help myself, I typed my own. Of course, I ended up deleting it with a sigh. Did you manage to eat anything today? Jorge asked without looking up from his papers. I ate something on the way to college, I lied without blinking. In fact, I hadn't even had time to open my lunch, which, to top it all off, I forgot in the taxi. At the end of the day, just as the sun began to fade behind the buildings and the office sank into that peculiar silence known only to those who stay late, I approached his desk with a carefully folded sheet of paper in my hand. On it, he had jotted down 100 names. 100. Each one was selected with the veiled intention of making him reconsider that idea, which, to me, bordered on the impossible. It was my subtle, albeit somewhat ironic, way of telling him that what he was proposing was completely nonsensical. I honestly hoped that, seeing such a vast number of options, he would feel overwhelmed, confused, and abandon the project before even starting. But to my surprise, he didn't react as I expected. He didn't frown, he didn't sigh in exasperation, he didn't even put the sheet of paper aside. He simply took it between his fingers with disconcerting calm, read the first few names carefully, and then, looking up, gave me a calm smile. He didn't say a word. He didn't need to. There was something in his gaze that left me speechless, a mixture of determination and enthusiasm that, without knowing how, began to sow doubt in me. Maybe his absurd idea wasn't so crazy after all. Jorge. I knew I hadn't eaten. I knew her so well that I had no doubt she'd lied to me. She'd pretended, as she had before, perhaps out of pride, perhaps to avoid appearing vulnerable. But I saw her. I felt her. An involuntary smile spread across my lips as I remembered the time she nearly choked from the shock of Lionel telling her I was planning to get married. It was a brief moment, but her eyes betrayed her. As always. Having her around was a quiet delight, a kind of joy that carried a certain guilt. I knew there could be nothing more than friendship between us, that any fantasy that formed in my head was doomed to remain there, imaginary. My friends were a constant reminder of that line that shouldn't be crossed. Still, I sometimes caught myself daydreaming, imagining that for once I'd summon the courage, walk toward her, and confess everything my gaze concealed every time I saw her. But I also knew that if I even touched one of her flame-colored hairs, I'd risk more than a friendship. I'd lose the only people who had stood by me through my darkest moments. And, to be honest, I didn't think she felt the same way either. Who could possibly be interested in a 38-year-old man, obsessed with work and endless projects? Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Ariadna rise from her chair. She was coming toward me. I cleared my throat, trying to hide the trembling inside me. I quickly slid my chair behind my desk, because a glance was enough to awaken something inside me with indomitable force. But she was untouchable. Ariadna looked at me with those peculiar eyes of hers, whose color seemed to change with the ebb and flow of her emotions. They were usually a light, almost crystalline blue, but they had the wonderful ability to reflect the garment she was wearing, as if they were mirrors of her mood. "Here's a list of the best candidates I found," he said, handing me a folder. I picked it up with some excitement and began searching for his name among the pages, even though deep down I knew he wouldn't be there. I closed the folder with a pang in my chest. Of course, I wouldn't include him. He wasn't interested. But it hurt to admit it. "What do you say we go to dinner and discuss this?" I suggested, trying to sound casual. "Perfect," he replied with a calm smile before returning to his seat. I had to take a couple of deep breaths to try to calm the tangle of sensations his mere presence provoked in me. I put on my coat, and we walked together toward the elevator without saying a word. Ariadna's proximity always provoked a contradictory mix of emotions in me. So close, but, at the same time, so unattainable. Sometimes I struggled to remember why I had to stick to my convictions, especially when my thoughts about her were so intense. We walked down to the parking lot and to the car. I went ahead to open the door for her and offered my hand to help her get in. Maybe it was silly, but that brief moment when our fingers touched was the closest I could get to her, and I treasured it. I circled the vehicle, got in, and started driving. "Are you okay?" I asked as we waited for the green light at a traffic light. "Yes, why?" "Because when you're happy, you talk non-stop, but when something worries you, you sink into silence." She turned her face toward me, surprised, her eyebrows slightly raised. Her gaze pierced me, and for a second I wanted to do the unthinkable, lean toward her and kiss her. Just for a second. "You seem to know me pretty well," he murmured. "Of course, my ladybug," I thought wishfully. "Although I'd give anything to get to know you even better. It's just that we've shared many things for a long time," was all I said, not daring to say more. She nodded slightly. I let out a pent-up breath and continued driving, trying to dissipate the tension building inside me. "I guess the list is long," he said suddenly, "and I don't think any restaurant wants to keep us sitting around all night. How about we order food and go to your house to work in peace?" His voice was natural, his proposal innocent. But for me, it was a temptation disguised as routine. "I don't think that's a good idea," I replied without hesitation. "Why not?" "Because I'm not sure I have the strength to be with you in my space, so close, so alone, without being overcome by everything I repress." But I couldn't speak that truth, so I opted for a more rational excuse. "Your brothers wouldn't approve. It would be very complicated." Ariadne snorted softly and replied, "I think you're exaggerating. First, we spend all day alone in the office. Second, it's for work. And third, honestly, you're not my type of man. I know, I thought with a pang in my chest. I'm not your type. But you didn't have to say it out loud. And without my mind being able to stop it, my mouth launched the question. Aren't I your type? So what would your type be? I tried to smile to ease the discomfort, but it hurt more than I imagined. I don't know exactly, she replied thoughtfully. I like them to have a bit of a beard, their hands to be well-groomed. I like them to be kind, attentive. I like them to care about how I feel, to look at me as if I were special. But, above all, I like them to be willing to fight for me, even when everything seems against them. All I'm missing is the beard, my ladybug, I thought with tenderness and sadness at the same time. Everything else, I'd do without hesitation for you. I didn't add anything else. Why? It was obvious my comment hadn't pleased him. I decided to go into a fast food place, one of those modern places that blended the flavors of different cultures. The aroma of spices and fried foods floated in the air, enveloping us in a warm welcome. What are we doing here? Ariadna leaned forward, resting her hands on the dashboard, and looked curiously out the window. That was one of the things he admired most about her, her ability to marvel at the everyday. Every new place sparked a spark of enthusiasm in her, as if the world were full of little treasures waiting to be discovered. I know you love tacos and chips. This place is called Food Fusion. You can have both, I explained, trying to hide how much I cared about her opinion. Shall we go to your house later? She narrowed her eyes, and a shy smile appeared on her lips. Yes, but like I told you, this is strictly professional. You're an adult, and I'm not your type. I didn't mean my words to sound so cold, but it was the only way to protect myself. The truth was, he'd chosen that place precisely for her. He knew she loved casual food, those little pleasures that brighten the day. Why did I have to fall in love with the one person I couldn't have? It was the question that tormented me every night before I fell asleep, and the first thing that came to mind when I woke up, when his image filled my thoughts. I turned my head toward her and found her staring at me. Noticing my gaze, she quickly shifted her eyes toward the window behind me, as if the cityscape suddenly fascinated her. How is it possible you don't know this place? I asked as we walked toward the next window. I'm wondering the same thing, he replied, crossing his arms, with a gesture that was both amused and bewildered. There's a branch near the office, I mentioned, studying his reaction. I put it there so you wouldn't have to walk far. Really? I had no idea. So, where do you usually eat? Curiosity got the better of me. Ariadne covered her face with her hands and shook her head, as if she had done something wrong. God, how can he be so adorable? On an impulse, I took her hands and gently pulled them away from her face. Our eyes met, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. Quickly, I released her fingers before the temptation to kiss her overcame my judgment. That was a line I should never cross. Now I want to know. Where do you have lunch? It's nothing special, he replied, frowning shyly. It is for me, I insisted, and I noticed her holding her breath. Ariadne closed her eyes, inhaled deeply and exhaled, as if she were preparing to confess a great secret. Well, when I don't have meetings or work isn't overwhelming me, I order sushi and a glass of wine. I pick it up at the front desk and go up to the roof of the building. To the ceiling. Surprise seized me. Yeah. It has an amazing view. I thought about bringing a folding chair and maybe some plants, but I don't want to attract attention. A shy smile lit her face, and her freckled cheeks colored slightly. Besides, I'm not allowed there, and I don't want to get the doorman in trouble for it. I didn't know you ate lunch alone. I did too, and every day I fought the urge to invite her along. Even those brief moments of distance made me miss her. I don't see it as loneliness. You see, I live with my parents and my 3 siblings. Although each of them has their own apartment, they always end up hanging out in mine. Sometimes, I just need a little silence, even my own thoughts can be exhausting. And it's there, on the roof, where I find that peace. You're amazing, I murmured, admiring this nuanced woman even more. Ariadne. I couldn't believe I just revealed my secret place to him. But he just looked at me with those deep eyes, and I felt vulnerable and safe at the same time. Suddenly, an employee handed us our order. I didn't even remember placing it, much less paying for it. When had that happened? I realized my obsession with Jorge was causing me to miss important details in my life. He carefully placed several paper bags over my legs and handed me 2 drinks in a cup holder. I hope you don't mind, I ordered lemon iced tea. I love tea. In fact, it's my favorite drink, I replied, surprised by the coincidence. Jorge smiled and resumed his journey. I knew where he lived, of course. I'd even been to his apartment once, though only to bring him forgotten documents. But each visit was a sweet torture, the scent of his cologne permeating the hanging shirts, the understated elegance of his furniture, the natural light filtering through the large windows. His home, like his office, was a reflection of him, modern, minimalist, and sophisticated. The master bedroom was spacious and bright on the 2nd floor. On the terrace, a telescope and a notebook revealed his passion for astronomy. Downstairs, the living room and kitchen looked like something out of a design magazine. We walked through the building's lobby together, carrying the bags of food, drinks, and the folder with the list of names between us. Without saying much, we entered the elevator. The atmosphere was calm, with that kind of comfortable silence that can only be shared when there's a certain trust. We went up to his apartment. It was the first time I'd found myself with him in such an intimate space. I knew that once I crossed that door, there would be no interruptions or unwanted calls. We were completely alone. For a moment, a flurry of mischievous thoughts crossed my mind. But I forced myself to calm down. It was clear to me that, even though I desired him more than I cared to admit, he probably didn't reciprocate my feelings. He'd never given me any clear signals, no hints that would allow me to dream of something more. For a while, I thought maybe my brothers had something to do with his distance, but then I realized his priority was his work. He was a disciplined, focused man, and apparently had no time for romance. At least, until now. Make yourself comfortable, I'll go get some dishes, Jorge told me with a charming smile that completely disarmed me, before heading into the kitchen. I took off my coat and shoes and sat at the small table in front of the sofa. I closed my eyes for a moment to try to calm my heart, which was beating faster than usual. Placing my folder, a pencil, a highlighter, and a pen on the table, I mentally prepared myself to spend several hours with him, without losing my composure. Jorge returned shortly after, with the food already served and the drinks ready. I've never asked you what you think of my apartment, he commented as he sat down next to me. It's pretty, and maybe if you took off your shirt I could appreciate it better, I thought, amused, but I just smiled mischievously. You might consider adding some plants. They'd make it feel more welcoming, I finally said, trying to keep the conversation neutral. I have no idea how to take care of one. They probably wouldn't last a week, he joked. I gulped when he took off his jacket and left it on the couch, as if it were nothing, but for me it was a detail impossible to ignore. I could help you with that. My eyes widened as I realized I'd said it out loud. I mean, with the plants. That's right, I had forgotten you're passionate about that subject. You know a lot, he replied, still with that friendly smile I liked so much. That's me, I said before taking a bite of the taco. I closed my eyes, savoring the intense, delicious flavor, and let out a soft, satisfied sound. When I opened them, I saw him watching me. Jorge leaned slightly toward me. For a second, I held my breath. Is he going to kiss me? Is he really going to? His gaze went from my eyes to my lips, and I felt like I was in a dream from which I didn't want to wake up. Yes, it's going to happen. He was so close, just a few inches away. But instead of what I expected, his hand gently approached my face and with a napkin he delicately wiped a bread crumb from my mouth. Sorry, you had something here, he said matter-of-factly, before leaning back again and adding, okay, let's start with the list. I sighed inwardly, disappointed, as I handed him a sheet of paper. Breathe, you can't blame someone for being too considerate, I repeated to myself with a diplomatic smile. Although I can imagine, assistant loses patience with boss after failed romantic relationship. No, not this candidate. She's always involved in some scandal, he said, quickly ruling out the first option. Do you have any preferences? Blondes, brunettes, redheads? I asked, trying to remain professional even as I stared at him, hoping for an answer that would give me hope. Come on, say redheads, give me a hand, Destiny. I don't have preferences. What interests me is personality, he replied calmly. Oh, please. I thought as I stifled a frustrated sigh. We continued reviewing the list, between bites and comments. Time flew by as we judiciously and with a touch of humor, selected the women who would be invited to meet him. Of the initial 100, only 15 remained. And, of course, none of those names were mine. I guess that's it, I said, stretching and cracking my fingers. Yes, I want you to call the first one tomorrow morning, he said decisively. Oh, he's in such a hurry, I thought, amused. Perfect, I replied, checking the time on my phone. It's late. I should go. I'll go with you. To the door or to my bed? I mentally quipped, shaking my head to clear away unwelcome thoughts. No need, I'll ask Edward to come get me, I said as I sent a quick text to my best friend. Jorge frowned slightly. That guy, are you sure he's gay? He doesn't look it. It isn't. But I like him a lot, and our codes of friendship are unbreakable. Only my brothers wouldn't approve, so to avoid trouble, I said yes. Then I don't think you should go with him, he said, almost in a whisper. And so? It's late. It might not be the safest thing to do. He started, but I cut him off by placing a hand over his lips. I quickly withdrew it, surprised by my own boldness. Come on, Jorge. You're my boss, not my guardian. Your brothers trust me to take care of you, he replied seriously. Then you should also trust me to take care of myself, I replied firmly, just as Edward's message came in, I'm downstairs. I stood up, grabbed my things, and walked toward the door. See you tomorrow, boss, I said with a calm smile, hiding the whirlwind of emotions that was raging inside me. Chapter 2. Ariadne. I left hoping he would be jealous of Edward, but I was sure he was telling the truth and was just looking out for me because he was my brother's friend. The irony was that when I met him, I disliked him terribly. Gerardo had brought him home to celebrate his birthday, since his parents were away. Lionel baked him a cake, and my parents prepared a special dinner for him. I didn't talk to him much that day, but I was impressed by his intelligence. Over time, he became inseparable from my siblings. When I announced I was looking for a job, he offered me a job as his assistant. I turned him down, but after 3 months of not finding anything, I finally accepted. Little by little, I got to know him and fell in love with his personality. Now, I didn't know how to get him out of my mind, or my heart. "Hey, gorgeous," Edward greeted me from his motorcycle. "Tell me he finally realized you love him, and that's why you were there." "No. He was selecting candidates for his dates." "It's a joke." "I hope so. But starting tomorrow, my Adonis will start dating other women. He wants to get married." I climbed onto the bike and hugged him. "And what do you plan to do?" "Arrange their dates, and sabotage them all," I declared firmly. "That's how I like it," he said, starting the engine. "I thought he liked you because of the way he treated you, but then I learned it was because of your brothers." "I love my brothers, but sometimes I wish they weren't in my life." "Don't say that. A life without Gerardo would be empty and meaningless." "Yes, my best friend was madly in love with one of my brothers. Unfortunately, Gerardo only had eyes for women, leaving my poor Edward pining for him." "She went to see another of her students," I murmured. "I'm going back to college," Edward joked, making me laugh. "I'll make sure I fail so I can ask him for private tutoring." "What career would you choose?" "Language." "Is that a subject?" I burst out laughing. "I don't know, but it will be my excuse to be close to him." "Enough. Too much information," I protested, covering my ears. "Sorry, but you know how I get when I talk about him." "I'll keep that in mind." Edward sped up, and I clung to him. Minutes later, we pulled up in front of my house. "We're here, Princess," he announced. "Thanks for looking for me." "Thanks. At least buy me a glass of water." "Hopefully, Gerardo is here and I can enjoy my daily dose of his presence." "You're unbearable, but come on. Take advantage of it." We walked in, and as always, everyone was there, including Gerardo. "Good evening," Brad greeted with his arms crossed. "They were good, now they're better because I came," Edward replied. "What time do you think you'll arrive?" Gerardo asked sternly. "Hi, Gerardo," my friend chimed in, brightening only because my brother had said his name. "Not now, Edward," Gerardo replied. "Why are you doing this to me?" "I'm 23. In many countries, I'd already be able to enter bars or clubs. Decent young ladies don't come back at this hour," Lionel replied. "Amazing," I complained, and went up to my room. I turned on my laptop and researched the first candidate, Camila Hernandez, a renowned journalist, daughter of an important politician, and, of course, a beautiful woman. He had no flaws, but that didn't mean he wouldn't find a way to ruin their date. I showered and went to bed. Tomorrow would be a long day, 15 appointments to sabotage and a boss to win over. I woke up early and arrived at the office first. I dialed Camila's number, waiting for her sleepy voice. "Hello. Good morning. I'm calling on behalf of Jorge Wilson. He's suggesting a romantic date for tonight at 7 p.m. What should I say?" "Oh, my God," he exclaimed. I do. Of course I'd accept. My boss was the most eligible bachelor of the moment. And, incredible as it may seem, he didn't have a reputation as a womanizer, but rather as a workaholic. "Okay, I recommend you dress elegantly, wear some subtle jewelry, and use light makeup." "I will," I replied calmly. I ended the call and a smile spread across my face. Just then, the door opened and my boss entered the office. "Jorge." I watched her walk out the door and couldn't help but feel uncomfortable seeing that she preferred to go with this guy she called a friend, instead of staying with me. What if that friend wasn't really a friend? She herself had told me that Edward wasn't gay, although she only asserted this to avoid conflict with her siblings. However, Gerardo had told me that Edward was the only one who had spent the night at her house a couple of times, sleeping next to his sister. I couldn't resist any longer. I left my apartment, got in my car, and drove to Ariadna's house. Of course, I couldn't just show up. I needed a reasonable excuse, so on the way, I stopped to buy some beers. I parked in front of my friend's parents' house, grabbed the package, and got out of the car. I walked purposefully to the door, raised my hand to knock, but it opened just then. "Look who's here!" Gerardo exclaimed, as we greeted each other with a friendly clap. "What are you doing here?" His brothers gathered around him and greeted me as well. "I thought I'd come share a few beers with you," I said, holding up the pack as a token. At that moment, Edward came out the door. He glanced at me briefly and then turned to Gerardo. "You should let your sister live her life. Whether you like it or not, she's not a little girl anymore," he said calmly. Then he rode past us, hopped on a motorcycle, and waved goodbye. "Take care, kids." I waited for him to walk away before asking, "What was all that about?" "Ariadna's a little upset," Brad replied, letting out a sigh. "For what reason?" "She thinks that because she's an adult, she can come home whenever she wants," Lionel explained firmly. "She doesn't understand that we just want to protect her from people who might take advantage of her. Like you, for example." I asked with a certain irony. "Exactly. That's why we know what to look out for," Gerardo said without hesitation. "And what would you do if one day she shows up with a boyfriend?" I asked, trying to hide my true interest. "She won't have a boyfriend," Lionel declared forcefully, and his brothers nodded, supporting the statement. "At least not until I finish college," Brad added, running a hand through his hair. "And that's almost over." I preferred not to insist further. It was clear they wouldn't budge, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stop feeling what I felt for Ariadna. "So, where are we going to have these beers?" I asked, changing the subject. "I never imagined Jorge would want to drink on a Monday," Lionel joked. "It's just a beer," I said calmly. "Sure." Brad patted me on the back and shook his head. "I'll pass this time. I have court tomorrow, and I need to stay focused." "I have an exam first thing in the morning," Gerardo added. "And I have to get back to the bakery early." "I have a big order to deliver before noon," Lionel said. "Okay, I'll go home and we'll leave it for Friday," I suggested. "Fine by me," Brad replied. "Okay," the other two said almost in unison. I turned around and went back to my car. To tell the truth, I didn't really care that we hadn't shared the beers. What really mattered to me was knowing Ariadna was home and resting, alone. I drove through quiet streets, lost in my thoughts. Ariadne was the last image in my mind every night and the first every morning. In fact, she occupied every part of my mind. I didn't want to go on those absurd dates I mentioned. I'd said it just to provoke a reaction from her. I hoped she'd forget about it and let the matter rest, but Ariadna wasn't one to leave anything unfinished. I should have known she'd comply with what she took as an order. Now I had no choice but to attend each of those appointments. I knew I wouldn't find the woman of my life anywhere, because that woman had already appeared, and she sat in front of me every day. Ariadna had captivated me from the first time I saw her. I remember I was in the office when Gerardo arrived accompanied by his brothers. "What are your plans today?" Gerardo asked. "Work." Can't you relax even on your birthday? Lionel chimed in, amused. Let's go home and celebrate together, Brad suggested. I had met Gerardo at university. We shared a few classes, and perhaps moved by the fact that I was always alone, he approached me. Over time, he introduced me to his inseparable brothers, who welcomed me as one of their own. However, they had never taken me to their house, until that day. As soon as we walked in, I was enveloped by a familiar warmth that made me feel welcome. Meta and Louis greeted us with unconcealed friendliness. I entered the living room and the first thing that caught my eye was a young woman of about 18. Her long red hair, tied back in a high bun, had a few unruly strands that fell naturally around her face, giving her an even more charming look. She was leaning back on the sofa, her feet up on the seat and a thick book in her hands. Sensing my presence, he looked up for a few seconds and then returned to his reading. From that moment on, I was captivated by her. However, before I could even consider approaching her, the brothers sternly warned me that Ariadna was untouchable. Since then, I've been torn between wanting to preserve our friendship, and what's starting to feel like love. The real opportunity to approach her arose when I learned she was looking for a job, intending to become independent. I offered to help her, proposing a position at my father's company. Without giving it much thought, she turned it down. With some persistence, and using my resources, I investigated the places she had applied. Then, I discreetly contacted each of them to make sure her application wasn't moving forward. Months later, and somewhat reluctantly, she agreed to work with me. I thought having her around would make me forget her. But the opposite happened. The more I got to know her, the more I felt drawn to her. That night, I fell into bed and closed my eyes, imagining what it would be like to wake up next to him. I woke up the next day with a restlessness that was hard to ignore. I headed to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and stood for a few moments under the hot water, trying to clear my mind. I closed my eyes and, unable to help it, I let myself be carried away by thoughts in which Ariadna was the protagonist. I imagined her nearby, smiling, looking at me tenderly. I sighed and placed my hand on the wall, fighting my own urges. This silent desire for her had become part of my routine, one that, at times, felt almost unbearable. I finished getting ready, grabbed my keys, and headed off to work. There was something comforting about driving through the streets of Los Angeles. The sea air, the light breeze, the life bustling around every corner. I loved all of that about this place. I parked in my usual spot and went up to the office. I liked arriving early, being the first. It was a way of setting an example as the boss and owner of the company. When I opened the door, I found Ariadna already sitting, working in front of the computer. I smiled as I placed my coat on the rack. Good morning. Did you get up early today? A little, he replied without looking up. I talked to Camila. We agreed to meet at 7:30 at the Risotto restaurant. I was silent for a moment, wishing that date wasn't real. Perfect. By the way, I want you to join me. At least then I could feel like we were sharing that dinner. Sorry. I can't. And so, I have a date too. I suppressed my expression of annoyance. That's how it should be, her with someone else, and me pretending not to care. I just hoped that whoever it was would make her happy. I hope it goes well for you. Thanks, he replied, giving me a smile before returning to his screen. By the way, you have a meeting with the department heads in 30 minutes. Did you have breakfast? I asked, more out of concern than protocol. No, but... So let's get something to eat before the meeting. He wasn't sure he could handle the idea of seeing her with another man that night. He needed at least this moment with her. We got into the elevator. I watched her in silence. "Is something wrong?" she asked, a little uncomfortable with my gaze. "A lot of things happen that you can't even imagine," I thought. "Do you mind if we walk to the cafeteria?" "Not at all," he replied with a smile, and my heart skipped a beat. We walked through the hallway together. I wanted so badly to take her hand, especially when a man stared at it a little too intently. I had to restrain myself. It wasn't right. I had no right to act like I owned her. I knew it. Jealousy was my weak spot. I wondered what I'd do when I had a serious relationship. Would I put up with it? Would I wish it away? We entered together through the revolving doors, standing very close to each other. Ariadna looked up, her eyes meeting mine. A serene smile spread across her lips. Instinctively, she placed her hands on my chest and I gently wrapped my arms around her waist. We stood like that for a few seconds, lost in each other's gaze. And in that moment, everything seemed possible. Is there any chance he likes me? I dismissed that question as quickly as it came to mind. We must hurry, I said, taking a step back. She just nodded silently. Ariadne. I had to stop for a couple of seconds to process what had just happened. It had definitely been the closest moment I had ever shared with him, with his lips. I let out a sigh, cleared my mind, and picked up my pace again, placing myself very close to her side. It wasn't unusual for me to share meals with Jorge. After all, he was my boss. But it was unusual for him to invite me to breakfast. Breakfast. I would have loved for that invitation to come after sharing something more intimate, not just because I arrived at the office early. I didn't mind his closeness. On the contrary, I wished our relationship existed on different terms, not as a mere assistant. Jorge stopped in front of a restaurant that, far from being discreet, was elegant and quite visible. "Shall we go in?" he asked, looking at me with his characteristic calm. I smiled and nodded. We walked inside and headed to a table near the window. As always, Jorge was a gentleman when he pulled out my chair. "Oddly enough, there's no menu here," he commented. "Really? So how do I order?" I asked, glancing around. Several people were already eating. "They just make a different dish every day," he replied. "Ah, so they serve whatever is available." "Exactly." Jorge smiled, and for a moment I felt the world stop around me. I lost myself in the view from the window. "You're very quiet again. Is something wrong?" I turned my head slightly to look at him. His eyes were fixed on me, and I couldn't help but feel the heat rise to my cheeks. "No, everything's fine. I was just thinking about work stuff." A waiter arrived silently, placed 2 generous plates on the table, and left without saying a word. "You'd think I was working you too hard," Jorge joked. "No more than usual," I replied with a smile. "Although I also have some college things to do." I took a piece of bread with jam and took a small bite. "There shouldn't be that many tasks, since you have time to go on dates," he commented casually. I gave him a look that was somewhere between amused and surprised, but I remembered that I had mentioned to him that I was going out with someone, so I relaxed my expression. "It's just to distract myself a little," I lied shamelessly. The truth was, I wasn't interested in anyone else, just the man in front of me. Jorge watched me silently, raised his hand, and brushed his thumb over my upper lip. I didn't know how to react. Although we'd known each other for a while and there was a certain trust between us, we'd never touched each other that way. I, for one, avoided any physical contact. I liked it too much, and I knew if I started touching him, he'd find excuses to do it again. I didn't want to make a fool of myself. Besides, if I wasn't careful, I'd probably end up slapping that perfect ass of his a bit. You had a little spot, he said, still looking at me. I had to look away before I turned completely red. From now on, I'll let the jam stain me, who knows, maybe even between the buttons on my blouse. A treacherous thought. Thank you, I murmured, swallowing as I glanced at his lips, as defined as they were tempting. We ate in silence for a while, until Jorge broke the silence. Do I know the person you're going out with? I let out a small laugh and shook my head. He's just a college friend, I replied, downplaying it. Meme. What does that meme mean? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Nothing in particular. Where will the meeting be? Rule number 1 of a good lie, never go into unnecessary details. We should go, I announced, standing up hurriedly. Jorge left the payment on the table and walked me toward the exit. You still haven't answered me. This man and his impeccable memory. I know. Well, it'll be close to your next meeting place. Is that enough for you? No. I want to know the name of the place. Why? I stopped, turning to face him. Are you going to tell my brothers? Of course not. But I'd like to meet this guy you're going out with. For a moment I wanted to believe his words were driven by jealousy, but I knew Jorge was more rational than emotional. It's just a date, I don't have any wedding plans, I said, turning my back on him as I resumed walking. He didn't say anything else, he just stood back beside me. Back in the building, we took the elevator. Other employees approached to get on, but Jorge politely stopped them. Please wait for the next one. The ladies nodded politely and stepped back. I watched him closely. Yes, he normally maintained an imperturbable distance from everyone, especially women, though he always did so with an air of unwavering respect. How long have you not shared the elevator? I asked, crossing my arms curiously. I'm sharing it with you, he replied, throwing me a look over his shoulder, accompanied by an enigmatic smile. I meant to share it with other people, I clarified, looking away slightly. Starting today, he replied as he turned toward me, closing the distance between us with a slow pace. I closed my eyes and parted my lips, wrapped in the desire for this man to break all formalities and kiss me without reservation. However, instead of the touch of his lips, I felt his hand gently stroke my hair. What are you doing? I asked, my eyes widening in a mixture of surprise and discomfort. You had something in your hair, he replied calmly, and I could see the mischievous glimmer of a smile appearing on his face. Lord, I just want this man to awaken all my senses, I prayed silently, my heart racing. Ariadne. I avoided his gaze and resorted to all my yoga techniques, concentrating on breathing while trying to hide the sudden urge to walk up to Jorge and kiss him. The only thing stopping me was the certainty that he would reject me. Thank you, I murmured as soon as the elevator doors opened, almost leaping out of that confined space. Upon entering the meeting room, I headed to my usual spot at the back, ready to take notes on everything discussed. Ariadne, my boss called, making me look up at him. Please sit next to me. The people present turned to look at me, although it was understandable, after all, I was his assistant. I took a deep breath and changed seats. I took out my tablet, connected the keyboard, and placed it on the table. Jorge waited patiently for me to open the meeting program, and only when he confirmed I was ready did he start the meeting. I concentrated on writing without looking up. Why bother? No one was speaking to me directly. If the elevator incident had been strange, this was even worse. My boss asked a question, and one of the managers, Niall, answered accurately. I nodded, following his explanation. Suddenly, Jorge brushed my arm. I stopped writing and looked at him, but when I turned around, his face was just inches from mine. I held my breath, remembering where we were and who was watching us. What does this mean here? He slid his finger over the screen, pointing to a word. It's a diminutive I use in my personal system. It helps me type faster, I explained, noticing the curious looks from the others. Anything else? No, that's all, he whispered, his tone sending goosebumps down my spine. He leaned back in his chair and continued. Okay, get that sorted. I want the product on the market as soon as possible and expedite exports. Investigate the potential in India, it seems like a promising market. Jorge stood up, ending the meeting. I put the document away and followed him out. What's next on the agenda? He asked, checking his watch. Lunch with Miss D'Amelio. We walked down the hall toward the elevator. Who is she? The winery representative, I remembered, entering the elevator. You're going with me, right? Of course. I'm not leaving you alone with that woman, I thought, although I simply nodded professionally. Yes, I replied, perhaps with a hint of firmness. Jorge raised an eyebrow, and I quickly added, unless you'd rather I didn't attend. I left the sentence hanging in the air, feeling my heart pounding, though I kept my expression calm. I want you to come, he replied after a brief pause. As we left, we walked toward his car. As usual, he opened the door for me before taking his seat. We arrived at the restaurant, where Miss D'Amelio was already waiting for us. Upon seeing Jorge, she stood up with a smile that faded when she noticed my presence. Hi. Sorry to ruin your plans, I thought, greeting her politely. I thought it would be a lunch just between us, she said, with a forced smile. It's a business meeting, not a social one, Jorge replied in his usual cold and direct tone. There's your answer, I thought, suppressing a smile. You're right, as always, she gave in, although her expression betrayed discomfort. Jorge pulled out my chair for me to sit down, and I didn't take my eyes off our interlocutor. It wasn't that she was unpleasant, in fact, she was an attractive woman. My vineyard has the capacity to distribute nationally, but we're looking to expand into the international market, she began. I understand. He wants our company to endorse his brand, Jorge chimed in, unperturbed. He adopted his business posture, his chin resting between his thumb and index finger, his other fingers half hiding his lips. Exactly. Being a startup, we lack the necessary recognition to export successfully, he explained, confidently but with a hint of nervousness. What distinguishes your wine from the others? I asked, flipping through the menu. Excuse me, she replied, clearly irritated. I think you understood the question, Jorge intervened calmly. Now, please answer it. We have a selection of refined flavors, and our aging process gives the product a quality that distinguishes us among the best on the market, D'Amelio explained, somewhat nervously. That's what all the vineyards usually say, I commented, with a hint of skepticism. That's true, I understand, he replied, but the D'Amelio estate is one of the largest and most productive in the region. Furthermore, our wines are among the most sought after by the most discerning distributors and customers. I reflected on his words. He knew the world of wine like few others, it was a true passion of mine. However, oddly enough, I had no memory of having tasted his wine. I understand. Still, I'd like to visit your facilities and review the reports before making a decision. Jorge gave me a look that radiated pride, pleased with my participation. I, for my part, couldn't help but feel an affectionate impulse toward him. Chapter 3. Ariadne. The meeting with D'Amelio finally came to an end, and I couldn't be happier. Jorge, I began to say. Wilson, my boss interrupted me firmly. Mr. Wilson, I'm leaving you my personal number to coordinate the guided tour of the vineyards, she said with a calculating smile, handing him a card. My boss took it without even looking at it and passed it to me instead. My assistant will take care of the final details with you. I already have your number, I replied, leaving the card on the table. My boss nodded and headed for the exit. As I watched his back, he suddenly stopped, turned, and signaled me to follow him. You've got him very well trained, D'Amelio murmured sarcastically. No, I just know how to handle situations, I replied casually, walking away before my mocking smile betrayed my satisfaction. As we left the restaurant, Jorge stood next to his car with the door open. Is everything okay? He asked, holding out his hand to help me inside. Yes, I nodded, taking his hand and getting into the vehicle. And why did you take so long? He asked, leaning against the door frame. He wants a date with you. Should I schedule it? I asked just to provoke him, but his serious expression reassured me. Jorge walked around the car and, as he got in, he answered. She's not my type. I thought you didn't have a defined type, I reminded him. I don't have one, but if I did, she wouldn't be on the list, he said as he started the engine. I smiled at his response. Do you want to get some coffee? I'd love to, but we have a meeting with. I know a great place. They make an amazing flat white. I stared at it in disbelief. It was my favorite coffee. You know how to persuade a lady. Should we get it to go? I suggested, smiling. No, we'll have it somewhere special. I frowned. A special place. Where? His apartment. With coffees in hand, we returned to the building, but instead of heading to the office, we took the stairs to the rooftop. So you're going to steal my secret place, I accused him, amused. No, I'm just your guest, he replied, surveying the scene with a smile. Though it's missing a table and a couple of chairs. A pair. One is enough, I joked. Aren't you planning on inviting me again? Jorge took a step toward me. I expected him to back away, but he wouldn't. If he knew what I was really thinking, maybe he wouldn't dare come so close. You were telling the truth, he murmured. I'm not lying, I replied, frowning. What do you mean? There is peace here. Maybe it was my imagination, but I swore his lips came close to mine. However, at that moment, the clear sky clouded over and it began to rain. Jorge looked up and said. It's a sign. About what? We'd better go back. I don't want you to get sick because of me. Indifferently, he walked past me and we went down. I sighed and followed in his footsteps. I sighed in my seat as I saw that there was only half an hour left until the first appointment. I stood up and grabbed the small briefcase Edward had brought me from home. No point in going on a date without dressing up a bit more. It's not that I didn't dress well for the office, I chose my outfit carefully every morning. But this occasion called for something more special, something that showed interest without too much effort. I mentally thanked Edward for his impeccable taste. I knew if I asked him to pick something from my closet, he'd make me look like an unattainable goddess. I pulled out the skirt and blazer set. I loved it, gray with intertwined black and white lines, forming a subtle, elegant checkered pattern. I looked for the shirt I was hoping to find, but instead there was a black lace crop top and heels that promised to take my breath away. I ran my hands through my hair. I'd spent 4 years growing it out, only to cut it and donate it to an organization that helps women with cancer. No one knew the reason for my cutting, and I didn't share it either. I feel that when you truly want to help, you don't need to make a show of it. You just do it. You don't need the flattery or the pats on the back from people recognizing how generous you are. If you expect credit for a good deed, then that deed isn't so good. It's more of a form of manipulation disguised as good feelings. My brothers were upset, but my dad told me he would save me the shampoo, and my mom assured me it would grow back. I remembered Jorge's expression when he saw me. He seemed to want to say something, but he just said, "You look wonderful in this change." That was enough to brighten my day for the whole week. I fixed the ends that were already beginning to touch my shoulders and returned to the office. I opened the door and stood in front of my boss. Jorge looked up from his computer and stared at me with such intensity that I felt my skin burn. I smiled and turned around before him. "How do I look?" "Well, you look beautiful," he stammered. I had never heard him babble or be speechless in all the time I had known him. In an act of pure provocation, I leaned across my desk. I took a piece of paper and wrote down the restaurant's address. I turned around and placed it on Jorge's desk. "Remember, you have to be here by 7:30 p.m. I suggest you be punctual, women don't like to wait." "Okay. I'll be there." "Should I bring her anything, like flowers or a little something?" "Flowers are for solemn occasions, and very expensive gifts aren't appropriate for a first date. But you're free to choose if you want to bring anything." "Okay, please keep your phone on and let me know how your date went." "I won't give you any notice, as this is my personal life and I'm off work." "See you tomorrow." I grabbed my wallet and left the office. I smiled. It was time to sabotage a date. Jorge. I waited for Ariadna to leave the office so I could relax for a moment. I felt a physical pressure building from the lack of close contact with a woman. However, in recent days, my mind couldn't stop thinking about her. I had tried to stay calm, but Ariadna's presence unsettled me in a way I couldn't avoid. Watching her move with such confidence, in her skirt, had begun to affect me in a way that was difficult to control. I sighed deeply, trying to compose myself. In the end, I went with the flow of the situation, knowing it might be better to release the tension somehow. After all, I was spending a lot of time in my head, and it was the only way to deal with it. When I regained my composure, I stood up and looked up at the sky, searching the stars for some answer. I was a grown man, almost 39 years old, not knowing how to approach the person who had been on my mind the whole time. I didn't even have the courage to tell him directly, but I thought about it over and over again, wishing I could do it someday. I arrived at the restaurant shortly after 7. Luckily, Camila was already there. I skirted the tables and made my way to her. "Is Jorge here?" he asked, his shoulders slumping. "He's not coming, is he?" "Yes, he's coming, he's just a little late. But don't hold it against him. He works so hard." I pulled up the chair and sat across from her, noticing she was wearing a lot of jewelry, which I loved. "That makes me feel better," she sighed and looked toward the door. "Do you have any dating strategies?" I asked. "No, I'll just be me, with my wonderful personality. Who wouldn't love me for being me?" "Wow, how humble. I see you've got everything under control. I should go." I stood up from my chair. "Good luck." I started walking slowly towards the exit. "Wait." I turned around, surprised by his tone. "Do you have any advice for me?" "Yeah, sure, baby. I have some tricks, I mean tips." Inside I was jumping with excitement, but on the outside, I was trying to stay calm. I sat back down and looked at her. Jorge is a man of class, so he likes women with that class too. But he has one thing going for him. I lowered my voice and leaned closer. He likes to talk about his jewelry as if it had a life of its own. Really? The girl looked surprised. Of course. Kevin, his favorite watch, must always be well polished, because otherwise he gets annoyed and can't tell the time correctly. Martine, his favorite tie clip, always wears it when he goes somewhere important. Oh, I understand. Today Martin and Kevin were featured, so I suggest you say hello and show some respect. Do your jewels have names? Don't laugh, don't do it, don't even smile. Obviously not. Then you have a few minutes to name them and talk about them as if they were alive. I'm sure that'll win him over. I winked at him and nodded. I don't know, it's very strange, she replied, somewhat uncomfortable. That's what rich men are like, and Jorge is incredibly wealthy. I settled back in my chair, staring at her, trying to put on the best performance I could. Right now, you have the chance to win over the man who could completely change your life. Imagine, trips, jewelry, unlimited shopping. I agree with you on that, Camila reflected. I looked at one of his rings and pointed at it. That one has a ruby face. Ruby. The journalist repeated, nodding thoughtfully. I have to go. I gave him a thumbs up. Good luck. Camila remained thoughtful while I climbed to the top of the restaurant. I had reserved a table right above hers, so I wouldn't miss anything. I sat down and looked toward the entrance. 7:29, my boss was arriving. Excuse me, miss, may I bring you the menu? The waiter asked. Just one glass of wine, and refill it if it runs dry. I winked at him as I prepared for the show. Jorge. I walked into the restaurant and immediately saw Camila. She was undoubtedly a beautiful woman, and as far as I knew, she was also intelligent. She had a good standing in society and a promising career. But it wasn't Ariadne. Although, in the end, this might be for the best. I couldn't afford to lose 3 friends in one fell swoop. I skirted the tables and arrived at Camila's waiting area. When she saw me, she stood up to greet me. Hi, I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long, I said, sitting across from her. Not at all. I just got here. I was talking to Ruby about how much she needs a bath. I looked around the table, hoping to see someone else with us. Camila smiled and showed off her ring. This is Ruby, my favorite girl. When I wear it, I feel special. What? I asked, not understanding anything. I see you brought Martin and Kevin. Hey, guys. How are you? You look fantastic. He came over and touched my tie clip. Help me, my God. How? I started to ask, but Camila put a finger to my lips, silencing my words. A friend told me their names and how special they are to you. The woman tucked her hair behind her ears and showed off her earrings. These are Toddy and Tita, twins. Even though they like to fight, I'm always nagging them, so I rarely wear them. She's crazy. But not therapy crazy, more like psychiatric crazy. I looked around, not knowing what to do or say. I guess they skipped the lesson on how to deal with people who've escaped from a mental asylum. Would you like something to drink? I asked, trying to change the subject. I'm not sure, I'll ask Juliana. She picked up her necklace and whispered something to her. A glass of wine, please. I must have entered a parallel dimension, or maybe she's not Camila. No, impossible, it's her. Why didn't anyone tell me about her condition? I thought as I analyzed everything in my head. The other day, Isla and Cam were arguing by the jewelry box. Camila slapped me on the arm. You have no idea how hard it was for me to separate them. I asked them not to fight again. Have you considered buying each of them a house? I commented somewhat sarcastically. No, but it's an excellent idea. I ran my hand over my face. Ruby is excited to meet Kevin and Martine. I'm sure they'll get along very well. I took out my phone and sent a message to Ariadna. This woman is completely out of control. Get me out of here. Now. I nodded as if I was listening, tucked my phone into my coat, and tried to stay calm. A few minutes later, a call from my assistant interrupted our moment. Excuse me, I have to take care of this, I said, taking out my phone and even daring to put it on speakerphone. I'm sorry, boss, but there's an emergency at the company. You need to come right away. Can't you take care of it? I asked, feigning reluctance. I'm afraid not. It's urgent. On my way. I hung up and looked at Camila. I have to go. See you another day. Are you really asking? No, but I'll send a friend. Her name is Trina. I stood up and headed toward the exit, trying not to hurry. I took out my phone and called my assistant. Here I am. I searched for her voice and watched her gracefully descend the stairs. Is your date over? I asked, closing the distance between us. He never showed up. Silent relief washed over me. She looked at me and added, and yours. Let's go get something to drink and I'll tell you. Ariadne. One date less, only 14 left. My boss guided me to his car and politely opened the door for me. I was hoping we'd go somewhere nearby, but I was surprised when we arrived at a beach outside the city. We entered a restaurant, but unexpectedly, Jorge didn't order a table, just a bottle of wine. After paying, we left. Do you mind if we walk along the shore? He asked, holding out his hand. Not at all. I took his hand and followed him. It was the first time he'd touched me outside of the car. Strange as it seemed, it felt more intimate. He uncorked the bottle, took a drink, and handed it to me. I took a sip and stopped before stepping onto the sand. I'll take off my heels, I announced, handing him the bottle. But Jorge bent down in front of me and took them off himself. You have nice feet, he murmured as he stood up. Thank you. How could I not fall in love with a man who acts like that? I thought, holding back my excitement. Jorge smiled at me warmly before turning around. We walked along the sea as he recounted his failed date, and I couldn't help but laugh as I recalled the details. I hope Kevin and Martin don't get offended that I didn't say hello, I joked. I think they'd rather take a bath, he replied, laughing. Later, we sat back and enjoyed the sea breeze. The wine was gone, leaving only its sweet memory. What kind of man would miss a date with you? Jorge asked, playing with the sand. A fool, I guess. Although, to be honest, I wasn't keen on him either. Aren't you upset? I looked at him and sighed. I'm upset because you don't see how I feel about you, I thought, looking away. No. Actually, I'm grateful. Now that I think about it, we had nothing in common. I wouldn't have stood you up. Our eyes met. His eyes rested on my lips, and the mutual desire was palpable. Why not do it? I bowed slightly, and he did the same. A chill ran through me, and I had to control myself from lunging at him. His hand caressed my face, and a sigh escaped my lips. We were about to kiss when, suddenly, he pulled away. Wow! I think we've had too much to drink. Drink some more and kiss me already, I thought. Then we'd better go, I replied, feigning serenity. I looked down to regain my composure. I stood up and walked toward the car, while Jorge silently accompanied me. I hoped he'd change his mind. Opportunities like that didn't come along every day, even though we lived near the beach. When I reached the border between the sand and the asphalt, I was going to continue barefoot, but Jorge picked me up in his arms before I could take a step. A lady should not walk barefoot in the street. I avoided looking at him directly, knowing that if I did, I wouldn't be able to resist the temptation to kiss him. Thank you, always so kind. My boss, who sometimes seems to have an unpredictable personality, not only helped me get to his car like I was a little girl, but he also bent down and put my heels on me. Look, have you decided? Am I attracted to you or not? I'll take you straight home. Thank you very much, you are very considerate. Jorge got into the car and began driving in silence. During the entire ride, I didn't look at him even once. I just closed my eyes, hoping this day would soon be over. I frowned when I noticed Jorge had taken the long way to my house. I was starting to feel frustrated. I didn't want to think I was imagining everything, but I could sense how much Jorge enjoyed spending time with me. I could tell he was kind to me and everyone else, but was it real, or was it just wishful thinking? Jorge parked the car in front of my house and sighed. Thanks for the ride, I said, as I opened the car door. I was about to get off when Jorge grabbed my hand. Ariadna, I'm so sorry about what happened tonight, he said, sounding deeply upset, as if he were carrying a great deal of guilt. You have nothing to forgive me for, I replied, trying to calm him down. Are you upset? It bothers me that you're taking that attitude. I know I'm not your type, but I also don't think it's a crime if you kiss me or if you have feelings for me. It's not that. I just don't want you to be anyone's second choice, and I don't want to be that either. What do you mean? I feel like the dates we had didn't go well, and it left us both a bit emotional. Yes, if that's what you prefer to think, that's fine. Good night, I replied as I got out of the car and walked toward the house. The door opened and my 3 brothers came out to meet me. Hey, Jorge, come in. Brad exclaimed. I turned around and saw Jorge outside the car, watching over me to make sure I got home safely. Guys, I'm exhausted, I told them. Come on, just one beer, Gerardo said, inviting me to stay. Jorge, Jorge, Jorge. Lionel shouted enthusiastically. I passed between them and entered the house. My mother was in the living room, sitting next to my father. Little girl, how was work? My father asked. I don't understand. Why do they have their homes if they're always here? I replied, a little tired. Daughter, be patient with them, they love you very much, my mother said, gesturing for me to sit next to them. I know, but sometimes they're so frustrating, I slumped between them. We know it's not easy being the youngest, but having them as siblings makes you stronger and more determined, my father commented, kissing me on the forehead. I'll go take a bath. We left some food in the kitchen, my mother said. Thanks, I'll eat it later. I went upstairs to my room and plopped down on my bed, arms outstretched. But soon I started kicking and punching the air in frustration. I was so close to kissing him. My blood started to boil, and I decided it would be best to take a shower to calm myself down. 30 minutes later, I was in bed, refreshed and ready to catch up on my college work. I couldn't afford to miss any more. Fortunately, professors sent us schedules at the beginning of the semester, so I could study the topics in advance. I groaned at the amount of work I had to do, but I didn't make excuses and got to work. Jorge. I got out of the car, feeling like I couldn't help but join my friends after they saw me bring his sister home. I walked calmly to the entrance, where Gerardo was celebrating with a beer in his hand. "We thought that since no one could have a beer with you yesterday, today would be the time," Lionel said, smiling as he pointed at his glass. It was just what I needed, a nice cold beer to relax after everything that had happened. "Hey, have some of my beer. We've been waiting for you for a while," Brad said, putting his arm through mine. The younger brother entered the house, probably to look for more alcohol. "Our good friend, we only trust you to take care of our little sister," Gerardo commented as he sat on the front step, indicating that I should sit with him. "What a responsibility," I muttered as I sat down. I'd come so close to crossing that line. Luckily, I didn't. How would my friends have viewed me if I had? "Ariadna is beautiful, intelligent, and a little temperamental," Brad began. But my mind kept wandering, leading me to darker thoughts that I preferred not to analyze. "That's true, we must make sure no one takes advantage of her innocence," Gerardo commented, with a serious look. I tried to shake off those thoughts, but it wasn't easy. "What do you think?" Brad asked. "About what?" I replied, somewhat defensively. "About Ariadna," Lionel intervened, handing me an ice-cold beer. "If I say what I really think, I'll lose her friendship and respect." I took the drink and let the cold liquid soothe my throat. "Let's go inside the house," Gerardo suggested, standing up. I clenched my fists, aware that thinking about Ariadna and her qualities hadn't been a good idea. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm myself. But when I opened them again, I knew it wouldn't work. Maybe something else. "I think they should let her decide for herself," I said almost without thinking. My three friends stared at me. "Focus on the clouds, the water, anything." "No, don't think about Ariadne again." "Of course you are free to choose," Gerardo gave me an icy look. "Yes, arguing definitely wouldn't solve anything." "If that's what you want to believe," I shrugged. "Is there anything else you'd like to tell us?" Lionel spoke seriously. His tone was firm, but perhaps that was what she needed at that moment. "Now that you mention it." Gerardo crossed his arms. "You and my sister spend a lot of time together. What did you do that made you have to accompany her?" "Damn, this is getting complicated. In case you didn't know, she's my assistant. She was just helping me arrange some appointments." "I see. And that's all they did?" Lionel interrupted. "Exactly." I looked at him and stood up. I didn't think it was right for Ariadna to come alone by taxi, so I brought her. "See? He's our friend." Brad broke the silence, coming over to give me a quick hug. "Let's go for another round." Although he seemed calm, he didn't trust me. Brad watched everything, and of the three, he was the most protective of Ariadna. Chapter 4. Ariadne. Sometime in the early morning, I closed my laptop with a feeling of triumph. My eyes were burning, the dark circles under my eyes were surely noticeable, and hunger was twisting in my stomach, but I had managed to finish my university assignments. I stood up, stretched my body with a sigh, and went down to the kitchen, determined to calm the emptiness in my stomach before surrendering to sleep. The silence in the house made me assume that my siblings, after their boisterous meeting, had already left. I walked straight to the oven, removed the foil-covered tray, and, almost instinctively, smelled the food. It was a strange habit, but I always did it. The aroma of the lasagna made me sigh, and my stomach responded with a rumble. Cold, yes, but a couple of minutes in the microwave would do the trick. I set the time and watched the plate slowly spin, mesmerized by the movement. Suddenly, firm hand surrounded my waist. "It's not good to stay so close to the microwave," a deep, nearby voice murmured. I recognized it instantly. It was Jorge, my boss. And judging by his tone, he was far from sober. I turned around and found him standing there in front of me, his gaze clouded by alcohol. "What are you doing here?" I asked, swallowing. "What do you think? I didn't stop at just one beer." He stumbled over and cupped my face in his hands. "Explain something to me." "Why?" I wrinkled my nose. "Nothing more annoying than dealing with a drunk man." "I don't know what you mean. They're the party animals, and you're very approachable." "No, it's not that." He awkwardly brushed a strand of hair away from my face. "Tell me. Why can't I stop thinking about you?" I froze. "They say drunks tell the truth. Could it be true?" "Two don't." Before I could finish, his hand roughly covered my mouth. "Silence. Don't talk. Every word you say makes me want to kiss you and take you to that inn." "Do it. Please do it," I mentally screamed, feeling the heat rise to my cheeks. "Jorge." Gerardo's voice burst from the living room, equally drunk. "Damn it." Jorge muttered, frustrated. "I have to go." But, driven by a burst of boldness, and more than just courage, I grabbed him by the tie. "Don't go," I whispered, bringing my lips closer to his. "You're brothers." He murmured hesitantly. "I don't care." I closed the distance between us, and he responded instantly, lacing his fingers around the back of my neck. His hot breath fanned my skin, and his dark, challenging eyes mesmerized me. Until footsteps echoed in the hallway. Jorge suddenly pulled away, just as Lionel entered the kitchen. "What are you doing?" He began to ask, but when he saw me, his expression changed. "Ariadne." Brad and Gerardo appeared behind him, staring at me in disbelief. "What are you doing here?" Brad growled. I looked at them with annoyance. "Heating up my dinner. Or do I need permission to eat now?" "No, little one, but Jorge is here and you." Gerardo pointed at my pajamas disapprovingly. "It's just shorts and a t-shirt," I replied, shrugging. I tried to grab a fork, but Lionel blocked my way. "Not like that," he said, and before I could react, he lifted me over his shoulder. "Let me go," I protested, kicking. "No. You're going straight to your room," Brad said. "Gerardo, grab his food and bring it to him." "You're exaggerating," Jorge intervened firmly, removing Gerardo's hand from his eyes. "You don't have to treat her like that." He approached Lionel and carefully lowered me. Then, without hesitation, he took off his shirt and placed it over my shoulders. "Ariadna, have your food. I'll escort you upstairs myself." My brothers were speechless. So was I. Seeing Jorge defending me, with that dominant attitude and no shirt on, was a sight I would have enjoyed much more under other circumstances. But the tension of the moment prevented me from savoring the sight. "I'll take care of it," Brad intervened, but Wilson raised a hand and shook his head. "You're too drunk and you've already started making fools of yourselves." I grabbed my food, a piece of utensil, and left the kitchen. As Jorge had said, he walked me to my room. "I'm sorry I behaved that way." I sighed in resignation, the magic of the moment had faded. "Is that what you think?" I asked, staring into his eyes. "Yes, I drank too much and couldn't control myself." Gently, he brushed my hair away from my face. "So what you said wasn't true?" I asked, a little nervously. That doesn't matter. Have you forgotten? I'm not your type. And what if I am now? Jorge grabbed me by the collar of his shirt and pulled me towards him. I could feel not only the warmth of his body, but also the firmness of his posture. Rest easy, little Ariadne. He kissed me on the forehead before leaving. Now I knew I hadn't imagined everything. I did like him, although I understood his position now. Jorge was a friend of my brother's, and anyone who knew Jorge Wilson knew that his loyalty preceded him. With that in mind, I decided I should intervene in their quotes and have sober George say the same thing as drunk George. I sat down to eat and began to draw up a detailed plan in my mind. Jorge. I walked down the stairs with my head spinning. I couldn't believe the stupid things alcohol made me do. Today, for the second time, I'd come close to crossing that line, but what would happen if I did? If I pulled Ariadna closer, took her by the waist, and we shared a moment so intense that we'd both be lost in it. I ran my hands over my face, trying to calm my thoughts. Everything okay? Brad was at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for me. I think so. Why? Lionel shook his head. We assumed you were right to intervene. Gerardo crossed his arms. You're our friend, we have no doubts about you. That's true, we understand that Ariadna and you are also friends, Lionel added. We trust you, we know you wouldn't betray us, Brad said. Let's go for a beer to toast the loyalty of friends, Gerardo suggested. I sighed, letting my shoulders slump. That night I realized that maybe I did have feelings for Ariadna, but I was between a rock and a hard place. To whom did I owe more loyalty? To the three boys who stood by me during the most difficult moments of my life, encouraging me to keep going, or to my heart, which only led me to make mistakes. We entered the kitchen and toasted, losing ourselves in oblivion. I didn't know what was worse, unrequited love or love that, knowing there's attraction, can't materialize. Ariadne. It took me a while to get up when the alarm went off, but after about 15 minutes of wrestling with my conscience, I finally managed to get out of bed. It's amazing how people come up with the best excuses in the morning. Something like, I won't be going to work today, I have to visit a client. But I don't even have any clients. I remember once thinking about saying I woke up with swollen tonsils, but then I realized they had already been removed. I left the bathroom and stood in front of the closet, wondering what to wear. I'd always gone for something simple for work, but today I needed something special. The dresses never failed to impress. I chose one that was simple, yet had an elegant touch. I put it on and looked at myself in the mirror. The 3/4 sleeves and square neckline gave it a formal look, but the body-hugging fit made it sensual. I applied a little makeup and added a simple chain. I grabbed my purse, put on my heels, and walked down the stairs like a queen. I walked into the living room and saw the boys asleep on the couch. I went to the stove, grabbed a pot and a spoon, and came back. Wake up! I shouted, banging the bottom of the pot with my spoon. Gerardo, who was on the couch, threw a cushion at me, but I managed to dodge it. Enough, Brad ordered. No, they should be ashamed of themselves. Jorge opened his eyes and stared at me. Sorry, boss, you're not safe either. There we are, Lionel complained. Perfect, then I'm going. I turned to leave. I was about to open the door to my house when Jorge's hand stopped me, holding my arm. Where do you think you're going dressed like that? To take a taxi, obviously. I broke free from his grasp and looked at him firmly. No, you're not going to get out like that. I'm letting you know that I only have one father, and it's not you. I opened the door, but he closed it again with his hand. You're coming with me, I'll be ready in 2 minutes, Jorge said, coming closer and pressing his body against mine. His possessiveness was so intense. His gaze focused on my lips. Okay, I'll just wait for you for 2 minutes. I couldn't help but run my fingers over his torso. Your shirt is in my room, on the bed. Jorge stepped back, and without saying anything else, headed to get dressed. I'll go put something on, he said, and I watched him walk away with a sigh. There was a good chance he didn't remember anything, since they'd drunk too much. Or maybe he'd regretted his behavior. I returned to the living room and waited patiently for him to get ready. After a while, he came back, dressed and ready to go out. Finally, I stood up from the chair. My brothers appeared in the living room, but I ignored them completely. I was tired of their rules. I turned around and walked out of the house, with Jorge following close behind. When we got to the car, Jorge opened the door for me and held out his hand. Without saying a word, he walked around the vehicle and got into the driver's seat. Do you have a date? He asked, putting the car in gear. I held back a smile and nodded. What gave me away? I teased him with a smile. Jorge held the steering wheel firmly. The clothes. I've never seen you dressed like that for the office. I nodded calmly. Is it the same one from last time? Her tone reflected slight irritation. I knew it was a cliché to try to make the man you were attracted to jealous so he'd decide to do something, but who was I to change the rules of the game? Yes, last night, just as you left me in my room, I received a text inviting me to breakfast. Best actress goes to Ariadna Russell, I repeated to myself. Do you like how I look? I ran my hands gently over my body, waiting for his response. You look beautiful. Although, with the dress being so tight, I'm surprised your underwear isn't noticeable. Oh, that's it. I don't have one. Jorge slammed on the brakes and the car stopped abruptly. My body suddenly leaned forward, but my boss's hand held me to prevent me from hitting him. I saw him swallow nervously. Sorry, the light changed suddenly. He turned to me and looked at what his hand was still tightly gripping. Aren't you going to apologize for almost crushing me? I said with a smile. Jorge withdrew his hand and looked at me silently. Relax, nothing will happen that you don't want to happen, I thought to myself, raising an eyebrow and smiling sideways. I won't apologize for saving your life, Jorge declared, resuming his march. It was the first time he'd used that cold tone with me. I won't lie, it felt off-putting. But at the same time, it confirmed that the cliché was working perfectly. I took my phone and wrote a message to my best friend. Baby, do you want to have breakfast with me? Fortunately, he responded instantly. Principessa, I stayed at the Harmony last night. See you at the restaurant. I put my phone on my lap and looked at Jorge. Can you take me to the Harmony? I asked. He stopped at a traffic light and gave me a quick glance. Just then, another notification arrived, and Jorge managed to read it on the screen. Room 3009, he muttered with obvious disgust. Another message appeared, and he saw it too. I'm eagerly awaiting you. Just thinking about you makes me. Wow. Not even if I had planned it, I thought, amused. Maybe it's none of my business, but that sounds like more than just breakfast, Jorge commented, feigning calm. But I knew him well. I knew what he would say before he said it. You're right, it's none of your business, I replied, turning the phone to hide the screen. Well, you're not going, he said, placing his hand on my bare leg. Our eyes met, and I was curious to know what excuse he would use. Why not? I asked, taking in his attitude. You have to prepare for this afternoon's meeting. Damn. At this rate, I'll have to get him drunk to get him to react, I thought, frustrated. But the plan was clear: make him jealous. Jorge, a woman has her needs, I said, looking out the windshield. The harmony was already close. Besides, as you can see, I'm not wearing underwear. I won't be long. I winked at him and got out of the car. Don't worry about the meeting, I'll be at the office on time, I assured her, closing the door and hurrying across the street. I could feel his gaze fixed on my back, so I walked confidently, swaying my hips naturally. After walking a couple of blocks, the imposing hotel appeared before me. I walked through the lobby and headed straight for the elevators. Suddenly, two people holding folders caught my attention. A handsome man in an impeccable suit and a woman in a short dress with a friendly smile. When they saw me, they rushed toward me, pushing each other. The woman stepped on the man's foot with her heel and took the lead. Hi, I'm Mirgan. And me, Izie, he interrupted her. They were undeniably attractive, but it was also obvious they couldn't stand each other. I'm Ariadna, I replied, assessing the situation. How was your experience as a guest? Izie asked, watching me intently. Do you even know if he's a guest? Mirgan retorted. She's in the elevator area. Unless she's a thief or something worse, it's obvious she's staying here, he replied, his jaw clenching. Mirgan hit him on the arm with the folder. You're insensitive. Couldn't he be visiting someone? Are you saying that because of your fortune-telling powers? Izie mocked, turning to her. Anyone with half a brain would come to that conclusion. Animal, she retorted, jabbing her finger into his shoulder as he recoiled, amused. These two will be hooking up in no time, I thought, walking away with a smile. I entered the first available elevator and dialed the floor. Upon arrival, I walked down the hallway until I found the room. I knocked on the door, but it was ajar. I pushed it carefully and listened to the sound of running water. I left my bag on the couch and walked over to the bathroom. Baby! You're here, my crazy friend exclaimed from the shower. You shouldn't leave the door open, I reproached him, sitting on the edge of the tub. Edward pulled back the curtain and looked at me playfully. What's the worst that could happen? Someone coming in and stealing a kiss, he joked. How are you? That face. Part of the plan. Tell me more. Jorge confessed to me, drunk, that he couldn't stop thinking about me. Saying it out loud made my heart rate quicken. Wow! That's a big step forward. Yes, that's why I use you to make him jealous and pressure him into making a decision. Honey, only a blind man wouldn't realize I'm completely gay. Yes, but you don't spend enough time together for me to notice. That's true. So what's next? I have no idea. I just let things flow. What will happen with appointments? They're still going, but the first one was a complete success, well, a failure for poor Ruby. I burst out laughing and told her everything that had happened. My friend laughed as I told him about the night and what came next. I kept it to myself, at least for now. The little devil sees you and takes note, darling. Edward turned off the water and opened the curtain. By the way, you sent me a rather suggestive message. I handed him the towel, and he took it. No wonder that dog didn't answer me. I thought you didn't repeat. Well, the size of your puppy convinced me to watch it again. I covered my face. Information overload. I shook my head and went back to the room. Wait. Edward joined me and went to the bed where his clothes were. What are you doing on the next date? I have no idea. I guess I'll do a lot of research to find something he doesn't like and use it against him. I knew you were determined, but baby, you kept that bold side hidden. Edward continued dressing and added, Principessa, ask the universe. I declare, affirm and decree that Jorge Wilson shall be mine. I smiled with false innocence. A couple of knocks on the door interrupted us. I'll go, maybe the meeting with the anaconda man was cancelled and I get another round. I shrugged and followed him with my eyes. However, when my friend opened the door, it wasn't his intended friend, but Jorge, standing in front of him. My boss looked up from the bed and saw Edward in his boxers. His nostrils flared, and his fist slammed into my friend's face. Oh. Jorge watched his little Katerina get out of the car and disappear into the crowd. He wanted to get out of the car and go after her, but seeing how she moved with such grace caused him a momentary unease. He groaned in helplessness and punched the steering wheel. He knew Ariadna perfectly, she didn't usually behave that way. Perhaps her attitude was a way of rebelling against the pressure from her siblings. The sound of a car horn behind him brought him back to the present. No, I won't let Ariadna make a mistake. He accelerated and headed for the hotel. He was her brother's friend, no, best friend, and he had a duty to look after her, to protect her. That included getting her out of that damned room and preventing anyone from taking advantage of his sweet Katerina. He stopped the car in front of the hotel and hurried through the lobby. He knew the room number, so he headed straight for the elevators. He walked past a couple having a heated argument and got on the elevator. He tapped his foot on the ground, watching the device rise and level. He shot down the hallway as the elevator doors opened and headed in search of the room. He just hoped he wasn't too late. Finally, he reached the room and knocked firmly on the door 3 times. He was prepared to knock it down if necessary, but before he could gather momentum, the door opened before him. His eyes fell on Ariadna. She was sitting on the bed with a blanket covering her legs. In front of her, the other man was in his underwear. Fool Edward, she came to see him. Anger coursed through his veins and, without thinking, his fist struck Edward's face, knocking him to the ground. What the hell? Edward yelled from the ground. You'll regret taking advantage of Ariadna, Jorge said, climbing onto her body, ready to teach her a lesson. No! Ariadna exclaimed, running toward them. She knelt in front of Jorge. Please, don't hurt him. Listen to her, Edward chimed in from the floor. He betrayed your family's trust, Jorge replied, grabbing him by the neck. You should check your sources carefully, because they are misinformed, Edward replied, raising an eyebrow. Jorge narrowed his eyes, observing her defiant attitude. What would happen if I told Brad, Gerardo, and Lionel that you're not gay, as they think? Edward let out a laugh. Honey, Ariadna covered her mouth. He's bisexual, Ariadna said, looking at Edward and nodding. But I liked being on top better than on bottom. In fact, if you stay on top of me a little longer, maybe I can. Jorge jumped up. Ariadne covered her mouth to avoid laughing. What are you doing here? She asked, helping Edward up. I came for you. I already knew that, Einstein. Jorge looked at Edward, who raised his hands, feigning innocence. Jorge, why did you come? Edward approached Ariadna and whispered something that made her smile. Jorge frowned, feeling he couldn't allow this to be just a game for them. He walked decisively toward Ariadna, and her fearful lover stepped back. He stopped in front of her, took her by the hip, and lifted her off his shoulder, quickly leaving. What are you doing? Ariadne cried, hitting him on the back. Edward, help me. No, this time I'll just be a spectator, Edward replied indifferently. Jorge walked down the aisle, his hand firmly on Ariadna's hip, making sure her short skirt didn't show too much. You're a brute, she said angrily. I don't care, I'm not going to leave you in a hotel room with that guy. Ariadna continued hitting her back, and Jorge, tired, raised his hand and lightly spanked her. Ariadna stopped moving. Once inside the elevator, Jorge left her standing. There was no need to hit Edward, she commented, staring at him. He just tried to take advantage of you, Jorge explained, avoiding her eyes. Why did you come? She asked, standing in front of him. Jorge looked at her closely, her hair was disheveled and her cheeks rosy. You're the sister of my best friends, and I have a responsibility to protect you. Ariadna's eyes, which had previously been light blue, suddenly darkened. Do you really believe everything you say? Ariadna brushed her hair away from her face with a gentle gesture and shook her head slowly, avoiding my gaze. But she noticed. Suddenly, her hands gripped the collar of my shirt and she pulled me toward her. Look at me. I stared at her in silence, holding my breath. If you don't want to tell me the truth, that's fine, but don't fool yourself. Our lips were so close that her scent enveloped me, and without thinking, my hands rested on her waist. Ariadna raised her hand and caressed my cheek, making my heart beat faster. I observed every detail of her parted lips, her flushed cheekbones, those blue eyes that mesmerized me again and again. Inside me, a silent battle raged. My feelings for Ariadna grew day by day, but my loyalty to my friends was unwavering. Carefully, I took her face in my hands, sliding my thumb over her cheek before moving closer slowly, until our breath mingled. Jorge. What I wanted most was to kiss my little Ariadna, but I knew a single kiss wouldn't be enough, and for a few minutes, I would be the luckiest man in the world. However, sooner or later I would have to face my friends and admit that I had betrayed their trust. I took a deep breath and rested my forehead against hers. I can't, you're my friend's sister. Ariadna pulled away from me abruptly. He looked at me, and I swear I wish he'd said something, but he didn't. He just stared at me, and his eyes filled with tears. The doors opened, and she shot out like an arrow. I tried to reach for her, but in the blink of an eye she was gone. Oh my God. I punched the wall helplessly. I got in my car and drove calmly to the office, waiting for Ariadna to calm down. Ariadne. I could tell how difficult it was for Jorge to take that step. His loyalty to my brothers had been growing for years, and that was fine. But where were his feelings and happiness? I left the hotel and took the first taxi I saw. I headed straight to the office. It was frustrating to know that he liked me, but that my brothers, in their eagerness to protect me, had drawn the line. However, I was far from giving up. Maybe he needed a break, and he knew just where to look for it. I looked for the folder with the list of candidates and got to work. I smiled when I saw Valeria's photo. I picked up the office phone and called her. Hello, she replied. He'd chosen her because she lived far from Los Angeles, but she was in town to model a campaign. Valeria Mendoza. I asked through the line. I'm not interested in cookies, insurance or... I'm Mr. Wilson's assistant, I interrupted. There was silence on the line. I could hear her rapid breathing and hurried footsteps, then a door slamming shut. I'm listening. Mr. Wilson would like to invite you on a date. He wanted to know if you're available today at 6 p.m. I don't have one, really. But I can make time for it in my busy schedule, she replied arrogantly. Thank you very much, I'll send you the address of the church we attend. Church. I covered my mouth and took a deep breath. Miss Mendoza, my boss is a religious man. Our Creator has revealed to him that he must get married. He told him that this woman would be beautiful, successful, and, above all, devout. Then I'm afraid you're looking in the wrong place. I have no doubt about that, but you are only a means to an end. Well, I'll give you your answer. But, I smiled. If it's God's will, who am I to refuse his commands? Perfect, just remember, no provocative or suggestive clothing. Avoid the color red, and of course, bring your rosary. Do you take me for a fool? Is that a question or a statement? I asked with false innocence. I know what I have to do, and believe me, I am a talented woman. I understand, but I'm not the one you need to convince. I hung up and gave a light laugh. I'm sure this will get me into trouble. I regained my composure. I saved the file and focused on my real work. Today was going to be a busy day, as we had several meetings and vendor encounters scheduled. I grabbed my folder with everything I needed and left the office, for the first time not feeling anxious about seeing my boss. Especially after what had happened. If you are not going to eat, do not heat the food. My phone rang, pulling me out of my thoughts. It was Edward. Baby, I'm so sorry. Me too, I'm waiting for you at the cafeteria. What coffee should I order? I was a little surprised that my best friend didn't know what my favorite coffee was, but even more surprised that I didn't know what his was. Flat white, I whispered, I'm coming down. I hung up the call and took the elevator. When I arrived at the coffee shop, I found my friend sitting with 2 coffees on the table at the back of the place. I looked at him in surprise at the bruise on his mouth, and a feeling of shame covered my face. Yeah, it made my mouth hurt, but not in the way you imagine, my friend joked. I'm so sorry. I took her hands and made a worried gesture. Stop apologizing. I understand no one expected your boss to act so rudely. Edward kissed the back of my hands. How are you feeling? Excited, frustrated, and planning a second date. I raised my eyebrows with a mischievous smile. That's my little rascal. Edward stood up. I know you're okay, that makes me feel better, but I have to go to work. He gently took my face and kissed me on the forehead. I hate forehead kisses, I complained, somewhat annoyed. I won't ask why. My friend smiled before leaving the cafeteria. I calmly finished my coffee, and then I'd head back to the office. I had to get on with my plans. Chapter 5. Jorge. I stopped in front of my office door, placed my hand on the handle, and opened it. I expected to find my little ladybug inside, but she wasn't there. The place was empty, and her absence left me with the same empty feeling. I sat down at my desk and tried to concentrate on work. Or at least I tried to, because every so often, my eyes would wander to the clock. 9:30 in the morning and the lady still hasn't shown up. I should have been firmer with her, I thought, picking up the phone to call her. I knew he had arrived because his things were in their place, but where had he gone? I pressed the button to call her, but hung up immediately when I saw her walk through the door. Damn, that dress is going to drive me crazy all day. Where were you? I asked, my voice sounding sharper than I intended. In the conference room, waiting for him, like everyone else. I forgot we had a meeting. I adjusted my seat. What else is on the agenda today? Ariadna bit her lip, and that simple gesture provoked an instant reaction from me. After speaking with the marketing team, we need to go to. My little ladybug flipped through her binder while sliding the pencil down her cleavage. Her tongue poked out to moisten her lips. I could imagine it, getting up, approaching her, running my fingertips over her skin, feeling its softness, taking her waist and... Ariadna looked up and leaned across my desk, giving me an undeniable view of her freckle-strewn cleavage. "We have to go," he said, snapping his fingers in front of my face. "Relax, you look like a teenager." "Go where?" I asked. "To the meeting." "Are you okay?" "I'll be when." I shook my head. I was still Ariadna, my friend's sister. "I will be after a coffee." "Okay." Ariadne turned toward the door, but stopped and looked over her shoulder. "Are you coming?" I nodded like a fool and stood up. She looked at me and covered her mouth, holding back a laugh. "I think I'd better give you a few more minutes," he discreetly indicated my crotch. I looked down and mentally cursed at the obvious bulge. "Sorry." "Don't apologize. Just... I'll wait for you outside." He smiled and left. I clenched my fists, holding back my frustration. This is getting out of hand. I paced around the office, taking a few deep breaths to calm my nerves. After making sure everything was in order, I opened the door. Ariadna was waiting for me in the hallway, with a mocking smile. "Don't say anything." She raised her hands in a sign of innocence. We walked down the hall, and I was surprised that she took the stairs instead of the elevator, but I followed her without comment. "By the way, your second date is already scheduled," he mentioned suddenly. "When?" "Today, at 6:15 p.m., at St. Jude Brad Church." "Church?" I interrupted, grabbing her arm so she'd look at me. "Yes. With Valeria, a rather devoted model." "Is this a joke?" "No. And considering what happened a little while ago, a neutral location would suit you well." He laughed and freed himself from my grasp. "Come on, boss, they're waiting for us." "You should have cancelled as soon as you found out where it was," I said, annoyed. I had nothing against religion, but churches weren't my thing. For me, God was everywhere, in the flowers, in the air, in every creature. Good deeds should come from the heart, not from ostentation. You wanted to get married. You asked for dates. Meeting people means stepping out of your comfort zone. Besides, I doubt an hour there will be enough to heal you, he joked. You're right, an hour isn't enough. But you'll sit next to me. Oh, no. Keep me away from your dramas. It's not a suggestion. She turned and fixed me with an icy stare. The appointment is after my work hours. I'll pay you overtime. It's your date, he said firmly, his displeasure showing. And you are my guest of honor. Okay, but I won't say a word, I won't be nice, and I obviously won't sit with you. Why not? What are you afraid of? She sighed and continued down the stairs. We arrived at the meeting room, where a young man opened the door for Ariadna with a smile on his face. You look good, he whispered to her, something inappropriate. Ariadna ignored him completely and entered the room. Mr. Wilson. Did you know that I am completely against workplace harassment? I didn't know. You're fired. Pack your things and leave my building. Sir, I'm sorry. Are you having trouble hearing? The young man shook his head and quickly left the room. I walked over to my seat and saw my assistant sitting in hers, quite far away from me. Ariadne. She looked up at me. I want you to sit next to me. Yes, in every sense of the word. Ariadna, I want you by my side. That phrase kept repeating itself in my mind throughout the day. And every time it did, a strange feeling ran through my body, as if my entire being was reacting to those words. It was impossible not to think about it. After so many years of dreaming about something like this, he'd finally said it. Sure, in a completely different context, but he'd said it nonetheless. And that was the most important thing, wasn't it? It was more than just the phrase. The way he looked at me, the intensity of his gaze. I had to stop myself from screaming with excitement. However, I had to leave those thoughts for later, as we were on our way to the second date. Jorge stopped the car in front of the church and got out. As always, he came around and helped me out. "Are you ready?" he asked, closing the door. "I'm not the one who has a date," I replied, looking at the church entrance. I closed my eyes and clenched my fists, hoping the pain would help me control my urge to laugh. Jorge put his arm around me and forced me to take a step forward. I smiled. After what happened in the elevator, things had changed. Now I couldn't stop his hands from touching me, and my feelings for him grew with every moment we spent together. For God's sake, isn't that Valeria? It was hard not to notice her. She was the only person outside the building. The model stood in front of the entrance, wearing a long-sleeved, low-cut dress, black stockings, and flat shoes. She wore a white cap on her head, and an apron covered her hips. The Amish-style one. Yes, it's Valeria Mendoza. I tried not to laugh at her outfit or Jorge's expression. Valeria had adopted the style of an Amish woman. I was surprised that no man showed up to take her to church. "In the photos it looks different," Jorge murmured. "Well, that's his job. This is his personal life." We walked a few more steps and reached her. "Mr. Wilson." Valeria clasped her hands as if in prayer and bowed to Jorge. I thought he would just bow, but to my surprise, he knelt down and kissed the toes of Jorge's shoes. He looked at her, puzzled. "Please, let's get this over with," he said, helping her to her feet. Jorge looked at me before walking inside the church, leaving me alone with his date. "You don't seem too convinced by this date, do you?" Valeria commented, approaching me. "We always come, but yes, he's not convinced you're a devout woman, and the Amish outfit doesn't help much. I'm doing everything I can. It's not enough. He knows your modeling work, so you need to show him you're a devoted woman." I looked at her, but she was staring at me, assessing my outfit. I figured we should come in appropriate clothing. "Sorry, I'm not a devotee." I took a few steps and turned to her. "Are you coming or should we cancel?" Valeria shook her head and ran towards me. We both walked through the entrance and found Jorge standing there, watching the people inside. Music was playing and a man was speaking softly into the microphone. Valeria was petrified, looking at everything. "What are you waiting for? Dance, sing, do something." I whispered to the model. "Speak in tongues." "What's that?" "That is, you say unintelligible words, while raising your hands and moving them in an unconventional way." This is going to be a disaster, I thought. I don't think I can do it. Then we'll tell my boss the truth and goodbye to the possibility of being the... Valeria put her hand over my mouth. Jorge looked at us, and Valeria quickly commented. "It's time to praise the Lord." He raised his arms and began to swing them while moving his hips. Valeria pushed her way past Jorge and danced down the aisle. Suddenly, she dropped to the floor, on all fours, shaking her head. The cap on her outfit fell off somewhere, and Jorge took a step back, visibly surprised. Wow, this girl really takes things seriously, I thought. Why do I only get such eccentric people? Jorge asked, and I shrugged. The man with the microphone walked down the aisle, while people raised their hands, sang along, and even laughed wildly. He touched their foreheads, and people fainted. "I'm not going to let that man touch you," Jorge said, taking my hand. It was odd, but Jorge didn't seem concerned about what was happening around him. He was only paying attention to me. Although I had to admit, I agreed with him. I wasn't going to allow anyone else, other than my Wilson, to touch me. "Is this a good time to end our date?" I asked, although it was already late, as he was leading me toward the exit. "Sir, you can't leave until the sermon is over," said a man guarding the entrance. "I can and I will," Wilson replied, pushing him out of the way with a gentle shove. We left the church and walked quickly to the car. "Are you okay?" Jorge cupped my face and brushed away a strand of hair that had fallen onto it. A thunderous crash echoed in the sky, and huge raindrops began to drench us. "Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer?" I joked, trying to contain my laughter. "Very sure." "Where do you want to go?" "Maybe we'll get something to drink," I suggested innocently. Our lips were close, but I already knew he wouldn't kiss me, and that it was still too early for me to do so. The key was to be patient, to think not about the next move, but about the next 3. "Only chocolate today," my handsome boss declared. Another thunderclap echoed in the air, and Valeria appeared before us. "Here they are," she said, though she looked annoyed. But at least she was alive. "This is over," Jorge said with such a cold look that Valeria took a couple of steps back. Did I do something wrong? Wilson opened the car door and I got in without saying a word. My boss got into the vehicle and drove off without looking back. I should feel guilty, but in war and love, all's fair, right? Jorge. Ironically, I thanked God that another date had ended in disaster. Ariadne hugged herself, shivering with cold. Damn, he meant it when he said he wasn't wearing underwear. The fine fabric of her dress revealed the hardness of her nipples, and a shiver ran through my body. Can we stop by your house first? Ariadna asked. To my house. Why? It wasn't my heart that was racing as I imagined her without underwear under my roof, with a comfortable bed and so many fantasies that I longed to fulfill. It's just that I'm soaked. I don't want to arrive at my place like this. I could dry my clothes at yours, she explained innocently. I swallowed with difficulty. Dry the clothes, I repeated, somewhat disappointed. If you knew how many times I've dreamed of having you in every corner of my apartment, you wouldn't go so confidently into the wolf's den, I thought, as I accelerated the car. I thought, while your clothes dry, we could watch a movie or get something to eat. A fleeting smile appeared on Ariadna's face, and I couldn't help but feel satisfied. Perfect, my butterfly murmured, blushing. I turned the heat up to maximum and hit the accelerator. I tried to focus on the road, but the woman beside me made it impossible. Her hair dripped onto her chest, causing her to shudder, and in turn, making me burn with desire. I stopped at a traffic light and gripped the steering wheel hard. Suddenly, Ariadna's hand brushed against my leg. I looked at her and found her watching me intently. Are you okay? He asked, his feline gaze fixed on my lips. Yeah, I was just thinking about our date, I lied. It was peculiar, she said, laughing. For a moment, I thought. Ariadna raised her hand and caressed my face, but, realizing this, she quickly withdrew it. However, I took it and returned it to my cheek. Sorry, it just caught my attention. His fingers brushed my stubble. I didn't have time to shave today. I like it. I mean, it looks good on you, she murmured nervously, adjusting herself in her seat. I'll never shave again, I concluded. The light changed, and we continued on our way. Luckily, we were almost there. It was adorable and exciting to see her so restless. I parked in my spot and quickly walked around the car to help her out. I took her hand, and she descended with sensual grace. Her wet dress clung to her body like a second skin, revealing more than it should. I took off my damp coat and placed it over her shoulders. I wouldn't allow anyone else to see her like that. That privilege will be mine alone. Thank you, he whispered, looking down at me from his height. Let's go inside. I took her hand and we walked across the hall. Ariadna turned, looking over her shoulder. Something wrong? I asked as I entered the elevator. No. I just had the feeling someone was watching us, he said, scanning the hallway before the doors closed. Don't worry, you're safe with me. I know. I looked at her, surprised by her firmness, but she kept her eyes on the door. We arrived at my apartment, and my hands were shaking, not from the cold, but from having the woman I most desired under my roof, ready to undress. Can I take a shower? He asked, taking off my coat. Sure, use whatever you need. I tried hard to keep my voice quiet, even if it betrayed my agitation. Ariadna nodded and went upstairs. I stared at her figure, mesmerized by her beauty. Do you want me to order something to eat? She turned, looking at me over her shoulder. Surprise me. That sounds like an invitation. No, it's definitely an invitation. I shook my head, pushing those thoughts away. I took my phone and ordered sushi and wine. Jorge, I'll leave the dress outside the bathroom. If you want, you can pick it up, she said from upstairs. I'll be right there. I walked into the kitchen and took a swig of whiskey, letting its bitter taste calm my urge to walk into that damn bathroom and lose control with Ariadna. I climbed the stairs and just as I reached the top, the bell rang. It happens, at a low moment. If I had been expecting any clear sign that I should stay away from Ariadna, this was it, without a doubt. I entered the room and, looking toward my half-open door, saw Ariadna's wet dress. I approached cautiously and froze when I saw her through the bathroom screen. Her eyes were closed as she tilted her head back so the water fell on her skin, which was dotted with tiny freckles. I hated myself for closing the door and leaving the room without saying anything. I ran down the stairs and found Brad standing in front of them. Damn. Brad looked at the dress in his hands. Is that Ariadne's dress? Denying it would have been foolish, and very cowardly of me. At least I could assure you that I hadn't touched a single hair on her. Yes, she. Delivery, announced a young man entering with my order. Dinner and wine, Brad grunted. This is getting complicated too quickly. Put it on the table, I said, trying to stay calm. The boy left the order in the indicated place and took the bill. Keep the change, Brad said without taking his eyes off me. Thank you, have a good night. As soon as the boy left, my friend grabbed me by the collar of my shirt and pushed me against the wall. Do you like my sister? He asked angrily. Do I like her? That was a while ago, now I'm more attracted to her than I ever imagined. Are you coming to my house to attack me? Answer the damn question. So what does it matter? As far as I know, Ariadna is an adult and can make her own decisions. Brad's fist hit my face, and it made me angry. I responded with a direct blow to the liver. He stepped back, but that didn't stop me from landing a couple more blows. God knows how patient I had been up to that point, but like everything, there are limits. Trash, we're opening the doors of our house to you, Brad shouted, spitting blood onto the ground. I have not betrayed your trust. She's in your house, in your room, he accused me, anger evident on his face. Yes, she's taking a shower and I'm going to dry her dress. You're a damn cynic. For telling the truth. For being with my sister. Fury was evident on his face as he spoke. That's not true, but if it were, what would be the problem? Am I a damn womanizer like you? Jorge, you're no saint. I've known you for years, and I'm well aware of the things you've done. It's just that, like a good businessman, you've managed to hide them. Excellent, I'm a sexually active man. What's the problem with that? You were our friend. That's exactly why you shouldn't distrust me. Brad stared at me and headed for the stairs. I quickly followed him and stopped him, putting him in a headlock to force his attention on me. I led him to the door and out of the house. Go away, calm down, and then reflect on your behavior. You're completely wrong if you think I'm leaving without my sister, he said, pushing past me and walking back into the living room. He took a couple of steps, and we stopped when we saw Ariadna at the bottom of the stairs. She was wearing one of my shirts, her hair still wet, falling over her shoulders, and her gaze was dark and filled with fury. Ariadne. I was sure that Jorge had seen me. Not only because, when I stepped out of the shower, I found the door closed, but because I felt his presence watching me, wanting me. If he didn't see me, I'd have sucked in my stomach for nothing. I dried my body and hair well. I knew there was nothing more beautiful than a woman wearing a man's shirt. The real question was, should I wear underwear or not? I smiled. I think the less barrier there is between our bodies, the greater the temptation. I went to my closet and put on one of his shirts, choosing the blue one to enhance my look. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled. She was sensually demure for an evening with the boss. I walked down the stairs, swaying my hips. However, when I reached the bottom, I found myself face to face with my older brother, and a little further on, my boss. Wow, and I'm not wearing any underwear, as they say. What a mess. I scanned the room. Everything was in disarray, and Brad's appearance made it clear they'd had a fight. What bothered me most, though, was seeing my boss's red cheekbone. Did I ruin your plans to get involved with your boss and my best friend? Brad asked, his tone scathing. Did you come alone or did Jorge call you? I knew Wilson hadn't called him, but sometimes it's better to think of several plays. Clearly, I came alone. I sensed I'd be betrayed by my best friend, and I wasn't wrong. You're so smart and so pathetic. I took a step toward my brother. I knew how important my brother's friendship was to Jorge, so I had to act smart. I bet the perceptive lawyer hasn't wondered what I'm doing here. I shouldn't ask, I know you're with my friend, he stated confidently. May the angels watch over you, and may your arrogance not take its toll on you, I thought to myself. If I have something with Jorge, Diego, Miguel or Juan, it's my business. Brad grabbed my arms so tightly it hurt, but physical pain is temporary, some pains last a lifetime. Jorge approached, but stopped when he saw my look. However, seeing your insistence on giving your opinion on my life, I will return your interest in spades. I stared at him, the anger in my eyes all he could see. I broke free from his grip and pushed him away. Do those men you mentioned exist? Brad asked me. I guess they must exist somewhere, but not in my life, and they don't sleep with me. For now. Brad stepped back and shook his head. I won't let you act like a slut, he said, but my hand crashed into his face, silencing his words. Go, Jorge declared, standing in front of me. My brother threw up his hands, giving up, looked at me and said, I'll wait for you at the house. Without giving me time to respond, he left. Jorge turned around and gently took my face. Are you okay? I'm sorry for my brother's attitude. Me too, but my conscience is clear because I didn't betray their friendship. I wouldn't do that. For me, loyalty is everything. I looked down, those words hurt me deeply. I have to go, I stammered, pulling away from him. Your dress is still wet. I nodded and took my wallet. Do you mind if I take your shirt? No, of course not. Just the shirt. I looked up and smiled, looking at him with a mixture of mischief. Just the shirt. If you want, you can come closer and check it out. I'll take you, he said, taking my hand. No need. His hand took my face and made me look at him. It wasn't a question. His little bout of possessiveness had excited me more than it should have, but right now, I had to focus on something else. I ran my tongue over my lips and whispered. You should change your clothes. You're right, I'll be right back, please don't go. I won't do it. I closed my eyes, absorbing his words. Leave. I loved spending time with him. I sighed when I saw an order on the table. I assumed it was what I'd ordered for lunch. I went over to see its contents, dying of curiosity to know what it was going to surprise me with. I smiled when I saw it was sushi. I was the only woman privileged to know Jorge's gentlemanly side, but that day I discovered, to my pleasant surprise, that my boss was also one of the most thoughtful men I had ever met. I took a pair of chopsticks and brought a roll to my mouth. Meme. I murmured as I felt the burst of flavors on my palate. What a way to say thank you, Jorge commented, sitting next to me. I finished chewing and offered him another piece. You have to try it. I brought the sushi to her lips. He raised an eyebrow, but accepted, nodding approvingly as he savored the bite. I wanted to kiss him, feel his body against mine, and lose myself in him. However, I was beginning to appreciate these moments of togetherness, where it was just the two of us, laughing and enjoying each other's company. We soon finished eating, and the silence that followed reminded us that the evening was over. You know you can stay if you want, Jorge said gently. I know, thanks. It was what I'd longed for 3 years, to stay in his house, by his side. But I wasn't one to shy away from confrontation. I had a conversation to talk about with my brothers. I stood up, but I noticed Jorge's hand on my thigh, as if he couldn't stop himself from touching me. Did he realize what he was doing? My boss cleared his throat and stood up, offering me his hand to help me. I took the opportunity to pretend to stumble, and his arms held me firmly. Sorry, I got up too quickly, I said, looking him in the eyes with a mischievous smile. Don't apologize. I like being useful to you. Just for me. I asked flirtatiously. Exclusively for you. I slid my fingers down his chest and leaned in close to his lips, but the doorbell interrupted us. Will they be my brothers? We'll find out, Jorge replied, and I noticed his irritation as he opened the door. What are you doing here? I walked over and saw Edward standing in the doorway. When he saw me, he pushed Jorge aside and hugged me. Brad came to your house furious. He told us what happened, and I came to check on you. She's fine and under my care, Jorge intervened. Now, you can go. Relax, big guy. Put your jealousy aside and let me talk to my best friend. I'm not jealous. Whatever you say, Edward rolled his eyes, exasperated. Jorge, he's my friend, I said, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. And my brothers. They're out of their minds. You'd better not go today. For once, I agree with Edward, my boss admitted. Do you really think I'm going to hide from them? Jorge and Edward exchanged a look, and the latter shook his head. Okay, go get your things. I'll drive you, Edward suggested. No need. I'll take care of it, Jorge declared, putting his arm around my waist. Edward pointed at us, and I shook my head in resignation. Ah. Then maybe it's best if you stay. Let them calm down first, Edward concluded jokingly. I'll just leave you at the door and run for my life. Ariadne, what would you rather do? Jorge asked, surprising me. It had been so long since anyone had consulted my wishes. I'll go with Edward. It makes the most sense. Okay. Just let me know when you arrive. I nodded with a smile. I grabbed my bag and left my boss's and future lover's apartment. We arrived at Edward's bike, and I raised my eyebrows at something I'd forgotten. That's what you get for not thinking, I mentally scolded myself. I can't get on the motorcycle. Why? Did the situation make you incapable? My friend asked, in a mocking tone. I don't have any underwear, I revealed in a low voice. Edward let his head fall back slightly and let out a laugh so loud it was sure to be heard halfway around the world. You're going to catch a cold, Edward mocked, as I tried to cover his mouth. Look at her, so quiet and innocent, and she's actually quite the daredevil. Shut up, people are watching. I exclaimed, slapping him on the arm. Okay, Edward replied, taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. I'll ride the bike like a brave man, and you'll ride like the sensible lady, even though you look like a princess of the underworld. I swear I feel that way, I admitted, remembering the date with Valeria. How did the poor, naive model fare? Come on, I'll tell you on the way. After several attempts, I managed to get on the motorcycle. Squeeze your legs together, or something might get stuck in there, Edward joked before starting the vehicle. The only something I want between my legs is Jorge, but he seems to elude me, I said, laughing. Edward shook his head and revved the bike. Even though I wasn't wearing underwear, the thin fabric between the seat and my skin began to provoke an unexpected sensation. I opened my eyes and breathed deeply. Please slow down. I exclaimed, feeling the vibrations of the bike affect my body uncomfortably. Oh, no. I'm not going to be the one to cause a special effect, Edward said sarcastically. This isn't possible, I yelled, gripping Edward's shoulders tightly. Edward complained, speeding up. Clearly, my body was no longer under my control. I closed my eyes and tightened my legs. I'm sorry, I murmured as the feeling enveloped me completely. Indecisive George. Damn him. Edward exclaimed, as he accelerated. In theory it was because of your motorcycle. I'll drive, I replied with a nervous laugh. This is strange. Wait, that makes me your first man, but I like men, which means you're technically a lesbian, Edward concluded, surprised. He stopped his motorcycle in front of my house, and I almost jumped off. I grabbed Edward by the collar of his shirt and stared into his eyes. We will never tell anyone or talk about this, I warned him. I was thinking of leaving here and telling Jorge, maybe he'd punch me in the face, Edward commented sarcastically. I raised an eyebrow, at the same time as my pinky finger. Fine, Edward said, crossing his fingers with me, squeezing our hands and kissing my thumb. I swear, we replied in unison. I sighed, feeling a chill. I have to go in. Are you sure you're not coming? Honey, I adore you, but I don't want to witness that chaos. Besides, I need to put some distance between you and me. I smiled and hugged my friend. Gerardo will be there, I encouraged him. Hopefully, I'll see him later, Edward replied, pulling away from me. I know you're an independent, strong, and brave woman, but sometimes you're a little too lenient with your brothers. Today won't be one of those days, I assured him with determination. Perfect. If you can record everything, otherwise, you can tell me later on the phone. I nodded and walked towards the front door of the house. You see, growing up with 3 brothers had its advantages. One of them was that you learned that crying wouldn't get you anywhere, and that there were other ways to solve things. I'd recently discovered I had a gift, and I was ready to use it. I put my hand on the doorknob and sighed, preparing myself for what was coming. I opened the door and walked in. I walked down the hall and... ta-da! The 3 of them were sitting in the living room with our innocent parents. You finally deigned to come, Gerardo scolded me. I crossed my arms and looked at each of my brothers. Shame on you, I said scathingly. Us? Lionel burst out laughing. Incredible, birds are shooting at shotguns now. I already told Mom and Dad everything, Brad commented arrogantly. Correction, you told your distorted version of the events. There is no other version, my older brother replied. Is that true? My dad asked softly. It hurt me deeply that my own parents sided with my siblings, but I would only tell the truth. Jorge and I were on one of his dates when it started raining really hard, so I asked him to take me to his house so I could dry my clothes. I was in the shower when Brad came in and started fighting with Jorge, I said calmly. That's not what I meant. My dad stood up and approached me. He cupped my face. I looked at him, but his expression wasn't angry, just a tender smile. He lowered his voice and asked, Are you going to let Jorge get married? Relief washed through my body. Dad, I whispered, my eyes filling with tears. Fight, my little giant, my dad said, kissing me on the forehead. Guys, it's time to rest. Are you really going to believe him? Gerardo asked. Ariadna explained what was happening at her friend's house, my mother chimed in. Brad said that when he arrived, Jorge himself asked him to come in, and that when he saw him, he was dressed. Son, you're the best lawyer I know. You know that to make an accusation, you need proof. Besides, his sister's a woman now, it's time they accepted him. My father reached out his hand and my mother took it. We love you, my mom said goodbye. I smiled at the love they had for each other. I wished Jorge and I loved each other even half as much as my parents did. I took a couple of steps toward my room, but Lionel grabbed my arm. Let another fool believe that story. You're the fools. I slipped out of his grasp and freed my arm. Jorge is a great man, mistakenly loyal to you. And this is how you repay him. By accusing him of something he didn't do, beating him up, and tarnishing his reputation. You don't understand, we're just trying to protect you, Gerardo said. Exactly, since we learned of your existence, we swore to take care of you, Lionel added. Because we're your brothers, Brad finished. Brothers? I took a step back. No, you are not my brothers. You are my jailers, my immoral executioners. You talk about freedom, but it exists only for you, while you force me to see the world through bulletproof glass. Ariadna, be quiet, Brad demanded, approaching me in an intimidating manner. Without hesitation, I looked him straight in the eyes and replied. I'm not afraid of them, and now, I don't respect them either. You can't talk to us like that, Gerardo intervened. I'm not your daughter. My life doesn't belong to you. That's obvious, Lionel chimed in. I know you don't understand, but we just want to protect you. Then do it. Protect me from you and your toxic brotherhood. A tear escaped my eyes, but I quickly wiped it away. I turned around and went up to my room. I threw myself down on the bed and took out my phone, the idea being to call Edward, but I found a message from Jorge. "Hey, I just wanted to let you know I won't sleep until I hear from you." I smiled. "I'm fine, rest." I sent the text, feeling all my anger evaporate. "Good night, see you tomorrow." I knew, or at least I could imagine, what was going through Jorge's head. We'd been friends with my brothers for years, and having feelings for me complicated everything. How could I have a relationship with Jorge if my brothers acted like that? The worst part was that I didn't even have any hope that they would change their way of thinking. Maybe I should rethink the whole situation. Chapter 6. Brad. I watched Ariadne walk away. With a grunt of frustration, I slumped down onto the couch. "Mom's right," Gerardo began. I looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Jorge wasn't naked, and there's no way he could have taken our baby in 2 seconds. "That doesn't mean they haven't had something before," Lionel intervened. "Exactly. But I think Ariadna was telling the truth." I ran my hands over my face, feeling the weight of my actions. Maybe I was too impulsive. "No way. She's our baby, and we must protect her," Lionel said, sitting next to me and placing a hand on my shoulder. Ariadna was furious. "I'd never seen her like that," Gerardo commented. It was true. The baby seemed on the verge of exploding, something out of character for her. And that only made me feel worse. "So what do we do now?" I asked, full of uncertainty. "We could talk to Jorge. He's our friend, shouldn't we trust him?" Gerardo suggested. "Talking to him is a good idea," I agreed, standing up. "Yes, but let's make it clear that we don't approve of any relationship beyond the professional between him and our baby," Lionel added. "I agree," said Gerardo. "Me too." "Okay. With a clear plan, let's go get some beers and then head to Jorge's house," Lionel suggested. I nodded and we left the house. "What did Dad say?" Lionel asked as he started the car. "I couldn't hear," Gerardo replied, looking at me. I shook my head. Honestly, I was also curious to know what our father had said. My parents seemed strangely calm about the whole thing, even though they had always been lenient with Ariadna. I drove through the streets of Los Angeles until I reached our trusted liquor store. As I got out of the car, my phone vibrated. I took it out of my pocket and, seeing the name on the screen, I couldn't help but feel my heart skip a beat. "You guys go ahead," I asked, leaning against the hood. "Is that her?" Lionel asked with a knowing smile. "Yes, the woman of my dreams," I confessed, feeling my smile widen. "Okay, just don't get too excited," Gerardo joked. My brothers walked away, and I answered the call. "Hi, gorgeous." "Hi, sorry to call you at this hour, but..." "I said I'd help you with whatever you needed," I interrupted. "Tell me, how can I help you?" "I've been assigned a complicated case, and I need your advice." "What kind of complications?" I asked. "I can't tell you over the phone," he replied. This means I have a perfect excuse to go to his house, I thought, holding back my excitement. "I'll drop my brothers off at their houses and head over there." "Thanks. See you soon." He hung up, and I couldn't help but pump my fist in triumph. "Did you succeed?" Gerardo asked, carrying a 6-pack of beer. "I'm going to his house." "Good," Lionel celebrated. "Go on, we'll talk to Jorge." "No, we 3 have to do it." Besides, I was the one who made the mistake, I clarified, getting into the car. But it'll be quick. They're waiting for me. Gerardo. I settled into the passenger seat. Sometimes I envied my brother's ability to find love and start a family. Brad longed for a stable relationship. I guess maturity was catching up with him. Lionel, for his part, was a hopeless romantic, though not exactly faithful. Of the three, he'd had more relationships, though never secret ones. Of course, that sometimes got him into trouble. And then there was me. For me, release was simply pleasure. I'd experienced almost everything, but I was never attracted to the idea of being with another man. Yes, I'd participated in threesomes and parties, but I never crossed certain boundaries. It just wasn't my thing. I liked confident, uninhibited women who knew what they wanted. I hated being someone's first, it required a patience I didn't have. I preferred intensity, boundless passion. Although, I must admit, Edward's presence had become tolerable. Even amusing. The poor fool thought I didn't notice the way he looked at me, but there would never be anything between us. Still, I hoped he'd find someone who would make him happy. He was my sister's only friend, and I couldn't deny that their friendship was genuine, even if it was sometimes hard to accept. I sighed as the older man stopped the car in front of Jorge's building. Let's go. Lionel jumped out of the car. Always so impatient, I thought. Do you have what you're going to say in mind? I asked Brad as I got out of the car. No, but I'm a lawyer, so I'm sure I can figure this out, my brother replied confidently. We entered the building, where Lionel was already waiting for us inside the elevator. We went up and watched the floors go by until the elevator stopped at ours. We got off and walked to the door of Jorge's apartment. The door was wide open and our friend, a beer in hand, welcomed us into the living room. Come in, I've been waiting for you. He greeted us, and although his tone was somewhat acidic, I didn't blame him. I'd offer you a beer, but it seems you've already come prepared. Ariadna told us what was happening here, Lionel began, sitting across from him. I stood up and opened a beer. However, we want to hear your version, I said calmly. I crossed my fingers that he'd say the same thing my sister had. If he didn't, things could get complicated. It's funny that you assume I owe you an explanation. Jorge stood up and looked at us with unusual intensity. It was the first time I'd seen him so upset. He'd always been so calm, so I was surprised to see the fury in his eyes. Ariadna is our sister, Brad stepped forward, standing in front of him. And I haven't touched a single hair on his head, Jorge replied firmly. Brad nodded and threw him a can of beer. I guess I exaggerated a little. Is that an apology? Lionel asked defiantly. No, it's more of a warning. Ariadna is out of your reach, Lionel declared. The tension in the air was palpable. Despite everything, I was proud of my friend. He'd stood up for us, which gave him several points as a friend, but even so, I couldn't see Jorge as part of our family. We knew that, in matters of friendship and family, everything couldn't always be mixed. Lionel. I looked at Jorge for a moment and raised my beer in a sign of respect. I appreciate your friendship, but I don't share your attitude, Jorge commented, in a serious tone. Maybe she's not the best, but between you and my sister, we're always going to choose her, Brad replied determinedly. I looked at Gerardo and signaled him to intervene. Sometimes I wish I was as calm as him. Jorge, we come in peace. We want to repair the friendship we have with you. I suppose, with time, we can overcome this, Gerardo said, calm and reasonable. It's a possibility, but for now I want you out of my house, Jorge replied, his tone serious. His words left no room for further discussion. "We'll leave, but first we need you to assure us that you won't touch a single hair on Ariadna's head," I pressed, remaining calm. I saw doubt cross Jorge's face. However, he simply pointed to the door. "Make sure you lock up on your way out," he said, leaving the beer on the table before heading up to his room. I looked at Brad, then at Gerardo. "I believe him," Brad said confidently. "For now, we'll keep an eye on him. Time will tell if we're wrong," Gerardo replied, his tone making it clear that, while he was confident, he was still cautious. He led the way out the door. We followed him and closed the door behind us. "You're very cautious." "Jorge is clearly interested in Ariadna," I commented in the elevator. "You have no proof of that," Gerardo replied calmly. "Are you really going to take his side?" I confronted him, sensing that he didn't see what I saw. "I said we'd keep an eye on him for now. Then we'll make a decision." "We have to stick together," Brad chimed in, looking at both of us. "Is that clear?" I snorted, but nodded. "Good," Gerardo replied. "Now you'll have to take a taxi home," Brad said as he got out of the elevator. I grabbed Gerardo by the shirt and stared at him. "Ariadna is our priority. Do you really think I need you to remind me?" he questioned, pushing me lightly. "I saw you hesitate up there. Someone has to stay calm. We're talking about our sister and our friend. He is no longer mine. It's your decision, but don't forget who helped you get into the business you have." Gerardo adjusted his shirt and left the building. Okay, it seemed that everything was in my hands. Yes, I was grateful to Jorge for helping me open the bakery, but that didn't mean I would let him get close to my sister. I've modified the expression to make it softer and more appropriate. Would you like to make any other adjustments or change anything else? I woke up that morning with a slight headache and a feeling of frustration. I had spent almost the entire night awake, tossing and turning in my bed, reflecting, searching for solutions, but I hadn't been able to find any satisfactory answers. So, after taking a nice shower, I stood in front of the mirror, looking at my closet. Yesterday's incident with the dress was still on my mind, and I didn't feel like facing something similar today. Still, I wanted to look attractive and elegant. A call interrupted my thoughts. I walked over to the nightstand, in comfortable clothes, and saw that it was Miss D'Amelio. "Good morning, Miss D'Amelio," I replied. "Good morning, Mr. Wilson's assistant." "You can call me Ariadne," I said with some annoyance in my voice. "So, I'm Martina." I raised my eyebrows, finally understanding why he felt uncomfortable saying his name. "How can I help you?" I asked, trying not to sound irritated. "If I remember correctly, your boss asked me to contact you for the wine tasting." Meme. "Okay, when do you want to schedule it?" "I have several wines ready for you today." I definitely won't let you near my boss, especially if there's wine involved, I thought. "The problem is my boss doesn't have any free time today," I said, looking at my nails and smiling with some satisfaction. "You can come alone if you prefer. Although I suppose I can't trust your impartiality." "Martina, you'll soon realize that I'm very honest," I replied calmly. "Perfect, the tasting starts in a couple of hours." "I'll send a car to pick you up from the company," he said, and hung up the call without waiting any longer. Well, that completely changed my plans. I couldn't just dress any old way anymore. I opened the taxi app and requested one. I ran to my closet, looking for something suitable. I chose a pair of light blue, form-fitting jeans, a long-sleeved white top, and knee-high brown boots. I changed my bag, put on some sunglasses, and applied simple makeup. As I cautiously walked down the stairs, I realized my brothers weren't home. I opened the door and, to my surprise, found Jorge standing in front of me. "Am I dreaming?" I asked out loud, without thinking. I immediately covered my mouth, red with embarrassment. "I hope not," he replied, taking my hands and gently moving them away from my face. "What are you doing here?" I asked, surprised. "I came to invite you for a coffee," he said with a smile. "Oh, okay," I replied, somewhat disappointed. "And I also wanted to ask you to cancel the appointments for now," he added, a smile spreading across his face. "Why?" I asked, feeling my heart start to beat faster. "I've checked the agenda and we have a lot of work." "Aw," I smiled, understanding what was happening. I was his assistant, and if anyone knew his schedule, it was me. I could tell he was using his job as an excuse to cancel appointments. "Don't worry, since I arranged the appointments on the same day, no one will be angry," I assured her, trying not to smile like a fool. "Where are you going in those clothes?" Jorge asked, lightly touching my abdomen. "I'm going to the D'Amelio estate for a wine tasting. She'll pick me up from the company." "When were you going to tell me that?" he asked, surprised. "Never, I don't want you to be near that woman," I thought. "I was thinking of going alone." "You have a lot of work and it'll only be a few hours away from the office," I explained with a smile. "I want to go with you," he revealed, and I could almost feel a wave of discomfort wash over me, since I didn't want Jorge and Martina to be in the same place, much less with wine involved. "Jorge, I think it's best if I go alone," I stated calmly. I took a breath, preparing for a last resort. "After what happened last night, I don't want you to have any more problems with my brothers." I stood on tiptoe and, in a bold gesture, kissed him on the cheek. "See you in a bit," I added, before walking past him and heading for the taxi. Just before getting on, Jorge grabbed my hand. "I'll take you to the company and we'll leave the coffee for later," he suggested, smiling at me. I nodded, feeling my heart beat faster than usual. Jorge walked me to his car and helped me get in. Then he walked over to the taxi, gave the driver a couple of bills, and returned to the car. He got in, started the vehicle, and looked at me. "We should have casual Fridays at the office," he commented, looking at me for a moment. "That's an excellent idea." Jorge turned on some music and drove toward the company. Within minutes, we were parked in his usual spot. You didn't have to be a fortune teller to recognize the car that was coming to pick me up. A luxurious, dark-colored vehicle with the D'Amelio name emblazoned in gold on the doors was waiting at the entrance. Its driver, expectant, looked at his watch from outside. "I didn't imagine the owners would come looking for you in person." "Dwayne Johnson is my favorite actor," I replied as I opened the car door. "Are you sure you want to go alone?" "It is necessary. I could accompany you if you wish." I smiled and replied. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." "I don't doubt it, but call me if you need me to come get you." "Deal." For the first time, I got out of the car without Jorge holding out his hand, and the feeling was strange. I headed toward the D'Amelio's vehicle. Seeing me, the driver rushed to open the door for me. "Good morning, Miss Ariadna." "Good morning. I'm Martin." I opened my eyes slightly surprised and let out a quiet laugh. "A pleasure." I extended my hand. He took it gently and kissed it lightly on the back. "I will take you to your destination safely." I nodded and got into the car. Jorge. I wasn't convinced by the idea of Ariadna going to the D'Amelio estate alone. I decided to focus on work so that time would pass more quickly. The vineyard was an hour away. Assuming the tasting would last another hour at most, and including the return trip, that would be a total of 3 hours. At least it will be 3 hours without my Katerina. I shook my head and focused on my tasks. I avoided looking at the clock at all costs, as doing so only increased my impatience. Suddenly, the office door opened, and I reflexively checked the time on my computer. Only an hour and a half had passed since he'd left. My enthusiasm for seeing her faded instantly when, instead of Ariadne, Mrs. D'Amelio herself appeared. "What are you doing here?" I asked firmly. "I heard you were dating someone and wanted to ask you out on a real date." I looked at her skeptically. It was impossible that Ariadna had said anything to her. I knew that, like me, Ariadna didn't like her. "How did you get to this apartment?" I asked, annoyed. She raised Ariadne's pass with a triumphant air. "How did you get it?" "We both know your assistant didn't give it to me, so I borrowed it from her wallet." So the wine tasting was an excuse, I concluded, trying hard to remain calm. "Mr. Wilson, I'm a determined woman. I just wanted to have lunch with you without your assistant interfering. They say when someone can't pronounce someone's name, it's because they feel inferior." I picked up the phone and dialed security. "I don't memorize the name of every unimportant attendee. Your actions have ruined any chance of business between us." I stood up, visibly irritated. "Let's be honest. We both know I didn't come here for business, but for you." The door swung open, and 2 guards entered, taking her firmly by the. I walked over to her and took Ariadna's pass from her. "Check that she doesn't take anything else and get her out of here. You're going to regret this," she comments disdainfully. I moved closer and stared at her. "If I find out you've touched a single hair on Ariadna's head, you'll be the one who'll regret it." "She's just an assistant," she shouted as she was led away. "No, Ariadna is much more than that." I grabbed my car keys and stormed out of there. If that woman had made such an effort to get close to me, it must be because Ariadna was in danger. "I'm coming for you, my little Katerina." I wasn't sure how many times I had exceeded the speed limit or how many red lights I had run, but it took me 35 minutes to get to the D'Amelio estate. I got out of the car and looked in amazement at the size of the property. "Can I help you?" a middle-aged man asked me. "Yes, where does the tasting take place?" "In the shed over there," he pointed to a distant spot. "But it's locked." "Closed." "Yes, the tastings are held on weekends." I put my hands to my head. "Listen, a little while ago a young redhead arrived, very pretty, wearing jeans, boots, and a short white shirt. Have you seen her? How could you miss her? The woman is beautiful." "I know. Do you know where it is?" "Young Emiliano took her to the main house." He pointed down the road. "Follow this dirt road to the end, you'll find her there." "Thanks." I got in the car and started it. The man walked up to my window and knocked a couple of times. I rolled it down and looked at him. "Are you the girl's boyfriend?" "I wish." "Yeah. Then I suggest you hurry. Young Emiliano isn't very patient, and he likes to use magic powder to make girls more docile." Anger began to bubble up inside me. I accelerated and made a U-turn. I sped forward down the damn road that seemed to have no end. Suddenly, in the distance, I saw a large white house. I rushed over, jumped out of the vehicle, and ran toward the house. I opened the door and walked in. Everything was silent and a shiver ran through my body. Then my Katerina's voice reached my ears. I don't want anything else, I just want to go back to the city," he said, slurring his words. I started walking down the hallway, looking for where the sound was coming from. Okay, you're really drunk. I'll take you to my room so you can get some rest, the bastard said. I went out onto the terrace and found him trying to lift Ariadna out of the chair. She just shook her head and pushed him away with her hands. Maybe you should drink a little more, the fool commented, raising his glass. She said no, I replied. Emiliano put his glass on the table and turned around. He opened his mouth to say something, but I slammed it shut. His body fell to the ground, and I climbed on top of him, hitting him furiously. Enough! Enough, the coward cried. You'll regret it, you bastard. My hands were stained with his blood, but I didn't stop hitting him. Jorge, Ariadna murmured. I looked up and saw her struggling to stay awake. Get me out of here. Without thinking, I stood up and took her in my arms. She raised her hands and touched my face. When she realized I was real, she closed her eyes for a second and then opened them again. I left the house with Ariadna. She looked so vulnerable that it took all my strength to keep from going back and ending things with Emiliano. I was going to put her in the back of the car, but she shook her head. No, please, she begged, scared. Calm down, I said, kissing her forehead to calm her. I carefully sat her in the passenger seat. You are safe, my Katerina. I moved to kiss her cheek, but she turned her face, and our lips touched. I would have given anything to kiss her, but this wasn't her. I pulled away from his lips and closed the door. I went back inside the house, grabbed the bottle and glasses from the table. I put them in plastic bags, and left them in the trunk. I started the car and drove away. Don't worry, I'll make them pay for what they did, I said as I took Ariadna's hand. She dropped her head onto my shoulder and fell asleep. An hour later, I parked in front of a hotel. I had considered taking her to a hospital, but her parents would be called there, and I didn't want to worry them. Then I thought about taking her home, but her siblings might arrive, and everything would get complicated. The best option seemed to be a hotel. Along the way, I called my family doctor and a trusted detective. That pair wasn't going to get away with it. Ariadna, we need to get into the hotel, but you need to walk a little, I asked my sweet friend. I'm hot. Yes, you can take a bath in your room. We started walking, crossed the lobby and I headed to the reception. Good morning, a young woman greeted us, observing Ariadna's condition and then looking at me. A room, please. She seems a little affected, the girl commented, worried. She's not affected by alcohol, she's been drugged. But a detective and a doctor are already on their way. I need the room now. Is it your assistant? The room, please. I need to see your ID and a credit card. I sighed and handed her what she asked for. I was annoyed and frustrated, but also grateful for the young woman's attention. She nodded and handed me a key. I'll be keeping an eye out, he added with a smile. I walked down the hall and got on the elevator. Once in the room, I laid Ariadna on the bed. I'm hot, she said, taking off her shirt. I smiled and took off her boots, but she started unbuttoning her pants. Are you feeling better? I asked softly, running my hand over her face and brushing back her hair. She nodded and closed her eyes. I placed a sheet over her skin. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. I opened it without thinking. The young woman at the reception desk was standing in front of me, accompanied by Alvin, the doctor, and Jace, the detective. Thanks for looking out for me, Jace said to the girl, patting her on the back. The detective entered the room, and the girl, after one last look, left. What do we have? Alvin asked, starting to examine Ariadne while taking a blood sample. For my part, I passed the glasses and the bottle to Jace. This isn't the first time something strange has happened there. In fact, I've been investigating young Emiliano for months, Jace commented as he gathered the evidence. Do whatever it takes, I demanded, annoyed. Alvin sighed and approached us. Let her rest. When she wakes up, have her drink lots of water and give her soup to replenish her electrolytes. Thanks, Alvin. I'll call you when I have the results. Okay. Send me a copy, Jace requested. Alvin nodded and they both left. Fortunately, nothing serious had happened, but I couldn't help thinking that Ariadna was in danger because of me. I also wondered what would have happened if I hadn't arrived in time. I walked to the bed and lay down next to Ariadna. Forgive me, I won't doubt my instincts again. My dear friend moved and placed her head on my chest. I sighed and hugged her, grateful to have her close. Ariadne. A stifling heat invaded my body. When I opened my eyes, my breathing became labored. I didn't recognize the place. The last thing I remembered was Emiliano handing me a glass of wine. My worst fears were confirmed when I felt a foreign arm around my waist, on my bare skin. My God. This isn't how I wanted to lose my virginity, I thought, panic taking over. But whoever that bastard was, they would pay for what they did. With a sudden movement, I kicked him in the side, so hard that I knocked him to the ground. You scoundrel! I yelled, throwing myself at him. I was grateful that his face was covered by the sheet. Rage took over, and I began to beat him uncontrollably. Ariadne, wait, she tried to defend herself, but I'd grown up fighting with my 3 brothers. I knew how to deliver a beating without flinching. Wait? I snapped, furious. You took advantage of me, but you don't know who you messed with. My brothers will tear you apart, and there will be no trace of you. The man struggled and managed to pull the sheet off his face, just as my fist slammed into his eye. And then, my heart stopped. It just can't be. Jorge. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. What are you doing here? Oh my God. I've been dreaming about being with Jorge for so long, and now I don't even remember if it happened. What have I gotten myself into? Ariadna, calm down, Jorge said, looking at me with concern. Why are you naked? That's my question. That answers my questions, I thought, relieved but confused. Jorge took a blanket and covered me gently. What was the last thing you remember? He asked, turning on the nightlight and helping me up. I got into the car at the D'Amelio estate. Flashback. I looked out the car window at the landscape. With every mile, regret grew within me. Before he could ask the driver to turn around, Martin was already parking in front of the imposing D'Amelio mansion. Outside, a man in his 30s was waiting for us. He was dressed in an impeccable suit, and his perfect smile radiated a haunting elegance. Ariadna, he said, extending his hand. I'm Emiliano, Martina's brother. I nodded and cautiously shook his hand. I came to see your sister. Yes, he'll be joining us in a few minutes, he replied, leading me inside. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. I stayed in the living room, feeling a chill at the solitude of the place. Where's the wine tasting? On the terrace. Martina didn't tell you, but it'll be intimate. No, he clearly omitted that detail. Emiliano took me to the terrace, where the feeling of confinement worsened. I sat as far away from him as possible, anxiously watching the clock. After an hour of waiting, Emiliano got up. "I'll go get something to drink." He came back with 2 glasses and a bottle of wine. Seeing him drink his without hesitation, I took a sip of mine. "It's one of our most exclusive wines," he commented, sitting across from me. "It's good, but I don't like the bitter aftertaste," I muttered. Suddenly, an intense dizziness swept over me. My mouth went numb, and words were difficult to form. I tried to call Jorge, but there was no signal. "I want to leave now," I stammered, my voice sounding strangely weak. I tried to get up, but my legs wouldn't respond. "Ariadne, don't close your eyes. Don't close them." I mentally ordered myself, but the darkness overcame me. Present. Jorge's hands brought me back to reality. "That's the last thing I remember," I whispered, trembling. "How did you realize something was wrong?" Jorge hugged me and told me what happened in his office with Martina. A tear rolled down my cheek. I had been so naive. I believed his story about the tasting and thought he didn't care that Jorge wasn't there. "It's my fault, I shouldn't have gone alone." "No, it's their fault for being bad people and acting unfairly." "What will happen to them now?" I asked, looking into my boss's eyes, so deep and sincere. "Having money is important. It opens doors when others are closed. I have some acquaintances who are helping us." I lost eye contact when I heard him call them acquaintances, and not friends. For Jorge, his only true friends were always my 3 brothers. "Okay, thanks." With a pain in my chest, I left her side. I walked a few steps toward the bathroom. My plan was to take a shower, get dressed, and leave, but I realized I didn't want to go back home, where my brothers would be waiting for me. "Do you mind if I stay here tonight?" "Not at all. I'll go get some food and some clothes." He stood up and avoided approaching. He left the room, leaving me with a strange feeling in my chest. Maybe he didn't really like me and I had forced him to feel so confused. I walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet. I let the warm water wash away, at least for a while, the sorrows of my day. I washed my hair and scrubbed my body, especially the places I remembered Emiliano touching. Yes, I had lied to Jorge a moment ago when I told him I didn't remember anything, when, in fact, I remembered some things very well. Some things I'd rather forget. I could still feel his hands brushing against my skin, his lips on my shoulder, his fingers touching me, even through my clothes. I lowered my head underwater and wished I could forget even my own name, because it was the only thing that man repeated so many times. I returned to the bedroom wrapped in a white towel. There was a paper bag on the bed, and on the nightstand, something that looked like soup. I walked over to the bag and saw what it contained: clothes. A tracksuit, underwear, and socks. I smiled when I saw that it was just what I wanted: comfortable, loose clothing. After getting dressed, I flopped down on the bed, leaving the food untouched. I didn't feel like doing anything except sleeping. I opened my eyes and, once again, I found myself on the terrace of that house, so oppressive and full of memories. "Do you want something to drink?" Emiliano asked, but I shook my head. However, he came up to me, took me by the face, put the cup to my lips and forced me to drink. I shook my head, tried to scream, but I couldn't. "No, no, please don't touch me. No. Ariadne, Ariadne." I woke up and found myself staring into Jorge's warm gaze. "I'm sorry, it was just a nightmare." I looked out the window and noticed the sun was at its highest point. "Did you spend the night here?" I looked at the clock on the table and confirmed that it was already late. It was past 3 in the afternoon. "I didn't want to leave you alone, but when I got there, you were already asleep." Jorge took my face in his hands, but I flinched a little. He watched me closely. Go home and rest. I sighed and nodded. I guess I needed time to recover, a quiet place, away from everything. Thanks for everything. You don't have to thank me, you're my sister, I put a finger to her lips. I'm your friend too, I corrected him, with a touch of mischief. Jorge nodded with a smile. I got out of bed and put on my boots. I avoided looking at myself in the mirror because I knew how ridiculous I would look dressed in sweats and cowboy boots. Jorge walked me to his car and opened the door for me. He drove in silence to my house, and for the first time, I focused on the scenery outside the window, without looking at Jorge. We finally arrived at my house, and he parked in front of the door. He got out of the car, but I took his forearm. You don't have to get off with me. But I will. I exhaled deeply and shook my head. No. I can do it myself. I got out of the car and headed inside the house. I entered cautiously. Maybe I was expecting to find my crazy siblings waiting for me, but no. It was just my parents in the kitchen. Hi, honey, my father greeted me from his seat. Is everything okay? I asked nervously. Was this the calm before the storm? Yeah, how did it go with Edward? My mom replied as she poured my dad a cup of coffee. With Edward? I don't understand anything. All right. That's great. My father smiled at me. I'll go to my room. I left the kitchen, confused by the conversation. Once in my room, I picked up the phone and called my best friend. Princess, where are you? At home, but my parents told me I came from yours. Jorge told me everything and asked me to tell you that you were with me. My boss is so kind, he did everything he could to prevent Edward from causing more trouble. Do you need anything? Forget, I whispered. Understood. Where are we going? I'll go to Blue Star. I emphasized the word go. Okay, see you there. My friend clearly didn't understand or decided to ignore me. Edward. I won't leave you alone. Besides, we're riding a motorcycle, my friend joked, making me smile. Okay, see you later. Ariadne. There's no better way to take back control of your life than by indulging in self-love. So, determined, I walked into the bathroom naked and remembered that hair removal machine I had bought online. The ad captivated me, and although it was an impulse, I hadn't had the opportunity to use it until now. I took the device out of its protective case and admired my purchase, a pink model with a circular head, small spring-loaded discs, and a non-slip handle. I read the instructions, removed the protective cap and slid it over dry skin. It seemed simple. I sat on the edge of the tub and slid the machine down my leg. Ow! A scream escaped from the depths of my being. This damn thing. I tried to remove it, but the hairs got caught, causing me sharp pain. Desperate, I checked the manual, but there was no solution. Oh my God, what a mess! I exclaimed, frustrated. Maybe if I cut off the trapped hairs. I got up from the tub and, crouching down, went to the cabinet. But no scissors, no matter how thin, would do the trick. I yanked the machine hard just as 2 knocks sounded on the door. The shock made me stumble, and I fell hard to the ground. Damn! I muttered, holding the infernal device covered in my own hair. What horrible pain! Daughter, are you okay? My mother asked from outside. Now I do, I replied, examining my reddened skin, marked by small traces of blood where the hairs had been pulled out. I made a gesture of frustration. Can I come in? I covered myself with a towel and opened the door. My mother looked at me curiously. I spent my money on a torture device, I confessed, letting her pass. Seeing the razor in my hand, he burst out laughing. Daughter, those online offers are usually misleading. And you're telling me now. My skin will bear the scars of this lesson, I joked, throwing the device into the trash. You could try wax, she suggested sweetly. No, thanks. I prefer the traditional method. As you wish. I'll leave you then. Thanks, Mommy. Once alone, I finished my waxing the old-fashioned way. I came out of the bathroom refreshed. I put on a fancy garter belt, even though I knew no one would see it. To me, it was like a piece of armor of confidence. I sat down at the vanity, put in curlers, and applied heat while I applied my makeup. I admit that makeup isn't my strong suit, but today I needed to feel powerful. I used concealer, foundation, powder, eyeshadow, and, of course, my classic fox eyeliner. Ready, I headed to my closet and chose a black dress with a halter neckline in the front and lace details in the back. I loved that I didn't need a bra, giving me a feeling of freedom and sensuality. I removed the rollers, admiring the curls that formed in my hair. I knew they wouldn't last long, but I loved the result. I grabbed my ID, money, and phone, stuffing them into the hidden pocket of my dress, and left my room. As I went down the stairs, I found my 3 brothers in the living room. Where do you think you're going? Brad asked, scrutinizing me from head to toe. I have plans, I replied. I wasn't lying, my date was with myself. Is there better company than your own? You went out last night and you're back today, Gerardo observed calmly. Wait. I checked my pockets and, in a gesture of exasperation, raised an eyebrow. Oh, right, here's the contract where it says I must ask permission from 3 experts in not having a life of my own. Are you going to see Jorge? Lionel intervened, staring at me. Honey, if it were up to me, but no. No and no. Because that's my choice. Since when do I have to explain my outings to you? It can't be. That guy's hanging around with our sister. Lionel shouted, punching the wall in rage. I took a deep breath, pulled out my phone, and dialed Jorge, putting it on speakerphone. Boss, how are you? Did something happen? Do you have plans for today? No. What are you doing right now? I'm sitting with a cup of chamomile tea, working. Why are you asking me that? Jorge replied, curious. I have a couple of people who are swearing I'll go out with you, I confessed, somewhat embarrassed. Just then, I received a photo, which I quickly opened. It showed him in his office, working. I'm keeping this photo and I'll even buy a frame for it. I showed the picture to my brothers and said, thanks for answering, and, sorry for the inconvenience. I hung up. You're crossing a line, and you're going to regret it. I put away my phone and left the house. Ariadna, come back here, Brad ordered, clearly annoyed, from the doorway of the house. I hadn't closed the taxi door when I received a message. Are you going out? It was Jorge. Yes, I have an appointment. Oh really? Yes, happy night. I turned off my phone. I didn't feel like dealing with him or his indecisions today. The taxi stopped in front of the building I was headed to. I paid the driver and got out. The club I went to was one of the most exclusive around. You see, I used to go to bars to dance and drink, but Edward, who always accompanied me, had a knack for flirting, so he was the expert in these places. I particularly liked this one because it was on a hotel terrace, which combined two of my passions, liquor and altitude. I got into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, the music of the place instantly enveloped me. I began to bob my head to the rhythm and immerse myself among the dancing bodies. It was an uninhibited place, men and women dancing with equal fervor, some sensually, others in their own world. I went to the bar to order a drink. "Redhead, where's your handsome friend?" the bartender asked as he poured me a tequila. "He must be arriving soon, you know how he is." "Free as the wind," the boy behind the bar commented. "If only I had the keys to his chains. I'd like to put someone in chains too, but I'd rather do it at the head of a bed," I replied, taking a sip. The boy poured another tequila and made one for himself as well. "Cheers to the men who take away our peace of mind," he said, raising his glass. I followed suit, and we toasted and drank. I continued drinking until I felt a little dizzy. I walked to the dance floor, determined to forget. Forget everything that had happened the day before and what I felt for Jorge. At least for a couple of hours, I wanted to find some peace. A guy put his hands on my hips and held me close to his body. I began to move sensually, until sweat began to trickle down my skin and I felt free. Suddenly, I turned and caught the eye of the man behind me. I smiled when I saw it was the guy from the bar. One thing I always knew in places like that was that even if you danced well with someone, you probably weren't their type. "Nice to meet you," the boy exclaimed. "I'm Roman. You should introduce me to your hot friend." "Sure, a fact," I shouted back. Suddenly, a blow made Roman fall to the ground. I turned around and saw Jorge behind me. I stepped in his way, but my boss, always so possessive, grabbed me by the hip and lifted me like a feather, placing me on his shoulder. "This is getting to be a bad habit," I protested, shifting on his shoulder. Jorge entered the elevator and pressed the button to stop it. "Can you explain to me what's wrong?" I asked him angrily when he put me back on the floor. "I just can't stand the idea of you dating," he replied, clearly annoyed. I stood in front of him and asked. Because. His indecision annoyed me even more. "Why?" I demanded, losing my patience. "Because I can't stand the thought of seeing you, or imagining you, with any man other than me." What a statement. "And what do you expect me to do? Do I sit back and watch you get on with your life, while you're afraid to face my brothers? I can't accept liking a man who can't fight for his feelings." "Oh, I talk too much, damn alcohol." "Ariadna, not everything is black and white. In this case, it is." I squeezed his collar. "Jorge, I need a man who will face the world for me, who won't hesitate." His hands cupped my face and gently pushed me against the wall. His lips were close to mine, but I'd lived through this scene more times than anyone should have to endure. "Don't hesitate to kiss me," I finished, in a voice that was barely audible. "I'm not hesitating," Jorge said, brushing his lips against mine. "So?" I asked, my heart pounding wildly in my chest. "It's just that if I kiss you, I won't be able to stop." I smiled, at least he was honest with his feelings now. "No one will stop you." Chapter 7. Jorge. I ran my thumb over Ariadna's lips. I'd fantasized about this moment so much, but I'd made a decision, and I didn't care if I had the support of my friends. "Many men would give anything to kiss me or even touch me," she whispered, brushing her lips against mine. I wanted to take my time, but my sweet ladybug seemed to be in a hurry. After all, time was just what we had to spare. I would finish off anyone who even dared to look at you with bad intentions, I declared firmly. I brought my mouth to hers and kissed her passionately, taking possession of her lips. Ariadna responded instantly, opening herself to my tongue, which didn't hesitate to explore every corner of her mouth. I took her by the waist and lifted her off the floor, feeling her legs wrap around my hips. My hands slid under her dress, caressing the soft skin of her thighs before settling on her curves, pulling her even closer. My lips descended down her neck, leaving a soft bite that drew a moan from her mouth. She tugged on my hair, urgently guiding me back to her lips. Her hands, agile and anxious, went to the buttons on my shirt, undoing them one by one. With a swift motion, I activated the elevator and selected our floor. In a matter of seconds, I was walking down the hallway with my fiery redhead in my arms, all the way to our bedroom. My shirt fell to the floor as soon as we stepped through the door. I placed Ariadna in front of me, her back against the wood, while my fingers ran over her skin, deftly undoing the zipper of her dress. The fabric gave way, sliding down to her hips and revealing her torso, beautiful and unrestricted. My lips kissed her collarbone, descending over her shoulders as my hands unzipped her skirt. The dress vanished to the floor, revealing the garter hidden beneath the silk. Seductive and naughty. Just the way I like you, I murmured in her ear, gently biting her earlobe. Ariadna turned her head, our eyes met and a mischievous smile appeared on my lips. I took one of the bands between my fingers, stretched it slightly, and let go, enjoying the sound that escaped her lips. I repeated the gesture with the other, savoring her every reaction. With a firm movement, I took her by the waist and pulled her towards me, allowing her to feel the effect she had on me. Jorge, she whispered, her voice trembling. My hands descended over her body, caressing every curve adoringly, until I reached the hem of her underwear. With a slow motion, I slid it down her legs, parting them slightly for my own pleasure. I knelt before her, inhaling her scent. Meme. You smell heavenly, I murmured before placing a kiss on the most intimate part of her skin, sending shivers through her body. Ariadna gasped, her hands gripping my shoulders as my mouth leisurely explored. I lifted one of her legs, resting her foot on my shoulder, revealing her entire body. I paused for a moment, admiring her beauty, before bending down again. My tongue traced slow circles, savoring every moan that escaped her lips. I've dreamed about this so many times, she confessed between gasps. Me too, I replied, inserting a finger inside her and feeling her warmth. Ariadna. Yes, he interrupted, looking at me determinedly, but don't let that stop you. I watched her as I sat up. I turned her towards me, gently holding her neck. Nothing, absolutely nothing, could stop me. Today you'll be mine, I assured her before carrying her to the bed. The desire burned within me, but it was not yet time. I laid her down on the sheets, gently separating her legs. You are my greatest joy, my purest essence, I murmured before closing my lips. Ah! She arched her back, giving in to the pleasure. I increased the pace, inserting 2 fingers inside her while my mouth continued its work. Scream all you need, little one, I encouraged, feeling her body respond to every movement. Good heavens, he exclaimed when I withdrew my fingers only to plunge them back in harder. I returned to her center, sucking with devotion, drinking every drop of her sweetness. I felt her tremble, moan, and writhe under my touch. When I sensed she was on the brink of ecstasy, I intensified the rhythm, moving up her body until I reached her breasts. Jorge! She gasped, her fingers digging into my shoulders. This is just the beginning, I promised, pushing her to the limit once again. When she finally gave in to the wave of pleasure, I waited, watching her chest rise and fall with each labored breath. Without looking away, I brought my fingers to my lips, savoring her essence. "And this is just the beginning," I whispered, ready for what would come next. Ariadna held her breath and looked at me intensely. With slow movements, I lowered my pants, revealing my erection. The tip of my member glistened with a slight moisture. I ran my thumb over the area and brought the finger to Ariadna's lips, and she accepted it without hesitation. I moved closer to her and slid my length between her breasts, cupping them with my hands as I moved slowly, enjoying every sensation. "Open your mouth," I whispered, guiding her firmly but not roughly. Ariadna ran her tongue over her lips and obeyed, allowing my member to brush against her mouth before wrapping her lips around it. I watched, mesmerized, as they adjusted to me in perfect synchrony, alternating between gentle sucking and caressing. We repeated the game several times, until the desire to possess her became unbearable. I moved away from the bed and placed Ariadna at the edge of the mattress. I took her legs and raised them, aligning our bodies. Gently, I slid the tip of my member over her intimate area, causing her to shudder. "Jorge, I need more," she murmured, her voice breaking. "I know, darling, but let's take it slow," I replied, restraining my own desire. "Forget patience," she insisted, arching toward me. "I want you now." "As you wish," I whispered, giving in to his plea. I entered her gently at first, allowing her body to adjust to mine. Then I increased the pace, feeling her every movement respond to mine. Her moans filled the room, and the swaying of her curves beneath my hands was irresistible. I shifted, placing her legs over my shoulders as I explored her body with my fingers and lips. "You're perfect," I murmured, marking her neck with kisses that would leave a mark. "Jorge," she whispered, tensing under my touch. "Sometimes I fear this is a dream." "It isn't," I assured her, pulling her towards me. "You're mine, and only I can love you like this." I lifted her up and sat her on top of me, letting her control the pace while I enjoyed the view. Her movements were pure seduction, and I struggled to keep my eyes open, refusing to miss a single moment. "I love every part of you," I confessed, tracing lines with my lips on her skin. "You're going to leave marks on me," she protested weakly, though her tone betrayed pleasure. "That way you'll remember who belongs to you." "I've always been yours," she replied, sealing her words with a kiss. We fell onto the bed, entwined, and she sighed as she felt me more deeply. "I can't resist you," I murmured, picking up the pace until we both reached ecstasy. As pleasure enveloped us, we remained embraced, catching our breath. Ariadna snuggled up to me, and I wrapped my arms around her, protecting her. "Did you like it?" I asked after a long silence. "It was amazing," he replied with a mischievous smile, although at first I felt a little experimental. I laughed, delighted by his playful side. "We must be responsible," I said, caressing her face. "We'll talk about that later." She nodded, but her expression turned thoughtful. "What's wrong?" I asked, noticing his change in mood. "Nothing. I just don't want this to get complicated. I want to enjoy us without interference." "I'll do whatever you ask," I assured her, kissing her forehead. "But I'm not going to hide what I feel for you. You're my priority, Ariadna. Above all else." She smiled, and in that moment, I knew there was nothing more important than protecting what we had just shared. Of course, here's the creatively restructured text, without any inappropriate elements. I took her feet and sat down next to her. "It's going to be a busy night," I commented seriously. I cautiously opened my eyes. I felt pain in parts of my body I didn't even know existed. I'd often wondered what Jorge was like in private. Oh my goodness. To say he was stunning was an understatement. I sat up in bed and, realizing I was naked, alone, and a little upset, frowned. What had happened? I reached for my dress and pulled out my phone. I turned it on, and a barrage of notifications came through. 10 were Edward's. Principessa, I'm here, I'm going up. Okay, a cute guy said you were around here and that someone took you out of the club. I can imagine who it is, but I need confirmation. Baby, I'm starting to get worried. Honey, I feel like a stalker, are you okay? Okay, I know you're not home. Don't worry, I came in through the window, no one saw me. I swear I hate you, can't you just turn off the damn phone? Okay, I had a meltdown, but I went to Jorge's house and he wasn't there either. I hope they're replicating the damn Kama Sutra. Baby, call me as soon as you can. P.S. I love you. I felt a little bad for him, but the truth was, if the phone had been on, I probably wouldn't have been able to answer. I kept checking and saw 102 calls from my brothers. Wow, they don't even leave me alone, I muttered. I deleted his messages and marked my friend. You're alive, my crazy friend shouted. Sorry, I was with Jorge, I said, laughing. If you tell me he left you wanting again, I'll start to get jealous, he joked, making her burst out laughing. Meme. Something tells me you're not the pure and chaste Ariadne anymore. No, not anymore, I replied. Hallelujah. Glory to Tlazolteotl, goddess of passion and lust. Edward exclaimed, at which I couldn't help but laugh. What? I asked, intrigued. Tlazolteotl, according to Mexican colonial historical sources, in the mythology of the ancient Mexica, she was considered the goddess of the carnal passion and lust. Okay, how do you know so much about this subject? I asked while searching the internet. Princess, when it comes to passion and lust, I know everything. I laughed, but at that moment the door to the room opened. I have to leave you, my companion has arrived, I murmured when I saw Jorge with several bags in his hands. Okay, but I want all the details, dirty and juicy, Edward told me, to which I responded quickly. Okay. Just as an appetizer. How big is it? Big, thick and veiny. Wow, friend, my friend exclaimed before hanging up the call. I put my phone on the table and focused on the man in front of me. I brought you food, drinks, a pill, and a doctor to check you over, Jorge said. A female doctor, right now? I asked, a little nervously. Yes, wait outside the room. Why? I asked as I got out of bed. Because I plan to make you happy in 1,000 ways, and I refuse to do it with a condom. Jorge approached me and hugged me. What would you rather do first, eat or see the doctor? I sighed and replied. See the doctor. Jorge kissed me on the forehead and opened the door. Laura, this is Ariadna, my girlfriend. I was breathless. Stop everything, that man, with his firm chest and macho air, just declared that I'm his girlfriend. Ariadna just lost her cool, I thought, my pulse racing. I never thought I'd heard Jorge make such a statement. Sorry, but it's not that big of a deal. I was about to jump on him and ask him what that meant. Beautiful, this is Laura, a classmate of mine from college. Jorge hugged me around the waist, as if he'd read my thoughts. We were once very close. How close? I asked, a little pointedly. Like brothers, Jorge replied, and I smiled. Oh, that wasn't me he meant, but it still hurt. "I guess I can call you sister-in-law," I joked. "Let's go to the office." Laura put her briefcase on the bed and looked at Jorge. "I need some privacy." "Sure, I'll go take a shower." Jorge kissed me on the lips before entering the bathroom. Laura looked at Jorge and I understood that the sisterhood was not a mutual feeling. Well, to the matter that brings me here. Although, luckily, I get paid by the hour. "And you?" I looked at her and smiled. "He calls me girlfriend." My comment didn't seem to please him, and I couldn't help but feel a pang of satisfaction. The doctor took a tablet out of her briefcase and continued. "Let's see. How many active partners have you had?" Laura looked up from the device. "Threesomes." "It's not in my plans." "Date of your last period?" I paused to remember. "It should arrive in a week." "Regular cycle?" "Yeah." "Perfect. I'll leave these pills with you. When your period comes, start taking them. It's important for you to know that they'll protect you from pregnancy, but not from sexually transmitted diseases. For now, I recommend using a condom." "Understood, thank you. Try to always take them at the same time." "Okay. I have to go. How much do I owe you?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of the bill with your boyfriend." He winked at me, grabbed his briefcase, and headed for the exit. I waited for Laura to leave the room before heading to the bathroom, a knot of indignation in my chest. What does that woman think she is? Does she really think I'll allow her to discuss accounts with my Jorge? Not in my dreams. I entered the bathroom with jealousy burning in my veins, but I contained my anger when I saw the man behind the glass door. "My God, how he fascinates me," I whispered to myself, feeling desire wash over me. The water trickled down his head, ran down his muscular torso, and finally trickled down to his crotch, where a slight erection was hinting. The sight made my mouth dry and, at the same time, made a heat run through my body. He was my Adonis, my obsession, my man. I dropped the sheet to the floor and opened the shower door. Jorge, seeing me, smiled and grabbed me by the neck. He took a few steps forward until my back gently hit the wall. Crouching down, he grabbed my legs and lifted me off the ground. "I was waiting for you," my Adonis murmured before melting into me. A moan escaped my lips, drowned out by the steam and the echo of the water. "Ariadne." My beloved's arm slid around my back, holding me firmly as he wrapped me in a passionate embrace. His labored breaths brushed against my skin before his lips found mine with a hunger that left me breathless. "5 minutes away from you feels like an eternity," he murmured between kisses, devouring each word with my mouth. I tried to respond, to tell him how much I had missed him, but all I managed was to emit broken moans, drowned out by the pleasure that flooded my senses. "I've been dreaming of making you mine for years, and every time I'm near you, the desire grows," he whispered in my ear, while his hands explored every curve of my body. But I wanted more. "Jorge," I begged, interlacing my fingers around the back of his neck. "Tell me, my little butterfly," he replied in a voice that resonated between tenderness and lust. I stared at him, trying to gather my thoughts, but it was useless. His presence, his touch, clouded my reason. "More. I need more," I confessed, feeling a blush creep into my cheeks. "More of what, beauty?" he asked with a mischievous smile as he ran his thumb across my lips. "Louder," I replied, almost not recognizing my own voice. Jorge laughed softly before bringing his finger to my mouth, letting me bite it gently. "Careful, darling. If I play any harder, you might end up winded," he warned, though his eyes shone with complicity. I'm sorry, I murmured, but he shook his head. Don't apologize. Just ask, and I'll give it to you. His lips moved down my neck to my chest, where his mouth closed around my skin, sending a shiver through my body. I clutched at his hair, lost in a surge of sensation. Despite the water running over us, my skin burned, as if it were on the verge of catching fire. God, I'm on fire! I exclaimed, digging my nails into his shoulders. No, my love. You are the fire, and I am the only one who fans your flames, he whispered, intensifying the rhythm of his movements. Suddenly, he lifted me with ease, submerging part of my body underwater while still holding me. Every drop that fell on me only fueled the frenzy growing inside me. Ecstasy came like a wave, enveloping me in a familiar and welcome warmth. I tried to scream, but Jorge captured my lips in a fierce kiss, biting them with an intensity that left the taste of desire in my mouth. You drive me crazy, he confessed, giving in to the pleasure with me. He pressed his forehead against mine, and I could feel every heartbeat, every tremor we shared. I stroked his arms, marveling at the connection between us. I was also besotted with him, with his passion, with his words, with the way he made me feel alive. When our hearts returned to a normal rhythm, Jorge carefully lowered me, holding me until he was sure I could stand. He took the soap and began washing my body with slow, deliberate movements. I'm going to take a marker and trace all your freckles. I want to find out what shape they're hiding, he said, kissing the small spots on my shoulders. They'll probably just cause a pointless mess, I laughed, turning to face him. But I have to go now. I've already spent another night out, and I don't want to worry my parents. Stay a little longer, he begged, and something in his voice made my heart flutter. I can't. Besides, I owe my best friend an explanation, I replied, although the idea of leaving him was hard for me. Jorge knelt in front of me, with a mischievous smile. Then I'll have to modify your contract, he said playfully. What changes will there be, boss? I asked, raising an eyebrow. On weekends, you'll be required to work, with me inside you, he whispered, gently biting my thigh. I smiled when I realized that he hadn't specified a location, just a condition that, of course, I didn't mind. When he stood up, I gently grabbed his crotch, asking, "Where do I sign?" "You shouldn't touch me like that if you're not going to continue," he warned, his voice husky with desire. "Who said I wasn't going to continue?" I replied, kneeling in front of him. "You're not the only one with a talent for giving pleasure." Slowly, I circled my lips around her skin, savoring every moan that escaped her mouth. "Ariadne," he whispered, and that sound became my favorite melody. I tried to remember everything I had learned, although I soon discovered that the theory was very different from the practice. It looks easy in the movies, but holding your mouth like that for so long hurts more than I imagined, I thought, but that didn't stop me. Jorge tangled his fingers in my hair, gently guiding me as I explored every inch of him. "It's your fault for having something so imposing," I thought as I explored every inch of her body with my tongue. I lingered at his crotch, giving him my full attention with slow, deliberate movements. A gentle touch here, a deeper kiss there. I discovered, with some satisfaction, that I had a natural talent for this. Suddenly, I remembered an important detail. I pulled away slightly and, with a daring gesture, slid my tongue into a more intimate area. Jorge's reaction was instantaneous. He tensed and stepped back with a start, almost losing his balance. Holding back a nervous laugh, I brought my hands to my mouth. Maybe it was too soon, or maybe I should have warned them, I thought. Jorge, recovered, looked down at me intensely. He closed the distance between us, gripped my hair firmly, and whispered, "Open your mouth." Obeying, I felt his member slide slowly but surely into the depths of my throat. Gagging was inevitable, but he patiently withdrew for only a moment before advancing again. There was something exciting about the way he challenged my limits without crossing the line into intolerance. "I'm going to finish in that naughty little mouth of yours," he announced, his hand moving rapidly along his length. In a matter of seconds, his warmth spilled over my mouth and chest, leaving me breathless. His breathing was labored, and his skin glistened under a fine layer of sweat. Jorge helped me up and gently wiped my torso before murmuring, "You'd better call home and say you won't be home. I belong to you now, and I won't tolerate any interruptions." Lifting me in his arms with primal strength, he carried me out of the bathroom. And the truth was clear, I had no intention of protesting. "How very gentlemanly," I joked, looking behind him as it began to get dark. "I can't believe I'm here with you." "I know, but this is real, and I won't let anyone tear us apart," he declared, and I couldn't have been happier. Jorge kissed me on the forehead and sighed. "I don't want you to go." His fingers gently brushed my skin. "I don't want to leave either, but I have to." It was true, I didn't want to worry my parents, plus I had to see Edward and tell him everything. "I miss you already," Wilson murmured as I got out of bed. I smiled and started getting dressed. Jorge also got up and started to get dressed. Within minutes, we were walking through the hotel lobby holding hands. It was time to see my family, especially my brothers, who always acted so complicated. Jorge drove me to where he had parked his car, and as always, helped me get in. If I'm honest, I thought that being in a relationship with Wilson would make those chivalrous gestures disappear, but I was glad to know I was wrong. My boss leaned into the car and kissed me on the lips. Then he closed the door, walked around the car, and got in. He started the car, put it in gear, and took my hand. I couldn't help but smile. Jorge was so sweet and gentlemanly. My Adonis started the car and drove through the city streets in silence. But it wasn't an awkward silence, like those moments when you don't know what to say. It was a shared, intimate silence. However, no matter how slowly we went and how many turns we took, we soon arrived in front of my house. "Thanks for the ride," I murmured, somewhat shyly. "Don't say thank you yet, I don't know if I'll let you get off," Jorge replied, smiling. "Maybe you shouldn't do that," I commented as I watched my brothers approach. Brad, as always, led the group. To his right was Gerardo, and to his left, Lionel, who was carrying a wooden bat. "I'll take care of it," Jorge said, as I whispered to him. "Hide." We looked at each other. "Hide?" "Yeah, there's no reasoning with that trio right now," I yelled, thankful the car windows were tinted. But before he could do anything, Jorge got out of the car. I opened my eyes and followed him. Jorge walked confidently up to where my brothers were, and my heart stopped for a couple of seconds. Brad walked up to Jorge and pushed him in the chest. Without thinking, I ran towards them. "What do you think you're doing?" I asked, standing between Jorge and my brother. "Laura called," Lionel said, "and left you a message. You should take birth control pills after eating," Gerardo finished. "I'm a grown woman, sexually active," I replied, and my brothers frowned. "Do you think I'd be chaste until marriage?" "Oh, no. Because you think you can control my life. Well, you fools, you don't control anything. What are you doing with him?" Lionel asked Jorge. "He just saw me on the street and brought me home," I replied. I turned around and apologized with my eyes. "I'm home now, get out of here." Wilson clenched his jaw and glared at me. "Go now," I insisted. Jorge turned around and walked away. I crossed my arms in front of my brothers. Curiously, every time you disappear, Jorge is nearby, Lionel said. Funnily enough, I don't give a damn what they think. But I want them out of my life, I declared, a tear rolling down my cheek. I looked at Lionel and said, and put that bat away. You won't even scare the dogs. I loved my siblings, but they didn't own my life. They also didn't have the right to tell me who I should date. When I was sure Jorge's car was no longer in sight, I entered the house with a clear decision. I was old enough to live on my own, financially independent enough to pay rent, and needed to set boundaries with my siblings. I entered my house hoping to find my parents, but there was no sign of them in the living room or the kitchen. I went up to their bedroom, but they weren't there either. I walked down the hall and entered my room. I knew that acting impulsively wouldn't bring good results, but if I didn't leave now, I would surely end up giving in and staying. I went to my closet, took out a suitcase, and put it on the bed. Maybe I could spend the night with Edward and then make a more thoughtful decision. The door to my room began to open. I quickly grabbed the clock from the nightstand and threw it. Unfortunately for me, the person who appeared wasn't one of my brothers, but Edward. The object hit his head and he fell to the ground. "Wow!" he exclaimed from the ground. I ran towards him. "Sorry, I thought you were." "I'm going to start charging you for the beatings," Edward said, annoyed. "I was coming to help you, and, whoosh. You hit me hard." I couldn't help but laugh. "And you're laughing on top of that," he said as he stood up. "This is what I get for being curious. I'll have to add war correspondent to my resume." He made a dramatic gesture with his hands, as if the title were floating above his head. He burst out laughing and held out his hand to me. "Sorry, it was an impulse," I said as I stood up. "Why are you packing?" he asked, his smile fading. "It's time to move out of my parents' house," I explained, with a mixture of emotions. "Are things that bad here?" "My brothers are out of control, and their jealousy is boiling over." I sat up in bed, exhaling slowly. "Wow, like they can't calm down," Edward commented, sitting next to me and running his hand down my back. "How did you know I'd arrived?" I asked calmly. "Female intuition, and because I've been away from your house for a couple of hours," Edward confessed, laughing. I raised an eyebrow at him. He smiled and added, "Don't give me that look. I'm not a stalker, I like to know what's going on." I gave him a quizzical look. Edward held up his hands and admitted, "Well, yeah, I was watching good old Gerardo." I laughed, shaking my head. "Yours is already an obsession," I joked, grateful for the distraction. "A little, but those eyes, that body. Someone bless me with the chance to cross those paths. You have no shame." I got up and continued packing what I thought I would need. "Do you already know where you're going?" I shook my head and said, "I was thinking of staying at your house tonight and then calmly looking for something." Edward walked towards me and took my hands. "You can stay as long as you want, you know I always wanted you as a roommate." "I know," I smiled sadly. "But it's not what I want. I feel like I need my own space." "Did that need arise before or after?" He covered his mouth before finishing the sentence. "What did you say?" I asked, taking my hand away from her mouth. "It's a natural reaction, princess." He raised an eyebrow, waiting for my response. "I guess after testing the limits of temptation," I confirmed quietly. "Now help me pack and go." "Are you going to wait for your parents?" "No, I don't blame them entirely, but they bear some responsibility for my brother's behavior. At first, it seemed like a good idea for them to look after me, but that was only the beginning of something that, over time, has grown into something dangerous. You're right. Though I suppose not intervening was their way of supporting you, Edward said, noticing my confused expression. Calmly, he continued, anyone who knows your parents knows that family is the most important thing to them. So they weren't going to take sides, letting everything play out however each of their children decided. I sighed. My friend had a point, but I still felt my parents should have set a boundary. They failed by not curbing my siblings' behavior. As I mentioned before, at first, their babysitting seemed sweet, but over time, it became toxic. I think I have everything I need, I said, closing the last suitcase. Edward raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Doll, I know you think I'm your knight in golden armor, but my carriage is a motorcycle. He gestured to my bags. I don't have room for all that. I looked at the 3 huge suitcases and sighed in annoyance. I'll call a taxi. It's a good option, Edward replied. I took my phone and requested a vehicle. Let's wait for him outside, I suggested as I pushed one of the suitcases. Here comes the hard part, Edward murmured, carrying the largest and smallest suitcases. We walked down the stairs in silence. To my surprise, the house seemed calm, until we reached the living room. There the 3 of them were, sitting, exchanging tense glances. Gerardo nudged Brad and stood up. What do you think you're doing? Brad stepped in my way. I'm leaving, I declared firmly, trying to keep moving forward. That's not going to happen, Gerardo replied, grabbing my arm roughly. Edward reacted instantly, grabbing Gerardo by the shirt with visible anger. His reaction surprised me. Don't touch her, she warned him, pushing him back hard enough to make him take several steps. She's the one who decides for herself. If you don't back off, I'll call the police. Are you going with Jorge? Lionel asked from his seat, his tone challenging. I couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Now I understand everything, I said, putting my fingers to my forehead in a gesture of exasperation. You're not worried about me, but about Jorge. How ironic. But don't worry, I'm no match for you. You can continue admiring him without fear of me interfering. I wasn't usually one to express myself rudely, but I was fed up with his overprotective and selfish attitude. My brothers seemed surprised by my words, but I didn't care. I ignored their stares and continued toward the door. Once outside, Lionel followed me. Do you really not care about our parents? He asked, his voice somewhere between reproach and concern. They're adults, just like me. They don't depend on me, and I don't depend on them. But you didn't even say goodbye, he insisted. Leo, I'm not dying or emigrating to another country. I'm leaving because I need space. They'll understand, I replied, patting him firmly on the shoulder. Trust me. Just then, the taxi arrived. Edward put my bags in the trunk. At least tell me, where are you going? Lionel asked, this time with genuine concern. I'll be fine, I assured him as I climbed onto Edward's motorcycle. Are you wearing warm clothes? He asked, making me smile. Yes, I'm ready. Perfect. Let's go. The taxi started off, and we followed at a leisurely pace. I won't lie, I was a little afraid of the step I was taking. But it was necessary, and there was no turning back now. Chapter 8. Ariadne. I settled into Edward's couch and let out a sigh. It wasn't that I felt bad, on the contrary, I was experiencing a freedom I'd been denied until then. Let's have a toast, Edward announced, coming out of the kitchen with 2 beers in hand. I took mine with a smile. Cheers, we chanted in unison, excitedly clinking bottles. We drank and laughed, enjoying the moment. Do you want to go and rest, or should we start looking for an apartment? Edward asked. I was deeply moved by having such a loyal friend, someone who spoke about my problems in the plural, as if they were his own too. Let's start now. Something tells me my brothers won't be long in coming to interrupt us, I said, correcting myself mid-sentence. My dear, may God hear you and may the little angel say amen, Edward replied, raising a mischievous eyebrow. Do you think they'll listen if I suggest Gerardo be the brother designated to come here? He burst out laughing. There's nothing to lose by trying, I joked. Edward crossed his fingers and looked up at the sky, as if asking for a miracle. I put my bottle on the table and opened my laptop. My best friend came as close as he could, and together we immersed ourselves in the tedious task of apartment hunting. The ones I liked were way over my budget, and the ones I could afford didn't appeal to me at all. I can't do this sober, Edward declared, getting up to get more beer. I sighed and picked up my phone. In all the chaos, I'd forgotten I had it on silent. I frowned when I saw Jorge had called me an hour ago. I was about to text him when, suddenly, my Adonis called me again. Hi, I murmured, feeling my heart pounding. Where are you? Jorge asked, his tone betraying his anger. Honey, do you want a beer? Edward called from the kitchen, his voice playful. I should have known you were with him, Jorge muttered, even more irritated. It's not what you think. Are you sure? Instead of looking for me, you went with that guy. What are you playing at, Ariadna? I left home, I began to explain. I needed to get away for a bit. I know, and I found out the hard way, he revealed, his voice tense. My brothers came to your house. I asked, surprised. That doesn't matter anymore. What's clear is that you prefer him to me. God, he looks so attractive when he's jealous. Listen, I said, taking a deep breath. I thought about going to your house, but it would be the first place my brothers would come looking for me. Besides, Edward was the one who helped me get out of there. You should have seen how he stood up to Gerardo. I would have done it too, Jorge growled, even more annoyed. Yes, but Edward, he admires Gerardo a lot, I revealed, hoping he'd get my point. More than you think. You said he wasn't gay. I closed my eyes and ran my hand over my face, frustrated. I lied to you, and I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you jealous. Edward came out of the kitchen at that moment, smiling as if to say, I told you so, lies always come out. Or at least, that's what it seemed to me. Well, you did it. I'm bursting with jealousy, Jorge admitted. Give me the address. I'll come find you. Okay, I'll send it to you now, I said, without hanging up, while sharing my location. Done. I'm close. Do you want me to bring you something? Yes. My boyfriend. Edward raised his eyebrows, a grin spreading from ear to ear. I'm on my way, my ladybug, Jorge said before hanging up. I'm guessing your man is coming for you, Edward commented, sitting next to me and offering me another beer. Are you going with him? No. I love him, but I don't want to leave my parents' house to move in with my boyfriend, I confessed honestly. Boyfriend? Edward exclaimed, excited. They're so cute. When did he ask you? He didn't, I replied, fiddling with my nails. But he introduced me as his girlfriend to a doctor he knew from college. Wait, I don't understand anything. Well, this morning Jorge came to my room with a woman, I explained, suppressing a grimace of discomfort. A gynecologist, to give me a checkup. And where did you meet her? At university, I guess. Well, at least she made it clear you're her girlfriend, Edward said, albeit with some skepticism. Though I don't like the idea of her tracking you. Although, at least we can be sure she won't let you get into trouble. I'm not sure either, I admitted. That's why I'm going to see my usual doctor tomorrow. Edward frowned with an expression of genuine curiosity. Does Jorge know Dr. Cedeno? I'm not sure. I never told him about it, but maybe one of my siblings mentioned it. Edward tilted his head thoughtfully before giving a mischievous smile. Something tells me he does know him, and he won't be at all happy about the idea of that doctor seeing you in such an intimate way, she joked mischievously. I laughed softly, though I couldn't stop my cheeks from heating up. I have to admit I like seeing Jorge's protective side, I confessed as I felt the heat rise to my face. I like him too, as long as I'm not on the receiving end of his temperamental outbursts, Edward added with a light laugh. Just then, the apartment doorbell rang. Edward looked at me curiously. I'll go. I stood up and walked toward the door. I barely started to open it when Jorge didn't wait for me to finish. Suddenly, he took me in his arms and lifted me off the floor as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You have no idea how worried I was, he murmured against my lips, his voice thick with emotion. I called several times, but you didn't answer. I imagined all sorts of things. I was afraid something serious had happened to you. I'm fine now, don't worry, I replied, gently stroking his cheeks, now covered with a budding beard that felt lovely to the touch. I'm really sorry I didn't tell you the truth, but since you didn't take the step, I felt confused. Before I could continue speaking, Jorge sealed my words with a kiss full of tenderness and relief. The only thing that matters to me now is knowing that you're okay, he said as he continued to hug me tightly. Without letting go of me, Jorge entered the apartment and closed the door behind him. I could feel his body tense as he saw Edward, who was still standing in the living room. I'm going to make something clear, Edward said firmly, blocking our path. Ariadna is my best friend, almost a sister. If you ever hurt her or break her heart, I won't stand idly by. Jorge gently placed me on the ground and nodded calmly, showing no discomfort. Thank you for being his friend, an important support in his life, he replied, placing a hand on my waist naturally. Edward nodded with a more relaxed gesture. So, that's that out of the way. Would you like a beer? He offered in his usual relaxed, somewhat eccentric tone. Maybe another time. I only came today for Ariadna, Jorge replied with a slight smile. I shot a look at Edward who was speechless, asking him to leave us alone for a moment. I'll go check if the hen has laid an egg yet, Edward said with a wink, disappearing behind the kitchen door. I waited a few seconds before turning to Jorge, taking his hand. I still find it hard to believe Edward is gay, Wilson said quietly, almost to himself. Yes, he is, but he doesn't fit the stereotypes many expect, I explained calmly, though I immediately shook my head. But anyway, let's not get sidetracked. The important thing now is that you came. Thank you for worrying about me. But, he asked, sensing there was something more. I'm not ready to move in with anyone. I need time. I'm just staying here while I find a place that suits my needs and that I feel comfortable in. Jorge smiled with that sweetness that always managed to calm me down. I understand perfectly. I know you need your space. He took my face in his hands and kissed my lips tenderly. I have a small apartment near the beach, I used it when I was in college. It's simple, but the view is beautiful. I was thinking of taking you there, if you wanted. I blushed. That thoughtful gesture touched me deeply. Jorge seemed to know me even better than I knew myself. Besides, he continued, it's not that far from my house, and I have an extra pair of keys in case you decide to use it. Okay. I'll go talk to Edward before he starts asking questions. But I didn't even have to finish the sentence. Hearing his name, Edward immediately came out of the kitchen. You know how I am, he said, raising his hands, as if surrendering to the situation. He came up to me and hugged me tightly. Write to me when you get back, okay? I will. I stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the cheek. I love you. Be careful, perfect roommate, he joked with a smile. I gathered the few things I'd taken out of my suitcases. As I packed my belongings, I heard Jorge thank Edward with a handshake. Thank you for taking care of her. Thanks are given by the monkeys, Edward replied mockingly. I'll just watch to see if you behave as expected. Jorge just nodded seriously, took some of my luggage, and walked me to the street. I carried the rest. When I got to the car, I noticed it wasn't the same one I used to drive. Is it new? I asked curiously. Something like that, he replied as he put the suitcases in the trunk and then opened the passenger door for me. Mine's in the shop. It had some problems. I didn't need to ask any more questions. I knew perfectly well that my brothers had something to do with these inconveniences. Once inside the vehicle, Jorge started the engine. As I looked out the window, another question arose. Do Laura and your friends know each other? I asked, taking him a little by surprise. Yes, we all met at university. Although Laura didn't stay there for long, because she went to England to continue her studies. And now he's back, I observed quietly. Yes. He opened a practice here. I was in town that day to see a patient, so I took the opportunity to ask him to examine you. It wasn't necessary. I already have a doctor I trust, I replied with a certain annoyance I couldn't hide. I know. But after that night, I wanted to make sure everything was okay. I was just trying to be cautious. She called my house, I reminded him, looking at him seriously. Jorge sighed. I'm sure it wasn't with any bad intentions. Maybe he just wanted to help, not imagining it could cause you trouble. Do you really think that, or are you just saying that to provoke me? Jorge gently stopped the car at the side of a quiet street. His smile spread slowly, full of meaning. I wanted to make you a little jealous, he confessed, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I frowned, but before I could respond, he put his arm around my shoulders and, with one fluid motion, reclined my seat back until I was staring up at the roof of the car, my breath coming in short bursts of shock. Jorge carefully adjusted the seat and leaned toward me, as if every inch between us disappeared with a definite purpose. I made a mistake trusting her, he said sincerely. I still don't fully understand why she acted the way she did, but I've closed that chapter. He likes you, I murmured, feeling my skin react to his proximity. I've known she's had feelings for me since college. There was a time when I even thought my rejection was what drove her away. I was speechless when I noticed the intensity in his gaze. With firm but gentle hands, he respectfully slipped my coat onto my arm, as if each gesture were a promise. His voice became even deeper, more intimate. But you're the only one who occupies my thoughts. There's no room for anyone else. The others mean nothing compared to you. Ariadna Russell, everything I am belongs to you. And then, he sealed his words with a deep, passionate kiss that made me forget the world beyond that car. There was no rush, just the certainty that we were both in the right place, at the right time, building something that already went beyond desire. Jorge. I took a deep breath before setting a soft, enveloping rhythm with my body. Only when I'm with you, I feel like everything makes sense, I whispered tenderly next to my beloved's lips. Be careful. If every time we argue you're going to make up like this, she tried to warn me, but she was speechless when I deepened our movements, sweetly interrupting her sentence. There's no need to argue, but I admit I'll look for any excuse to have you like this again, completely mine. A sigh escaped Ariadne's lips, so soft and real that it remained suspended between them. I love you in every way, but what truly drives me crazy is hearing you give yourself completely, I said as I gently brushed her hair away from her face and kissed her with controlled but intense passion. I felt his arms clutch my back, merging with me in perfect synchrony, a back-and-forth movement filled with desire, but also with genuine emotion. And deep down, I was silently grateful to be in this car, sharing something so intimate and special. Carefully, I eased open a portion of her blouse to reveal one of her breasts. Without waiting, I placed my lips on her skin and gently played with her nipple, causing her body to react with a slight shudder, contracting around me. You're incredible. I whispered, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. It was impossible to describe in words what it felt like to be with her like this, in that warm, throbbing refuge we shared. I'll never tire of this, Ariadne confessed in a broken voice, writhing beneath me, completely surrendered. That's good to know, because otherwise, would have had to come up with a way to keep you close at all times. She looked up. Her eyes shone with a mixture of mischief and complicity that made me smile. Her expression told me more than her lips could admit. Jorge. She gasped softly, lost in sensations. Her lips parted, her face becoming even more beautiful with that mixture of pleasure and sweetness. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes nearly closed, and her whole body tensed, preparing for the outcome. I took her lower lip between mine and bit it lovingly, just as I increased the pace, deepening each movement with a mixture of firmness and care. I held on to the back of the seat, guided by the desire for that moment to last forever. His breathing became ragged, rapid, as if each exhalation carried a part of his soul with it. Come with me, love, I whispered into her ear, kissing her neck as I hugged her tightly. Ariadna couldn't help but gasp, letting her whole being overflow in that moment of shared ecstasy. I continued, accompanying her, joining her in that final dance, filling her interior with everything I felt. I stared at her in silence. Her cheeks were flushed, her hair was tousled, and her expression radiated fulfillment. I don't think we should do it without protection, he murmured, still catching his breath. I know, but with you, I lose control, I admitted sincerely, placing a soft kiss on her lips. Let's go upstairs, we can make up there more calmly. As Ariadna began to adjust her clothes, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness at no longer seeing her naked beauty. I got out of the vehicle, walked around it, and opened the door for her with a smile. It may sound simple, but the gesture of taking her hand and helping her out made me feel incredibly lucky. I carried the 2 largest suitcases, and she took the rest. Together we entered the building. Inside the elevator, I had to restrain myself. The memory of what we had just shared still burned in my mind and body. When we reached the top floor, we walked down the hallway with a calm step. Why did you choose to live on the top floor? He asked curiously. At the time, there were only 2 apartments available, and neither were occupied. And they still aren't, I thought. I wanted privacy, to get away from the noise. And you still don't have any neighbors. My darling, I bought both apartments, I thought without saying it. I don't know. It's been so long, I lied with a smile. I opened the door and allowed him to enter first. Wow! Everything is spotless, she said in surprise as she scanned the room. A couple came to clean twice a week. I corrected myself immediately. Well, they came. Your place is very cozy, he commented warmly. It's small, but it has everything you need, I replied, taking her hand to guide her down the narrow hallway. The bathroom is at the end, and this is the only bedroom. Ariadna opened the door and looked at it carefully. What a bed. I changed it a few months ago, I lied again. The truth is, I had that bed made a year ago, thinking of her, although I never imagined we would actually share it. And why did you change it? It was the cleaning crew's suggestion, I improvised. Ariadna sighed and turned to me more seriously. I must know. How many women did you bring here? I looked at her tenderly, holding her face in my hands. No one but you. I was a pretty reserved kid in college. Your brothers and Laura were my only friends. Having them in my life was wonderful, though sometimes overwhelming. That's why I bought this place, I needed a space just for me. No one else even knows about it, I confessed with an open heart. Her face softened, and from the expression in her eyes, I knew I'd said exactly what she needed to hear. In that moment, I felt like the luckiest man on the planet, and maybe even in the universe. Now let's order something to eat and unpack, I suggested, trying to normalize the situation. I'm not hungry, my companion replied in a calm but firm voice. You need to eat. I don't want you to neglect your health, I insisted, correcting my tone. Besides, you need strength. Okay, I'll eat, he finally gave in, but in exchange I want you to explain to me what happened to your car. I held his gaze for a few seconds. It was clear he wasn't going to give in to his demand. Okay. I'll tell you over dinner, I agreed, grabbing 2 suitcases and heading toward the bedroom. Ariadna shrugged, picked up her remaining luggage, and followed me without adding anything else. I knew her meticulousness well, unpacking would take time. I decided to take advantage of the opportunity to order food while she took care of her things. The day had started wonderfully, suffered an unexpected setback, but now it ended in the best possible way, with Ariadna by my side. As I went through the kitchen drawers, I mentally compiled a list of the supplies I needed. I plugged in the refrigerator and turned on the water, making sure everything was working properly. By the time the order arrived, I found Ariadna sitting on the couch, watching me curiously. Are you done yet? I only unpacked the essentials, he replied, taking off his shoes and settling in casually. Now, tell me. I sat down across from her, took out the food containers, and grabbed a roll with chopsticks. I returned to the car furious at your brother's attitude, and at your stubbornness in rejecting my protection, I began, choosing my words carefully. As I parked in front of the building, anger still simmered in my veins. I picked up the phone and called Laura. I deserved an explanation. But she didn't answer. When I went up to my apartment, I found her waiting for me by the door. What are you doing here? I asked coldly. I owe you an apology, he murmured, moving closer. I didn't know Ariadne was their sister. I took her wrists firmly, not meaning to hurt her, but making my anger clear. Do you know why I never wanted anything to do with you? She shook her head tensely. Because you play with half-truths. You've gotten so used to manipulation that even you can't distinguish reality anymore. I took a step back, releasing her. No matter what I say, I'll always be the villain to you, she retorted. In this case, yes, I admitted bluntly. Did I force you to get involved with her? My personal decisions are none of your business, I replied, holding back my irritation. I just tried to avoid problems between you and your friends. Calling them. I didn't mention anything about you. I just gave Ariadna a hint. I moved towards her, but stopped in time. "We know it was more than just a phone call," I said, closing my eyes to calm myself. "I made a mistake letting you into my life." "Jorge, I swear it wasn't like that," he insisted. "It doesn't matter anymore. Go away, Laura. And don't come back." "You can't do this to me," he exclaimed, trying to grab me. I broke free from his grasp and, as I turned around, the building guard emerged from the elevator. "Mr. Wilson, your car," he announced with concern. I quickly descended to the parking lot, where the trio I had previously considered friends had reduced my vehicle to a wreck of metal. Shattered windows, dented doors, scratched paint, and the perpetrators sitting on the deformed hood. "Bring Ariadna down," Brad demanded. "Should I call the authorities, sir?" the guard whispered. "No need," I replied before addressing them. "Ariadna isn't here." "So where is he?" Lionel brandished a bat against his shoulder. "Where did he go with all his stuff? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" I snatched the bat and threw it away. "I don't know where he is, but if anything happens to him because he escapes from your stifling protection, it'll be your own fault." I pushed Brad against Gerardo and walked away. It wasn't worth wasting my time with them. I had bigger priorities, finding my ladybug and sorting out the car. Fortunately, a contact at the dealership would make things easier. After that, all I did was call you and wander around the city aimlessly. I concluded my story, letting out a sigh as my words trailed off into the air. My eyes fell on the empty food container, and a small smile appeared on my lips when I noticed there wasn't a single scrap left. At least lunch had been a success. How inconsiderate. Damaging your car, they really went too far. "Have you thought about taking any action?" he asked, sounding concerned. I shook my head slowly, my thoughts mingling between affection and resignation. Despite everything, they're still my friends. I know they have difficult attitudes and behaviors I don't always excuse, but, in some strange way, I know they appreciate you deep down, even if they don't show it in the best way. I stood up resolutely and extended my hand to Ariadna with a knowing smile. "Come on, I want to share a special moment with you by the sea. Sunset awaits." Ariadne. I felt exhausted, my body a little sore, but with a smile that betrayed my happiness. I was deeply grateful for the man sleeping beside me. He was that unique combination of tenderness and passion, of delicacy and daring. It was Monday, and while the start of the week doesn't usually inspire enthusiasm, in my case the excitement came from another reason, a carefully orchestrated plan that was circling my mind like a secret melody. With a quiet sigh, I slipped out of bed as gently as possible so as not to wake him. Honestly, I have no idea how so much sand ended up in the room. I could feel it in even the most unexpected places, which made me chuckle. "Where are you going?" my irresistible companion asked, his voice hoarse as if he'd just woken up, without even opening his eyes. "To work," I replied as I looked for my clothes. "I'm your boss, and I order you to go back to bed," he muttered, with a lazy smile. I couldn't help but laugh. "That word sounds dangerously appealing coming from your mouth, boss," I replied playfully, keeping a prudent distance between him and my impulses. "But I must get to the office. There are matters that require my immediate attention. Like planning a sweet revenge, one of those that are savored over time," I thought to myself, sketching an enigmatic smile. "Come here, woman. It's an order from your insatiable lover," he insisted, standing up with surprising energy. As soon as I saw him move, I ran out of the room laughing. He didn't mind being naked at all. He followed me around as if I were part of a fun, wild game. I ran around the couch, trying to get back to the bedroom, but he was faster than me and easily caught me. "You're coming with me," he said, holding me firmly by the waist. "Another round of intense petting?" I asked, giggling, noticing how close he was to me, his body strong and warm. I turned slightly to look at him and saw on his face that mischievous smile that melted me so much. "Do you want another passionate moment?" he whispered, his tone mischievous. "You'll have it, after you let me sleep for a couple of hours cuddled up with you." "Oh. In that case, I'd better go take a shower and get dressed," I replied, amused. Jorge looked at me as if he was challenging me. "So what do we have here?" he asked, lifting me off the floor as if I weighed nothing. Instinctively, I wrapped my legs around his waist. "A rebellious woman, addicted to romance." "I waited for you for 3 years," I reminded him, looking at him tenderly. "I'm just reclaiming what's mine. I don't like owing anything to anyone." "I know, love," I thought without saying it. With unexpected sweetness, one of his hands circled my waist while the other slowly descended down my back, placing me right where his caresses took on an even more intimate meaning. "I'm afraid, miss, that you'll be a little late for work today." 2 intense moments of love and a long cuddle session later, I finally managed to leave the apartment with Jorge. "I'll take a taxi," I said as we approached the car. "I don't see why you should," he replied, smiling with that mix of charm and confidence. "I'm your boss, your partner, and I'm tired of hiding how we feel." "I have to make a stop before I get to the office," I replied, gently stroking his somewhat unkempt chin. "By the way, you might want to consider trimming that beard a bit. Are you going to college?" I could have lied. But after everything that had happened with Edward, I'd made a decision. With Jorge, whenever possible, I'd be honest. "No. I'm going to the doctor." His expression became more serious. He took my face in his hands, looking at me closely. "Are you feeling okay?" "Relax. I'm just going to make a date," I assured her, giving her a quick kiss. "We've had a very busy weekend. I just want to make sure everything is in order and avoid any surprises." "Perfect. I'm going with you." My heart stopped for a second. "It will be very quick, easy to get in and out," I insisted. "My Katerina, I'm not going to argue with it," he replied, extending his hand with a determination that brooked no objection. I took it with a mixture of resignation and tenderness, and we got into the car. Feeling worried was useless. I'd just go make an appointment, and we'd head out. Although, knowing my brothers, they'd probably already made some comment about my gynecologist, which was why Jorge insisted on coming with me. I gave him the address, and he started the car. In a matter of minutes we arrived at a small, modest but welcoming clinic. I won't deny it, my heart was beating so hard it seemed to want to escape from my chest. If the butterfly effect were real, a storm would surely be brewing somewhere else in the world. We got out of the car and went inside. Seeing the waiting room packed with patients, without a single doctor in sight, I relaxed a little. We walked together to the reception desk. "Hello, I'm here to make an appointment with Dr. Cedeno," I said in a low voice, almost whispering. "I'm sorry, Miss Cole," the receptionist replied politely. "The doctor isn't scheduling new appointments. He's about to go on vacation." "And when is he coming back?" I asked, not daring to look at Jorge. The secretary began to check the computer. "He will return." "Ariadne," a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. I froze. It was Dr. Cedeno. "Swallow me up," I pleaded with the universe in a desperate whisper. "I hope Jorge doesn't get jealous this time." With a slow movement, I turned on my heels and smiled at Dr. Cedeno, whom Edward used to laughingly call the irresistible, unfortunately heterosexual daddy. Doctor, how are you? I greeted, immediately noticing how Jorge's hand tightened on my hip, pulling me firmly against his body. Did we have an appointment? The doctor asked, his gaze sliding to where my Adonis was placing his hand with obvious possessiveness. No, I actually came to apply for one, but they informed me that he was on vacation. In theory, yes, Cedino replied with a smile that could melt away resistance. But let's go to the office and talk calmly. That's very kind, it's just that. Jorge Wilson, Ariadna's boyfriend, my red-eared protector, intervened, marking his territory with every syllable. Understood, the doctor nodded, suppressing a smile as he gave me a knowing look. Ariadna, you know the way. Wait for me in the office, I'll be with you in a few minutes. I nodded and started down the hall, but Jorge stopped me with a gentle tug. We're leaving. Of course not, I retorted, softening my tone. He's making time in his schedule, and I appreciate it. Is your gynecologist a man? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, but did you know that, in many cases, male doctors are even more meticulous than women? I rambled, playing at easing the tension. I suppose since we don't share our anatomy, they're more conscious of handling it with care. Ariadne, Jorge whispered, holding his breath. I'm not going to let that man examine you, there. In theory, he's done it before, I reminded myself, biting my lip. That doesn't help. I know, but he's an excellent professional, he knows my history like the back of his hand, and I like him. How very touching, he murmured, his voice thick with irony. I'll keep that in mind when I plan your accident. I let out a nervous laugh. Look at it from another perspective, I suggested, taking his face in my hands. I could have chosen anyone else, but I didn't. I waited for you. He's been my doctor for years. Jorge remained silent, allowing himself to be guided toward the office with visible resignation. Once inside, I climbed onto the stretcher and cracked my knuckles, trying to relieve the tension. The door opened, and the doctor appeared in his immaculate white coat. Okay, Ariadna. Take off your clothes, get on the table, and spread your legs, he instructed professionally. That's not going to happen, Jorge declared, crossing his arms. Wilson, I chided him, a mix of amusement and exasperation. We didn't come for you to examine her, just for a consultation. Let me clarify something, Cedino intervened, remaining calm. I'm a gynecologist. My diagnostic work requires evaluating my patient's anatomy. You're here, you'll be present, so let me do my job, or I'll have to ask you to leave. I looked at Jorge with an expression that said, please don't make a scene. With a sigh, I undressed, covered myself with the gown, and followed the doctor's instructions. Cedino adjusted his chair, positioned himself between my legs, and turned on the lamp for better viewing. Jorge took a step forward, but I anticipated him, taking his hand firmly. Well, I confirm that you are no longer chaste, the doctor observed matter-of-factly. Is it really necessary to use your fingers? Jorge asked, his voice tense. The doctor ignored the comment and continued. There's some slight swelling, but overall, everything seems fine. Did you use protection? No, that's why I came. I took the morning after pill, but I want to start regular birth control. Ariadna, after so much talking, you didn't use a condom, he emphasized disapprovingly. It wasn't his decision, Jorge replied defensively. That's obvious, Cedino replied, holding his gaze. For a few seconds, the air was charged with electricity as they stared each other down. I felt smaller than ever. Doctor. I interrupted, trying to break the ice. Yes, get dressed and we'll talk about the options. I nodded and started getting ready. We listened attentively to the doctor's instructions, and after giving me an injection, we said goodbye. I still think it was unnecessary for him to put his fingers in, Jorge muttered, starting the car roughly. I was wearing sterile gloves, I repeated patiently. We want to change doctors, he declared bluntly. Do we want it? I asked, laughing. Yes. We are one. Okay, so what did you feel when the doctor examined us? I joked, enjoying his reaction. Jorge slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. Don't mock me. Can't you see how I suffer? That's precisely why I have so much fun, I admitted, with a mischievous smile. I also know how to bring you to justice, he warned, resuming his march with a look full of promise. I smiled the whole way, imagining the 1,000 creative ways Jorge would seek revenge. When we arrived at work, we got out of the car with feigned calm. We walked through the lobby and into the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, Jorge grabbed me by the waist and pushed me up against the wall, whispering, "This won't end there." I'm feeling terribly jealous, he confessed quietly, just before kissing me with an intensity that left me breathless. His hands, trembling with emotion, delicately reached for the hem of my blouse, and tenderly ran over my skin until they rested gently on my chest, as if he were afraid of breaking something valuable. "Ariadna, you drive me crazy, but I wouldn't change a single thing about you," he whispered against my lips, with a sincerity that made me shudder. "I wouldn't change you either," I began to say with a smile. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Jorge, startled, quickly withdrew his hand and hurried to carefully straighten my blouse. I smiled, amused by the situation, and finished the sentence I'd been left hanging. Nothing. We walked out of the elevator together, so close that our hands brushed against each other as if trying not to let go. When we got to the office, it was Wilson who opened the door, but what I saw on the other side paralyzed me. There were my brothers, sitting, waiting for us. Their serious and expectant faces spoke for themselves. Jorge, instinctively, stood in front of me, as if he wanted to protect me from whatever was coming. His body tensed. For my part, I closed my eyes for a moment, silently crossed myself, and tried to gather courage for what seemed like an inevitable moment. Ariadne. I carefully observed each of my brothers. There was something in their behavior that deeply disturbed me. I knew them too well, and I could sense that their intentions were not as noble as they appeared. "I know you have reason to be defensive," Brad said, looking first at Jorge and then at me, raising his hands in a gesture of apparent surrender, "but we come in peace." Tell that to someone else, I thought without saying it. Brad, as always, pretending to be the great leader. And you too, his inseparable shadows. I stepped out from behind Jorge, advancing determinedly into the office. Don't you ever get tired of blindly following in your older brother's footsteps? Ariadne, Lionel muttered, in a defiant tone. At that moment, Wilson firmly closed the door behind him. Wasn't it enough that you wrecked my car? Now you're coming to make a scene at my workplace. The tension in his voice was evident, and his expression spoke volumes. We know we went too far with the car. We'll take care of the expenses, Gerardo said seriously. You don't even have enough to buy a new tire, much less repair all the damage you caused. Jorge took a couple of steps toward them, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. But don't worry, I won't ask you to pay anything this time. I just hope something like this doesn't happen again. It was very rare to hear Jorge mention anything related to money. That only happened when he was completely riled up. Honestly, I understood. What my brothers had done wasn't just a prank. If Jorge weren't incredibly generous, they would be facing much more serious consequences. Jorge, we talked last night and realized we crossed all boundaries with you, Brad continued, reaching out to place a hand on his shoulder, though Jorge pulled away before he could touch him. You're more than a friend to us, and we shouldn't have doubted you. It was an impulsive reaction, we admit. We didn't think about the consequences, Lionel added, nodding. Wow. Where did you put the bat? I asked, my tone barely sarcastic. Ariadna, we want to apologize to you too, Gerardo said, taking a few steps toward me. You're no longer the little girl we used to protect, and we failed by not trusting you, by not supporting you as we should have. That's the most surreal apology I've ever heard, Jorge commented, giving me a knowing look. I shook my head. I still didn't know whether to believe his regret or if it was all a scene, although my suspicions outweighed his words. In any case, I'll accept your apology, but I ask you to leave. We have work to do. Of course, I have to go to court, Brad said, adjusting his suit jacket before leaving. I'm leaving too. I have a very important order to deliver, Lionel said, giving Jorge a polite smile before leaving. Jorge and I stared at Gerardo, who remained seated with a comfort that made me uncomfortable. My laptop stopped working, and I wanted to know if I could stay and use one of the available cubicles, she asked with apparent innocence. Jorge frowned, hesitated for a second, and then shrugged. As long as you don't bother anyone or interfere with my employees' work, you can use one. Ariadna will tell you which one is free. I nodded and opened the office door. This way, I said, leading the way. We walked down the hallway to the only free desk, strategically located away from the main offices, especially the one where I was hoping to, well, have a very intimate moment with my boss. Thank you, sis. Gerardo brushed a strand of hair away from my face, to which I responded by dismissively brushing his hand away. I don't know what you're up to, but I'm not buying that facade of repentant brothers, I warned him in a low voice. Our intentions are sincere, he replied, leaning closer to whisper in my ear. He who owes nothing, fears nothing. Poor woman who falls in love with any of you. Fortunately, marriage is not in my plans. Nor in mine, I replied before turning around and walking firmly back to my office. They're up to something, I blurted out as soon as I closed the door behind me. Jorge stood by the window, gazing out at the landscape. His figure, his focused expression, he was so intensely attractive that my heart skipped a beat. My body reacted immediately. I don't care what they're up to, he said, turning to me. I want you with me, and I won't let anything or anyone come between us. He approached slowly, closing the distance between our bodies with an intensity that melted me. Where are we staying? He asked in a deep voice. I smiled at him. I don't remember clearly. I guess we'll have to start from the beginning. I stood on tiptoe to kiss him, but just then the door burst open. In my shock, I accidentally slapped him. I gasped, trying to think of an excuse as I watched my brother standing in the doorway, watching us. You had a bug, I said, feigning concern. Thank you, you saved my life, Jorge replied with a forced smile, clearly holding back laughter and pain. Sorry for the interruption, but they forgot to give me the computer password, Gerardo commented from the doorway, with an overly innocent expression. I didn't tell you because they don't have a password, I replied, not hiding my annoyance. Oh, well. Thanks, he said before closing the door behind him. I approached Jorge and took his face in my hands. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I repeated over and over, tormented by guilt. I think they suspect something about us, but they don't have any proof yet. Ariadna, darling. I don't care if they know. I just want to be by your side. His words resonated with sincerity, although now he kept a prudent distance, not touching me. I know. I just need 2 more weeks, I pleaded softly, making a pleading gesture. Okay, let's get back to work. I nodded and returned to my post, my mind buzzing with ideas. I knew exactly what my brothers wanted, but I had my own plans. Ariadne. 11 days later. I was convinced my brothers were looking for proof of my relationship with Jorge, but I couldn't have been more wrong. They had become a persistent nuisance, like those little pests that attach themselves without permission and complicate everything. Every day was the same. They took turns showing up at the office, interrupting with ridiculous excuses. The door swung open and Brad poked his head out. The paper is gone. That's not our area of expertise. You should talk to the cleaning staff, I replied with a forced smile. Oh, sure. Thanks. He left, closing the door behind him, and Jorge sighed, running a hand over his face. I'm one step away from ending up behind bars, he murmured, half joking, half serious. Despite the chaos of the day, the nights were our refuge. Stolen moments where love and connection gave us the strength to carry on. Calm down. I appreciate your patience. I stood up and walked over to him, sitting in front of his desk. Tomorrow is Friday. I know, and I'm counting down the hours until the weekend, she whispered, a mischievous spark in her eyes. So I can be with you, uninterrupted. What if we go on a trip? I suggested, taking her hand in mine. A sudden breeze blew through the window, slamming the door shut. For a second, I was distracted, but I refocused on what was important. Sounds perfect. A mini vacation. He nodded, squeezing my fingers. Yes, to celebrate the fact that we'll soon be able to stop hiding. I lowered my voice to a whisper. But I need a huge favor. Say whatever. I want you to revoke my brother's access to the building. They must not be allowed to enter under any circumstances. Consider it done. And, meet me at a place I haven't decided yet. I'll send you the address later. Ariadne, what are you up to? Poetic justice, I replied with an enigmatic smile. We'll give them a dose of their own medicine. Brad. Damn breeze. The door slammed shut, cutting off my spying in its tracks. I got into the elevator, frustrated, and headed to the cafeteria where my brothers and Laura, yes, the insufferable Laura, were waiting. So? Gerardo asked when he saw me arrive. They're going on a trip, I announced, plopping down into a chair. Where to? Leo asked. I don't know. The door closed and I didn't hear the rest. Laura, with her usual air of superiority, placed her cup on the table. What a team of investigators. They're not even good for spying, he commented sarcastically, standing up. No one here asked for your opinion, I replied, holding back my annoyance. Luckily, I don't need it. She adjusted her bag. Go back to the office and get something useful. We watched her walk away, her heels clicking against the floor as a reminder of her condescending attitude. I hate that woman, I muttered. Yes, but his plan to harass Jorge has worked, Lionel acknowledged. The problem is that he disappears at night. I can't keep track of him, Gerardo complained. It's just nonsense, I chimed in. Let's go back and finish this. We paid the bill and left, lost in our thoughts. Mine, in particular, revolved around the next day, torn between my work and the mission to keep an eye on Jorge. But when we reached the building, a guard firmly blocked our way. Sorry, you can't come in, the man said firmly, blocking the entrance with his body. What are you saying? I just left here a few minutes ago, I replied incredulously, trying to remain calm, even though anger was evident in my tone. We've been coming every day this week, Gerardo added, trying to reason with him. Do you work here? The guard asked, narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Well, not exactly, but our sister does, Lionel quickly chimed in. Besides, the owner of the building is an acquaintance of mine, you could say we're friends. Of course, and I'm a superhero, the guard responded sarcastically, crossing his arms. We're telling the truth, I stated calmly, trying to keep the situation from escalating. I don't care, he replied impassively. I received direct orders not to allow you access under any circumstances. I'd appreciate it if you'd step aside. You're blocking the entrance. Lionel frowned and muttered in frustration. This bears Ariadna's signature, I'm sure. We expected it. We knew something like this would happen at some point, I said, sighing. Let's leave it for today. Tomorrow we'll figure out how to respond, and on Monday we'll take a new direction. Are we really going to let them go all weekend? Lionel said, visibly annoyed. There's not much more we can do for now, Gerardo replied with resignation. The good thing is that at least we've confirmed what we suspected, they're together. See you later, he added, turning his back on the guard. I raised my hand with a calm gesture, although inside I was boiling with suppressed rage. Enjoy your weekend, because when you get back, I guarantee you won't forget what it feels like to face us, I thought as I walked away. Jorge. I looked at Ariadna carefully before hanging up the call. Your brothers are not allowed in the building, I informed him calmly. She let out her breath as if trying to release the tension in her chest. They've earned that answer themselves, he murmured softly, though it was clear his words hurt him more than he cared to admit. I got up from my chair and walked over to her desk, stopping a few feet away from her. Have we decided where we'll spend the weekend? I asked with a smile. She shook her head, curious. In the city of love, I replied, dropping the phrase with intentional sweetness. Paris? She asked excitedly, her eyes shining like a child on Christmas Eve. I closed the distance between us, and gently brought my lips to hers, whispering before kissing her. I'll show you how much I love you, in 1,000 different ways. Our lips met in a kiss that seemed to erase the rest of the world. Ariadna opened her mouth slightly, allowing me to taste her devotion and complicity. Beautiful. I want you to see something, I said in a deeper tone, holding back the desire to surprise her. Although it was hard to let go of that moment, I forced myself to. I had prepared something special and I wanted to show it to him. I took a tie from my pocket and, with a playful smile, delicately tied it over his eyes. What are you up to now? She asked, amused. Trust me, you'll find out soon enough, I whispered tenderly in her ear. I took her hand and led her out of the office. The elevator didn't go all the way to the top floor, so we took the stairs for the final flight. When I reached the private access door, I entered the security code, picked her up, and continued to the top. This is more exciting than I imagined, she commented, hugging my neck. You always manage to bring out the best and naughtiest in me, I joked, enjoying the moment. Once on the roof, I gently placed her on the ground. I held her hand and guided her a few steps forward. Where are we? He asked, still blindfolded. I stood behind her, carefully slipped the tie away from her eyes, and then, she saw it. Wow, she exclaimed in surprise. In front of us, the terrace had been transformed. A wooden table with 2 rustic chairs, flowering potted plants I'd been tending for days, and warm lights hanging like a scene from a fairy tale. I asked the staff not to come up here. This will be our special little corner, just yours and mine. Ariadna turned to me, her eyes glassy with emotion. She kissed me sweetly and then murmured, "Thank you, it's the most beautiful gesture anyone has ever had with me." A tear rolled down her cheek, and I wiped it away with my thumb, feeling my heart soften. "I'd do anything to see you smile. Ariadna, I love you, with every fiber of my being," I finally confessed. "I've loved you since that day I walked into your house for my birthday and saw you on the couch, engrossed in your reading." She stepped back a little and looked at me closely. "I know you were close to my brothers, but how could you keep all this to yourself for so long?" I approached again, took his face in my hands and answered sincerely. "I called all the places you'd applied to and asked them not to hire you." "What?" she whispered, surprised. "And do you know why no one at the office ever asked you out?" "I always thought they just didn't like me." "It was my order," I admitted. "You didn't see the memo, but all the employees did. Including those who work in the apartments I rent." I took a step back and lowered my gaze. I was a coward for not saying anything, for hiding everything. But every time I thought about the possibility that you didn't feel the same way about me, it paralyzed me. Ariadna came closer, touched my back, and turned me around to face her. "I love you, not from day one, but for quite a while now. And I have something else to confess." She smiled mischievously. "When I found out you were getting married, I freaked out, so I sabotaged your dates." I opened my eyes and put a hand to my mouth, feigning outrage. "So it was you." I laughed out loud. "It all makes sense now. We're a couple of crazy people." I pulled her toward me, laughing together. I kissed her as if the world could end tomorrow and all that mattered was what we had in that moment. I picked her up by the waist and gently sat her on the wooden table. "Thanks for coming in that skirt," I murmured, brushing her cheek. "Nothing about me is a coincidence," he replied, winking at me. We looked at each other, complicit, as if the universe had conspired in our favor, and we had finally found our place. My hands found her waist firmly as our bodies fused in an ancient rhythm. Each movement was a verse written in the language of desire, an intimate dance where only she and I existed. "Your voice is the melody that guides my passion," I whispered into her ear, while her moans drew scales of ecstasy in the air. I love feeling you, fill me," my beloved murmured between gasps, bending like a bow ready to shoot arrows of pleasure. With one last thrust, she completed her thought, "my whole being." I tilted my gaze to witness the sacred meeting of our bodies. Slowly withdrawing, I savored the contrast of her skin beneath my caresses, tracing fiery paths from her core of pleasure to the sensitive peaks that made her thighs tremble. Her fingers clutched the table like castaways clutching the last vestige of solid ground. The curve of her back was an invitation to explore new territory. With eager fingers, I eased away the obstacles that separated me from her chest, revealing a geography I knew every inch of but that always surprised me. Her breasts, perfectly proportioned, housed constellations of freckles that guided my lips toward the rosy epicenters of her sensuality. Jorge. My name flowed from his lips like a mantra, harsh with the intensity of the moment. "That's right, my maid," I replied, emphasizing each word with a flourish. "The name of the man who makes you his." Her face fit in my palms like a relic as I slowed the tempo of our dance. "Tell me this isn't paradise," I challenged, drawing circles of fire with my body inside his. "More," was his only response, a sigh that contained universes. As I completely withdrew, I traced a ritual of worship with my essence through the sanctuaries of her femininity, from the altar of pleasure to the gates of a territory yet to be conquered. When will I be able to pay homage to this other wonder? I asked, cherishing the promise of future explorations. "Soon," he promised between ragged breaths, and I sealed his word with a new encounter that brought us to the edge of the abyss. I felt her climax approaching like a perfect storm, synchronized with my own release. My fingers tangled in her hair while my other hand set the final rhythm against her hips. Yes, just like that. Her voice broke into a crescendo of ecstasy. Let yourself go, my love. I want to feel the sky shatter inside you. Her body then became an instrument of pure passion, vibrating with the notes of a liberation that lifted us both. At the climax, our souls met in that sacred space where only the naked truth of love exists. Receive my whole being, I growled, surrendering myself completely to the sanctuary of his essence. Foreheads united, we shared the glorious silence that follows the storm. The sweat was our baptism, the uncomfortable clothes the last vestige of a world we were no longer a part of. I love you, I confessed, sealing the oath with a kiss that tasted of eternal promises. And I love you, he replied, his fingers playing with my beard in that intimate gesture that belonged only to us. As we parted, I helped my maid down from the table and arranged my clothing with lazy movements. What would you like for dinner, my light? I asked, sinking into a chair with the satisfaction of a warrior returning victorious. She frowned in that adorable way that preceded bad news. I'm having dinner with Edward tonight. I have some business too. Don't worry, I interrupted with a smile. I'll sleep cuddled to your pillow, which still holds your essence. Her laughter was the best dessert. Did you pick these flowers? I selected them one by one, planted them with my hands, and watched them grow, I replied, proudly stroking the table. The design is also my work. Ariadna contemplated the work and her smile illuminated the space more than all the candles combined. It's a ladybug. A tribute to my personal ladybug, I nodded, drinking in every detail of her happiness. What a debut we've given this place, my life, my everything, commented. I'll come here every day. I stood up to wrap my arms around her waist, mentally making plans to build a gazebo that would protect her skin from the sun without stealing the sky. Because that was our love, a perfect balance of passion and protection, fire and tenderness. Ariadne. Anyone might think I'd spent these days indulged in pleasure and complaints. And yes, it was true that I'd enjoyed intimate moments to the point of apologizing, and I'd also complained more than I should have. But amidst all that, I'd accomplished something important, excellent espionage work. Of course, I hadn't done it alone. I had the help of Edward and his new friend, Roman, with whom I spent so much time that even Gerardo had been left in the background. The curious thing was that this new companion turned out to be a true one-man band. He always had some temporary job up his sleeve, the kind that pops up when you least expect it. And that versatility made him the key piece in my plan. After what happened on the rooftop, I had no desire to return to the office. But I had to, if only to gather my things and say goodbye until the next day. Upon entering, I breathed a sigh of relief when I didn't find Jorge. I grabbed my coat, my purse, and my phone, and quickly headed for the elevator. God, I miss him already, I muttered, pressing the lobby button. I winced in frustration as I watched the numbers on the dashboard light up one after another. But when the doors opened, there he was, my Adonis, with that imposing figure that made my breath catch in my throat. I don't think it's very gentlemanly to confess my love for you and then let you go to your friend's house alone, he said in that voice that melted me. I couldn't help but smile, holding back the urge to throw myself at him. Has George Wilson finally admitted that Edward is his friend too? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, after I confirmed that he's not interested in you, I liked him a lot more, he replied, wrapping his arm around my waist and pulling me towards him. They can see us, I whispered, looking around nervously. But Jorge took my face in his hands, forcing me to look into his eyes. I don't care who sees us. I only care about you. How do you always manage to say the right thing? I asked, linking my arms around his neck. I study at night, he joked, sealing my lips with a soft kiss. With a sigh, I stepped back a little, resigned. We should go. That's for the best. Otherwise, I'm not responsible for my actions, he said with a look that set me on fire. You're an addict, I reproached him, though without conviction, as I walked away a few steps. I'm addicted to you, which isn't the same thing, he clarified, holding me by the back. I felt his body press against mine, and a shiver ran down my spine. That's how I get every time I see you, even when I'm just thinking about you. This man is pure fire, I thought, fanning my face in an attempt to hide my blush. I could stay here with you, but I know you have to go to your friend's house, Jorge said, pulling away with obvious effort. Turning around, I noticed the obvious tension in his body, and I couldn't help but smile mischievously. I never said you couldn't come with me, I suggested, toying with the idea. And who's the addict now? He murmured, taking my hand. Come on. We walked through the lobby, and although the gazes of those present were fixed on him, and not specifically on his face, I could only feel pride. Because that man, in all his magnificence, was mine. And no, I had no intention of sharing him with anyone. He led me to a car I didn't recognize, a different model than the one I used to drive. New car. It's not for me, he revealed, handing me the keys. It's a... Wilson, I know, I interrupted, admiring the sleek lines of the vehicle. I wanted to make it clear that you're mine, he said with a smile that made me melt. It's too generous a gift, I murmured, biting my lower lip. But I'm not going to refuse it. Jorge laughed, relieved. For a second there I thought you'd say no. I was going to, but I follow a religion that forbids me from refusing gifts, I joked. I love you, Ariadna Russell, he whispered, sealing my lips with a tender kiss before opening the driver's door for me. I settled into the seat and started looking for a place to insert the key, but I couldn't find a slot. I frowned in confusion, while Jorge laughed beside me. Honey, it's a Wilson. Just like me, you just need to touch it to wake it up, he explained, pressing a red button on the dashboard. The engine roared, and a small screen emerged behind the steering wheel, displaying the revs. Carefully, I pressed the accelerator and the car roared to life. It took me a few seconds to get used to its power, just a touch of the pedal pressed my body against the seat, and my heart pounded in my chest. I drove through the city, feeling the roar of the engine beneath my hands, proud of the gift my man had given me. As we approached my friend's building, a feeling of nostalgia filled my chest. You look amazing behind the wheel, Jorge murmured, sliding his hand over my thigh with a tenderness that contradicted the passion of his words. Please, I'm going to lose control of the car. I exclaimed, gripping the steering wheel with my fingers tense. You just need to let yourself go, he murmured with a mischievous smile, his soft caresses sliding precisely over my underwear. Keep your eyes straight ahead, you can do this. How do you expect me to concentrate if you're provoking me like this? I replied, my breath coming in short gasps, fighting the intense tingling sensation running through my body. I forced myself to look at the road, trying to cling to rationality, to common sense, but I didn't have a chance. Not with his hands exploring so determinedly. Finally, unable to resist any longer, I pulled onto the curb and stopped the car in a random spot. Why are you stopping? George asked, his voice a mixture of mischief and defiance. It's just one more block to go. Because I can't do both at the same time, I admitted, closing my eyes, surrendering to the evidence. And I thought women could do anything, he joked in his typical cheeky tone, without stopping his caresses. Well, apparently I'm not that kind of woman, I whispered between gasps, holding myself in my seat. Then, with a skill that seemed studied, Jorge slid his fingers inside my underwear, causing a sigh to escape my lips when I felt the most intimate contact. His movements were rhythmic, patient, as if he knew exactly how to master my will. I felt each of his caresses send waves of energy throughout my body, breaking down my resistance. Jorge. I mumbled his name, barely aware of what I was saying. My little warrior. I'm going to miss you so much, he whispered, and I opened my eyes to look at him in surprise, not fully understanding what his words meant. I know you need your space. I just wanted to give you this moment, and then I'll be gone. His fingers pressed with firm delicacy, bringing me to a state where time and place no longer existed. Only the pleasure that enveloped me like a warm, powerful wave. How are we supposed to negotiate anything, if you always find a way to distract me like this? I managed to say, between gasps, though it wasn't a reproach, but a sincere statement. You know me, you know I like to win, he murmured with a triumphant smile. And then, something inside me broke and broke free at the same time. An intense, almost overwhelming internal explosion. I let myself be completely swept away by the climax, clinging to the feeling of absolute freedom that moment gave me. Jorge leaned toward me and sealed the moment with a sweet, deep kiss. I love you, Ariadna. I'll never tire of telling you or showing it to you, he whispered against my lips with overwhelming tenderness. Then, carefully, he removed his hand and straightened my clothes. I'll wait for your message tomorrow. I'll love to see you again. What will you do now? I asked, affectionately caressing her face. I'll call a taxi and go back to our home. Our home sounds so beautiful, I said, moved, and took her face in my hands. Please take the car. It's yours, he replied gently. I bought it for you, so you don't have to use public transportation anymore. Thanks, but I'll be spending the day with Edward tomorrow, so you use it today. When I get back from Paris, I'll drive it every day. Promise? He asked with a smile. I nodded, and he pulled me toward him for one last kiss. Then go, because if you stay one more second, I won't let you go. I smiled, picked up my bag, and got out of the car. See you tomorrow, I winked at him before heading to my dear eccentric friend's house. You have no idea how much work it took me to prepare this little revenge. I wanted it perfect. Unique. Personalized for each of them. I even wrote a closing speech. Hopefully, I'd finally get them to understand that I'm a free woman, the master of my own decisions, and that all I expect from those who claim to love me is their unconditional support. And if not, they can back out of my life and continue wallowing in their prejudices. I stopped in front of my friend's door and knocked a couple of times. Although I actually had the keys to his house, I hadn't used them in several days. The last time I did it, it wasn't exactly a pleasant experience. Come in. Edward shouted from inside. I cautiously opened the door, and like any curious friend, I covered my eyes as I calmly moved forward. Are you dressed? I asked, in a slightly playful tone. How do you know I'm not alone? Edward replied, somewhat puzzled. I took my hands away from my eyes and finally saw my friend. Because lately you haven't left Roman's side, not even to go to the bathroom. I left my purse on the couch and headed for the kitchen. Edward followed me quickly, but his tone changed to a lower, more serious one. Well, going to the bathroom is a bit of an exaggeration, but yes, he's a nice guy and we actually get along really well. He's here, right? I asked, glancing at him. Funnily enough, it's in the bathroom, Edward said, handing me a beer as he added, and yes, I like it. Finally, I exclaimed, raising my hand to the sky, as if I had achieved a great victory. But I'm terrified of falling in love and getting hurt. Besides, I don't know if I have the courage to ask him what we are exactly. Edward looked at me, clearly worried, his face quivering. What should I do? You're a hopeless drama queen. I took his face in my hands and stared into his eyes. Everyone who sees you together knows you like each other. The only ones who don't are you two. It's just, I don't want to lose the good chemistry we have in bed just because we have a label. But at the same time, I want to be able to call him my boyfriend without fear. Then do it, said Roman, who had arrived unnoticed, standing at the entrance to the kitchen. Edward opened his eyes in surprise and turned quickly to look at him. In my defense, I must say that I am much shorter than Edward, and standing in front of him, I couldn't see what was going on behind him. Haven't you been told that listening in on other people's conversations is rude? Edward asked ironically. Yes, but I love being rude. Roman walked up to Edward and kissed him tenderly. I couldn't help but smile, realizing that they made an excellent couple. I decided to discreetly leave the kitchen, giving them some privacy. Honestly, I was really glad Edward had someone like Roman. I knew Gerardo would never pay attention to him, and the worst part was that Edward loved being the center of his world. My friend deserved much better than a self-centered man like him. Once everything calmed down a bit, I'd be happy to organize a double date to celebrate their union. I headed to Edward's room to change my clothes. As I had planned for days, this revenge would be a long day, but by the end, my brothers would be on their knees begging me for forgiveness, or perhaps, treating me like I was the worst person in the world. I stepped into the shower, letting the warm water envelop me. I didn't wash my hair, but I stayed there for a while, enjoying the moment. When I got out, I dressed calmly, knowing that the first part of my plan would begin at midnight. After that, everything would move quickly. I put on some underwear, then some dark pants and a matching shirt. I put on some sneakers and, as a finishing touch, I put on an oversized sweatshirt I had borrowed from Jorge. I left the room, running my fingers through my hair, feeling ready to face whatever was coming. The warrior puts on her armor, Roman commented with a smile when he saw me. Hi, you too. I sank down onto the couch and looked at Edward and then at his partner. I couldn't help but stare at them for a moment longer. Stop looking at us like that, Edward asked, somewhat uncomfortable. I want to know, I replied firmly. Roman looked at Edward and took his hand. We're together. How close? I persisted, narrowing my eyes and raising an eyebrow. Are you going to live together? What's wrong with you? Why do you ask those things? Edward said, laughing as he shook his head. I'm asking because I love you, Edward. You're my best friend, and I've seen you two getting very close lately. I need to know how serious the relationship is, at least for Roman. We're not going to live together, but I do want to spend as much time as I can with Edward, Roman replied with a smile. I felt like smiling, but I held back, as it was a serious subject. I understand. I just ask that you don't play with Edward's heart, because if you do, I'll have no choice but to. I said in a serious, almost theatrical tone. Take yours out and put it on the end of a spear. The whole play would have been perfect, if it weren't for Edward, who burst out laughing and made me laugh. You're playing the mobster, Edward joked. Did you see his face? I laughed out loud, taking a deep breath. Now I love that they're finally stopping playing cat and mouse and giving each other a chance. Blame your slippery friend, Roman said, hugging Edward affectionately. Good, good. We'll celebrate later. But look at the time, Edward said with a smile. I looked at the clock and was surprised to find it was already past 11 p.m. Time to get going, Roman said, getting up from his seat. Edward stared at me, and when Roman was a little further away, he came up to me and took my hands. It's not that your brothers don't deserve what's going to happen to them, I just want to know, can we film them? He said with a mischievous smile. It would be the icing on the cake, but no, I replied, raising my eyebrows in doubt. You're right, I was just thinking about how to go viral, Edward joked. Then his expression turned serious. Are you sure Lionel's bed is at your parents' house? Yes, at least if he's not sleeping cuddled up to him, he's probably in the garage. Perfect, then I'll go find Tammy, Roman informed him as he headed for the door. Excellent, we'll get the bat and meet you in front of Leo's bakery, I said as I got up from the couch. I quickly went to the bedroom, grabbed my bag, and returned to the living room. Please take this with you. I handed a small bag to Roman. Okay, he nodded with a smile and left. We left the house and headed to the elevator. While Edward and Roman said their goodbyes, I sat down to check my phone. My love, I'm home now. I miss you so much. Do you remind me why I didn't stay with you? I was watching a movie, but I took it off because I want to watch it with you. I'm going to sleep, I love you, my beautiful one. His words made me sigh. I felt a slight knot in my stomach reading them so late. It was then that I realized I had put my phone on silent. Sorry, I had my phone on silent. I miss you so much too. Get some rest, I replied, though I didn't have much hope that he'd read the message at that moment. However, I was wrong. I'm counting the minutes until I see you. I smiled as I read his message, wondering what it could mean. I want details of what you're going to do to me, I replied, amused by the complicity in his words. No, you're far away and I prefer us to be quiet. Love, I must leave you, but rest. I don't think I'll be able to sleep, I'd better take care of the whole trip. I sighed and put my phone in my back pocket, letting myself be enveloped by the feeling of tenderness that his words produced in me. The elevator doors opened and we walked through the lobby. Edward looked happy and radiant, and I loved seeing him that way. We arrived at the parking lot and it was time to part ways. I rode my motorcycle with Edward, while Roman took his car to pick up Tammy and the truck. We arrived at my parents' house. I was eager to see them and talk, but time was running out. I had to find the bat and, of course, the keys to Lionel's place. Let's go in quietly, I said to Edward, who was already reaching for the doorbell. Why are you knocking when I have the key? You don't live here anymore. It's still my parents' house. I took out the key and opened the door carefully, avoiding making a sound. I listened intently, but the house was completely silent. It was strange, apparently, since I moved out, my siblings no longer had a reason to come over often. Looks like another house, Edward muttered, looking around. I know. I walked into the living room and checked the basket on the table where my mom used to leave her keys. Everyone's keys were in there, except for mine, for obvious reasons. I have them. Perfect, now let's go for the bat. I took one last look around the place before closing the door and we headed to the garage. How's it going with Jorge? My friend asked as he sorted through some boxes. He's the perfect man. I love him, he loves me. We're made for each other. I'll be honest, I don't understand why your brothers are against their relationship. They are stubborn by nature. Look, if I were your brother, I'd prefer you date one of my friends, especially if that friend is successful and loyal. I raised an eyebrow at that, and Edward continued. It's obvious from a distance that Jorge adores you. That man would do anything to see you happy. I know, and I would do the same for him. We kept searching, but the damn bat seemed to be hidden on purpose. My brother must have considered it a treasure, because it took us half an hour to find it, tucked away in a dusty box. Finally. I was about to run out and buy another one, Edward said, relieved. He came over and took my hands. Are you sure you want to do this? No, but it's only fair to give them a taste of their own medicine. Okay, then let's go. I won't lie, the drive to Lionel's bakery was conflicting. Part of me wanted to put it all behind me, but the other, longed to see him humiliated, repentant for everything he'd done. Upon arrival, we met Tammy and Roman. Time was running out, so there was no time for warm greetings, only time to act and put the first part of my plan into action. I looked at the clock above the order counter and exhaled deeply. Lionel's almost here, I announced, adjusting the bat in my hands. You have to go, now. We'll be outside waiting for you, Edward said before leaving. Be careful, especially with your eyes. Roman came over and adjusted my safety glasses. My friends left, and I prepared for my release therapy. I raised the bat and brought it down hard on a glass. Phew! This feels amazing. I shouted, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Now I understood why there were places where people could destroy things at will. I started hitting everything in my path, display cases, refrigerators, tables. Nothing was spared. Each impact released a weight I'd been carrying for months. At that moment, I realized how unfair it all had been. While other people were living their relationships openly, I had asked Jorge to hide our love to avoid problems. My brothers made me feel like being with him was a mistake, and these last few days, I even felt like Wilson's lover. By day, I feigned indifference, and by night, I gave myself to him passionately. No one deserves to live like this. I yelled, taking out all my frustration in another blow. The headlights of a car illuminated the room, a sign that my time was running out. I smiled, placing the cash register in front of the door. Bat ready, I waited for my brother to come in. As soon as I crossed the threshold, I threw all my strength into the box. What the hell are you doing? Lionel roared, backing away. His gaze swept over the mess around him, and he clutched his head in horror. Now I understand. Destroying things is a great way to release stress, I commented coldly. Ariadne, this isn't a damn game. He pulled at his hair, desperate, as he looked at the destruction. Of course not. But since you love using your bat to damage other people's property, I thought you wouldn't mind receiving the same treatment. I see. This is for Jorge's car. Mentioning it with that smirk made anger boil inside me, but I wouldn't let his provocations distract me. Not this time. Jorge, Jorge, Jorge. Do you realize you're the ones who keep mentioning it? I glared at him as I furiously gripped a bat, taking a step toward him. He stepped back, tripping over something on the ground. No, this is because I'm tired of you all interfering in my life without my consent. I pushed the cash register away and shook my head. We're just trying to protect you, he said, approaching me. I smiled, spread my arms, and gestured broadly. Well, now you have to take care of your business. I took a card out of my pocket and handed it to him. Beginning can be difficult, especially when you don't have a secure business and no longer have wealthy friends. It was impossible not to feel irritated by their attitude, especially Lionel's. I understood that they might have differing opinions, that the friendship might have ended for some reason, but to think you had the right to destroy someone's car, to defend the honor of your sister was too much. Am I the only one who remembers that, thanks to a large investment from Jorge, Leo was able to open his bakery? That Wilson paid for Brad's last semester of college because my brother didn't have any money. That, thanks to Jorge's connections, Gerardo got the position he has at the university. They were an ungrateful, disloyal group of people, and they deserved what was about to happen to them. Lionel dropped the card on the floor with a gesture of annoyance. I shrugged and headed toward the exit. My brother grabbed my arm, squeezing hard. I held back the pain and stared into his eyes. Those eyes, the same color as mine, but darker, reflected pure rage. You've always been ungrateful, just causing trouble, he shouted in my ear. Jealous of not being the youngest of the house? I broke free from his grasp and pushed at his chest. Get over it. I didn't ask to be in this family, and if I had my choice, I wouldn't choose a guy like you to be my brother. You're a fool, we're just trying to protect you. Who's? Oh, yes. The man they've known for years, who lives to work, who isn't one of those bed-hopping types, who is a gentleman, kind, polite, and attentive to detail. Do you seem to know him well? Of course, I've worked with him for 3 years, and I admire him. Above all, for always being willing to help his 3 friends, who, by the way, aren't exactly paragons of efficiency. Lionel looked down and clenched his fists. Go away, I don't want you near my business. Or rather, what's left of it. I picked up the card from the floor and handed it back to him. Don't let arrogance get the better of you. Check out the website, it has good prices. My brother watched me silently. Beneath the fury in his eyes, I could see the pain. I knew that in that moment I had taken something that mattered deeply to him. I left the bakery, feeling bad, but it was necessary to stand firm in my decisions. It wasn't as cruel as it seemed. Everything Roman had destroyed, he had done so of his own volition, searching for spare parts and other solutions, and Lionel's belongings were safe thanks to Tammy, the girl who generously took it upon herself to keep him busy while she finished off Brad and Gerardo. They say, all's fair in love and war, and I was ready to defend my relationship from the toxicity my siblings represented. I crossed the street and got into Roman's car. Are you okay? Edward asked as soon as I walked in. He began to gently caress my face and arms. I think so, although facing it wasn't easy, I replied, trying to calm down. We saw the whole thing, that bastard, Tammy commented indignantly. Still, we can't let ourselves be carried away by anger, said Roman, in a calm tone. The truck is almost here, but I'll stay here to take care of Leo. Tammy got out of the car, reached through the passenger window, and made a fist. Good luck, guys. The 3 of us fist bumped her and watched her walk away. Let's go have breakfast. Do you want anything? I asked, taking off my glasses and brushing debris from my hair. Would it be weird if I said I felt like eating bread? Edward joked. Roman burst out laughing and started the car. I sighed as I looked out the window, remembering the words Lionel had said to me. No matter how hard I tried to understand my brother's reasons for rejecting Jorge, I couldn't fathom why they acted the way they did. She knew Jorge well, knew what kind of man he was, and didn't doubt his principles or values. So why reject him if he was so genuine? Yes, it was true that my brothers were against me having any kind of relationship with the opposite sex, but with Jorge it seemed to be something deeper, and that was keeping me awake at night. Is something wrong? Edward asked, pulling me out of my thoughts. No, well, yes. Leo said some really hurtful things to me, and it wasn't just in the heat of the moment. It was like he'd always kept those words to himself, and today he decided to blurt them out. I replied sadly. Princess, don't worry about that fool. Of all your brothers, he's the one I like the least. Always with that mysterious look, observing everything, and that sharp tongue, Edward said, annoyed. I want to meet that Gerardo, Roman commented as he parked the car in front of a cafe. You will, and you'll see that I'm not exaggerating, Edward replied, opening the car door. I smiled and got out of the vehicle. I took off the sweatshirt Jorge had lent me and put on a more presentable shirt. We entered the establishment, but I didn't feel like eating. I just followed Roman and Edward to a table in the back, near the window. Do you see where we are? Edward asked. I looked around, but I didn't recognize the place. I shook my head and shrugged. Over there, across the street, is where Brad's meeting will be held, Edward said, pointing to the restaurant across the street. Tammy's a genius. She got into your brother's calendar and went through it thoroughly. It was lucky she found that meeting scheduled for today, Roman commented, taking my hand and squeezing it lightly. You're brave, for defending your love and your freedom, but it's not easy. Although having friends who support you makes everything much more bearable. Thank you, really. Without you, everything would have been much more difficult. I tried to smile, but it was impossible. Has Tammy sent the email to Gerardo yet? Yes, the announcement was also sent to the entire university. It's an open talk, with no mandatory attendance, so we won't know how many people will attend, Roman replied. I looked at him, and he just winked at me. I took a deep breath. I'd given him an order, and I didn't care how he carried it out. Okay. I'm going to get something to eat. My stomach is already craving food, and you know how I get when I'm hungry, Edward said, getting up from the table. What do you want? I'll go with you, said Roman. They both stood up and looked at me. I replied. I'll stay, I just want a Cortado coffee, with 2 sugars. Edward kissed me on the forehead before walking to the counter, taking his boyfriend's hand. Several minutes later, they returned with their food and my coffee. They started talking about their own things, but I just stared out the window, watching the people passing by and, especially, the Italian restaurant right across the street. It was just after noon when I saw Brad walk into the restaurant. Brad's here, I announced, settling into my chair. Are you ready? My friend asked, getting up from his seat. Yes, I replied with determination. Fine. Would you prefer we wait for you in the car or at the restaurant entrance? Roman asked. I exhaled deeply, thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. It's better if you wait for me in the car. I don't want you to get into trouble because of me. I got up from my chair and left the establishment with them. We walked in silence, Roman and Edward on either side of me, as I focused on the role I was to play. We got to the car and I gave them a smile before crossing the street. I walked into the restaurant and looked around, trying to spot my brother in the crowd. I smiled wryly as I found them in the most secluded corner of the cafe, the one that offered a false sense of privacy. The dim lights and the murmur of other people's conversations created the perfect setting for what I was about to do. With a firm step, I walked around the tables until I stood in front of them. Brad's eyes widened at the sight of me, and his tone of voice betrayed a mixture of surprise and alarm. Ariadna, what are you doing here? I pointedly ignored him, sliding a chair over to sit at his table uninvited. Hi, I'm Ariadna, Brad's younger sister, I said, extending my hand to the girl with a calculated smile. Nice to meet you. The young woman, blushing, played with her fingers before answering. Likewise, I'm Sol. So what do you do, Sol? I asked, leaning forward slightly, as if it were just casual conversation. I'm a lawyer. Well, I just joined a firm. I'm still adjusting, she confessed with a shy smile that stirred a hint of sympathy in me. I'm sure you'll do great, I nodded, glancing briefly at Brad. Although, with that jerk of a brother of mine around, you might need more patience than legal knowledge. Brad grabbed my arm tightly, whispering through his teeth. What the hell are you doing? I unfazedly broke free from his grasp and continued, staring at Sol. Tell me, what do you think of men who need to control every aspect of a woman? Her clothes, her friends, even her thoughts. Sol frowned, clearly uncomfortable, but replied firmly. That they're toxic people. No one deserves that. Exactly, I nodded, pointing an accusatory finger at Brad. Well, this charming gentleman is an expert on the subject. Behind that irresistible smile hides an egocentric who thinks the world revolves around his opinion. Ariadna, this isn't funny. Brad was on the verge of exasperation, but Sol was already on her feet, determinedly picking up her bag. I think I'm leaving, he declared, pulling out a business card and sliding it toward me. In case you ever need legal advice. I took it gratefully, whispering. It's a shame there are no divorces between siblings. A real shame, Sol replied, and without looking back, he left. Brad tried to follow her, but I got in his way. Where do you think you're going? I said, mimicking the condescending tone he so often used with me. That girl wasn't for you. Too insecure, don't you think? This is ridiculous, he shouted, shifting from fury to disbelief. What did you gain from this? Justice, I replied, adjusting the sleeve of my blouse. For years, you and everyone else decided who could be in my life. Today, I just returned the favor. So this is revenge? He asked, with a bitter laugh. No, I denied, holding his gaze. It's balance. Before leaving, I patted him on the shoulder, not violently, but firmly enough to make it clear that the battle wasn't over. As I left the cafe, I took a deep breath. I knew I'd ruined their date, but I also remembered Jorge, and how Brad had come between us without hesitation. I pulled out my phone. I barely had time to change and meet up with Gerardo. The night was far from over. Edward carefully adjusted the wig and glasses, making sure everything was perfectly in place. Do I look like me to you? I asked, not daring to look at my reflection yet. Not exactly, but I would recognize you even if you were bald and toothless, my friend replied with a mischievous smile, seeming to enjoy the situation. I know, but I hope I can blend in with the others, I replied, hoping the disguise would help me avoid being recognized. I took a deep breath and finally looked at myself in the mirror. My reflection was almost unrecognizable. I was so transformed that I looked like a completely different figure, perhaps a cabaret dancer from another era. Have you sent Jorge the text yet? Edward asked as he checked his phone. Yes, I told him to come pick me up in 2 hours, at the main entrance of the university, I replied, feeling more confident with each step I took. Edward smiled as he read Jorge's response. Roman has taken charge of filling the room, he informed me. Perfect, when Gerardo arrives, send the message to my other siblings and cut off the cell phone signals, I replied as I adjusted the skirt I was wearing and left the bathroom. Upon entering the auditorium, I was surprised by the number of students present. Most were women, and many were dressed provocatively, which gave the atmosphere an unmistakable atmosphere. I saw Roman in the crowd, who signaled me to go up to the place reserved for me. You're a genius, I said in an admiring tone. Oh, no. You planned this. I just did the execution part, he replied, shrugging as he settled into his seat. So I'm a genius, I replied, smiling and watching as Edward walked in wearing sunglasses and a cap, making him go unnoticed. It was true, I had recognized Edward without any problem, but the idea wasn't to remain anonymous for long. I decided Edward couldn't be near me, since together we would be easily identifiable, but with Roman there was no such risk, since none of my siblings knew him. Edward gave a thumbs up just as my brother walked into the room. Wow, Edward was right. Your brother is a cutie, Roman commented, sounding amused. Seeing his expression, I knew he was having fun. Edward returned to his seat, smiling. It seems that in that family, beauty isn't the only thing that's inherited, Roman added, watching Gerardo as he settled himself on the platform. The apples don't fall far from the tree, I commented with a wry smile. Gerardo looked around the packed room, picked up his briefcase, and sat at the edge of the table with a relaxed attitude, as if he were at home. Thank you all for being here. As you know, the institution has chosen me to give a talk on sexually transmitted diseases, the famous STDs, Gerardo said, looking at a girl in front of him and smiling with a mischievous expression. Although, honestly, I don't know why they chose me. By your fame. Edward shouted from the back of the room, breaking the tension for a moment. Gerardo, somewhat bewildered, looked around, but soon recovered and continued his conversation. As the name suggests, STIs are transmitted through unprotected sexual activity. And what is that protection? The condom, the room responded in unison. Correct. There are a variety of. Teacher, do you use a condom? A dark-haired young woman interrupted, causing the room to fill with murmurs. My brother smiled and answered confidently. Always. Liar. Roman shouted from beside me. Who said that? Gerardo asked, looking around while everyone else looked at each other, confused. Show your face. Edward shouted. A girl stood up from her seat and began to speak. I heard a rumor that there was a professor who was with all the first semester students and gave them syphilis. Another girl quickly intervened. No, it was gonorrhea. I heard he throws himself at anything that moves, a boy added from the back of the room. Including animals? A girl asked, laughing. You have to be an animal to mess with him, a boy replied, making some people laugh. How disgusting, exclaimed a young woman sitting opposite me, visibly upset. Gerardo, somewhat concerned by the speculation, raised his hand asking for calm. Guys, what you're saying is very serious, he said seriously, trying to regain control. Say his name. Edward shouted defiantly. I stood up from my seat, keeping my head down so the wig's hair covered my face. I slowly approached the center of the room. We all know the name, I said aloud, looking up and pointing at my brother. Gerardo. Ariadne, my brother bellowed, visibly furious. One by one, the girls who were with Roman stood up and pointed at him, repeating his name loudly. I left the auditorium and headed down the hallway, walking calmly down the stairs. My heart was pounding, but I knew what I was doing would be worth it. Ariadne, my brother growled, following me. Stop this drama. Girls. I shouted, and everyone stopped talking instantly. The meeting is over. Don't forget to leave your comment on the seminar page. Sure, there was no such page, but my brother's look of terror was worth it. Would you please explain to me what you're doing? My brother demanded, a mixture of anger and concern. I'm ruining your sex life, I replied with a sarcastic smile, standing next to him. You see, not everyone here is a student, but you know how rumors work. All it takes is one of them sharing what they saw here, and it'll be enough to ruin your plans with any girl. Why did you do it? Gerardo asked, watching the students leave, still confused by everything that had happened. It's funny, but out of all of them, I liked you the most, I confessed, left alone in the living room with him. But instead of understanding that I've grown up, that I have the right to go out and explore the world, you teamed up with Brad and Lionel to try to make me feel like a prisoner, like I have mental issues and can't make my own decisions. We just wanted to take care of you. He repeated the same speech my other two brothers used to give me. No, you just wanted to clip my wings and lock me in a cage. I stood in front of him, staring. Have you forgotten who taught me to be independent? To defend myself? Ariadna, you must understand that we have always been here for you, we only want the best for you. Yes, but they should have trusted me and supported me. Not turned their backs on me and judged me, I rebuked, my tone firmer. Gerardo tried to say something, but the door opened and the two missing brothers entered the empty auditorium, bringing with them the signal from their cell phones. Several notifications arrived on my phone, but I didn't have time to check them. I knew who they were from, so without opening them, I just quickly typed a message. My lustful executioner, I'm still in the auditorium. I sent the text and slipped my phone into my back pocket. You're in trouble, miss, Brad said, looking at me with annoyance. That's exactly what I was talking to Gerardo about, I replied, looking at my brother. However, his demeanor had changed again. I lowered my gaze and pressed my lips together. Traitor, I thought. I cleared my throat and corrected myself. I was explaining to that manipulable, weak-minded, and unprincipled man that I understand and appreciate his concern, but I'm a grown woman and... Is that why you ruined our lives? Lionel demanded, interrupting me. I wasn't stupid, standing up to my brothers shouldn't have taken long. Leo was impulsive, Gerardo was very peaceful, and Brad wouldn't intervene unless necessary to teach me a lesson. How did I know? Because it had happened before. Of course, Edward and Roman were outside. They'd come in if things got ugly. Well, I thought, if they have so much time to interfere in my life and ruin it, it must be because their lives are boring and unchallenging. I smiled secretly, approaching the exit door. Brad, the self-proclaimed leader, will have to chase after Soul. And deep down, I hope he kicks you in the ass and stays away from you. Gerardo, the one without a mind of his own, should stop certain rumors, and spiteful Leo should be in charge of setting up a tent. Leo took 2 strides, grabbed me by the shoulders, and pushed me against the wall, right next to the door. Do you think it's funny? He asked angrily. Leo, let her go, Gerardo demanded, in a serious tone. Leave it alone, she ruined his business, Brad said, seemingly unconcerned. We're not kids anymore. Gerardo exclaimed, at the same time as I said. You've been screwing up my life for years. Lionel tightened his grip on my shoulders. I glared at him and warned him. You're hurting me. You can cry if you want, he said, smiling maliciously. I can, but I can also do something else. I raised my knee and hit him in the genitals. I raised my eyebrows and brought a hand to my mouth. Oops. I hope having children isn't in your plans. The door opened again, but it wasn't Edward or Roman. It was Jorge. Seeing Lionel on the floor, writhing in pain, Gerardo sitting at the desk, and Brad standing near Leo with his arms crossed, Jorge didn't hesitate to stand in front of me. The one who was missing has arrived, Brad said. What are you doing here? Let me guess. You were passing by, heard a noise, and came to investigate. No, I came to pick up my girlfriend, Jorge replied, without losing his cool. Baby, I haven't gotten to that part, I thought, raising my eyebrows. Finally, you have the balls to admit it, Lionel accused him from the floor. Touch Ariadna and you'll see how I'll make you swallow yours, Jorge told her, with a steely gaze. I have nothing more to do here. I hope you focus on your own lives and leave mine alone. Jorge took my hand and led me out of the auditorium. I looked around the place, but I didn't see my friends. Are you crazy? Jorge asked me, furious. Going into a closed room with your brothers alone was stupid and dangerous. I wasn't alone, I murmured. Edward and Roman were with me. I just asked them not to follow me so my brothers wouldn't see them. Well, they hid very well. I'm sorry, I didn't want you to get into trouble with them because of me, I replied, almost shouting. Jorge hugged me and kissed my head. I know, you have a huge heart. But if anything happens to you, even the smallest thing, I'll die. Ariadna, Roman called, and I turned to look at him. He was alone, and his shirt was stained with blood. Where's Edward? I asked, panicking. He's fine, in the infirmary. Brad hit him and split his lip. Roman looked at Jorge and walked over. I just came to check on you. It is, but not thanks to you, Jorge replied firmly. How did you know where I was? I asked, staring at the person who had been my biggest obstacle. You mentioned it in the message, he replied calmly. I pulled out my phone and checked the conversation. It was true, amid the tension with my siblings, I'd forgotten to be more discreet. I didn't want to involve Jorge in all of this, but now that he was here, I couldn't deny the relief I felt. Let's go to the infirmary to see my friend, I said, regaining my composure. I had struck a blow where it hurt my brothers the most, Lionel, affecting his precious bakery, Brad, touching his pride, and Gerardo, in his most personal space. In theory, it was all over. My siblings already knew about my relationship, and each had their own issues to attend to. Besides, they didn't seem interested in spending time with me. But that didn't matter anymore. Soon I'd be in Paris, ready for the best weekend of my life. Chapter 9. We arrived at the infirmary just as Edward was leaving the small office. Although his lip was in bad shape, when he saw Ariadna, he didn't hesitate to hug her tightly. I'm so sorry. My ladybug whispered through tears. I adored Ariadna's sensitive side, her unwavering loyalty to her friends. In that, we were very similar, although she knew how to choose friends who reciprocated her feelings with the same intensity, or even more. Princess, it's not your fault, Edward murmured, gently wiping her tears away. Hopefully, that one will stop bothering you. Brad is a loser, Roman grumbled, taking Edward's hand firmly. I couldn't help but smile. A few days ago, my maid had confessed to me that she suspected her friends had something more than just friendship, and apparently, she wasn't wrong. They deserved everything they got, Edward added determinedly. I tried to be happy, but my priority was to get my ladybug to safety, away from her siblings. Can we go? I interrupted, wanting to get away from there. Yeah, I can't stand being under the same roof as that trio, Edward replied, visibly annoyed. I agree with you, I nodded, looking at Ariadna. Tell me in detail later what you did to them. The good thing is we don't have to hide anymore, my redhead murmured, standing on tiptoe to kiss me sweetly. Let's go to your parents' house. I want to tell them I love their daughter, I suggested, full of determination. Let's do it when we get back, she begged, pouting in a way that melted away any resistance. Please. I was nothing more than a man surrendered to her charms, and the worst part, or better, was that I didn't want to free myself from them. So, with a sigh, I nodded and kissed her forehead. What a way to celebrate your relationship, Edward commented, raising an eyebrow. Where are they going? Roman asked, curious. To France, I replied, feeling a surge of happiness. I have a surprise for her there. Ariadna looked at me with those curious eyes that I loved so much. We walked through the university halls to the parking lot. We headed straight to my maid's car, and her friends couldn't help but whistle in awe. Wilson squared, Edward exclaimed, laughing. I opened the passenger door for Ariadna, took her hand to help her get in, and after a soft kiss, I carefully closed the door. Something tells me this isn't just a couple's trip, Edward murmured, and I couldn't help but smile at him. I've been in love with her for 3.5 years. I have no doubt she's the woman of my life. Are you going to ask her to marry you? Roman asked, with a knowing smile. Bye, guys. See you on Sunday, I replied, shaking their hands firmly. You two make a cute couple, by the way. Isn't that right? Edward blushed and pulled away from his boyfriend's hand. I rolled the car around and got behind the wheel. What time does the flight leave? My maid asked, adjusting her seatbelt. Actually, we're leaving on a private jet. We're going straight to the terminal, I explained, starting the engine. But I need to pack, she protested. Beautiful, I took care of everything, I said calmly. In that way. I couldn't sleep last night, so I packed my luggage in yours, I confessed, though she frowned. I'm packing the essentials, toiletries, underwear, pajamas, and some dresses that will look wonderful on you. What if it's cold? I'll hug you so tight you won't feel the cold, I promised, suppressing a mischievous smile. Are you serious? Clothes are the least of it. When we arrive, you'll buy whatever you want. But I warn you, we won't leave the room, and I won't allow you to wear a single piece of clothing on that perfect body. Well, you've convinced me with the idea of not leaving the room, my goddess admitted, smiling knowingly. Jorge. Although I would have preferred to spend the flight enjoying my ladybug in much more intimate ways, I opted for something better, listening to her tell her story of what she had done to her siblings. He loved every moment at her side, every facet of her. He loved her madly. Now I understand everything. Do you think they'll retaliate? No, this isn't a war. We're just brothers with different opinions, Ariadna argued as we got off the plane. I know them and they're not the type to just sit back and do nothing, I emphasized, opening the car door for him. I guess I didn't think it through, my ladybug admitted, with a hint of concern. One of the attendants handed us our luggage, and after thanking him, I put it in the trunk. I got in the car and drove in silence to the hotel where we would be staying, my mind full of plans and my heart overflowing with love. Ariadna didn't say anything. I imagined that after 12 hours of talking, silence became something to be appreciated. I'm sleepy, my maid murmured when we arrived at the hotel. It's midnight for us, I commented as I stopped the car and got out to open the door. Before we get some rest, we have to make a stop. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go to the room and I'll explain it to you better. I took the luggage in Ariadna's hand. We went up to our room, I put my hand through the lock and entered the code they gave me. As soon as we entered, I dropped my suitcase on the floor and approached Ariadna, wrapping her body around mine. You have no idea how much I missed you last night, I whispered near her lips. I think I can get the picture, she replied, bringing her lips closer to mine. I clenched my hands, trying to focus on what I was about to say to him. This morning, when I woke up alone in bed, I had an epiphany. Which one? My maid asked, staring at me. I want to love you all my life, share every second with you, and make you happy, I said, running my hand over her face and brushing back her hair. Let's make this weekend our honeymoon. Ariadne opened her eyes in surprise. Did we come to France to get married? She asked, smiling, as if she couldn't believe it. I swear that wasn't the plan, but why wait if we already love each other? Although if you'd rather wait. I began, but Ariadna placed her hand over my lips, asking me to be quiet. Where will we get married? I sighed in relief, feeling that everything was finally falling into place. There's a dress in the suitcase, if you decide to wear it. There's a room downstairs with a judge waiting for us, I explained, avoiding telling her how difficult it was to get the marriage licenses overnight. Although, if you ask me, you look radiant with that sleepy face, and my sweatshirt makes your eyes shine even more. Then let's not waste another minute. Have I told you how much I love you? I asked, kissing her. No, the truth is you almost didn't tell me, he replied, smiling, his eyes filling with tenderness. I love you, Ariadna. You make me the happiest man in the world. I took her hand. My greatest wish is for you to be my wife. Now go put on that dress. Are you wearing a suit? She asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. Yes, I want it to be a special day for both of us, the beginning of a long life together. I love you, Wilson. At that moment, I felt such profound happiness that I couldn't hide it. I was completely in love with the woman in my arms. I didn't want to keep running away from what I felt or hiding our relationship from anyone. Jorge, with a gentle smile, had left the room to give me the space I needed to get dressed. We both knew that if he stayed, it would be impossible to leave the room without our hearts racing even faster. I took my time relaxing in the bathroom, paying attention to every detail, and put on light makeup before putting on my dress. I'd even put some curlers in my hair, though they fell apart as soon as I turned off the curling iron. I walked over to the mirror and looked at my reflection closely. Jorge hadn't taken this dress from my closet, he'd bought it. Its simplicity was what made it so charming, sleeveless, with a bateau neckline that flattered my shoulders and elegantly framed my breasts. The back, entirely made of lace, hinted at the delicacy of the design, and the skirt fell romantically from the waist to the floor. In short, it was a beautiful dress that made me feel like a princess. I couldn't help but feel, for a moment, that I was making a hasty decision, as if I were getting married in secret. There was something inside me that told me that, at the most crucial moment of the ceremony, my brothers would burst into the room and ruin everything. Besides, I had never imagined getting married without my parents or Edward present. Is it really right to get married like this? I wondered, running my hands over my dress. At that precise moment, the door to the room opened and Jorge entered without taking his eyes off me. Tell me I'm not dreaming, he murmured as he came closer, hugging me from behind. You're not. I'm minutes away from becoming your wife, I replied, turning to wrap my arms around his neck. Is something wrong? He asked, once again showing how well he knew me. I looked down and confessed. I can't shake the feeling that this isn't right. I know I'm the most selfish man in the world, wanting to marry you, with your family and friends so far away, but this moment is ours, and no one can take it away from us. Jorge lifted my face so I could look at him. If you want, we can cancel everything and do it in Los Angeles. No. That's precisely my dilemma. I want to marry you, here, today. Don't worry, when we get back, we'll organize another ceremony and we can invite everyone. I smiled at his words. I had no doubt that being his wife would be the best thing that had ever happened to me. We loved each other, and that was all that truly mattered. Shall we go? I asked in a calmer tone. Yes, although I feel sorry for the fate of that dress, Jorge said, taking me by the waist. That's why I'm not wearing underwear, I whispered back, running toward the elevator. "You're such a temptation," Jorge exclaimed, catching up with me in the elevator. Now I don't know how to concentrate on the wedding knowing my future wife isn't wearing anything underneath that dress. I shrugged and smiled playfully at him. "We're on the 25th floor. We can get creative," I winked at him. "I would love you 1,000 times, but the next time I make you mine, it will be to consummate our marriage." "I don't know if you're very romantic or a little naive," I replied, squeezing her buttock with a knowing smile. "I guess a little of both," he replied, smiling back at me. The elevator doors opened, and my Adonis held my hand firmly, as if he were about to seal our fate. Wilson, the driver, led us through the hotel lobby and into a short hallway. We stopped in front of a door, which Jorge opened without hesitation, entering without knocking. The room was small but beautiful, decorated with delicate flowers. In front of an altar, the judge was waiting for us, while across the table were two people whom I assumed were our witnesses. In one corner, a photographer stood ready with his camera, smiling at us. "Beautiful, this is my cousin Charles and his girlfriend Gabriella," Jorge introduced me affectionately. I smiled at them kindly and extended my hand. "Nice to meet you, I'm Ariadna," Gabriella said, giving me 2 kisses. "Jorge won't stop talking about you." I was a little surprised, as I didn't know Jorge had family in France. Of course, his last name and first name came from there, but I never imagined he had so many ties there. Jorge gave me a soft kiss on the shoulder and led me in front of the judge. "Thank you for being here," Jorge said, looking at his cousin. "How could I not? It's strange, almost a miracle, to see you in love," Charles replied with a smile. My face blushed, and I couldn't help but smile. "My love, this is Judge Antoine," Jorge announced, visibly happy. The judge looked at us, and a warm smile spread across his face. Many couples pass through this place, but if you're truly looking to witness the love between two people, ironically, this isn't the most suitable place, Antoine began with a slight smile. "However, I can see and even feel the love they have for each other. It's as if their souls have already loved each other in another life. I will love you in this life and in all the ones to come, Ariadna Russell," Jorge said, looking at me with an intensity that made me feel like I was at the center of the universe. "I will love you for all eternity," I replied, smiling with a look full of promise. "Two people who love each other so intensely cannot be separated by the hand of man," the judge declared, looking at us. "I pronounce you husband and wife. Jorge, you may kiss Ariadna, your wife." "Yes!" Gabriella shouted, throwing rose petals at us with a smile full of excitement. "Long live the bride and groom!" Charles shouted, placing his hands over his mouth to amplify his voice. My dear husband looked at me, and a smile spread across my face. My Adonis's hands tenderly took my face, leaning slightly towards me, until our lips met in a sweet kiss. The photographer kept capturing every moment, giving us instructions on how to position ourselves for the photo. I won't deny that I had a lot of fun following her instructions. Something about having our small, intimate ceremony immortalized in photos made it feel so much more real. "Witnesses may sign," the judge announced. Charles took the pen and leaned over the document. His girlfriend followed suit, then handed the pen to me. My hands shook, not only from emotion, but from the incredible reality of what was happening. I exhaled deeply and leaned over the paper, but seeing Jorge's signature there, my gaze lifted, meeting his eyes. "I told you, I'm very sure of my decision," he whispered to me with a smile that reflected all his certainty. I smiled and, with a feeling of fulfillment, signed. "I love you," I declared with all my heart, hugging my husband. Jorge brushed a strand of hair away from my face and kissed my forehead. Then, he kissed my cheeks and nose, until finally his lips met mine in a soft, warm, and loving kiss. "What are you waiting for? Let's celebrate with a drink," Gabriella exclaimed, with contagious energy. Wilson smiled, looked at his cousin and said with some urgency, "We may celebrate tonight, but for now, I'm going to consummate my marriage. That's definitely the most important thing." "I'll take care of the document," Charles replied with a mischievous smile. Jorge looked at me, but he understood that you can't have someone you don't trust as your lawyer. He didn't trust my brother anymore. I nodded, and together we left the room, hand in hand. I thought we would head to our room, but Jorge led me out of the hotel, into the streets of Paris. "I thought you wanted to consummate the marriage?" I asked her as we walked through the charming Parisian streets. "We will, but on La Grande Rue in Paris." Damn, I already found Wilson attractive, but hearing him speak French left me speechless. There was something about his accent that I found incredibly arousing. "Are we going on the Ferris wheel to consummate the marriage?" I asked, somewhat surprised, as I looked at the enormous wheel in front of us. "Yes, I want to give you the full experience of France," he replied, his tone full of enthusiasm. "How thoughtful of you," I joked, with a mischievous smile. We lined up, and it was impossible not to notice the curious glances Jorge attracted as he passed. The women were open about showing their admiration, and I couldn't help but feel a little jealous. What mattered, though, was that he was with me. Finally it was our turn to board the cabin, and when we stepped inside, my legs were shaking with anticipation. The employee closed the door and, at that moment, Jorge took a ring out of his pocket. This ring was given to me by my paternal grandmother. She made me promise that I would only wear it when I was completely sure of my feelings. "Ariadna, I love you with all my being," Jorge said, his voice filled with emotion. A tear escaped my eyes as Jorge slipped the ring onto my finger. I couldn't help but feel immense gratitude for having him by my side. "Thank you for making me the happiest man on the planet," he added, with a sincerity that touched the depths of my soul. I wanted to respond, but my mind had gone blank, unable to articulate coherent words at that special moment. Jorge tenderly cupped the back of my head and kissed me sweetly. It was a kiss full of promise and love. The moment to consummate our marriage had finally arrived, and we would do so under the iconic Paris Ferris wheel, in a setting that would remain etched in our hearts forever. Ariadne. I opened my lips, allowing my beloved Jorge's tongue to explore every corner of my mouth with devotion. A morbid feeling ran through me at the thought of being in this cabin, exposed to the gaze of anyone who might see us. Although it was designed to allow for admiring the scenery, at that moment, only he and I existed. My husband's hand slid under my dress, slowly ascending my thighs, and I felt desire cloud my reason. "Are we really going to consummate our marriage here?" I gasped, his hot lips trailing down my neck. "Baby, I never lie," he murmured, and in an instant, his fingers found the warmth between my legs. Jorge looked at me with dark, lustful eyes when he discovered that I was, in fact, not wearing anything under my dress. "I don't play either," I whispered, spreading my legs in a silent invitation. "You're a walking temptation," he growled, tracing slow, precise circles over me. A moan escaped my lips, and I arched my hips, silently begging for his fingers to penetrate me. But Jorge had other plans. Before I could react, he slid between my thighs, his tongue replacing his fingers. Instinctively, I looked around, but all I saw was the twinkling lights of Paris, a silent witness to our passion. "Jorge," I moaned, gripping the seat tightly as his mouth worked masterfully on me. "I'm addicted to you, my beautiful ladybug," he whispered before sucking hard, sending waves of pleasure that shook my entire body. The fresh city air became stifling, and sweat beaded on my forehead. I needed more, needed to feel him inside me. Jorge. I moaned again, unsure of what exactly I was asking for, to continue his delicious torture or to take me right there. My husband emerged from between my legs with a mischievous smile. He took me by the waist and pulled me onto his lap. With expert hands, he released his erection and, just as the cabin reached its highest point, he entered me with a firm movement. "Mrs. Wilson, you are pure fire, sin-made woman," he murmured against my skin. "And you, a lucky man," I replied, moving my hips to the rhythm he set. "I don't doubt it for a second," he growled, holding me tightly. Suddenly, I noticed the cabin had stopped. Jorge ran his hands over my face and murmured, "It won't last long." His words were a promise. He began to move inside me with an intensity that made me gasp, each thrust deeper than the last. I clutched his shoulders, arching under his grasp. "Jorge. Look at me," he ordered, his voice hoarse. "We'll get there together." The cabin began to move again, but his eyes anchored me to reality. It was just the two of us. "Now, my ladybug," he whispered. "Let yourself go." And so it was. I moaned against his mouth as pleasure erupted inside me, sweeping away everything in its path. When the fog of ecstasy dissipated, we found ourselves ascending again. "I love you," Jorge said, tenderly brushing a strand of hair away from my face. I smiled, feeling complete. My husband helped me recover and gently cleaned me up with a handkerchief before sitting me down next to him. "You're mine." "I always have been," I replied, caressing his cheek. "Yes, but now you have my last name," he murmured, with a smile full of pride. "And it drives me crazy." I couldn't stop smiling. Jorge was my happiness. As we stepped out of the booth, he took my hand firmly. "Let's go to the hotel. We still have a couple of hours before we meet my cousin." "You're insatiable," I accused him, laughing. "No, I'm just obsessed with you," he confessed, adjusting his pants uncomfortably. "Just thinking about you makes me get aroused again. There's no other woman who makes me feel this way." "Really?" "No other." I joked playfully. Jorge stopped, took my chin, and kissed me with a sweetness that left me breathless. "There's no one else in the world I care about like you." I knew it. His eyes didn't lie. "Now, to the hotel," he declared, resuming his walk with determination. And I, more than willing to follow him, walked by his side, knowing that our passion had no limits. I groaned at the sound of my phone. I reached out, searching for it in the darkness. When I found it, I sighed and half opened my eyes, realizing it was an incoming call. "Hello." I answered sleepily. "Oh, Sandiales. News T attendance." I looked at the phone screen and saw that it was a call from Jorge. "Charles?" I asked, confused. "We?" "Yes." "Where are they?" Jorge's cousin replied urgently. I glanced at my husband. He was fast asleep, probably exhausted after all the action the night before and the jet lag that had left us feeling exhausted. Still, we'd gotten carried away by the adventure, falling exhausted into bed. "I'm sorry," I said, looking at Jorge who, without wasting time, took the phone and put it to his ear. "Who's speaking?" he asked, his tone more serious. His body relaxed as he recognized his cousin's voice. "Okay, give me the address in a bit, and we'll drop them on." Jorge hung up the call and dropped the phone on the bed, facing me. What was that all about? I asked, gently stroking her hair. I heard you apologize, and I thought it was one of your brothers. Jorge sat up in bed, staring at me. I won't let anyone make you feel that way, or make you bow your head in apology. I remained silent, since, deep down, I knew I had done it many times. I'm not the same Ariadne I used to be. Of course not, you're my wife now, and that changes everything. What did your cousin say to you? I asked, trying to change the subject. They're at Rosa Bonheur, waiting for us, Jorge replied, smiling enigmatically. Do you want to go? It would be nice to get out of the room and explore a little of Paris's nightlife. So, let's get dressed. Jorge got out of bed and took my hand, leading me to the coat rack by the bedroom door. Oh, I said, realizing. We don't have any clothes to go out in. Jorge led me to the coat rack, where several elegant garments hung. He smiled and whispered in my ear. The designer is my friend. Choose whatever you want. When did you do it? I asked, surprised. When I went to get you ready for the wedding, she replied, with a mischievous look. I turned to him and kissed him softly. You think of everything, I said, sincerely flattering him. You are lucky to have me as a husband. Yes, I am, I replied, smiling. Jorge got up to get dressed. Looking at him, I raised an eyebrow. My clothes arrived before yours, he commented in an amused tone. I nodded, smiling at his efficiency. I looked at the hanging garments and was amazed by the quality and style of each one. Last but not least, there was a velvet bag hanging on the rack. Curious, I opened it and smiled at what was inside, delicate and sensual underwear. I chose an outfit that made me feel confident and determined. Then, I put on a short, figure-hugging plaid skirt, a dark-hued long-sleeved shirt, knee-high boots, and completed the look with a stylish beret. I looked in the mirror and felt like never before. You're the most beautiful French woman I've ever seen, Jorge commented, looking at my reflection with admiration. I turned to look at my husband, who was wearing tight jeans, comfortable sneakers, and a long-sleeved shirt that showed off his forearm tattoos. Wow! I exclaimed, surprised. It should be illegal to walk around looking as good as you. Jorge smiled proudly and approached me. Ready for a night in Paris? Yes, I replied, with a smile that gave me away. He took my hand, and together we set off for a magical night in the city of love, like newlyweds. We hopped into a taxi, and Jorge dictated directions to the driver in French, demonstrating his command of the city. I felt nervous and, at the same time, excited. I squeezed my legs together, trying to push away any inappropriate thoughts, while my husband hugged me tenderly, pointing out some of Paris's most iconic landmarks. It was obvious how much he loved being there and how much he knew about the city. All of this made me wonder why he had left in the first place. Why did you leave Paris? I asked curiously. Jorge looked at me, with a serious expression on his face. My father is French and my mother is American. I spent much of my life traveling from one place to another, accompanying them, but I never received the attention I needed. I was tired of homeschooling, tutors, and loneliness. So, I decided to move to Los Angeles and enroll in college. I thought that by settling there, my parents would stop traveling, but that wasn't the case. It was as if they had forgotten about me. It was when you met my brothers, I commented, gently touching her face. Yes, they were the first people who approached me genuinely, without being interested in my money, Jorge replied with a nostalgic smile. I sighed, realizing that the relationship with my brothers meant a lot to Jorge. I looked down, feeling guilty about the end of their friendship. However, my husband gently took my face in his hands and forced me to look into his eyes. "Ariadne, it's not your fault," he said with a sad smile. "They know me and they decided to go against my feelings. I love you, but I don't love you enough to give you up." "I don't love you enough either," I admitted, with a sincerity that hurt. Jorge, as if trying to calm my thoughts, came closer to kiss me, but just at that moment the car stopped. "We've arrived," he announced, as he paid the driver. He got out of the vehicle and extended his hand to help me out. In front of us, a ship stood, and I read in a low voice. "Rosa Bonheur. This is one of the most popular places among Parisians. It's open all night, and the experience here is unique. There's definitely no better place to celebrate our honeymoon," Jorge commented with a spark of enthusiasm. "Look, there's Gabriella." I raised my hand, and when she saw us, she let out a squeal of joy, waving her arms excitedly. She pushed her way through the diners and was soon at our side. He hugged me and gave me 2 kisses on my cheeks. "I'd be upset if you were so late, but I hope it was worth it," she said, greeting my husband. "Married life looks good on you." "Forgive my girl, Jorge mentioned a word in French, which I couldn't understand. "He's excited," Jorge translated with a smile. On the subject of weddings, Charles concluded ironically. "The funny thing is, she doesn't want to get married." "Just because I don't want to get married doesn't mean I don't believe in marriage," Gabriella defended herself. "Let's go inside and toast," Charles suggested, with a knowing look. "Come in, Mrs. Wilson," Jorge said, leading me inside. "God, I'll never get tired of hearing you call me that," I exclaimed, feeling happy to be his wife. "I'll never stop telling you," Jorge replied, kissing my hand before leading me inside the restaurant, club, or boat. The restaurant stood on the left bank of the Seine River. Although everyone called it the boat, I never fully understood why. I assumed the nickname came from its location on the water, giving the illusion of being inside a vessel, though, of course, without the constant rocking of the waves. In my eyes, it was a true work of art in the open air. Paris, without a doubt, was a city capable of taking your breath away with each of its wonders. Charles led us to the terrace, where we ordered a bottle of champagne. "A toast to the wonderful woman who bears my last name," Jorge proclaimed, elegantly raising his glass. I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him tenderly. "How lucky to have you as my husband," I whispered, brushing his lips. A soft melody floated in the air. Couples danced, laughter mingled with the murmur of conversation, and the night breeze caressed the air, imbuing it with a contagious joy. "I love this place," Gabriella commented, linking her hand with her boyfriend's. "It's really beautiful," I nodded with a smile. As I scanned the room, my eyes met those of a tall, imposing man, striding purposefully among the diners. His green eyes shone in the dim light, and I couldn't help feeling a lump in my throat. "Marco Fontana," Gabriella murmured in his ear. "What?" I asked, puzzled. "One of the most influential men in France. He's a doctor, owner of a prestigious clinic in the north of the country, and the owner of the most exclusive vineyard in the world," he explained in a low voice. The gentleman in question stopped in front of our table, and my pulse quickened. "He's also a close friend of the family," he added. "I thought it was a vision," Marco declared, his deep voice making my skin crawl. "Marco Fontana," Jorge said, standing up and extending his hand. "George Wilson." The newcomer ignored the formal greeting and instead hugged my husband tightly. "I thought you'd never come back to Paris. Do you remember our oath?" Marco nodded solemnly, and Jorge pointed at me proudly. A real pleasure, Mrs. Wilson, the gentleman said, gently bringing the back of my hand to his lips. I heard you're getting married soon, Charles commented, giving her a friendly pat on the back. I'm committed, although it's nothing more than that, a simple commitment. His tone expressed a certain resignation, and I couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Marrying without love in these times must be a difficult burden to bear. Can I join you? He asked. Of course, Jorge replied. Charles poured a drink for Marco, and the three men fell into a business conversation, alternating between French and English. Ariadne. I was fascinated by watching the dynamic between them, although it was sometimes difficult to follow when they switched to French. Seeing Jorge so animated filled me with joy. Perhaps he, too, had been a victim of the rift my brothers caused. I didn't know I had friends like Marco Fontana, and that made me wonder, how many valuable relationships had I lost just because I was connected to my family? And what brings you here at this hour? Jorge asked, reverting to a language we all understood. Business matters, Marco replied, scanning the room before gesturing broadly. An American hotel chain is expanding globally, and they recently approached me about a collaboration with my vineyards. At that moment, a female voice interrupted our conversation. Good evening, a woman of elegant demeanor greeted. My name is Mirgan, and this is my assistant, Isan. I'm not your assistant, the man replied angrily. I raised an eyebrow at the recognition. They were that peculiar couple from the hotel where Edward had spent the night. I wonder if they've gotten over their differences, Gabriella whispered mischievously. I was just thinking the same thing, I replied in a low voice. Marco, I appreciate you taking the time to meet with us, Mirgan continued, ignoring his companion's comment. Here's our proposal. She extended her hand, and Isan handed her a folder with visible reluctance. She raised an eyebrow, as if to say, see. You're my assistant. His companion gave him a withering look before passing the document to Marco. I'd love to stay longer, but we're heading back to Los Angeles tomorrow, and I want to show my wife some of Paris before we go, Jorge said, standing up. Friend, let's not lose touch, Marco insisted, handing her his card. Mrs. Wilson, it's been an honor. Don't forget to take her to the Louvre, Charles suggested with a smile. That'll be for another time, Jorge replied. Have a nice evening, I said warmly. Gabriella stood up and hugged me affectionately. Don't forget us. I promise I won't. Ariadna, Jorge, it's been a pleasure sharing this moment with you, Charles said goodbye from his seat. And so, under the Parisian sky, the night continued its course, amid laughter, stories, and the brilliance of a city that never sleeps. Goodbye. I raised my hand and said goodbye. Jorge took me by the waist and guided me to the exit. We crossed the avenue and got into a taxi. Our names sound a little peculiar in France, I commented to break the silence. That's true, he replied with a melancholic smile. I took his face in my hands and asked him. Is something wrong? It's been so long since I've been here, I forgot how many friends I left here, he said, with a nostalgic look. I walked up to him and gently kissed his lips. The important thing is that the friendship remains intact. Just remember not to forget them. I frowned and added, but what I don't understand is, why did you lose contact with them? That's what I'm wondering, Jorge said something to the driver, who immediately changed direction. I'd like you to meet my parents. My eyes widened in surprise. Now? I don't think I'm dressed up enough to meet your parents, I stammered, running my hands over my clothes. Jorge gently took my hand and smiled. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll love you. We continued our tour through the streets of Paris, enjoying each other's company in silence. The car stopped, and as I got out, I looked at the place where we were. Jorge held my hand and opened the iron gate before us. We crossed a beautiful, well-kept property, though it seemed uninhabited. A shiver ran through me, but I continued walking beside him. In the distance, an imposing house rose up in the darkness. No lights were on, leading me to assume there was no one inside. I thought we'd get in, but we didn't. We circled the house and walked into the woods. After a few minutes of walking, we reached an area with well-kept grass, where a dim light illuminated a couple of gravestones. I noticed Jorge tense up and stop in front of the graves. I always talk about them as if they were alive. It's easier to say they're traveling than to explain that, because of me, they're no longer here, Jorge murmured after a few long minutes of silence. Your fault? I asked, confused. It was my birthday, and we had an argument because they didn't want to go to the United States. We said some very harsh things to each other. Jorge's hand clenched into a fist. When I went to your house, I hated my parents for not being able to give me a family like yours. Wilson stared at the graves. 2 weeks later, my father's lawyer informed me of his death. They had flown against their pilot's advice and were caught in a thunderstorm on their way to Los Angeles to see me. I hugged him tightly, trying to bring him some comfort. It's not your fault, Jorge. These kinds of accidents happen, and no one can prevent them. I know, but I blamed them every year of my absence. Jorge clung to me. The last time I was in Paris was to say goodbye to them forever. Now I understood why Jorge never spoke about his parents. It was such a deep pain for him that he took refuge in the friendship my brothers offered him, because it was the closest thing to family he'd ever had. I knelt in front of the graves and gently brushed away the few leaves that had fallen on them. I will be eternally grateful for having had such a wonderful son. You should know that he is one of the men I most respect and admire. He is intelligent, responsible, self-confident, and very handsome. Maybe he should be a little nicer, but even his strong character is something I love about him. Thank you for everything. Jorge stood next to me and hugged me. Sometimes it's painful to move forward, but it's necessary, I said, looking him in the eyes. It's time to move forward, Jorge stated with determination. Thank you for being the woman I can build my own family with. My husband stood up and helped me stand up. Would you like to see inside the house? He asked, a soft smile on his face. Although I was a little scared, I was also very curious. Come on, let's go in. I drove my Catalina into the house. That place I hadn't set foot in for so long, that I hadn't even bothered to visit to check on its condition. I simply paid the maintenance company to take care of everything twice a week. I stopped in front of the door, my hand on the handle. It was absurd, but for a moment, I hoped that when I opened it, my mother would be sitting on the sofa, talking on the phone and closing some deal, while my father was enjoying a whiskey at the bar, reading documents with that seriousness that always characterized him. They hadn't been the most present parents in the world, but they were mine. It had taken me years to understand that their love was expressed in other ways, that every decision, every absence, was tinged with a purpose, to secure my future. Ariadne, sensing my hesitation, intertwined her fingers with mine and sought my gaze. We can come back another day, she whispered, her eyes radiating a calm that only she knew how to convey. We could, but we won't, I replied, determined. I turned the handle, and the door gave way with a squeak that echoed in the silence. That was creepy, she murmured, squeezing my hand tightly. Do not fear what dwells within, but what I myself will do to you here, I whispered, crossing the threshold with a firm step. My Catalina clung to me like a shadow, and I couldn't help but laugh at her shyness. I walked over to the switch and turned on the lights, revealing the illuminated foyer. "Wow! It's huge," Ariadna exclaimed, admiring the spaciousness of the room. "Everything looks the same," I commented, pulling back the sheet covering one of the sofas. "Although, in reality, nothing is as I remembered." "I think I understand what you mean," he replied, turning to look at me. "Shall we go up to your room?" "So soon?" I raised an eyebrow playfully. "Is there a problem?" he asked, feigning innocence. I was hoping for more foreplay, maybe some sweet words, a game of seduction. I trailed off as a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. "I don't date married men," she joked, escaping toward the stairs with feline agility. I chased her and caught her in my arms before she reached the first step. "My love, if what you're looking for is upstairs, you're going in the wrong direction," I whispered into her ear, accentuating my words with a provocative touch. "And how will I know when I've arrived?" she asked, arching against me with movements that challenged my patience. "You'll know when you feel the air leaving you and only my name remains on your lips," I replied, gently biting her earlobe. She turned, and in her eyes I saw how complicity gave way to a more intense desire. I leaned toward her, capturing her lips in a kiss that sealed any distance between us. Her hands, nimble and determined, found the zipper on my pants, freeing them from their prison. His fingers wrapped around me firmly, and a moan escaped my throat as he squeezed with delicate precision. As she broke away from the kiss, her eyes challenged me before she slowly knelt before me, bringing my erection to the warm wetness of her mouth. "Yes, darling," I gasped, placing a hand on the wall for balance. "Don't stop." My instinct told me to close my eyes and surrender to the pleasure, but I refused to miss a single detail of the image of my Catalina, completely devoted. Her lips, pink and soft, wrapped around me, descending with torturous slowness. When she looked up, our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew I was lost. I brushed her hair away from her face, gently guiding her before releasing her, allowing her to catch her breath. Ariadna wiped away the tears that the effort had caused and smiled. "They're the only tears I don't regret causing," I murmured. His mouth and hands became my executioners, alternating rhythms that brought me to the brink of madness, only to stop at the last instant. When I couldn't resist any longer, I picked her up and turned her around, pressing her back against the wall as I lifted her skirt. "What are you playing?" I asked, sliding my hands over her curves. "I thought we were making love," she replied with a false innocence that only fueled my desire. "Let me show you the difference," I murmured, entering her with a movement that left us both breathless. "God!" escaped her lips between gasps. "No, baby. I'm the one who's possessing you now," I whispered into her ear, setting a rhythm that soon brought her to the edge of ecstasy. I felt his body tense, but I stopped, denying him release. "Damn it," she protested, arching toward me. I smiled, pulling back only to fall to my knees and savor every inch of her skin, bringing my fingers and tongue to her first climax of the night. "Jorge," my Caterina called in a broken voice, desperate to catch her breath. "We're not done yet," I declared firmly, sitting up. I forced her to look at me and, without giving her any respite, sealed her lips with a passionate kiss. I lifted her into my arms and joined us again, feeling her body merge with mine. "Oh, yes," she exclaimed, wrapping her legs around my torso. "Hold on tight, baby girl," I murmured in her ear, pushing her against the wall with an intense but deliberate rhythm. Her hands gripped my shoulders, her nails digging into my skin. "I want to taste you," I whispered, descending her neck with burning kisses. Ariadna tried to take off her blouse, but our position prevented her from doing so. Without missing a beat, I held her by the hips and sat on the steps, placing her on top of me. She placed her hands on my chest, and her body tensed for a moment, as if she were trying to escape. But with a swift movement, I grabbed her waist, holding her in place. "Face it, honey, your husband knows how to please you," I whispered with a provocative smile. I planted my feet on the ground and began to move with calculated slowness, deepening each thrust. "Here, with you, is where I find happiness," I confessed as I removed her blouse, revealing her soft skin. My hands ran over her curves, caressing every inch before I leaned down to take her nipples between my lips. Ariadna moaned, and the sound vibrated inside me, fueling the desire already burning within me. Her hips moved in time with mine, but tonight, I was in control. I drew her hands behind her back, holding her wrists firmly as I explored her body with devotion. "Jorge, you're going to drive me crazy," she gasped. "Today you will feel only pleasure, my love," I promised, picking up the pace, eager to feel her body respond to mine. I moved up from her neck to her lips, gently nibbling at them as the pressure between us grew. I could feel her insides tightening, approaching ecstasy. "Let yourself go, precious," I begged, capturing her mouth in a voracious kiss. God. God. She murmured between gasps, embracing each of my thrusts. "Jorge." Her scream echoed around the room, but my eyes never left hers, caught in that moment of pure connection. Finally, I released her wrists and wrapped her in a hug, allowing her head to rest on my chest. "Now, my Katerina, it's time for you to know the place where I used to take refuge," I announced, lifting her into my arms. I was about to move forward when I remembered my pants were still at my ankles. "I'll have to let you go for a moment," I admitted with a chuckle. "I know, but I love being like this, with you," she replied, making such an adorable gesture that my heart sank. I adjusted my clothes and held them up again. "I live to make you happy," I said, kissing the tip of her nose. To my surprise, her cheeks flushed red. After everything we'd shared, I could still make her blush. I was definitely the luckiest man. We went down to the basement, and her expression of astonishment brought a smile to my face. "Why were you sleeping here?" he asked, looking around. "Because it's the best place to see the stars," I replied, removing the sheet that covered my telescope. Seeing him, her eyes lit up. "That's the Jorge I love," she whispered. "I want to show you something," I said, adjusting the coordinates on the telescope. "From the moment I met you, I knew you were unique. Since I couldn't have you then, I bought a star and named it Ariadne." "You're amazing," he laughed, moving closer. "My favorite stalker." "I hope I'm the only one," I growled, pulling her towards me and pinning her against the wall. "I don't know, redheads are quite coveted," she replied mischievously. "Especially when they have a star named after them." She let out a mischievous laugh, and I couldn't resist kissing her. "You're mine, only mine. And I have the papers to prove it," I said between her lips. "It seems so," she conceded, sensually biting her lower lip. "Show me the star, or should we go straight to bed?" "I'll take you to touch the stars, Katerina," I promised, sealing my answer with another kiss. Chapter 10. Ariadne. The air in the room had become stifling, charged with a palpable electricity. Every pore of my skin seemed to radiate heat, with beads of sweat sliding down like rivers of desire. My lips, parted, eagerly sought every breath while my chest rose in a frantic rhythm. My hands clung devoutly to my Adonis's shoulders as our bodies danced in perfect sync. His eyes, as deep as ebony pools, held my gaze captive, while his palms molded my waist with a mixture of firmness and tenderness, guiding every movement until they reached the depths of my being. A sweet, familiar tension began to grow inside me, heralding the imminent arrival of an indescribable ecstasy. Each thrust from Jorge lifted me beyond the earthly, to a place where only we existed. My hips arched in search of that promised paradise, where passion flows like divine nectar. As I bit my lower lip, the outside world blurred. Suddenly, a firmament of dazzling stars unfolded before me. I reached out and, for a fleeting moment, managed to touch the cosmos. The climax came like an unstoppable wave, sweeping away everything in its path, leaving me trembling and vulnerable. Jorge. My voice broke, lost in a vertigo of sensations. I'm here, he whispered, holding me with protective arms. Always. As our gazes met, I felt the warmth of his devotion melt into me. He rested his forehead against mine, a knowing smile forming. It seems traditional furniture isn't a priority in our marriage, I joked, catching my breath. Not at this stage, he replied, caressing my cheek. I love your room, it's a reflection of you, I whispered, tracing circles on his chest. I'm still that dreamer you knew. But now with an engagement ring, I playfully reminded. Jorge brushed a strand of hair away from my face and placed a kiss on my forehead. The evening continues, he announced, lifting me easily into his arms. But first, we need to freshen up. As I entered the bathroom, I looked around curiously. Do you hide constellations in your home? I asked hopefully. What a curious wife I have, he laughed as he adjusted the water temperature. It's your fault. True. But what I want to show you is beyond these walls. The initial blast of cold water made me scream. I knew you were from a different generation, but didn't heating systems exist in your time? I took refuge behind him, watching him fiddle with the controls. You insolent little thing, he retorted tenderly, lifting me under the now lukewarm water. You'll learn to revere your elders. Careful, I might develop a certain fondness for disciplines, I replied mischievously. I'll make a note for our next session, he whispered in her ear. I'll include special props. I held my breath, feeling a new chill run down my spine. Sounds intriguing, I admitted, diving in briefly. Jorge wrapped me in a towel, his smile lighting up the room. I don't need to share you to feel complete, he declared. You are my entire universe. As I joined my lips to his, the outside world ceased to exist. Ariadne. Walking through Paris hand in hand with my husband exceeded all expectations. Yes, our intimacy was exquisite, but true love is woven through those invisible threads, the knowing glances, the shared laughter, the tranquility of walking together under the golden lights of the city. The French capital breathed life even at night. Shop windows sparkled like jewels, young couples savored ice cream on illuminated terraces, and the Seine River meandered like a mirror of stars. We climbed the majestic Grande Rue again, this time to admire the cityscape and soak up the energy of other lovers. As we descended, Jorge guided me toward the Pont d'Arts. It's impressive how many stories are locked away here, I commented, caressing the padlocks that adorned the structure. Everyone keeps a promise, he replied, taking a padlock from his coat. Where did you get it? A gentleman never reveals his secrets, he smiled as he engraved our initials. I used to think this was just cheap romance, until I realized that true love transforms. You inspire me to be better every day. As I threw the key into the river, I knew our bond would transcend time. When I realized how I felt about you, I was scared, I confessed, my voice trembling. Jorge looked at me, and my eyes filled with tears. I was afraid I wouldn't be enough for you, that's why I never said or showed what I had inside. I guess I preferred being by your side, even as a friend, than losing you. Jorge looked at me fixedly, and with a smile full of tenderness, he answered. You will never lose me, I will always be completely yours. And then, he kissed me, a kiss full of promise and love. That was the sign that we were now one. Our padlock had been placed on a Sunday morning, just as the first rays of the sun illuminated our little shelter. "We must go," Jorge announced with a regretful expression. I understood perfectly. Our little escape had come to an end. We had to return and face the real world, but this time we wouldn't be alone. Now we would be a team. I don't want to do it, but I understand that I'm a responsible adult now. I know, my Katerina, I don't want to leave either. But it comforts me to know that we're married, here and anywhere in the world. I looked at him excitedly. That's true, I exclaimed, hugging him joyfully. What a joy to have your last name next to mine. Come on, we'll have breakfast on the way to the airport. What? Aren't we going to stop by the hotel to pick up our things? I asked, looking up at him curiously. Your husband already took care of that. Wow! How efficient. We got into a taxi, and Jorge spoke to the driver in French. The man nodded and started driving. Shortly after, we arrived at a fancy restaurant that seemed to serve delicious breakfasts. Zia, I read aloud. I like that name. Me too. If we ever have a daughter, I'd like her name to be that. Wow, handsome. Slow down. I'm not saying we're going to have it now, but have them. In plural. Yes, because I was an only child and I wouldn't want our son or daughter to grow up alone. I'd prefer them to have siblings. Jorge opened the door of the place and led me to a table. I agree with you, although I must admit that, even though my brothers sometimes seem silly, I can't deny that I'm happy to have them in my life. I looked at my husband. How many children would you like to have? Jorge paused briefly, as if he was considering his answer, although he knew he had already made up his mind on this topic. 2, so that they always have each other. At that moment, a waitress approached our table. When she saw Jorge, her eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and I thought her attitude was somewhat inappropriate. She even got too close to him. What can I get you? She asked, without taking her eyes off Jorge. I felt a growing unease, and thought to myself, is it legal to murder in France? I looked at Jorge, trying to fully understand the waitress's attitude. Please bring us 2 coffees and croissants, Jorge said in French, and the woman nodded before leaving. And the translation? I asked, crossing my arms. He just came to take our order, he replied, without showing any disturbance. Tell him to take it out, I asked, looking at the waitress, annoyed by her behavior. No, darling, she's not flirting. I turned my head and looked at Jorge with distrust. I don't need to know French to understand your body language. Jorge sighed, but I couldn't help but feel jealous. Okay, I'll go tell him it's to go, he said, standing up from his seat. But before he could, I quickly took his hand. No, better tell me what I should tell him. Jorge sat down again and calmly explained to me. The order is tomorrow, he said, smiling softly. I looked at him, raising an eyebrow. Is the order to go? Jorge shook his head and repeated the phrase. A few minutes passed, during which I tried to imitate his pronunciation, but I couldn't help feeling that I was saying it worse and worse. This isn't going to work, we'd better both go, I decided, standing up. Jorge laughed softly. He stood up and walked to the counter, taking my hand. I have to admit I like seeing you a little jealous. Yes, but don't let it become a habit, I protested, although I couldn't help but smile. The waitress approached again. This time, upon hearing Jorge's request, she finally seemed to notice me. I raised my hand and showed her the wedding ring on my ring finger. Jorge put his hand around my waist and kissed me on the top of my head, as if he sensed that at that moment I felt an urgent need to put the waitress in her place. Luckily, within a few minutes we had our order, and we were on our way to the airport. However, the further we walked from the restaurant, the worse I felt about my earlier reaction. "I'm sorry I reacted like that," I whispered, taking a sip of my coffee. "My dear, it doesn't bother me that you feel jealous sometimes, but it does hurt me when you begin to doubt how I feel about you." Jorge took my hands tenderly. "With you, everything makes sense. With you, I feel complete, like never before." I looked down, the weight of my emotions making me feel even more vulnerable. But, as always, my Adonis gently touched my chin, lifting my face so I could look into his eyes. "I love you, my sweet and jealous butterfly." Although I tried to remain serious, a smile escaped my lips, which I couldn't help. Wilson was the only person who had that power over me, the power to make me happy just by looking at me. We had arrived at the terminal and boarded the ship without any problems. I was exhausted, feeling tiredness creeping up on me, but I refused to fall asleep. Mainly because my dear husband was sharing his plans for the future with me. "There are so many places I want to take you," Jorge said, caressing my face with his large hand, his tone warm and full of love. "We can take advantage of the weekends to travel," I suggested, a yawn escaping my lips. "It's a wonderful idea, although, we also have to adapt to this new lifestyle." He leaned closer and kissed me on the lips. "Did you know that on weekends I came to work just to see you?" I smiled, touched by his words. I also agreed to go, for the same purpose. "Do you remember the times I used to come to your desk to ask for anything?" he asked me, sounding nostalgic. "Yes, and it was precisely thanks to those excuses that I asked you to move my desk into your office," I replied, smiling sweetly. "You can't imagine how happy that proposal made me." It's true, I didn't know it at the time. They were two of the most difficult days of my life. I leaned my head against the window and put my feet up on Jorge's lap. "It was a nightmare thinking that I had been exposed to you. Almost the same thing happened to me, except I was thinking about how your brothers would react." "My brothers," I thought with a touch of melancholy. I won't deny that I was eager to see his reaction upon learning that his former best friend was now legally his brother-in-law. However, because of his outbursts, Jorge and I decided to get married almost in secret. I lowered my head, thinking about my parents. They were still unaware of all the events that had occurred in the past few days. My father, however, had made it clear that he knew of my feelings for Jorge and that he supported me in fighting for that love. But the most important thing for them had always been family, and missing their only daughter's wedding didn't seem to sit well with them at all. Jorge gently lifted my face, taking my chin in his hands, and leaned forward to stare into my eyes. "We'll be fine. I'm your husband now, and I won't let anyone take you away from me," he assured me, with firmness and sweetness in his voice. "I'd like to continue living in the apartment we've been living in," I commented, beginning to realize what it really meant to be Jorge Wilson's wife. "Well, we'll continue living there," Jorge replied, taking my hands and gently kissing the back of one of them. "You're the queen of my life. I'll fulfill your every wish." I smiled with my heart full of love. I loved Jorge and our relationship deeply. I even came to the conclusion that if we had become a couple years earlier, it probably wouldn't have worked out. Back then, I was more immature and Jorge was completely focused on work, which probably would have damaged the relationship. "You are the man of my life," I said with a sigh. I couldn't help but yawn again. "Come here," Jorge said, getting up from his seat. He picked me up and placed me on his lap. "Get some rest." "I don't want to sleep," I want to stay up talking to you, I protested, pouting slightly. Get some sleep, take advantage of the fact that we have a few hours left before we get home. Jorge gently slid his hand inside my shirt, tenderly touching one of my breasts. I feel like this is all a dream, I confessed, looking at him with a hint of sadness. I'm truly and completely yours, Jorge replied, leaning down to place a soft kiss on my nose. I sighed and closed my eyes. My plan was to roll over in my seat a few times and claim I couldn't sleep. However, before I could gather my thoughts, I found myself being swept away by Morpheus's arms. A sharp jolt made me snap open my eyes. I sat up quickly, trying to understand what was happening, but Jorge was no longer by my side and the ship seemed to be rapidly losing altitude. I heard the pilot screaming for help. Jorge. I called anxiously, taking off my belt. Jorge. The cabin door opened wide enough to clearly hear what was being said. Matey, we've lost both engines, we're flying over. Jorge closed the door and the rest turned into incomprehensible murmurs. Don't we have engines? I asked, scared, my heart pounding. There was an incident, but everything will be okay, Jorge reassured me, helping me back into my seat. He skillfully fastened my seat belt. I took his face in my hands, forcing him to look at me. Tell me what's going on. We're going to have a forced landing, Jorge revealed, looking at the control panel, before repeating, everything's going to be okay. Put on your seatbelt, I ordered him firmly. She wasn't naive. She knew that airplanes, even with the loss of 2 engines, could glide to a landing in an emergency. But a miscalculation, uneven terrain, or a stroke of bad luck could turn it into a fatal crash. I have to go to the cabin, Jorge said with determination. Jorge, please. I begged, feeling fear creep into my voice. He looked at me with those eyes that always reassured me, leaning down to leave a soft kiss on my forehead. I won't let anything happen to you. Before I could stop him, he stood up and disappeared into the hallways. I clenched my fists, holding my breath, and looked out the window. Outside, there was only a green sea of trees, an endless landscape that offered no sign of civilization. I closed my eyes and gripped the seat arms as the plane shook violently. Each vibration resonated like thunder, and the sound of twisting metal chilled my blood. And then, the impact. A deafening roar shook the craft, followed by a piercing crack. The structure began to collapse, and the fuselage tore open like paper. Tree branches burst into the cockpit, splintering plastic and metal in their wake. I instinctively covered my head, but the blows were relentless. A sharp pain erupted in my temple, and the world spun. I tried to resist, but the darkness dragged me into its abyss. Star operator. Something was calling me. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Impact confirmed, I repeat, impact confirmed. Over. The pilot's voice, faint but clear, pulled me from my unconsciousness. I blinked, disoriented, as my vision adjusted to the chaos. My seat was hanging precariously from a thick branch. Below, the cockpit lay half destroyed, embedded in the ground. There was no sign of the rest of the plane. Jorge. I called, hoping to hear his voice. But only silence answered. My heart pounded. Jorge. He's not here. The pilot replied, his voice breaking. Did you go out looking for help? I asked, even though I already knew the answer. He came back for you, before the impact. I had to find him. I tried to move, but a stabbing pain in my shoulder stopped me. A thin branch had pierced it. When I brought my hand to my head, I felt the wetness of blood. I couldn't stay there. With a groan, I yanked my belt free and fell. A fresh pain shot through my abdomen as I landed on a twisted piece of metal, and my ankle gave way with a crunch. Ow! I exclaimed, holding back a scream. What are you doing? The pilot asked, his voice growing weaker. I'm looking for my husband. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to sit up. My ankle was swollen, but it could bear weight. The worst part was the stake in my abdomen. With a swift movement, I pulled it out, stifling a scream. I tore the bottom of my shirt to make a makeshift bandage and pressed it tight. There was no time for pain. As I approached the booth, my heart sank. The pilot, Chuck, was impaled on multiple branches piercing his body. He was bleeding from his nose and ear, and his breathing was shallow. It looks worse than it is, he murmured, trying to smile. I tried to restart the engines, but there was a short circuit. He coughed, and drops of blood splattered his uniform. Is there anything I can do? I asked, knowing the answer. No. Go get your husband. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. I'm sorry. I whispered before walking away. It was around 2 in the afternoon. The light would soon fade. I took a branch as a walking stick and went into the thicket, calling Jorge over and over again. The plane had left a trail of debris, and I followed it, quickening my pace despite the pain. Until I saw it. A motionless lump among the trees. I wanted to run, but the pain in my ankle prevented me. I moved forward as fast as I could, staggering with each step. When I got close enough, I could make out his figure. It was him, my Adonis, the love of my life. Jorge, my love, I'm here. My voice trembled with cold. Are you okay? I moved closer, and suddenly fell to my knees beside him, desperate. The first thing I did was lay my head on his chest, and a sigh of relief escaped my lips when I heard the steady beat of his heart. With extreme delicacy, I ran my hands over his body, looking for any sign of fracture or anything that might be penetrating his skin. On her thigh, I saw a piece of the plane embedded in it. It didn't seem to be a deep wound, but I didn't dare touch it, afraid of hurting her further. Her skin was covered in scrapes and bruises, and her hair felt sticky. I looked carefully, and that's when I saw the large wound on his head, which wouldn't stop bleeding. My heart stopped for a moment at the sight. Help is coming, don't worry, I whispered, kissing her lips tenderly. Stay with me, please. Hang in there. I took a piece of my pants and pressed it against his wound in hopes of stopping the bleeding. We'll be okay, I promise. My eyes fell on my blood-soaked shirt. I swallowed, feeling fear choke me. I knew it wasn't a good sign, the blood was still flowing. Desperate, I lay down beside him and hugged him tightly. I refused to think this is the end of our story. My breathing became heavier, and I felt my strength draining away. I refuse to lose you, but if this is what it takes, I promise I'll find you in the next life. My eyes closed slowly, pain enveloping my entire being. I love you, Jorge Wilson. I hope we won't be so fearful in another life. Little by little, the pain faded away, and only the memories of the happy times we had shared remained. I love you, my Adonis. I opened my eyes slowly, my eyelids heavy, and blinked several times to adjust to the light. I looked up at the ceiling, whose white lights cast an unexpected calm over me. In that moment, there was no pain, no worries, nothing that could disturb me. Jorge, a voice echoed in my mind. Immediately, my heart began to pound wildly. The machines around me emitted high-pitched sounds that reflected my condition. Jorge! I exclaimed, quickly sitting up in bed. A sharp pain ran through my body, and I gritted my teeth. With my hand, I touched my shoulder, searching for the twig I still remembered, but when I looked, I saw only a clean bandage covering the wound. Ariadne. Edward's voice interrupted me as he walked over and took my face in his hands. Please calm down. Where's Jorge? I asked, slipping out of his grasp. He's alive. Hearing his words, I felt immediate relief, but I didn't stop, needing more details. He hit his head hard. I need to see him, I interrupted. For now it is not possible. Why? I started pulling out the cables, the monitors, everything that was keeping me from leaving the room. He doesn't accept visitors. I looked at Edward, and although a small nervous laugh escaped my lips, I instantly regretted it, as the situation was not one for laughter. I'm not just anyone, I said as I got out of bed, feeling a stabbing pain in my abdomen. Still, I moved forward. I'm going to see him. Ariadne, this isn't a good idea, Edward insisted, but I kept going, even though my body felt like it was being shot through with a bar of fire. I couldn't stop, I needed to see him, to make sure he was okay. Wait, Ariadne. I stopped when I realized I didn't know where his room was. At the end of the hall, on the left, Edward whispered, coming over to help me. The walk wasn't easy, but I was determined to finish it. Edward stopped in front of the door, and without a second thought, I opened it. I broke free from his grasp and walked in. My gaze immediately went to him. Jorge was sitting up in bed, half his head bandaged. His skin was marked by scrapes and bruises, but the most important thing was that he was alive. When he saw us, his eyes met mine, and a tear began to slide down my cheek. Everything in my life started to make sense again. Jorge, I whispered, walking toward him, my heart overflowing with emotion. Hi. Goodbye, a familiar voice interrupted me, coming out of nowhere. It was Laura. Do you see her too? I asked Edward, who nodded. Relief washed over me knowing I wasn't losing my mind, though that feeling was short-lived, as fury quickly took over. I looked at Jorge and firmly asked, "What's she doing here?" "She's my fiancée," he replied with a confidence that overwhelmed me. A direct blow to the heart would not have been so painful. "Fiancée," I repeated, barely able to keep my voice steady. "I told you, the concussion caused him to lose the last 4 years of his life," Edward murmured beside me. I looked at him, and before he could reply, I answered. "I'm sure you didn't tell me." I shook my head and returned my attention to Jorge. "Laura's lying, she's just taking advantage of the situation. Please, trust me." "How can I trust someone I don't know?" Jorge responded from his bed, using that distant, cold tone he used with everyone. "I'm the woman of your dreams," I revealed, tears streaming down my face. "The accident happened when we were returning from France. We went to. Let's get to work." Laura approached Jorge and took his hand possessively. "Don't touch her," I warned him, clenching my hands into fists, a torrent of rage coursing through me. "It's clear to me that you have no dignity, taking advantage of his loss of memories to insert yourself into his life, when you'd thrown him out like an old sock." "You went to a work meeting," Laura continued, ignoring my words. "You wish," Edward interrupted, looking at Jorge. "Jorge, I'm a witness to the love you two have for each other." "You're her best friend, of course you'll play along," Laura replied with a cold smile. My desperation grew. I relaxed my hands, feeling them tremble, and took several deep breaths to calm myself. "Wilson, we went to France because we needed time together, as a couple." I wiped my face. "When we came back, the ship lost its engines and we crashed in the forest. The pilot was in very bad shape, and we were seriously injured. Please believe me, that's what happened. Ariadne, a familiar voice called. I turned quickly, hopeful. What are you doing here? Gerardo asked me, his face expressionless. I walked over to my brothers and took Brad's hands. Tell Jorge we had a relationship, I pleaded, my voice breaking from tears. We won't lie for you, Lionel said sharply. That's not what we taught you. Brad let go of my hands and confirmed Lionel's words. It's true, they were very close friends, but their relationship never transcended beyond the workplace, someone stated in a cold voice. Ariadna, please return to your room, Gerardo ordered in an authoritarian tone. How can they do this to me? I protested, feeling the lump in my throat grow larger. We're not doing anything to you. You're just our friend's assistant, nothing more, Brad declared with a certainty that made my blood boil. I hated him with all my heart at that moment. You, miserable traitors. How could you do this to your own sister? Edward intervened, running to support me. Shut up, this is none of your business, Gerardo snapped disdainfully. What did I do to deserve this? I screamed, desperate. I took a deep breath, trying to convey to Jorge with my eyes that it was all a lie. I turned to him pleadingly and murmured. Kiss me. Your mind may have forgotten me, but your heart won't lie to you. You nerve. Security. Call security. Laura screamed hysterically. Jorge, I beg you, I begged. I don't remember you. I can't put the word of a stranger above the people I trust, he replied coldly. They betrayed you, I managed to say through tears. My brothers opposed our relationship from the beginning, and this is just another of their schemes. If they really had something, why didn't our parents know? Brad questioned, crossing his arms. Please get out of my room, Wilson demanded, fixing me with an icy stare. I lowered my head, defeated, and reached for Edward's hand. My friend led me out of the room, although it all felt like a dream, I wasn't sure how or when we got to my room. Ariadna, darling. What's wrong? My father asked when he saw me come in, choked with tears. Is Jorge okay? My mother worried, hugging me tightly. My brothers have broken my heart, I whispered, trembling. What? I don't understand anything, my father said, helping me sit up in bed. Jorge has lost his memory for the last 4 years. He doesn't remember anything about his relationship with Ariadna, Edward explained in a grave voice. His children and Laura have teamed up to convince him that there was never anything more than a professional relationship between them. Laura, my mother repeated, frowning. Do you know her? I asked, wiping away my tears. I'm not sure if it's the same one, but Brad briefly dated a girl named Laura. He was madly in love with her, though he suddenly stopped mentioning her, my mother recounted. Even your brothers pretended they'd never met her. I looked at my parents, remembering Jorge had said he and Laura met in college. It all fit, that woman was clearly obsessed with him. Maybe that's why my brothers are against our relationship. It's a matter of revenge, I mused aloud. Ariadna, I don't know what's going on, but you can't accuse your brothers of something so serious, my father scolded me, taking my hands. We're a family. We're not anymore, Dad. We stopped being that when your 3 sons turned their backs on me, I replied bitterly. At that moment, the door opened. I anxiously hoped it was Jorge, but it was just a nurse. Good afternoon. Visitors must leave, the woman announced with a cordial smile. Of course, but we'd like to know when she'll be discharged, my father asked, and I nodded silently, grateful for his intervention. Sure. Come with me to reception for the details, the nurse instructed. I'm going with you, my mother said. I want to stop by Jorge, too. Can you help her change and get cleaned up? My father asked Edward. Of course. Unless you're planning on walking around the hospital in your pajamas as the new trend, he joked, trying to lighten the mood. I opened my eyes, confused, and realized I was no longer wearing a hospital gown, but pajamas. I made a childish gesture with my finger, but he playfully made a circle with his fingers and slipped it over mine. No. I protested, quickly withdrawing my hand. Come on, you know how I am, he replied with a mischievous smile. I waited for my parents to leave before I collapsed onto the bed, exhausted. I need to understand what the hell happened, I muttered, staring at Edward. My friend sat next to me and put his arms around me. The plane you were traveling on from France lost both engines. The pilot made a skillful emergency landing, but the uneven terrain and trees caused him to lose control. Luckily, they'd already sent your location. You had 2 deep wounds, so they took you straight to surgery. Jorge suffered multiple blows, none serious, except for the blow to his head, which was the most worrying, he recounted calmly. I wasn't referring to the accident, Edward. I lived through it. I looked up, serious. I want to know what happened between that woman, my brothers, and Jorge. That. He stepped away and stood up. I want answers too. But first, let's get you changed. You can't investigate anything looking like that. We're in Los Angeles, you've been hospitalized and unconscious for 4 days. And Jorge? He was unconscious for a couple of days, but Laura hasn't left his side since he arrived. Apparently, she hadn't changed her emergency contact. She's not his emergency contact, it's Brad. I ran my hands over my face, feeling the weight of guilt. I should have changed it before we left, long before. Don't do this to yourself. Blaming yourself won't solve anything. Ariadna, now more than ever you need to come up with a plan to win your boyfriend back. I opened my eyes, disoriented, and searched the nightstand for my wedding ring. Finding it, I put it on with a sad smile and whispered, I'm sorry. Husband and wife. We got married in France. My God. Why didn't you say anything to him? You didn't see how he spoke to me. He wouldn't have believed a word I said. Besides, I don't think his fiancée would be pleased to find out she can't marry him. There's my little devil. Edward, with a mischievous grin, lifted the luggage onto my bed and took out one of my pajamas. What will you do now? I don't know yet. I guess I'll have to wait until they discharge me. Are you going back to your parents' house? No. I'm going back home, or rather, to my apartment. And Jorge? I don't know where he'll go, but for now, I'll be his assistant again. It was there that I conquered him, where I seduced him. And it's there that I'll do it again. I stated firmly, my voice filled with determination. I opened my eyes and immediately searched for my surroundings, trying to understand where I was. However, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't identify the place. I tried to sit up, but a stabbing pain in my head prevented me. Damn it! I muttered, putting a hand to my head. Jorge, I heard a female voice, and my heart started beating faster. Suddenly, Laura appeared in my field of vision, and my heart rate returned to normal. Are you okay? I think so. What are you doing here? I thought your flight was leaving tonight, I asked, confused. My flight, she replied, and pressed a button on the bed that allowed me to sit up partially. Yes, you weren't going to England tonight. Her face changed drastically. It was strange, but for some reason, I thought she was relieved by my question. I'm going to call a doctor, Laura said as she left the room. I kept looking around, as if searching for something or someone, though I couldn't remember what. However, I had the strange feeling that I was expecting to see someone else, not Laura. A doctor came in, accompanied by my college friend, and began to evaluate me. He shone a flashlight in my eyes, asked me a few questions, and nodded, as if he already had a diagnosis. As we already knew, after the accident, he suffered a concussion. Memory loss, confusion, and dizziness are some of the effects. The man put the pen in his lab coat and continued, apparently, he's lost 4 years of his life. Is there any chance I'll get my memory back? Laura asked, taking my hand worriedly. The brain is the most mysterious organ in human beings. Right now, we have a 50% chance of recovering those memories, but also a 50% chance of them not returning. It all depends on chance, I summarized, trying to understand the magnitude of the situation. Exactly. I advise you to return to your daily routine, that might help the process. Thank you, doctor, Laura replied. For now, we'll keep you here for a few more days. He turned to leave, but stopped and looked at me. In case you're interested, the girl who was with you on the plane just got out of surgery. Accident? I asked, realizing I had no idea how I'd gotten here. Yes, of course, you shouldn't remember that, the doctor said. Don't worry, I'll fill you in, Laura said quickly. Very well, I'll leave it in your hands, the doctor replied before leaving the room. I looked at Laura, who seemed unsure how to handle the situation. There's not much to tell. You went to France with Ariadna, Brad's sister, Gerardo, and Lionel for work. On the way back, you had an accident. I looked at Laura, noticing that she was avoiding the subject in detail. Does Ariadna work with me? Yes, my love, she is your assistant. My love? I asked, puzzled. Of course, you don't remember. He raised his hand and showed me a ring. We're engaged. The news hit me like a bucket of cold water. The last thing I remembered about Laura was her going to England to study, after. I don't understand. Didn't you go to England? Yes, I left, but then I came back. We met by chance at a coffee shop, started talking, then went on a few dates and became a couple. Now we're engaged. I didn't want to doubt her words, but I wasn't sure I loved her, at least at that moment, I didn't feel that love. Where are the boys? I changed the subject, searching for something that would help me process everything better. They must be with their sister. Clear. Jorge. The days passed. The doctor removed some of my wires, which made my stay more bearable. Meanwhile, my friends and fiancé never left my room, calmly telling me everything that had happened over the past few years. I listened intently to every word, though I couldn't fully process it. Where did that crazy trio go to get coffee? Laura commented, leaning out the window. Suddenly, the door opened and a red-haired, imposing-looking woman stared at me. Jorge, she whispered my name, and my heart nearly leaped out of my chest. Hello. Goodbye. Laura interrupted her sharply. The newcomer whispered something to her companion and then asked me in an authoritative tone. What is she doing here? She's my fiancée, I replied confidently, even though I didn't understand anything about what was happening. Fiancée, she repeated, her voice barely audible. I told you, the contusion caused him to lose the last 4 years of his life, the boy next to him murmured, explaining the situation. She turned around, annoyed, and said something to the man that I couldn't hear. She shook her head and shouted. Laura's lying. She's just taking advantage of the situation. Please trust me, the unknown voice whispered urgently. How can I trust someone I don't know? I replied firmly, although something in his golden eyes made me doubt. Her expression cracked like broken glass, and even though I didn't want to hurt her, I couldn't give in. Yet a part of me shuddered at the sight of her. There was something familiar about her gaze. Suddenly, tears began to fall down her face. They weren't manipulative tears, but genuine ones, laden with a pain that seemed rooted in her soul. I'm the woman of your dreams, she managed to say between sobs, clumsily wiping her cheeks. The accident happened when we were returning from France. We went to work, Laura interrupted, approaching me and taking my hand possessively. Don't touch him, the stranger clenched her fists, taking a deep breath. Do you really have no dignity? Taking advantage of his amnesia to return to his life, when he himself had left you behind. They were going to a work meeting, Laura insisted, ignoring the comment. That's what you want, a dark-haired young man chimed in. Jorge, I'm a witness to what you felt for each other. You're her best friend. You'll obviously defend her, I snapped, feeling my headache grow. Confusion clouded my mind. This absurd situation was beginning to overwhelm me. Listen to me, the redhead determinedly wiped her tears. We went to France because we needed time together. On the return flight, the engines failed. The pilot died, and we were seriously injured. Please believe me. This is the truth. Ariadne. Brad called from the doorway. Hearing her name, her body relaxed slightly, as if her presence alone gave her a respite. What are you doing here? Gerardo asked in an icy voice, crossing his arms. The young woman, Ariadna, walked toward them with hesitant steps and took Brad's hands. Tell him the truth. Please. We were a couple, she pleaded, her voice breaking. We're not going to lie for you, Lionel spoke coldly. We didn't raise you for this. Brad let go of his hands as if they were burning and added. They were close friends, yes. But the only thing that united them was work. Ariadna, go back to your room. Now, Gerardo ordered authoritatively. How can you betray me like this, she cried, looking at them in disbelief. It's not treason. You're his assistant, nothing more. Brad spoke with the confidence of a lawyer defending his case. Liars. Are you really going to deny your own sister? Ariadna's friend put a protective arm around her. You have no say here, Gerardo glared at him. What did I do to you to deserve this? Ariadne stifled a cry of frustration. Then she turned to me, desperate. Kiss me. Your mind may have forgotten me, but your heart will remember. My heart is unreliable, I thought, feeling it pounding against my ribs. Enough. Security. Laura shouted, indignant. Jorge, I beg you. Ariadna extended a trembling hand. I don't know you. I can't choose you over people I trust. They lied to you, she exclaimed. My brothers never approved of our relationship, and this is their revenge. If they were a couple, why didn't our parents know? Brad asked the question like a challenge. Everyone get out. Now, I demanded, exhausted. Ariadna looked at me one last time, her eyes filled with a pain that pierced me, before leaving defeated. Someone should keep that girl in check, Laura murmured with false sympathy. But my mind kept going around. Everyone at the university knew about the existence of the Russell sisters' younger sister, protected like a national treasure. Until today, I didn't even know her name. And now not only did I know, but her face haunted me. Why hadn't my friends, so overprotective of her, visited her all this time. Why would they lie? Did they call my parents? I asked suddenly. We couldn't reach them. Laura avoided my gaze. They're probably on some trip. Brad quickly changed the subject, but I just wanted to escape, to piece together the missing pieces of my life. Jorge. I was finally discharged. I needed to go home, search every corner for clues. Something didn't add up in this story, and I was determined to find out what. Laura took my hand as we left the hospital, but her touch felt foreign to me. Was it amnesia, or something deeper? A car stopped in front of us, and when we rolled down the window, we saw it was Brad. I let go of Laura's hand and headed to the passenger seat. "Aren't you going to open the door for me?" my fiancé asked, crossing her arms. "Why would I? I'm the one who just got out of the hospital," I replied as I got into the car and calmly closed the door. "You used to do it," she complained to me once she was inside. "You said it before. That belongs to the past." Okay, let's stop arguing. "I'm sure everything will be fine at home," Brad suggested as he started the car. "What, we live together?" I asked, turning to look at Laura. "Honey, we're getting married. Of course we'll live together. We even sleep in the same bed. Can you go home for a few days?" I asked, settling back into my seat. "What's wrong, Jorge? Don't you love me anymore?" "I just got out of the hospital, I want peace of mind." "Is that too much to ask?" "Sorry to butt in, but the doctor said you should get back to your routine, and that, my friend, includes Laura. Also, we sold my apartment when I moved in with you." "Okay, just don't bother me," I demanded, closing my eyes and trying to calm down. After a long conversation with my parents, they finally accepted that I was old enough to take care of myself. I gently closed the apartment door and immediately burst into tears. Every corner of that place was filled with memories. We'd only been away for a weekend, but when I returned, it seemed like an eternity had passed since I'd been in our home. I walked to the couch, picked up Jorge's shirt that had been left there, and held it to my face, letting his scent envelop me. Then, with some regret, I let it fall back down. My dear Jorge wasn't lost, he'd just lost a part of his memories. I knew I needed to rest, regain my strength, and plot my next move. Chess had always fascinated me. The white pieces have a slight advantage when making the first move, but only experts can win anywhere on the board. In my situation, I would let the snake and its allies take the initiative, then respond with the full force of my pieces. After all, he still had several aces up his sleeve. I got up from the couch and opened the suitcase I'd been packing since the hospital. An officer had handed it to me just before I left, explaining that it had been one of the items recovered from the accident. However, he told me that my husband's belongings had not been found. Only I knew that when we traveled, we only took one suitcase. Curiously, or perhaps fortunately, the tag had my information on it. I opened it cautiously. Inside were some of Jorge's clothes and others I'd bought that day in my French outfit. My gaze fell on the cell phones inside. I frowned in surprise. I didn't remember putting them there. In fact, it seemed impossible, since someone else had been in charge of carrying the luggage to the terminal. Perhaps Jorge had left them in the cabin before the accident happened. It was a mystery, but also something that worked in my favor. The suitcase had survived the crash well, and all its contents were intact, which meant that, hopefully, the phones would work without any problems. Damn, they're dead. I ran to get a couple of chargers and plugged them in. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling while I waited. I decided I wouldn't return to work until Monday. Those 3 days off would be my time to recover. My love, I trust you. I know that, even without your memories, you'll make it through. Not all is lost, I know that. Ariadne. I woke up in the middle of the night, hungry and completely unwilling to cook. I was close to the beach, and I thought maybe some good sushi with the sea in the background would relieve me a little. With that crazy thought in mind, I stood up with some effort. The wound on my shoulder didn't hurt as much anymore, but the one in my abdomen still bothered me. I would have liked to take a shower and change, but my hunger was more urgent than my need for rest. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. It wasn't the best outfit, but after a plane crash, going out in a tracksuit and sweatshirt didn't seem like a bad idea. I combed my hair with my hands, grabbed some money and keys, and headed out. The elevator quickly took me to the lobby. Miss Russell, the security guard called, causing me to stop. I watched him, unwilling to speak. On Friday, a man left this here. He held out his hand, showing the remote control Jorge had given me before we left. Thanks. I took control and headed for the parking lot. A couple of tears fell from my eyes. I still have the Wilson. I ran my hand over the hood of the car. Don't worry, we'll soon have the Wilson we're missing. I started the engine and drove out of the building, leaving a small tire track on the ground. As I drove through the streets of Los Angeles, memories of my walks with Jorge flooded my mind. My initial plan was to go out and get something to eat, but before I knew it, I found myself driving to the same beach I'd been to with him. Back then, I had no idea we could have anything more. Now, things had changed. I parked, got out of the car, and took off my shoes. I walked along the sand until I reached the same spot where Jorge and I had almost kissed. It all seemed like a bad nightmare, like a cruel trick of fate. Giving us everything we most desire only to have it taken away. I hugged my legs, staring at the sea, which looked like a giant mirror. The moon and stars were reflected in its waters, creating an image of peace and melancholy. The breeze caressed my hair, while my skin prickled with the cold humidity of the night air. Tears began to fall uncontrollably. I closed my eyes, feeling lost, and I didn't like that feeling of being adrift at all. Suddenly, I felt a blanket cover my shoulders. I opened my eyes with hope, but it was only Dr. Cedeno. I almost feel bad for not being the person you expected, she said with a shy smile as she sat down next to me. I didn't imagine I'd run into someone I knew in a place like this, right now. I guess I'm not good company right now either, I admitted quietly, shifting my gaze toward the ocean horizon. I took a deep breath, letting the salty breeze fill my lungs. I'm sorry, Cole. I'm just a jumble of emotions today. That's obvious, he replied with an understanding smile. But I'm not at my best either. I thought that perhaps by sharing our sorrows, the burden would be lighter for both of us. There was something about his presence, perhaps the way he seemed to see beyond my words, that made me lower my guard. Tears welled up without permission, crystalline like the sunset on the water. I'm devastated, Cole. I feel like the ground is falling out from under me. I'm afraid of losing the love of my life, I confessed, clumsily wiping away a stray tear. You mean that jealous guy who went with you to the appointment? He asked, and when I nodded, his expression hardened. Did he hurt you? Yes, but not how you imagine, I sighed, trying to sort through the chaos in my mind. We had a wonderful weekend, but on the way back, there was an accident. Now he doesn't remember anything about me. But the doctors said I could get my memory back, didn't they? In theory, yes. Although that's not what hurts me the most, I murmured, letting my tears speak for me. Cole gently took my chin, forcing me to look at him. Tell me, what could be worse than oblivion? Her college friend, I gulped. That obsessive girl who's now making her believe they're a couple. What a piece of... He interrupted, holding back a curse. Excuse me. I just can't stand people who take advantage of other people's weaknesses. I'm sure you will, I nodded, taking her hand away to dry my face while I gathered my hair. But enough about me. Now tell me your story. Cole ran a hand through his beard, exhaling heavily. Compared to your drama, mine seems like a whim, he finally said. It's just my girlfriend's problems. In fact, that's why I took these days off. No matter how hard I try, I can't make her happy. For the first time in days, I felt my attention shift from my own pain. What exactly is going on? I asked, turning to him. Jealousy. Pathological jealousy toward my patients. My eyes widened. Jealous of your patients? I asked, incredulous. He nodded resignedly. But, we're all women. It's absurd. I know. Although technically you're right about one thing, he joked with a half-smile. Her legs do open up for me, in the most clinical sense, of course. The laugh surprised me. It was true, no other man knew our anatomy so intimately. But Cole had always been an exemplary professional, respectful to the core. And what do you plan to do? I have no idea, he confessed, throwing a handful of sand into the wind. Maybe end it all. I love my job, and ultimatums aren't for me. The world is full of wonderful women. I'm not going to waste my life with someone who suffocates me. And yet here you are, wallowing in misery for her, I pointed out gently. The pain is temporary, he replied, shrugging. For now, I'll settle for no strings attached encounters. Regaining my freedom. I hugged my knees, watching the waves lap the shore. It sounded easy when spoken from a place of indifference. Perhaps true love hadn't knocked on her door yet. Hey, have you had dinner yet? He asked suddenly, changing the subject. I shook my head. There's a place nearby with some amazing seafood grills. I hesitated. I wasn't even sure I had the strength to get up from the sand. Can we leave it for another day? I'm not in the mood for anything today. I understand, but you can't give up, he insisted, pumping a spirited fist. You're a tough woman, you know that. What? I blinked, confused. Baraka. It's a Colombian term, she explained proudly. It means brave, warrior. Ah. I didn't know you were Colombian. Yes, although I studied here and stayed for love of the country, he explained as he helped me up. His eyes fell on my bare feet. And the shoes. I left them in the car. I love the feel of the sand between my toes, I smiled weakly. We walked in silence until suddenly a sharp pain made me scream. Oh! What happened? Cole caught me before I fell. My foot, I moaned, pointing at the glass sticking out of my skin. He knelt down to examine the wound. It's not deep, he diagnosed. Wait here, I'll get the first aid kit from the car. No need, it's just a scratch, I protested. Hold on right there, he ordered affectionately before running off. I stared at my bloody foot, feeling the universe mock me. What a streak. I sighed to the heavens. As if I didn't have enough emotional wounds, now you're also tearing into my skin. I don't think God had anything to do with your accident. I looked over my shoulder, convinced I was hallucinating. I looked at Jorge who was behind me and, with effort, I stood up. Oh my God. I exclaimed, feeling the glass sink deeper into my foot. I looked at him hopefully. Did you remember something? No, he replied seriously. My body slumped, resigned. What are you doing here? I asked, trying to regain some control over the situation. Seeing as you're on a date. His tone was thick with jealousy. You seemed so in love at the hospital. Was it all a lie? I bit my lower lip, trying to stop the tears that threatened to fall. I wasn't faking, and I'm not on a date. And what are you doing with that guy at this hour? Jorge asked, visibly annoyed. I heard Cole's footsteps approaching us. Cedino is my gynecologist. I brushed my hair out of my face. We met by chance. It's a shame he doesn't believe in coincidences. So what are you doing here? I replied, trying to remain calm. Wasting my time. Just then, Cedino arrived and stood by my side. Jorge, nice to see you here, Cole greeted kindly. Wilson said nothing, just glared at him before walking away without a word. I held out as long as I could before letting myself fall back onto the sand. What happened? Cole asked, holding my foot carefully. I'm not sure. At first I thought I remembered something, but now I have no idea. I gritted my teeth as Cedino began to remove the glass from my foot and disinfect the wound. Ready? Cole held out his hand. Thank you. I took his hand and stood up. I think it's best to postpone the outing for another day. Actually, I just saw a cute girl in the parking lot. What are you doing here? I encouraged him. Go get her. I don't want to leave you alone here. I can take care of myself. Go get her, I repeated, smiling. I took off my jacket and gave it to him. Okay, he said, taking the jacket, just because you insist, but don't put your foot down completely. Cedino kissed me on the cheek before running off. I crossed my arms and watched him walk away. What kind of man leaves a woman hurt and alone? Jorge commented, and my skin prickled at the warmth of his presence near me. Chapter 11. It had been exactly 24 hours since I'd been discharged. I'd spent most of that time deep in thought, trying to process everything happening around me, the rest, trying to find a glimmer of peace in what was supposedly my home. Something kept bothering me. Brad, Gerardo, and Lionel, my lifelong friends, had stayed close to me, even today, the day their sister was discharged. It was strange, almost incoherent behavior. What had happened between them and Ariadna to make them ignore her like that? As far back as she could remember, they had protected her fiercely, even caring for her name. But now, they seemed indifferent to her absence. Love. Laura's sweet voice interrupted my thoughts. She sat on my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. Do you want me to make you something to eat? No, I just need to rest, I replied, gently pushing her away before turning to my friends. Don't you have any unfinished business to attend to? They exchanged glances, until Brad spoke. Actually, yes, he said, getting up from the couch. His brothers followed suit. We'll come back tomorrow to keep you company, Lionel added with a forced smile. I waited for Gerardo to say something, but he remained silent, his expression blurred by a melancholy I couldn't understand. I watched them walk away and let out a sigh. I'm going to rest for a while, I announced. Do you want me to come with you? Laura murmured, leaning in close until her lips touched mine. I turned my face away, avoiding contact. I prefer to be alone, I said, trying not to sound harsh. But the feeling of suffocation was growing inside me. I distrusted my own friends, and that only made everything worse. Very well. I know when I'm not welcome, she replied with a huff of frustration. I stood up and walked a few steps away. I'm sorry, Laura, but the last thing I remember is clearing the air between us. You had promised to leave the country days before my birthday. I ran my hands over my face, feeling the roughness of my stubble under my fingers. And now, I find out I had an accident, lost years of my life, and suddenly, not only are we together, but we're living under the same roof and planning to get married. You're right, but that doesn't excuse you treating me like this, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Guilt coursed through me at the sight of her pain. It's hard for me too, seeing you like this, cold and distant, but I'm still here because I love you. At least I remember you. Not Ariadna, and it breaks my heart to have seen her cry, I thought bitterly, surprised by the intensity of that feeling. Laura approached again, taking my face in her hands. Her eyes begged for an answer I couldn't give her. Jorge, tell me you love me, she begged. I can't lie to you just to make you happy, I replied, gently pushing her hands away. I think it would be best. I won't leave, she interrupted, desperate. I won't give up or leave you. We love each other, why can't you believe me? I could list 1,000 reasons, but I had no certainties, only fragments of a past that refused to return. I need to rest, I said finally, heading for the stairs. I sank down onto the bed, but sleep wouldn't come. My mind kept racing. What if I was wrong? If I'd always gotten along well with Laura, was it so far-fetched to think our bond had evolved over time? So why had Ariadna said those things in the hospital? I closed my eyes tightly, forcing myself to sleep. Dream or memory? Sand. I felt the cold grains between my toes. My shoes were soaked, the salt water had invaded them. When I looked up, the waves were gently breaking against the shore, carrying foam and secrets with them. A sweet voice called my name, but when I turned around, there was no one there. I recognized that place, the beach where I used to come on my days off. I stood up and walked, following the echo of that familiar melody. In the distance, a slender figure with hair as red as the sunset ran along the sea. I tried to catch up with her, but the faster I ran, the further she became, like a mirage. Ariadne. I woke up with a start, my heart pounding. Maybe, we were more than friends. Maybe that's why Laura hated her. I got up and headed to the bathroom. The warm water fell over my body as I closed my eyes, letting the warmth ease the tension. Suddenly, gentle hands ran over my torso. When he opened his eyes, Laura was there, naked, her gaze full of determination. Any other man would have succumbed, but I wasn't just anyone. What do you think you're doing? I asked, abruptly turning off the tap. Trying to remind you of what we were, she whispered defiantly. But I didn't know what to believe anymore. Please, Laura, one encounter won't make me love you. I reached out and took a towel. Are you not even capable of feeling anything for me? Laura asked, her voice filled with sadness. I looked at her and gently took her wrist, pulling her toward me. Then, without another word, I gave her a deep kiss. I hoped that action would stir something inside me, something that would tell me our relationship made sense, but I felt nothing. I slowly pulled away from her, looking into her eyes. I'm sorry, but right now I'm not in the mood to look for anything beyond what we already have. You better get dressed and don't hurt yourself anymore. I left the bathroom, and when I heard Laura crying, I felt something break inside me, but I didn't know how to comfort her. I quickly dressed in the first thing I found in the closet and left the house. When I got to the lobby, I realized I had forgotten my car and my phone, and had no way to communicate. I approached the security guard. Can I use your phone to make a call? Of course, Mr. Wilson. He handed me his cell phone, but I realized he didn't know anyone's number. Could you call a taxi for me? I asked. Sure, right away. After a few minutes, I got into the taxi and dictated the only address I remembered, hoping Gareth still had his old car dealership. The driver drove through the city, and for a moment I stopped thinking about my problems and lost myself in the beauty of the city, observing the colors, the people, and the lights. The taxi stopped in front of a huge dealership. Are you sure this is it? I asked as I paid the driver. Yes, this is the address you gave me, the man replied, handing me the change. Thanks, keep the change. I got out of the car and walked toward the back of the place, feeling a little uneasy in my stomach. As I got closer, I saw that the workshop was still the same, just as I remembered it. Perfect. I knocked on the metal gate a couple of times and waited. A small door opened before me, and when I squinted, I saw Gareth. Jorge, my friend. He approached me and gave me a warm hug. I didn't remember us being so close. Come in, please. We entered the workshop. I see the years have treated you well, I commented, looking around the place. That was weird. Are you okay? Please tell me you're not like this because of the car you gave your girlfriend, Gareth asked, looking at me with concern. I had an accident and lost part of my memory, I replied, frowning. Did you say I gave my girlfriend a car? Yes, a Wilson. But wait, what accident? It's a long story, maybe I'll tell you later. I'll be back for another car, I said calmly. What happened to yours? I'm not sure where I left it, I answered honestly. Ask Brad, he picked him up on Monday. So the car I thought was Brad's was actually mine. Why didn't he tell me? Well, I didn't ask either, but still. Anyway, I'll need another one. I can give you the same one you used when the kids damaged your car. I shook my head. What guys? The Russell brothers. Gareth seemed to have a lot to say. Do you know why they did it? No, and I didn't ask. Well, that doesn't help much. I sighed, feeling increasingly confused. But yes, I'll take the car you gave me last time. How much do I owe you? Nothing, you don't even remember that you're the majority shareholder of this place. Unconsciously, my body relaxed a little. I knew Gareth wasn't lying to me, and that he wasn't taking advantage of the situation. Gareth led me to the car and threw me the keys. I got in and started the engine. Did I ever tell you my girlfriend's name? I asked before leaving. No, but you looked very much in love. Gareth lifted the gate with a remote control. Okay. I put the rearview mirror in and pulled out, now knowing it was mine too. How many more businesses will I have that I don't remember? I drove to the beach, parked in front of a restaurant, and walked along the shore. The sea breeze cleared my mind for a moment. I stopped in my tracks when I saw Ariadna walking with another man. She didn't look sad, but a strange feeling of jealousy and frustration washed over me. I stood there watching when I heard Ariadna scream in pain. The man had held her by the waist and, after sitting her on the sand, ran away. I ran too, but towards her. What bad luck, he exclaimed, looking up at the sky. He added with a mixture of frustration and complaint. Chuito, aren't the wounds I already have enough? And you've caused another one on my foot, too. I don't think God has anything to do with what happened, I replied coldly. He looked at me over his shoulder and suddenly stood up quickly. Wow, he exclaimed, placing his injured foot on the ground. He looked up at me, his blue eyes shining brightly. Did you remember something? No, I replied seriously, without letting any emotion show. Ariadna dropped her shoulders and looked at me, as if a shadow of doubt had fallen on her face. What are you doing here? She asked, confused. I'm watching you go on what feels like a date. I tried to make my voice sound natural, but I couldn't keep the tone from being affected by a frustration I didn't quite understand. At the hospital, you seemed so in love. Was it all a lie? Suddenly, a small epiphany crossed my mind, jealousy. I couldn't believe it, but there it was, the feeling in its purest form. I noticed her bite her lower lip, and I saw her eyes fill with a suppressed sadness. Her words were gentle, but full of sincerity. I wasn't faking. And I'm not on a date. And what are you doing with that man at this hour? I asked, anger burning inside me. I watched, through her figure, as the man who accompanied her approached with a firm step. Cedino is my gynecologist. The wind ruffled her hair, and she automatically brushed it aside. We met by chance. It's a shame you don't believe in coincidences, I replied, with some disdain. So what are you doing here? He retorted, a hint of defiance in his tone. Touché, I thought, recognizing that I had been left unanswered. Wasting my time, I finally replied, my voice gone, its insecurity disguised as jealousy speaking loudly. Why did I feel this way? As far as I knew, she was just my assistant. Although, at the same time, that thought suggested something different to me. Maybe, just maybe, there was something more between us. The man arrived and stood next to Ariadna, with a possessive attitude, as if he were trying to mark his territory. Jorge, it's nice to see you here, he greeted with a false kindness that made me frown. So we knew each other. We were on different grounds, he knew who I was, but I knew nothing about him. It was better to leave it at that. I didn't want to look at Ariadna, I just turned around and walked away. As I was about to reach my car, that damn need to understand what kind of relationship there was between those two overcame me. I couldn't help it. I turned around and walked back to where they were. But instead of finding a romantic scene, I saw something I hadn't expected. He simply walked away, while Ariadna stood there, motionless, hugging herself, as if the physical pain were merely a reflection of her internal suffering. I slowly approached, standing right behind her, and whispered softly. What kind of man leaves a wounded woman completely alone? I turned around and saw Wilson, with that intriguing aura surrounding him, standing very close to me. You're the kind of man who doesn't have any commitments on a date and could leave whenever he wants, I said, running my hands up my arms to try to ward off the cold. Although the temptation to stand on tiptoe and kiss him was great, I knew he'd probably reject me. Why did you come back? I don't know. Jorge leaned toward me, gently picked me up, and started walking. What are you doing? I asked, somewhat confused. I'll take you home. Do you know where I live? Jorge stopped, frowning at me. You can tell me on the way, he replied, and without further ado, he resumed his walk. My car is on the other side, I commented, making sure I had a firm grip on his arms. Jorge lowered his head, and our lips were dangerously close. It was a moment as brief as it was electrifying. Would you stop talking for a moment? I'm trying to help you, he said, his tone firm but gentle. Here's the thing, no one asked for your help, I replied, accidentally brushing against his lips, sending a tingle down my stomach. Without thinking, I brought my nose close to his neck, enjoying the scent his skin gave off. I returned to my previous position and whispered, Why are you doing this? I don't know, but it's something that controls me, Jorge replied, changing the direction of his steps and walking on the sand, as if he didn't care what the world around him might say or do. I closed my eyes for a moment, knowing I was standing before the man I'd fallen in love with. I could feel it, beyond all the chaos and confusion, that he loved me too. His mind could forget me, but his heart and soul never would. Now more than ever, I had to be careful, take one step at a time, without rushing. "Would you like some coffee?" I suggested, flashing a smile. "Like on a date?" he asked, curious. "No, like two strangers who can talk freely." Jorge smiled, something in his eyes showed complicity. "Although, I don't think you and I can just be strangers." I looked up and whispered softly. "Now, we are not." I heard Wilson's shoes leave the sand behind and join the sound of the pavement beneath our feet. "What's your car?" Jorge asked me. "The Wilson," I replied calmly, pointing to where I had parked it. "You must be well compensated to be able to buy a car like that," he commented, staring at me. "It was a gift," I revealed, observing his reaction with some interest. However, to my surprise, there was no visible response from him. We arrived at my car, and without me saying anything, Jorge gently lowered me into the car and opened the door. Then he got in and gently took my shoes. He held my hand firmly and helped me get settled, bending down to put on my shoes with a patience that puzzled me. "I suppose you know where we can get a good coffee at this hour," Jorge commented, standing up. "Actually, I have no idea where you can get coffee this late," I replied, amused. "Well, that's a perfect excuse to find a nice place together," he said, smiling. "Did you come by car?" I asked, with a knowing look. "No, I came by taxi." "Great, then get in the car," I said, pointing at the seat with a mischievous gesture. Wilson circled the car and climbed in. I started the engine and we headed out onto the streets of Los Angeles. During the ride, neither of us talked much, but there was no need to. We both seemed to enjoy simply being together. That was, at least, my impression. We walked down several streets and tried different places, but none of them really convinced us. Finally, we arrived at a small but cozy establishment called the Coffee House. I stopped the car and looked at Jorge. "The coffee house seems like a great place to enjoy a good cup of coffee," I commented, smiling. "I agree," Jorge replied, getting out of the car with agility. I watched as he walked around the car and came to my door, opening it and offering me his hand with a charming smile. "Thank you, although it wasn't necessary," I said, downplaying the gesture, but my heart was beating fast, happy for his attention. I got out of the car, standing very close to him. I wanted to say so many things to him, but for the moment, I settled for calm, knowing the words would come when the moment was right. We entered the establishment, and the sound of the bell as we opened the door alerted the few customers present. A couple of men looked at us curiously, but Jorge didn't seem to notice. He placed his hand on my hip and led me to a table. "It's a nice place," I commented as I sat down. "Yeah, though those guys over there don't seem very nice to me," he replied, looking at the men watching us. "They're probably looking at you," I joked, making Jorge smile in that unique way that only he knew how to do. "Hi, I'm Pamela. Do you know what you'd like to drink?" the waitress greeted kindly. "Yes, 2 flat whites, please," Jorge asked so naturally, as if it was something he did every day. "I'll bring them to you in a moment," Pamela replied before leaving. Jorge continued looking at me, and finally, he decided to speak. "May I ask, why did you choose that drink?" he said, curious. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked for this for you," Jorge murmured quietly, avoiding my gaze. "It's my favorite drink," I replied, feigning indifference as I toyed with the rim of the glass. "Ah, I didn't know." "Well, more like I didn't remember," he admitted, reaching out as if to take mine, but stopping mid-gesture. His fingers rested on the table, restless. "When does your sick leave end?" "In a couple of weeks, but I'll be back at work on Monday," I replied unenthusiastically. "And you?" "I start on Monday too. The inactivity is wearing me down, and I have to catch up on everything," he sighed, running a hand through his hair. "At least you're the only one who lost your memory," I tried to lighten my tone. "I still have my memories, so it won't be so difficult to help you. Speaking of which," he hesitated for a moment. "Do you know where my phone is?" "No. I guess it was damaged in the accident," I lied, feeling a weight on my chest. I needed to talk to Charles before I revealed anything. "Could you arrange to get me a new one with the same number?" "Of course. That's why I'm here," I nodded, forcing a professional smile as the lump in my throat tightened. The jealousy was eating away at me, but it hurt even more that he was now treating me like a mere assistant. The waitress arrived with our orders, but instead of leaving, she lingered by the table, casting blatant glances at Jorge. He, absorbed in his own thoughts, didn't even notice her, but a wave of discomfort so intense that I clenched my fists under the table ran through me. "Another thing." He interrupted my confusion. "Do you know where my parents are?" "I can't reach them." My heart sank. God, this is cruel, I thought. It made sense, if I remembered her birthday celebrated at my house, but not ours. I also wouldn't remember that her parents had died years before in that tragic accident. I looked down, conflicted. I'd witnessed his pain for years every time he mentioned his parents. How could I tell him now? "Ariadne," he insisted, and there was a vulnerability in his voice that shattered me. "I'm sorry," I whispered, raising my eyes. "They passed away years ago, Jorge." He stood up abruptly, erect as a mast, and looked at me with eyes clouded with disbelief. "I get it now. You're a compulsive liar," she spat, her hands shaking. "Jorge, please. Do you realize the outrageous things you're saying?" he almost shouted, attracting curious glances from other diners. "What would I gain by lying to you?" I begged, feeling tears blur my vision. "To get away from those I love," he declared bitterly. Suddenly, he put his hands to his temples and stumbled, as if the ground were giving way beneath his feet. "Jorge." I jumped to grab him, but he shrugged me off. "Do not touch me." "Did you remember anything?" I asked hopefully. "Yes," he affirmed, his gaze turning as cold as steel. "I must keep my distance from you." Before I could respond, he turned on his heel and left the room, leaving me alone in the thick silence. Everything had fallen apart in a matter of minutes. What had my brothers told him about their parents? I wondered desperately. Until our trip to France, I had believed they were alive, busy on some endless business trip. What excuse had they come up with to justify their absence now? I considered following him out, but I sensed it would only make things worse. With a sigh, I dropped some bills on the table and walked hesitantly toward the exit. When I reached the parking lot, I scanned the street, hoping to see his figure in the distance, but found only emptiness. The drive to my apartment was a blur. I double-parked, ignoring the tickets, and took the stairs two at a time. As I closed the door behind me, I ran to the landline phone I treasured. I unplugged it with trembling hands and turned it on, crossing my fingers. The startup sound echoed like a symphony. "It works." I exulted internally, but the euphoria was short-lived. The screen asked for a code. What could it be? I murmured, trying her date of birth. Nothing. I tried other combinations without success. Then, like a flash of inspiration, I typed in the same number we used to access the building's terrace. Click. The screen lit up. Although tempted to search every corner of the device, I simply opened the contacts and dialed Charles's number. After 3 rings, a sleep-heavy voice answered. Premier. It's me, Ariadna, I clarified, containing my emotion. Ariadne, he exclaimed, and I heard the sound of sheets ruffled. I heard about the accident on the news. How are you? Alive, I said ironically, wiping away a furtive tear. I called Jorge, but a certain Laura answered. I just asked her to call me back. Laura is who he claims to be, I snapped, feeling resentment burning inside me. Wait, I don't understand anything, he confessed, bewildered. Jorge suffered a head injury. He lost years of memories, I explained, taking a breath to control the trembling in my voice. That's why I'm calling. Charles, do you have the marriage certificate? No, they should deliver it to me in a month. A month? Why so long? That's how long it takes to register the marriage at the courthouse, and since you're not French, the process takes a little longer. Charles cleared his throat. But I can talk to him and explain the situation. No, I interrupted. He'll think I'm lying. He didn't even believe me when I told him his parents were dead. He got upset and left me talking to myself. Is the situation that serious? Yes. That woman has teamed up with my brothers to separate me from him. What are you going to do? I'm not going to give up, I whispered, feeling a tear roll down my cheek. I could see how much they loved each other. I'll do everything in my power, I'll make every effort to get the record out as quickly as possible, Charles promised, and I couldn't help but feel deeply grateful. Thanks. I'll send you my number, and you can reach me there. I was about to hang up when I stopped, remembering something. Could you get the death certificate for Jorge's parents? I can get it today. I frowned and quickly calculated the time difference between the 2 countries. God, I didn't know it was so early. I practically dragged you out of bed, I commented, somewhat embarrassed. Don't worry, it was worth it. I didn't know what was going on with my cousin, and now everything is clearer to me. Charles sighed, and in a lower tone added, Ariadna, when Jorge spoke to me, he told me he could no longer trust the people he used to. I got the feeling something very serious had happened to him. Now that you're telling me all this, I can't help but worry even more. I know, I'm worried too, I replied with complete sincerity. She might be persistent, but that didn't mean wishing everything away would solve it. She knew Jorge could regain his memories, but it was also possible he never would. Furthermore, I was aware that Laura, Brad, Gerardo, and Lionel were unscrupulous, and had shown me that they were capable of anything to get what they wanted. Ariadna, I trust that the love you have for each other is stronger than any evil. For now, I must leave you, but I'll be in touch. Please take good care of yourself and my cousin. I will. Hugs. I hung up. I had a few days to recover and gather my strength before heading back to work. Although, for the moment, I had the perfect excuse to go to Jorge's house and see up close how serious the situation really was. After talking to Charles, I finally managed to get a couple of hours of sleep. It was amazing to know that, among so many fake people around me, I had found support in someone like him. The ironic thing was that I could count on a stranger more than the people I had grown up with. From the moment I woke up in the hospital and learned of my beloved's memory loss, I realized my siblings didn't seem to love me. On the contrary, they seemed to have banded together to make my life even more complicated. I stepped into the shower, letting myself be enveloped by the water that gently fell over me. But honestly, at that moment, none of that mattered. Jorge had given me a perfect excuse to go find him today, and I wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. I washed my body carefully, avoiding the bandages covering my wounds. It was strange, but the physical pain of those injuries seemed so small compared to the suffering I carried inside. I came out of the bathroom, my hair soaking wet and my teeth chattering from the cold. I had decided to take a cold shower, and now I deeply regretted that decision. I put on some underwear, walked to the bathroom, and changed the bandage on my wounds, grabbing a couple of gauze pads. The stitches were supposed to be removed in a few days, and I was grateful they didn't hurt as much. Perhaps the physical pain was more bearable because the pain in my heart was so strong that the other discomfort seemed insignificant. As I was putting on a pair of shorts, I heard the sound of the apartment door opening. For a moment, I thought Jorge had remembered everything, but when I heard my friends' voices, an uncomfortable emptiness settled inside me. "Princess," Edward called, a smile in his voice. "In the room," I replied as I looked for a t-shirt. It wasn't mine, but Jorge's, and even though it was too big for me, I loved it. My friend appeared in the doorway and looked at me, giving a slight smile. "I thought I'd find you in bed when I came in and have to drag you out, but I see you've made my job easier," he said, crossing his arms and leaning against the door frame. "Well, you see, it wasn't necessary to use torture to get me out of bed," I replied while combing my hair. "Where are we going?" "I'm going," I corrected him. "To Jorge's house to return his phone. I think it's an excellent idea to test the waters." I turned to look at him and, after a few seconds, began talking about what had happened the night before. "We saw each other yesterday." Edward raised his eyebrows, intrigued, and watched me closely. It was all so strange. I went out to get something to eat, but ended up on the same beach we were at after our first date. There, I ran into Cole. We talked for a while, and suddenly Jorge appeared. He made a jealous scene and left, but Cedino found a pretty girl and followed her. The funny thing is, Wilson hadn't left. I sat on the edge of the bed, sighing deeply. Jorge carried me in his arms to the car, and then we went for coffee. I expelled all the air from my lungs. Everything was fine, until he asked me about his parents. Edward looked at me, somewhat confused, and waved his hands, indicating he didn't understand what I was talking about. I slumped my shoulders sadly. "His parents passed away years ago," I revealed with regret. "Wow, I didn't know. How did he take it?" "Bad. He didn't believe me, called me a liar, and told me he was going to keep his distance from me. I assure you he didn't mean any harm. No matter how difficult things are, parents always have a place in our hearts." "I know, that's why I want to bring her your phone. Maybe her anger has passed and we can talk more calmly." I stood up and grabbed my makeup. I didn't want to put on too much, just a little compact powder, blush, mascara, and lip gloss. "All the more reason to go with you." Edward looked at me with a mischievous smile, knowing I wouldn't accept a refusal. "Do you realize my car is a two-seater?" "Don't worry, Edward can ride on my lap," Roman intervened, hugging Edward from behind. "It wouldn't be the first time," Edward joked, looking at Roman with a mischievous smile. I shook my head. I loved them very much, but I wasn't in the mood for their jokes or comments. I grabbed my purse, both phones, and left the room. When I got to the elevator, I saw my friends rushing out of the floor. "We came by motorcycle, so Edward will go with you and I will follow closely," commented Roman, always so attentive. "I really don't care how we get there, as long as we get there quickly." I didn't want to sound arrogant or selfish, but at that moment, my only concern was one: getting my husband back. We pulled into the parking lot. I got in the car, started the engine, and watched as my friends said their goodbyes, as if we were never going to see each other again. I roared the engine, urging Edward to hurry. Although I thought it was an unnecessary gesture, I felt satisfied seeing my friend get into the car. Oh my God, you really need a distraction. Are you sure you wouldn't rather ride a motorcycle? Edward asked, half jokingly, half exasperated. Ha ha. I just want to see Jorge. Besides, I don't understand why you're upset. After all, you decided to come with me, I replied, abruptly starting the car, which forced Edward to hold on to the seat. I'm your friend. I'm not going to leave you alone with this, he said, placing his hand on mine with a serene gesture. I know that beneath that frantic, obsessive attitude of trying to win back your love, you're still my grateful friend. I smiled. It was true. Edward and his boyfriend had been my only support these past few months. But at that moment, my mind could only focus on Jorge. Maybe it wasn't the healthiest attitude, but it was the only thing that kept me going. I drove in silence through the streets of Los Angeles until I reached the Wilson Building. As soon as I parked, I got out of the car and hurried across the street. As I pushed open the lobby door, the scene before me paralyzed me. Jorge was getting into the elevator, Laura hanging around his neck, their lips about to meet in a kiss. This can't be happening, I muttered, feeling my heart sink. Breathe, Ariadna. Violence is not the solution, Edward whispered beside me, appearing like a ghost at just the right moment. Without thinking, I ran to another elevator, determined to interrupt that moment. Once inside, I noticed Roman's absence. And your boyfriend? I asked, trying to distract myself. He's downstairs, but he knows where to find us, Edward replied. Understood, I nodded, shifting my weight from one foot to the other as the elevator ascended. When the doors opened, I moved forward awkwardly, one foot obeyed, the other got stuck, and I fell to the floor with a thud. Damn! I exclaimed, frustrated. Ariadne. I heard 3 voices in unison. Edward's, surprised. Jorge's, worried. Laura's, full of annoyance. Just what I needed, to humiliate myself in front of the man I loved and his. What exactly was she? Excuse me for interrupting, I murmured, not daring to look up. You probably did it on purpose, Laura said sarcastically. Laura, Jorge scolded her, coming over to help me. Her hands gently guided me as she checked my scratches. Next time, it'll be your pride that gets hurt, I thought, staring at Laura. What are you doing here? She asked, crossing her arms. Is this any of your business? As far as I know, this is Jorge's apartment, not yours, I replied coldly. How is it possible that, after years as his assistant, you don't know we live together? He blurted out, savoring every word. I looked at Jorge, expecting a denial, but he looked away. We share the same bed, the same blanket. What a sad way to seek warmth, I said, sitting up. My partner has much more effective methods. Couple? Jorge asked, raising an eyebrow. The word boyfriend is an understatement, I whispered, staring at him. Ha! The poor guy doesn't seem to remember it, though, Edward chimed in, standing next to me. Jorge lowered his head, but I swore I saw a hint of a smile on his lips. I took out my phone and handed it to him, adding in a low voice. She's lying. They never lived together. Wilson looked at me, but his expression was impenetrable. Was that all? I nodded, feeling a knot in my chest. Then you can go. Are you really going to treat her like that? Edward burst out. Careful, Jorge. Don't play with fire. Nobody asked for your opinion, Jorge replied coldly. That tone was foreign to me, and I hated every syllable. Without another word, he entered his apartment. You heard him. Go away, Laura said disdainfully. I looked at her, holding back the hatred that boiled inside me. I wonder what you'll do when Jorge regains his memory. That's if he ever gets it back, he replied, approaching arrogantly. In the meantime, I'm the one enjoying his company. Before I could reason, my hand shot up. Edward caught my arm in time, pulling me away from her. I highly doubt Jorge will touch you, I said, my voice shaky but firm. The memories he has of you are the same as always, the contempt he always had for you at university. I'm going to make him love me before he gets his memory back, Laura said, rubbing her cheek with a determined air. Did you forget that she rejected you not once, but twice? Jorge replied, smirking. You can tell all the lies you want and fool people for a moment, even my brothers, but you'll never be able to manipulate someone's heart. Jorge, Jorge, she screamed, collapsing to the ground. What happened to this girl? Someone asked, visibly surprised. Don't hit me. Laura cried between sobs. Jorge came out into the hallway, saw the scene and noticed Edward holding me firmly. Get out of here, or I'll call the police, Jorge said without hesitation. Calm down, we're leaving, Edward replied, taking my hand and leading me toward the elevator. Before the doors closed, I saw Jorge lifting Laura in his arms and carrying her inside his apartment. I couldn't stop the tears from falling. This hadn't gone at all as planned. I'm losing Jorge, I sobbed, feeling completely devastated. Ariadne, I don't know what to tell you, Edward replied, not knowing how to comfort me. I turned to him, heartbroken. Tell me this is all a lie, that it's just a nightmare, that Jorge still loves me. Swear to me everything will be okay. Princess, I can only promise you that no matter what happens, you'll always have me, Edward said, hugging me tenderly. At that moment, I couldn't have felt more lost. Upon reaching the lobby, we met Roman, who was standing behind a column, looking toward the building's door. We approached him and saw what he was watching so intently. I wiped my tears, unable to believe what I was seeing. My brothers, the ones who had always been by my side, were arguing. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but Brad had Gerardo by the shirt, and his face reflected suppressed fury. How long have they been like this? I asked Roman, trying to understand the situation. They've been here for several minutes, Roman replied. I was waiting for the elevator when one of them got out. I'm not sure if they didn't see me or if they just didn't recognize me, but they kept walking, and as soon as they got out, they started fighting. What do you think will happen now? Edward asked, searching for an explanation. I guess lying to your best friend isn't as easy as it seems, I concluded, looking at the tense situation. I thought Jorge was first friends with Gerardo, and much later, with my other two brothers. Let's leave through the back. I didn't want to stay there, especially knowing that Jorge could fall for Laura's seduction games at any moment. I had the rest of the day and tomorrow to come up with a strategy for Monday. I'd already observed how the pieces moved in this game, now it was my turn to move mine. Monday finally arrived. I felt energized, as if everything in me was vibrating with the possibility of this day. It was as if my heart knew we would see Jorge today. Despite the wounds, it continued to beat strongly, as if I couldn't stop thinking about what was going to happen. I just hoped Jorge hadn't fallen for the manipulation of that cunning woman. I stood in front of my closet, dressed only in my underwear, and crossed my arms, analyzing myself in the mirror. I had to choose carefully. I remembered that the previous times I'd seen Jorge, I hadn't worn my best clothes, and today I had to look different. I had to look impeccable, like a queen. Seeing the dress that had witnessed so many moments between us, I smiled. I don't think I remember seeing it before, I muttered to myself, as I took down the garment and adjusted some details on my underwear. Then I sat in front of the mirror and calmly put on my makeup. I wanted to look as natural as possible, but at the same time, I wanted to enhance my eyes and lips. I knew Jorge loved those features. I ran my fingers through my hair, which, although still short, had grown out a bit. A sigh escaped my lips as I stared at myself in the mirror. Then, with determination, I left my house. I drove through the city, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't want to get my hopes up too high, but I couldn't help it. This day meant something, and I couldn't ignore it. I parked in front of my imposing work building, got out of the car, and walked inside, noticing the glances directed my way. I got into the elevator and dialed my floor. As the doors opened, I walked down the hallway, the sound of my heels echoing throughout the hall, announcing my presence. But suddenly, my smile faded when I saw what was happening. "What do you think you're doing?" I firmly asked the two men who were wheeling my desk out of Jorge's office. "It's the boss's order," one of them replied. At that moment, Laura appeared and looked at me with a smile that, although hidden, I knew was designed to annoy me. It was hard for me not to let that smile erase my composure. "It was time to take out the trash," he said disdainfully. "Where's Jorge?" I asked, holding back my anger. "Inside, working quietly," she replied, and when she saw me moving toward the office, she stood in my way. She said she didn't want to be disturbed. "He probably said it for you," I replied, my tone thick with contempt. "Because, as far as I know, I'm his assistant and you're a manipulative, lying woman." I took her arm and pulled her out of my way. As I entered the office, and saw that she was trying to follow me, I grabbed the door and firmly closed it. "You can't come in, it's confidential," I told him as I secured the door. Inside the office, I ran into Jorge. He wasn't looking at me directly, but instead focused on my legs. "Why did they move my desk?" I asked as I walked slowly toward it. Jorge raised his head, as if waking from a trance, and looked at me with an expression I couldn't read. "After what happened on Saturday, Laura asked me to keep my distance from you." "Who are you?" I asked, walking around his desk to sit on it. "The man I fell in love with wouldn't submit to the wishes of others." "What do you want to do?" His hand touched my leg and a shiver ran through my body. "That's the problem," he said in a tone I couldn't understand. "I don't know what I want." His hand continued to move higher, and I closed my eyes, enjoying the sensation of his touch. But in the next moment, his touch disappeared, and I looked up at him. I smiled and leaned in to touch his lips with mine. "Laura is my fiancée," he said with a firmness that hurt me. I immediately stepped back, rage taking over my body. "She's lying," I replied, taking out my phone and showing her her parents' death certificate. "How could your fiancé not know about this?" "Don't you know when to stop?" he asked in a scathing tone. I walked away from his table, my chest filling with frustration. "All I've done is tell you the truth, and this is what I get in return: abuse and being kicked out of the office I shared with you for years." I balled my hands into fists, trying to hold back the tears. "I'm no expert, but they always say that to recover your memories, you have to return to your routine. And Laura is destroying your life." "Do you think I don't want to remember?" he said, almost pleading. "Yes, I do," I replied firmly. "You prefer to continue living a lie, surrounded by your friends and that fiancé, because you're a coward. You always have been, and I doubt that, with or without memories, that will change. Get out of my office, he ordered, his tone cold and cutting. I looked at him with pain in my eyes, and left the office. Looks like it didn't go well for you, Laura mocked, standing up from my chair and smirking. I'll be forever grateful you left that weekend. I should have guessed you were behind the accident, I replied, staring at her. Ariadne, Ariadne, Ariadne. Accidents happen, Laura said, reaching for the doorknob. I took her arm. Yes, but this one happens to benefit you, I confronted her harshly. Just look. He broke free from my grasp and leaned closer to my ear, whispering, right now, there's nothing you can do to get Jorge back. Why do this now? You know he doesn't love you, and he never will. Not now, but little by little, I'll get him to treat me better than he treats you. Didn't your parents teach you how to deal with failure? And you? Were you taught to hurt others? Feelings are personal. Jorge's feelings for me drive him to treat me the way he does. And believe me, he'll never treat you the same way. I don't know if it was the same or better, I replied, holding his gaze, aware that he was only trying to upset me, but what we had was unforgettable. I'd better go, I have commitments to attend to. Laura walked in and closed the door behind her, but didn't lock it. Perhaps she expected me to follow her. Holding back a sigh, I climbed to the only place I could find peace, the roof. There, I collapsed onto the table that had once witnessed the love and passion my Adonis and I shared. Tears flowed uncontrollably. My phone rang. It was Edward. Happy first day of work with your favorite boss. It didn't go as I expected, I confessed between sobs. Oh, no. What happened? He moved my desk out of his office. Laura told me you spent the weekend together, and I can't take it anymore. Every time I try to get closer to Jorge, something pushes me further away. Tears burned on my cheeks, indifferent to the makeup they ruined. Ariadna, don't stay there. You're only hurting yourself. You deserve peace, not suffering. I know, but I can't give up like this. I bit my lower lip. I love him, and I know he loved me too, until that plane went down. Did you know the pilot told me that when he knew we were going to crash, Jorge left his seat and ran to me? Now he doesn't even remember me. That person isn't going to leave Jorge alone for even a second, Edward said, his voice thick with frustration. I don't understand why my own brothers act this way. Can they possibly hold that much hatred? Maybe it has to do with what your mother said. I've thought about it, but Laura and Brad together. I don't think it's possible. Honey, remember that opposites attract. I don't know what to do anymore. I feel empty. Suddenly, I felt a presence behind me. I turned around and screamed. Ah! I put a hand to my chest, trying to calm my breathing. Are you okay? Edward asked on the other end of the line. Yes, I have to hang up. I love you. I stood up and found myself standing in front of Jorge. How did you get here? I don't know. I just wanted to escape Laura and came to the roof, although I don't know why. Who gave you the code? That was the weirdest thing. I just knew. Does that mean anything? I smiled. Yes, but I won't tell you. Because? Because you'll think I'm lying, and I'm tired of being the villain in this story. I leaned closer to the railing, discreetly wiping away my tears. I'll just say it's the same code you used to unlock your phone. It's a beautiful place. Yeah. Jorge stood next to me. It seems like your special place, not mine. Before, there was no yours or mine. It was ours. I glanced at him. His hair was longer, but his beard was still immaculate. I have to go. Wait. He stepped in front of me. Could I still be that? I won't tell anyone if you don't either, I whispered, avoiding thinking about how close we were. I have this need to. He hesitated, leaving the sentence hanging in the air. Finish your sentence, I asked, trying to stay calm. To kiss you. Do it, I begged, almost voiceless. But. No. I backed away. I've been through this before. My brothers were the obstacle, but Laura never was. Or have you forgotten that you rejected her from college? How do you know that? I don't know. Maybe the protagonist of this story told me. I remembered Laura's words. Tell me, were you really with her? Jorge frowned. That's not. Please answer. He said nothing. He lowered his gaze, and in that gesture I found my answer. I closed my eyes, holding back the pain, and walked away without looking back. Jorge. Minutes earlier, I'd seen Ariadna close the door, and something in me shuddered when I noticed how short her dress was. Does she really come to work like that? Thank God I had a car, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stop worrying. Boss, why did you move my desk? Laura asked as she slowly approached me. After what happened on Saturday, Laura asked me to keep some distance from you, I replied, thinking about the tight garment she was wearing, wondering if she was wearing underwear underneath. Who are you? Jorge looked up. I walked around his desk and sat on it. The man I fell in love with didn't just accept doing what other people wanted. What do you really want to do? Unable to help myself, my hand began to slide gently over her legs. That's the problem. I have no idea what I want. My hand moved up slowly, and I felt a bit of discomfort with the situation, but my mind was filled with confusing thoughts. She closed her eyes and seemed to relax, but I stopped, remembering I was engaged. So I decided to distance myself. However, Ariadna smiled and brought her lips to mine. What kind of torture was that? I looked at Ariadna and repeated quietly to myself, Laura is my fiancée. Ariadna turned her face away, visibly upset, and I didn't blame her, but I just couldn't cross that line. She's lying. The redhead pulled out her phone and showed me a document. How does your fiancé not know that? I quickly read the document and felt helplessness envelop me completely. Don't you know when to stop? I asked sourly. She looked at me with her beautiful eyes and walked away from the table. I've only told you the truth, and this is how you repay me. By treating me badly, by kicking me out of the office I've shared with you for so long. She clenched her hands, visibly furious. She was so beautiful and so intense that she fascinated me even more. I'm not a psychologist, but they always say that to recover your memory, the best thing is to get back into your routine, and Laura is destroying your life. Do you think I don't want to remember? I replied, sounding frustrated. Ariadna looked at me and, putting her hands on her hips, began to speak, but, to be honest, at that moment I couldn't concentrate on what she was saying. How could I think of anything but his lips? I imagined what they would feel like on mine. I felt a small surge of discomfort at my reaction, but quickly refocused and, embarrassed, asked him. Please leave my office. She gave me a glare before leaving, clearly annoyed. Once alone, I brought my hand to my face, trying to calm my thoughts. I closed my eyes, trying to breathe calmly, but instead of finding serenity, my mind returned to that woman who kept invading my thoughts. At that moment, the door opened and Laura entered. Love. She approached with a smile. I thought we could go out to eat. That's enough. I raised my hand, stopping her. Don't you have patience to see? I cleared my schedule for a few days. Then take it back. Love, but... No problem, go away and let me work. Okay, you don't have to act like that. Laura looked at me with a sad expression, as if she were about to cry. Again. I got up from my chair, feeling frustrated. Do what you have to do, but stop crying and, above all, leave me alone. I left the office, my mind saturated with thoughts and the urgent need to find a place where I could breathe peace. I walked toward the elevator, but without thinking twice, I changed course and headed for the stairs leading to the roof. I saw the control panel and, without hesitation, pressed a combination of buttons. I went upstairs hoping to find myself alone, but instead, I heard Ariadna crying. A feeling of pressure in my chest instantly enveloped me. I don't understand why my own siblings act this way. I don't understand so much hatred, Ariadna said, pausing for a moment before adding, I've tried to understand it, but... Laura and Brad together. I don't know. It doesn't seem possible to me. I frowned. I clearly remembered the time I thought Laura and Brad had a thing, but when I joined their group, they drifted apart. I assumed they were just good friends. I'm exhausted, Jorge. I have no more resources or strength, Ariadna continued. Suddenly, she looked over his shoulder and shouted, Yes, I must hang you up, I love you. I looked at her, confused. Who was she saying, I love you, to? Ariadna stood up, looked at me proudly, and although her makeup was a little smudged and her nose was red from crying, she was still as charming as ever. How did you get up here? He asked, crossing his arms. I'm not sure, I just wanted to escape from Laura and I thought about going up to the roof, although I don't know why, I answered honestly. Who told you the code? That was the strangest thing, I just knew what numbers to put in. Do you know what they mean? I smiled slightly. Yes, but I'm not going to tell you. Why not? Because if I told you, you'd think I was lying, and I'm tired of being the villain in this story. Ariadna looked down and surreptitiously wiped her face with the sleeve of her sweater. Then she walked to the railing and sighed. I'll just tell you that it's the same code you use to unlock your phone. That did surprise me. It was odd that Laura hadn't been able to unlock her phone, but this wasn't the time to think about that. It's a nice place, I commented, approaching her. Aha! It seems to be your special place, not mine. Before. There was no mine or yours, it was ours. Ariadna stared at me, and I felt that gaze inviting me to cross a line I'd drawn myself. Little by little, I was beginning to understand my own feelings better, despite the confusion and lack of clear memories. I must go. Wait. I stood in front of her. Can it still be ours? Ariadne whispered near my lips. I won't tell anyone, if you don't either. I feel the need to. My voice broke off, realizing I had spoken out loud. You must finish the sentence, she said calmly. Kiss you. Do it, she begged, her voice soft, almost inaudible. But. Stop thinking about it, I mentally scolded myself. Yes. She took a step back, and that distance hurt my soul. I've been through this before, only back then it was all for my brothers. Laura was never an obstacle. Have you forgotten that you rejected her at college? How do you know that? I don't know, maybe the main character in the story told me. He said, staring at me. Suddenly, he asked me a direct question, have you slept with her yet? I frowned. That was a very personal question. That's not. Please answer. I looked down, making a decision I knew I had to make. But before I could tell her no, that Laura didn't make me feel half of what Ariadna made me feel, she was already gone. Ariadne. The days passed in a monotonous routine. And when I say monotonous, I didn't mean things were better between Jorge and me. In fact, I felt like we were further apart than ever. He only sought me out when he needed something work-related. In meetings, I went back to sitting in the back, as if occupying the seat we used to share no longer mattered. Plus, with everything that had happened, I'd put university on the back burner, and now it was taking its toll. My homework had piled up, and I was trying to catch up after work. I missed Jorge. I missed his kisses, his caresses, the way he looked at me. I gathered my things, my head full of thoughts, and instead of taking the elevator, I decided to go up to the roof. It was something I'd been doing for a week, after checking my email by pure chance and surprise. I was about to fail the semester. After speaking with the principal and, of course, justifying myself with the accident, I managed to convince him to let me hand in my overdue work. In a way, I even felt grateful, because thinking about college helped me disconnect from Jorge's cold attitude. I let out all the air I had been holding in my lungs and looked at the view from the ceiling. I knew approaching Jorge would be difficult. He was a very loyal man, although I no longer liked that trait in him as much. It was obvious he had feelings for me. I could see it in his intense gaze, in that contained fire that shone in his eyes every time our paths crossed. Yet after each meeting, he simply locked himself in his office, as if fighting his own impulses. What hurt me most was seeing my brothers enter his office and slam the door in my face, excluding me without hesitation. Something fishy was going on between them, and Gerardo, although uncomfortable, didn't seem willing to reveal the secret. I'd like to believe his resistance was for my sake, that he was trying to protect me from something, but I wasn't so naive as to trust in illusions. I rubbed my arms, feeling a chill, and checked my watch. It was late, everyone had probably left by now. Quietly, I returned to the office and turned on my computer, but just then, the sound of Jorge's door opening chilled my blood. I acted on instinct. I slammed the screen off and threw myself under the desk, though not without consequences. A sharp pain in my head and another in my knees reminded me of my clumsiness. Damn, I cursed mentally, massaging my legs as I held my breath. I strained my ears, expecting to hear the metallic sound of the elevator doors closing, but instead, a deep voice boomed above me. "What are you doing here?" Jorge peeked out from under the table, and in fright, I jerked my head up so sharply that I hit it again. Jeez. I put a hand to my chest, feeling my heart pounding. I was looking for one of my earrings. I made a show of feeling the ground, feigning an absurd search. "I highly doubt you'll find it," he commented, with a hint of irony. "Thanks for the encouragement," I replied, imitating an offended tone, as if I were actually chasing a non-existent earring. "I don't mean any harm." "So?" I looked at him, and for a moment, I almost smiled at his. "Well, to find something, you have to have lost it first," he explained, pointing at my ears. "And I see both earrings still in place." "True, but I was missing the ruby," I joked, bursting out laughing. He just stared at me, confused, not getting the reference. "You'd better get out of there," Jorge said, sitting up and holding out his hand to me. Of course, he didn't remember it. I accepted his help and let him pull me up, but the force was so strong that I ended up crashing into his chest, knocking him to the ground. This time, however, I ended up on top of him, our faces separated by barely a breath. "I'm sorry," I murmured, lost in the depth of his gaze. It's nothing, it was an accident, he replied in a low tone, sliding his gaze towards my lips. But before anything else could happen, he placed his hands on my hips and helped me sit up, putting distance between us. I sat on the carpet, watching him intently as he recovered. Are you going to tell me what you do here after hours? I looked down, embarrassed to realize I hadn't gone unnoticed as I'd hoped. I felt heat rising to my cheeks. I'm staying to get ahead on my college work, I lied, avoiding his gaze. Jorge gently took me by the chin, forcing me to look at him. Why don't you do it at home? I don't have internet. Besides, I can concentrate better here. Wilson studied me with that penetrating gaze that seemed to pierce right through me. His face moved closer to mine, but this time, I wasn't going to fall into the same trap. I'd been through this before, and I wasn't about to repeat it. I stood up with determination and sat in my chair, breaking the moment. Okay, you can stay as long as you need. Thank you, I replied, keeping my tone neutral. See you tomorrow. I turned on the monitor, pretending to focus on the screen as Jorge walked away. I waited a few minutes, thinking. Wilson didn't trust me because I didn't remember our past, but what if his previous actions outweighed his memory? I typed in my password and searched through my recent files until I found the settlement contracts. There you are, I murmured, printing the document and filing it into a folder. I walked to Jorge's office and left it on his desk. Back at my post, I tried to focus on my tasks, but time seemed to drag on. Until, unexpectedly, the sound of the elevator startled me. At that hour, no one usually showed up, not even the security guard. I looked down the hall and... Jorge, I whispered, unable to believe what I was seeing. There he was, walking toward me with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. I couldn't help but smile. What are you doing here? I asked, nibbling on my lower lip. I don't remember much from the past few months, but I'll never forget how lonely it can be studying at night, he replied, offering me one of the cups. I thought I'd keep you company. If you don't mind, of course. Bother me. If it were up to me, you'd be wrapping me in your arms right now, I thought, but I just nodded. Of course, a little company never hurts. Jorge gave me a smile that melted me inside and sat down next to me. My God, give me strength, I prayed mentally. How was I supposed to concentrate on my tasks with him so close, radiating that warmth that drove me crazy? What do you have to work on? He asked, leaning over to look at my screen. I have to make a comparison between, I began to explain, enjoying every second of his attention. Soon, we were working as what we were, a team. Yes, his mind had forgotten me, but his heart hadn't, and that was what kept him connected to me. Thank you, God. We're done, I announced without much emotion. Thanks for helping me. It's impressive how well we understand each other. Well, it's been years of working together. I put everything away and stood up. I have to go. I'll take you home, he offered. I raised my hand and gently caressed his face. I have a car, but thanks. Jorge closed his eyes and, I swear, he could have purred at my touch. I left a folder on your desk. When you can, check it out. See you Monday. Would you like something to drink? No, I'm bad company when I drink, I prefer to do it alone. I wanted him to come with me, but maybe, just maybe, I should change my approach. In chess, this was called a positional or strategic sacrifice. As the name suggests, it involves sacrificing a piece to gain an advantage. In my case, the advantage was gaining time. Okay, then I'll see you on Monday. Jorge stood up and stood in front of me. I wasn't sure if he had done it on purpose or if the space between the table and the wall was just so small, but we stood so close that I could feel the warm breath of his breath. I looked into his eyes, convinced that just one kiss would be enough for him to remember me. I stood on my toes and kissed him. Jorge's hands wrapped around my hips and pulled me closer to his body, while my hands moved up his chest until they reached his slightly longer than usual hair. My lips opened and eagerly welcomed my Adonis's tongue, which moved with familiarity, like a guest returning to a beloved place. Our movements synchronized perfectly. I let my touch speak for me, telling him everything I couldn't express with words. I suppose he did the same, because never had a kiss been so profound. Yet, reluctantly, I broke away from his lips, looked at him hopefully, and asked, "Do you remember me?" I lowered a hand to his chest. There I could feel the strength of his heartbeat, but the look on my Adonis's face told me otherwise. "Sorry, I'd love to remind you, but I still don't." I swallowed. I was about to take a leap, a giant leap of faith. "I believe in you, I believe in myself and in what we feel. I know your mind doesn't remember me, but your heart does. It's time for you to make a decision." A tear ran down my cheek. "I love you." I removed my hand from his chest. "Choose wisely, because it's my heart at stake." I grabbed my things and walked down the hall. I stopped and, without looking at him, left him one last message. "There's a folder on your desk. If you don't believe in me, at least believe in my past self." Chapter 12. I wanted to follow her, but my feet refused to move. Why? My body and mind struggled to process the torrent of emotions that kiss had stirred in me. They were so intense that I was surprised I was still breathing. Holding back a sigh, I regained control. I wasn't naive, I knew something strange was happening, but I couldn't put all the pieces together. I trusted Ariadna. I still didn't understand why, but something about her inspired me with faith. However, my reason reminded me that I should also believe in my friends. Without further ado, I entered the office and looked for the folder Ariadna had mentioned. It wasn't difficult to find, but its contents left me frozen. I sat down at my computer and reviewed the document uploaded to the database. No way. I banged on the desk in frustration. I couldn't just confront them. I needed to understand, what motive did they have for coming back into my life with lies? But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find a clear reason. What I did know was that they couldn't find out that I already had this information. At that moment, my phone vibrated. Seeing the name on the screen, I picked up. "Gareth? Friend, I know it's late, but I need to talk to you about an urgent matter." His voice sounded serious, even worried. "Sure, I just left the office. Where shall we meet?" "I'll send you the address of a bar. It's quiet, so we can talk without any problems." "Okay." I hung up and prepared to leave. I was tired of the gaps in my memory, tired of feeling, and looking like, a puppet in the middle of a game I didn't understand. I got in my car and drove to the place Gareth had indicated. During the journey, my mind returned again and again to Ariadne. To that kiss. To what I had felt. It was as if a part of me, dormant for years, had suddenly awakened, and now I craved more. But this wasn't the time for distractions. When I arrived, I parked in front of the bar. For some reason, the place felt familiar, which gave me a strange feeling of tranquility. I walked in and found him at the end of the bar, deep in thought. I walked over and sat next to him. "Same as him," I said to the bartender, gesturing toward Gareth. "I've been thinking about your offer," he began, running a hand through his hair, "but something doesn't add up." I looked at him, confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Gareth turned to me and, with a tense expression, slid a folder across the table. I took her in my hands. Today seems like the day of revelations, I thought ironically. Reading its contents, I felt the ground give way beneath my feet. Is this serious? I asked, unable to hide my agitation. Gareth pressed his lips together and shook his head. I wonder the same thing. I continued reviewing the documents until I came across a power of attorney signed in Brad's name. I can't believe it, I exclaimed, bringing the glass to my lips and draining it in one gulp. I took a deep breath, trying to calm the fire burning in my chest. From your reaction, I gather you weren't aware of it, Gareth observed. A few minutes ago, I would have thought it was something I had authorized myself before the accident, I admitted. But now I know the Russell brothers are behind this. I clenched the papers tightly. Selling you my shares without my consent is a crime, he concluded. That's why I called you. This can't be left like this. Who knows how many other businesses they're involved in? I know. For now, make them think you're interested, but stall for time. I need to find out how far their game goes. We don't have much time. They gave me a week to decide. Thanks for letting me know, I said, standing up and patting him on the shoulder. Don't thank me. I almost fell into his trap, but something didn't fit. The ridiculously low stock price. I joked, though without humor. Exactly, he replied, giving a tired smile. Then his expression turned serious. You may not remember, but I warned you years ago that this friendship with them would lead to nothing good. You should have insisted more. I tried, he whispered, staring straight ahead. But little by little they isolated you from everyone. He picked up his glass and raised it. In the end, time proved me right. The weight of his words hung in the air, as thick as the silence between us. That red-headed woman, she was right. She always was. And I, blinded by my own thoughts, clinging to distorted memories instead of trusting what I truly felt. Now I wanted to see her more than ever, but I didn't even know where she lived. Going home wasn't an option I could afford at the moment, too risky, too premature. The most sensible thing was to return to the office and spend the night there. At dawn, he would call Ariadna. I have to go. We'll keep in touch, I said to Gareth in a serious tone. Jorge, if I were you, I'd get rid of that phone. It might be tapped, he warned me firmly. You're right. I'll take care of getting a new one tomorrow. Keep me posted on the progress. A week, at most. I can't extend it any further. I nodded, and walked out of there with my head pounding from so many newly discovered truths. Ariadne. Kissing Jorge had left me emotionally drained. Not because it was a bad kiss, in fact, it was the opposite, but because, naively, I believed it would be enough to make him remember me. It was deeply disheartening to discover that it wasn't. Stopped in front of a liquor store, I decided to buy a couple of bottles. That night, Miss Russell was going to lose herself in the voluntary oblivion of alcohol. I got into my car, started the engine roughly, uncorked one of the bottles of tequila, and took a long sip that burned my throat mercilessly. Damn. I muttered under my breath, letting the roar of the engine accompany me in my emotional escape. I drove aimlessly, alternating between drinks and thoughts. This night wasn't for reminiscing, but for pretending that when Monday came around, I wouldn't have a termination letter waiting for me on my desk. No matter how much I analyzed it, I couldn't understand the strange interplay of interests my brothers and Laura seemed to be immersed in. It all smelled of ambition disguised as concern. I parked in my building's garage. I sat in the car for a few more minutes, staring blankly into space, the bottle in my hand. Seeing that I couldn't come to any coherent conclusion, I staggered out. The alcohol was starting to take effect, and I'd barely drunk a third of it. I shook my head and went up to my apartment. As I closed the door, I carelessly tossed my keys onto the table and took another gulp. This time, the burn was almost comforting. I went to my room, took off my clothes as best I could, put on one of Jorge's shirts, which I still kept as a secret consolation, and went out to the balcony to continue drinking. It was absurd. People often drink to forget, but alcohol, instead of erasing memories, tends to amplify them, projecting them more powerfully. And you end up reliving everything with greater intensity, wallowing in your own sadness. But sometimes, you just need to cry. To drain that knot that forms in your chest and that pride insists on ignoring. What if Jorge never remembered me? Was I doomed to spend the rest of my life missing him? I hugged the bottle and, unable to contain myself any longer, began to cry. A deep, heartbreaking, unfiltered cry. The most frustrating thing was knowing that I wasn't one of those women who cried silently. No. When I cried, I did so intensely. My face swelled, my voice cracked in loud sobs, and the tears mingled with my snot without any dignity. That's why I preferred to drink alone, especially when I did it with the sole purpose of forgetting, not celebrating. I took another sip. The taste was as bitter as my thoughts. Suddenly, I heard the apartment door close. I was instantly irritated. Even in my sadness, they wouldn't leave me alone. It was probably Edward. Go away. I'm fine. I shouted without turning around, raising the bottle as if it were a flag of truce. The tears continued their path, running down my neck until they were lost in the neckline of my shirt. Ariadne? Asked a voice she knew all too well. I opened my eyes. A pair of elegant shoes appeared in front of me. I slowly raised my head and, seeing Jorge, I burst out laughing, half surprised and half confused. What are you doing here? I asked, in a tone that I couldn't tell if it was mockery or relief. What do you think? I live here. The question is, what are you doing here? As far as I know, this is still my department. True, he nodded, and we both smiled somewhat awkwardly. How come you're so drunk? Let's just say I've drunk more than I've breathed today, I replied, trying to sound funny, although I could barely manage it. Jorge crouched down in front of me, his expression a mixture of concern and tenderness. I ran my hands over my face, wiping away what I could of the mess. If you came to kick me out, you should know I was already leaving, I commented, raising the bottle in his direction with feigned haughtiness. That's not why I came. I came because I suddenly remembered I still had these apartments. I thought I'd sold them, but I'm glad I was wrong. That's a very nice gesture, but I'd rather continue alone. I bowed my head in an exaggerated bow. Thank you for visiting. You already know the way out. I can't leave you like this, he replied calmly, and sat down next to me on the balcony sofa. That's very kind, but I can assure you I know exactly what I'm doing. And what led you to drink like this? He asked, gently taking my face in his hands. And then, I simply couldn't hold it back any longer. The tears flowed even more forcefully, as if by touching me, Jorge had pressed the last fiber that held my dignity. And I cried. Not with rage, but with all the pent-up love I still felt for him. I broke free from his embrace, a mixture of pain and despair seeming to well up from the depths of my soul. Every cell in my body seemed to remember what I'd been through, and the weight of these past few days fell heavily on my shoulders. You know what the hardest part of all this is? I said, my voice breaking. I never even had the chance to hate you. When I woke up, I still loved you as intensely as before, but you had already forgotten me. I touched his chest with a trembling finger, more as an accusation than a gesture. I ran my free hand over my face, trying to wipe away my wet nose and the tears that kept falling. Really, I whispered, bringing my hand to his lips to silence him. Don't say anything. You don't have the right. You've hurt me deeply, Jorge. I'm trying to move on, but I feel like I'm falling apart. For you. For what we were. It hurts so much that sometimes I feel like I'm gasping for air. And for the first time, I feel completely lost, directionless, defeated. Between sobs, I took a long drink from the bottle in my hands. The liquid burned, but not as much as the knot tightening in my chest. What am I supposed to do with this intense pain that consumes me from within? Jorge frowned, worried, and with a tenderness that broke my heart even more, he caressed my cheek with his fingers. Ariadna, I'm truly sorry. I wish I could remember everything, but I can't. And the worst part was that her voice didn't sound empty. It was honest. Painfully honest. I do remember everything, I replied bitterly. And every one of those memories burns inside me. Jorge held my face in his hands and looked at me as if searching for something lost deep in my eyes. Do you regret it? He asked, with a vulnerability I hadn't seen before. I wanted to say no. But the truth was suffocating me. Yes, I lied, forcing a melancholy smile. I'd give anything to forget you. To stop feeling this way, so miserable. I just hope you and Laura manage to have the children you and I once dreamed of. Take her to France, have your uncle bless them in that stone church you loved so much. His eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know that? I knew everything about you, Jorge, I murmured, and more tears ran down my cheeks. Ariadne, he whispered, bringing his lips closer to mine. For a moment, I wanted to give up. To kiss him. To pretend everything was okay, that what happened never happened. But I couldn't. It had been too many years of struggling with the shadow of his confused loyalty. I placed my hand on his chest, right over his heart, and gently moved it away. It's time for you to go. Why are you pushing me away? He asked softly, taking a step closer. Go, I repeated more firmly. Please, go. I tried to stand up, but my legs trembled, betrayed by the effect of the alcohol that had already taken over my body. Jorge reacted quickly and held me by the waist, preventing me from falling. I'm not going to leave you alone like this, he said with determination. I looked at him from that dangerous proximity and hated myself for still wanting him, for still hoping for something that no longer made sense. With a sigh filled with suppressed rage, I pushed him again. You don't have to worry about me anymore. It's not your responsibility anymore. But he hugged me tighter, with a mixture of tenderness and desperation. Don't you realize, he said, his eyes boring into mine. I can't stay away from you, no matter how hard I try. Well, you hide it very well, I replied sarcastically, looking away. Jorge lifted my face with both hands, with a gentleness that tore at me. There are feelings that simply cannot be denied, he said, his lips dangerously close to mine. Ariadna, you and I, we are inevitable. Her words were sealed with a kiss that stopped time. My mouth slowly opened, giving Wilson permission to explore it with a tenderness laden with intent. His tongue caressed mine with an almost poetic cadence, as if each movement told a silent story of suppressed desire. My heart was pounding, confused between the effects of the wine and the rising tide of longing. I felt awkward, vulnerable, yet intensely alive. At times I doubted it was all a dream. But I had no intention of waking up. Jorge's hands, warm and determined, sought the hem of my blouse. They slid beneath the fabric with a dexterity that electrified my skin. Without breaking the kiss, his fingers found the collar of my garment and, with an impulsive gesture, tore the fabric, as if desire couldn't wait another second. If I'd felt nervous before, now I was overcome with anticipation. My body responded with a mixture of anxiety and anticipated pleasure. Jorge barely broke away from my lips, his breathing labored, just to look at me. His eyes roamed over my skin as if he were contemplating a work of art. "I've spent days imagining this moment," he whispered near my mouth, his tone deep and sensual, "but reality surpasses any fantasy." My pulse quickened as he unbuttoned his shirt, letting it fall carelessly to the floor. His chest was exposed, strong and defined, as if carved with desire. "Maybe we're trapped in a shared dream," I said softly, gently pushing him toward the couch, inviting him to sit. "Then I'll show you that this is as real as what you're feeling now." He took my hand firmly and pulled me toward him. I knelt in front of Jorge, blushing as I noticed the clear signs of his arousal. With trembling hands, I unbuttoned his pants. As I freed him from the garment, the air filled with latent tension. I looked at him and, with a mixture of daring and curiosity, I slowly ran my tongue over him, exploring him, adoring every expression of pleasure that crossed his face. Jorge maintained eye contact, his eyes reflecting the joy and wonder my caresses brought him. This encouraged me to continue with greater dedication, wanting to give him as much as he gave me. But then, with a mischievous smile, he took the initiative. "Now it's my turn to please you," he whispered as he held me by the waist and lifted me easily, as if I weighed nothing. I straddled him, noticing he was still wearing my underwear. A playful smile appeared on his face. That didn't last long. With firm, determined hands, he impatiently removed the delicate fabric that separated us. Soon, there were no more barriers between our bodies. Neither of clothing nor of will. His eyes lingered on my breasts, gazing at them as if they were a long-cherished treasure. He leaned toward them and caressed them with his mouth, awakening sensations I thought I'd forgotten. My back arched, completely surrendered to the swaying of his caresses. Amidst that surge of sensations, a warm, ancient emotion surfaced, the longing to feel completely loved. His mouth moved up my neck, meeting my lips again. And then, with a deep, confident movement, he joined me, filling me completely. For an eternal moment, we stood still, breathing into each other, intoxicated by the feeling of fullness. "I don't remember everything we were, but right now. I feel you as mine," he murmured tenderly, almost like an oath. "I always have been," I replied, hugging him, gently moving my hips to renew our secret dance. "And this time, I won't forget it." His hands ran down my back in a prolonged caress, before holding me by the shoulders, guiding me firmly in every movement, in every encounter that brought us closer together. "I love your freckles," he whispered between gasps, still moving inside me. "I'm glad you said that," I replied, smiling between ragged breaths. Our bodies met again and again in a harmonious rhythm, like a symphony reaching its climax. One of his hands slid over my face, gently brushing back the hair that covered it. His gesture touched me. It was tenderness amidst frenzy. A wave of pleasure began to form deep within me. I felt it growing, powerful, ready to explode. But I wanted to resist, I wanted to prolong the moment, to stay there forever. "Are you okay?" he asked softly, stroking my back and moving down to my waist. "I don't want this to end," I confessed as I urgently kissed his lips. "It won't end, at least not for now. Tonight is all ours," he said as he stood up, with me still wrapped around his body, our bond unbroken. He carried me to the bedroom, where he gently placed me on the bed. There, he resumed his rhythm, with more intensity, more passion. My body responded with renewed yearning, my fingers clutching his back as if seeking to anchor me to him, while our eyes met amidst the pleasurable chaos. "Come on, love. Let me feel everything you hold inside you." And in that moment, I surrendered completely. To him. To us. To everything that was yet to come. Jorge's forearms framed my face, trapping me in a world where only he and I existed. The heat of our bodies merged into a single rhythm, and the air around us seemed to vibrate with each heartbeat. I could no longer resist, pleasure enveloped me, dragging me toward an abyss of uncontrollable sensations. "Jorge," I murmured between gasps, feeling my body surrender to ecstasy, every fiber of my being tense before immersing itself in a sea of pure bliss. My eyelids closed, surrendering to the warm caress of his essence, which was now a part of me. His fingers, soft but firm, caressed my cheek, and a purr escaped my throat, an instinctive response to his touch. I never imagined a woman with short hair could fascinate me so much, until I met you, he whispered, his voice rough with passion. His words made me open my eyes, meeting his intense gaze. I've been obsessing for days, trying to decipher what kind of bond we had before. "And what conclusion did you reach?" I asked, suppressing the trembling in my voice. "That you are my present and my future," he replied, sealing his affirmation with a kiss on my forehead. "I don't know if the memories will return, but I do know that I don't want to be away from you." A melancholic smile spread across my lips. It was true, we could build new moments, but the thought of remembering things he'd forgotten filled me with unease. Would that end up distancing us? "We can wait a bit," I suggested, trying to remain calm. "If your memories don't return, I'll tell you the most important part of our story." "Why wait?" Jorge leaned against me, pulling me toward his chest. I thought for a moment, searching for the starting point of our story, until a burst of laughter escaped my lips. "Okay, let me tell you how we went from boss and employee to secret lovers," I said, sitting up to give him a knowing look. "It all started when Mr. Wilson, out of the blue, decided he wanted to get married and, without any hesitation, asked me to arrange his dates. I recounted every encounter, every cunningly planned sabotage. I watched his face, waiting for a reaction, but he remained impassive, as if carved in stone. Until, suddenly, he burst out laughing. A laugh so contagious it made me laugh with him, until he wrapped me in his arms, his fingers playing with my ribs. "Now I understand about the ruby," he exclaimed, laughing. "You little cheat. Stop it," I begged, unable to contain my laughter. Finally, he stopped, but his smile didn't fade. "I didn't come to this apartment by chance," he confessed. "In fact, I was going to the other one, but I saw a light under your door and curiosity got the better of me." I raised an eyebrow. "Are both apartments yours?" "Yeah. I never mentioned it to you." I shook my head, and he frowned. "I'd like to know why." "Me too," I admitted. "When I moved in, this place was already ready. Like you'd planned everything in advance." "Maybe that's the reason," he murmured. "I bought these apartments looking for a refuge, a space just for me. But I never used this one." I smiled, feeling like we had just solved a little mystery. I ran my fingers over his face before asking, "And what did you want to escape from tonight?" "Everything. Including you." My expression clouded, offended, but he continued, "Ariadna, I'm not blind. I've known something's off ever since I woke up in the hospital. But when you walked into that room, something in me, reacted. I didn't know whether to walk away or stay, let alone who to trust. He stepped away from me, creating a physical distance that soon became an invisible barrier. Fear gripped me. I searched for clues, something to help me understand, until I found what you left me. The folder. I walked toward him. It was the piece that made me see the truth, she whispered bitterly. My so-called friends are using my condition to destroy my life. But what I don't understand is, why? And why did Laura lie about our relationship? My mom told me Brad was her boyfriend, I said, watching her eyes darken. Did you know about that? Jorge took a deep breath before answering. I was a loner until Gerardo approached me. Over time, he introduced me to his brothers, and then, to Laura. I assumed our friendship grew because we were the outsiders in the family circle. But something changed. Tensions grew, and that's why I bought these apartments. One day, Laura confessed her feelings to me, the next, she disappeared. And when I woke up in the hospital, I found myself engaged to a woman I don't love. They aren't. I exclaimed, exasperated. You asked me how I knew you wanted to get married in France. Because I was the protagonist of those plans. I slowly sat up from the bed, feeling the weight of memories still fresh in the air. I walked silently to the nightstand, gently opened the drawer, and delicately took out the wedding ring. As I held it in my hands, I couldn't help but sigh. It was incredible how such a small object could hold so many moments, so many emotions, compressed into such a short time. With a determined step, I approached him. Without saying a word, I reached out and placed the ring in his hand, as if that simple gesture could speak for me more than any explanation. Please, Ariadna. Jorge whispered, his voice breaking. His eyes met mine, and in them I saw a flash of remorse as clear as sunrise on a clear day. I knew exactly what memory was running through him at that moment, that Saturday when, perhaps unintentionally, he had chosen to side with someone who neither understood nor respected what we had built together. I gently took her hand, trying to ease the tension that was building between us. It wasn't your fault, I murmured softly. You didn't know we were married. I know, but even so, I should have trusted you, us, more. I was wrong, she answered sincerely. I looked him in the eye firmly, without a trace of anger, but not with any indulgence either. I didn't want to return to the eternal game of excuses and meaningless explanations. It's true. You shouldn't have doubted. But you can't change what happened, I said calmly, as I stood up and crossed my arms, standing in front of him with determination. Now the important thing is what we do from this moment on. The past can no longer be rewritten, but the present is still in our hands. He nodded, understanding that it was no longer about finding culprits, but about finding solutions. There's something I need to tell you, he said, a hint of urgency in his voice. Remember I mentioned Gareth, my friend from the dealership? Yes, you told me you had an acquaintance there, but you never mentioned his name. Jorge shook his head slightly, as if scolding himself for having left out something important. He called me today, he continued. He told me that Brad, my trusted lawyer until recently, is trying to sell my shares in the dealership, as if he still had the power to do so. I opened my eyes in astonishment, unable to hide my reaction. I raised my eyebrows in disbelief. The words slipped from my lips, leaving me in a silence that spoke for itself. Ariadna was speechless upon hearing my confession. Her face turned pale, reflecting the surprise and bewilderment that overwhelmed her, but I couldn't blame her. I myself was just beginning to digest everything I had discovered. My friends, those I trusted without reservation, had betrayed me in the most despicable way. They were trying to destroy everything I had built with effort, dedication, and years of sacrifice. Laura, who was once my best friend, had deceived me with a poisoned sweetness, just to stay close to me, manipulating my emotions under the guise of loyalty. And that woman with the fiery red hair, whom I treated so unfairly without knowing who she really was my wife. My life partner. The woman who brought me happiness even in the darkest moments of my life. I struggled to forgive myself. I was deeply ashamed of having behaved so harshly and, above all, of not having the generosity to remove her from me while I was in such turmoil. "What are you going to do?" she asked calmly, looking at me tenderly. "I don't know yet," I replied, looking away. I knew exactly what I had to do, but I didn't dare say it out loud. I had already hurt Ariadna, and now I didn't want to cause any more pain, especially if it meant harming her siblings. Ariadna took my face in her hands, forcing me to look at her. "You don't have to lie to me," he said gently. "They're your family," I whispered, lost in the color of her eyes, as intense as a sunset. "Every action has consequences," he replied, then placed a shy, delicate kiss on my lips. "They acted dishonestly, and they must bear the consequences." His words were firm, but I couldn't help but notice the sadness hidden behind his tone. He was pained by what his brothers had done, that much was evident. "You could contact Charles," he added after a brief pause. "He was going to be your new lawyer, although we haven't finalized anything yet." I felt a special familiarity in his voice, as if he used to call her by a unique and affectionate name, but my mind still didn't quite remember it. "That's an excellent suggestion," I nodded, flashing a smile as I looked at her. I checked my phone, but all I found was work-related stuff. Even our conversations were cold and professional. "We've known each other for years, but our relationship is fairly recent," Ariadna explained, blushing. "My brothers were against it from the start, and by the time they found out, we were already living together." She looked down with a shy smile. "Actually, we weren't planning on living together so soon, but we just couldn't tear ourselves away." Every word she spoke seemed to echo a deep truth. I felt a void for having forgotten all that. Even now, having her just a few feet away made me miss her intensely. I looked at her with a mixture of desire and love. As if something primal had awakened within me, I approached her, determined to once again explore that body I seemed to have known forever, even though my memory still failed me. I lay down on her, trapped by the magic of her skin and the warmth of her embrace. "Will you leave at dawn?" she whispered, her lips brushing mine. "Leaving would be returning to that house that no longer feels like home," I answered sincerely. "You should do it," she said with conviction. I frowned at her. "Are you tired of me yet?" I teased, kissing her neck softly. "Of course not," he replied, letting out a small laugh. "But I thought of something." I stopped and watched her closely. Her expression was determined, almost strategic. At that moment, I realized Ariadna wasn't the typical vulnerable woman in a romance story. No. She had something else, a spark of cunning that made her different. She was strong, even dangerous if she wanted to be. Maybe, in another story, she would have been the villain. And I loved that. "I'm listening," I said, intrigued. She smiled and positioned herself on top of me, taking control with magnetic confidence. "First, would you like to talk about plans, or would you prefer we resolve other issues? Let me just say that we'll need allies. You could ask Charles to come, and Marco too." She moved her hips in such a provocative way that anything else became meaningless. "First, our thing," I said, turning with her on the bed. Without further delay, I threw myself into that passionate reunion, determined to make up for lost time. Every mole, every freckle, every sigh of hers would be etched in my memory. This time, I wouldn't allow myself to forget her. Jorge. I adjusted my shirt cuffs with precision and put on my suit jacket. The reflection in the mirror gave me a polished image, though it couldn't completely hide the emotional exhaustion I was carrying. Last night, when I returned home, I was surprised that Laura didn't say a single word of reproach. She greeted me with her friendliest smile and a laid-out dinner. Everything seemed calm, too calm. I politely declined and went straight to my bedroom. I didn't have the strength to face awkward conversations. Later, when I felt her leaning down next to me, I wanted to move away, to flee from her closeness. But I remembered Ariadna's words, her firmness disguised as sweetness. So I stayed. I even hugged her, though not out of choice, but rather to follow the script Ariadna had asked me to play. Before dawn, I was awake. I dressed carefully and left the room, leaving behind that atmosphere filled with unspoken silences. "You look so elegant today," Laura commented from the doorway. "Don't you have any commitments this morning?" I asked as I grabbed my coat. The cold was beginning to set in. As if even the weather knew that difficult times were coming. "I rescheduled everything for the afternoon," he said softly. "And so? I wanted to spend some time with my fiancé," she replied, approaching me. She delicately placed her hands on my tie, adjusting the knot, and then slid them down my face. "Aren't you going to shave off that beard? You know I don't like it." "No. And in this weather, even less so," I replied, gently removing his hands so as not to be rude. "I must go." I left the house with a firm step. With each step, I felt like I was leaving a stage behind, and that what was coming wouldn't be easy, but it was necessary. "Sure, I'll take a quick shower and then I'll head to your office," I replied, drying my hair with the towel. "I'm having a pretty busy day today," I commented, as I hurried out of the room. "Well, you'll have to make time, because I need to give you some important news." Her words stopped me in my tracks. I turned and stared at her, feeling a knot in my stomach. "I hope it's not what I'm imagining," I said cautiously, knowing that certain games, especially with such a delicate subject, could change everything. "This is no time for jokes. You're going to be a father." I clenched my fists without realizing it, holding back a mixture of emotions before approaching her. "Why didn't you tell me before?" I asked, trying to remain calm. "Yes, I did, just before you left on your trip," Laura replied, tears streaming down her cheeks. "But you just left, disappeared all weekend." "And with whom, huh?" "Probably with that assistant of yours." She wiped her face in frustration. "I've put up with her games for a while, but now that we're starting a family, I'm not going to allow you to see her anymore. I need to go out." "I'll consider what you're asking." I left the house with my heart racing, feeling that each step was taking me further away from a place I might not want to return to. Everything was so confusing. I knew Ariadna had told me the truth, but Laura had a way of speaking that sowed doubt in my mind, making me question even my own memories. As I reached the building's lobby, I wryly remembered that, despite owning a dealership, I didn't even own a car. Yes, Gareth had lent me one, but it was still parked in the same spot I'd left it that night. I raised my hand to hail a taxi. It was absurd to continue in this situation, but if I went for the car, Brad would suspect I'd been with Gareth. I needed everyone to let their guard down. Upon arriving at the office, I walked past my red-headed assistant's desk, avoiding her gaze. Just the sight of her was enough to tempt me, and I couldn't afford any distractions today. I entered my office and prepared to call all the partners who might be interested in buying my shares. Luckily, Ariadna had already compiled a list of the most relevant ones. "Ariadne," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. Within seconds, she appeared in the doorway, radiating an energy that immediately caught my attention. "How can I help you, boss?" he asked with a mischievous smile. That woman was a walking provocation. "Close the door," I ordered, unable to stop my thoughts from straying to less professional desires. She obeyed, approaching my desk with a slow gait. She placed her hands on the surface, leaning slightly, and offering me a view that didn't go unnoticed. She ran her tongue over her crimson lips before asking, "What do you need from me?" My mind clouded for a moment, but I held it together. "I need us to go over the list of investors," I said, steering the conversation back to what was important. "But first, tell me, why are you wearing that dress today?" She smiled playfully. "Does it bother you?" "Everything about you bothers me, in the best way," I murmured, moving closer. She held my gaze, defiant but complicit. "Maybe you should focus on what's important, boss." He was right. I clenched my fists against the desk, taking a deep breath. "Yes, you're right." But the air between us was still charged, and I knew that sooner or later, that tension would explode. Ariadna's body shuddered with an intensity that demanded all my self-control. I felt the connection between us growing deeper, more intense, as if the entire universe had stopped to observe us. Gently, I slid my hand down her waist, exploring every curve with devotion. A soft sigh escaped her lips. "My God!" Ariadne murmured, her voice breaking with emotion. "Surrender, my princess." I whispered to her, using a nickname I rarely used, but which at that moment seemed to me the only one worthy of her. She pressed her lips together, suppressing the sound struggling to escape her throat. I knew that expression well. It contained a whirlwind I couldn't fully release, not for lack of desire, but because of where we were and the secrets we still held. I brought my hands to his hair and, feeling invaded by a torrent of emotions, I let myself be carried away by that moment of absolute surrender. I leaned gently against his back, trying to catch my breath, as the world seemed to fade away around us. We remained like that for a few seconds, embracing the silence, naively wishing that time would freeze. But reality had other plans. Tenderly, I pulled away from her and helped her sit up. "I always thought I was the king of desire, but you're my goddess of love," I told him as I straightened my clothes with a dreamy smile. "And you're a lost cause," she replied, laughing as she reached over to gently smooth out the creases in my shirt. I stroked her red hair, as if by touching it I could capture that moment forever. I started, but she sweetly silenced me by placing her hand over my lips. "Don't say it yet," she asked me with a mixture of tenderness and melancholy. I knew she was still waiting for my memories to return, for the part of me I'd forgotten to come back. "Okay," I nodded, "but that's how I feel." "I know. The same thing happens to me," he admitted, looking down with a shaky smile. I leaned in to kiss her, but just then, 2 soft knocks on the door interrupted our moment. "Jorge." Gerardo's voice came from the other end. I looked at Ariadna, but by the time I reacted, she had already hidden under my desk with the agility of someone who has done that more than once. Does he never learn? I thought, amused. "Your feet are visible," I whispered to him in a low tone. "And you have lipstick left on you," she replied with a mischievous smile that forced me to stifle my laughter. I walked over to the window and ran my fingers over my lips to erase any evidence. Then I went to the door, taking a quick look under the desk. My wife's heels were no longer visible. I calmly opened the door. "Gerardo," I greeted him calmly. "Am I interrupting something?" he asked as he walked in and looked around the place suspiciously. Well, considering we're on business hours, yeah, a little bit, I replied without losing my composure. Then I'll get to the point. Thank you. I peeked out, hoping to see the other Russells appear. I came alone, Gerardo clarified. I noticed, I said, noticing the unusual lack of company. His expression unsettled me, he was visibly tense and looked exhausted. I always saw you as more than just a friend. We shared good times, and it's only because of that old friendship that I'm here, to warn you, you can't keep trusting the people around you. His words were a belated echo. A warning that, had I not had the information I already possessed, would have gone unnoticed. But I knew exactly what he was referring to, and who. He understood that it was not easy for him to face his own brothers. Why are you telling me this now? I asked, more to maintain appearances than out of necessity. I'm going out of town for a while. I felt I should tell you sooner. Tell me what, exactly? Don't trust anyone, he repeated, and didn't wait for a reply. He hugged me briefly, patted me on the back, and left as quickly as he had arrived. I rolled my eyes at Gerardo's unnecessary warning. It was absurd, but at least it gave me a clue as to why she was arguing with Brad. To be honest, for a moment I wanted to think the argument had something to do with me, maybe a quarrel of passion, something romantic, but no. It was about fraud. What brothers I have. How lucky I am. Just as he was about to crawl out from under the table, the sound of heels approached, accompanied by a high-pitched voice that echoed throughout the office. My love. What a fake sweetness, I thought with disdain. Laura, what are you doing here? Jorge asked, clearly puzzled. Oh, silly, I told you I'd come, and here I am. I wanted to peek out, I needed to see what was happening, but I couldn't from my hiding place and that made me terribly desperate. What do you need? Jorge sat down in his chair, and unfortunately for me, his crotch was dangerously close to my face. What an unfair distraction. I already told you, talk about our future together, Laura continued in a syrupy tone. Future? I frowned. I gently tugged on Jorge's pants to get his attention, but he barely lowered his hand, signaling me to be patient. A baby is no small matter, she added, and I felt my stomach turn. And what do you expect me to say? Jorge replied with feigned calm. I want us to get married, Laura declared shamelessly. I tugged harder on Jorge's pants. He finally dropped something on the floor, bent down to pick it up, and looked at me. I took advantage of the moment to whisper to him with a mischievous smile. Let the wedding be as soon as possible. Jorge frowned and settled into his seat, serious. Okay, we'll set a date. Let it be soon, something small, intimate. Are you serious? Laura asked, clearly delighted. I could already imagine her all smiles, believing that her lie had worked. It'll be better this way, so the dress won't show your tummy, he added, with an ironic tone that she didn't seem to notice. I heard her approaching him. I tensed, holding my breath. If that was all, you can leave, Jorge said, cutting the conversation short. Of course, I'll let you work, she replied. She paused for a moment. Can I ask your assistant to help me with the preparations? I had to put a hand to my mouth to stifle a laugh. Help her? Had she gone crazy? Although I wouldn't deny that I had experience organizing events. And sabotaging them, too. I peeked my head out to see Jorge's reaction. He lowered his gaze as if considering it. Noticing him staring at me, I nodded determinedly, but he shook his head. I opened my eyes in disbelief and repeated the gesture. Fine, But only if you take over after you've finished your duties at the company, he finally said. Thanks, dear. Do you know where it is? And I look like his secretary. Jorge responded sarcastically. You're right, you're the boss. Well, I'll go find her. The door opened and then slammed shut. I let out all the air I had contained and looked directly at him. I know you're lying, but I can't help thinking that maybe you are pregnant. I shrugged and crawled out from under the table. I can understand how you feel, but I'm sure I can show you it's all a farce. Would you really do it? Of course. I guess I'd want the truth too if I were you, I replied with a somewhat rueful smile. Did you talk to your cousin? Yes. He said he'd take the first flight here. And Marco? I'm not sure if he'll come. I spoke with Edward and Roman. Who are they? Jorge asked, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. My best friends and allies in difficult times, I replied calmly. Besides, they're a couple. His face relaxed noticeably. You should start with that part next time. Yes, sir. I'll go to work. I headed for the door, even though I felt a slight pang inside. I'd never admit it out loud, but I didn't like him doubting me, even if he had a reason to. I sat down at my desk and began to work calmly. The peace was short-lived. The unmistakable click of Laura's heels announced her triumphant return. I was looking for you, he said, with that characteristic fake smile. I looked up slowly, unhurriedly. You came all the way here just to see me. That's a compliment, although, honestly, it leaves me with a bad taste in my mouth. Always so ridiculous, he snapped. Do you really need that much attention to come just to bother me? I replied with a defiant smile. I came to inform you that I'm marrying my fiancé, she announced, puffing out her chest with pride. That's great news. Do I know him? Yes. He's your boss. Do you really think he'll marry you? I gave him a good reason to do it, she said, theatrically placing her hands on her stomach. My smile disappeared. Not out of surprise, but because of the pent-up desire to jump on her and make her understand a lot of things, but I held back. It wasn't worth losing my composure. Not yet. Are you the Maria of our times or do you have a lover? You wish, but no. I'm curious. How long do you think you can sustain that lie? As long as it lasts until after the wedding, that's enough for me. Laura flashed a calculating smile and approached with a feline gait. You know what the best part is? So I'll finally be an aunt. I responded sarcastically. That you can't do anything at all to prevent it. You're despicable. Lying to manipulate a man's compassion. Sooner or later, he'll love me. Don't fool yourself, Jorge will never feel anything other than pity for you. I placed my hands on the table and stood up firmly. Now, go. I have work to do. I'm sorry, dear, but it's Jorge who insists that you be the one in charge of organizing everything. This woman is capable of lying even under oath. I won't do it. You will, whether you like it or not. Or what? I'll convince my future husband to fire you. Please don't do that. I need this job to pay for college. What a fool I'm making. Okay. I'll take care of booking the venue, contacting the judge, and organizing the meal. You take care of the rest. I let a fake tear roll down my cheek, perfectly calculated. That's how I like it, submissive and with my mouth closed. He took the calendar from my desk and marked a date with a neat fingernail. It's too little time, I protested, starting my game. Then you better start now. Are you afraid he'll remember the truth? I asked, unable to stop myself. Just do your job. Laura threw the calendar on the table and walked out with a crunch of heels. My God, the temptation to commit a crime has never been stronger. I sighed and immersed myself in searching for venues for a wedding that should never happen. Days later. Time passed between plans and lies. Ironically, I was putting in more hours at my fake job than at my real one. But at least I had one advantage: Edward, my loyal accomplice, was by my side every step of the way. This place is amazing, he commented, admiring the third room we visited that day. I know. It's perfect, I sighed, feigning melancholy. But you're not going to choose him. Of course not. It's too beautiful for what I have planned. My girl, if we continue like this, we'll end up celebrating under a bridge, surrounded by garbage and pigeons. Well, it's not my fault that's the ideal scenario for Laura and my scoundrel brothers. Edward looked at me knowingly. Oh, no. Did you think of something? Maybe. We need to go to the marina. We left the place and got in the car. As I drove, my mind wove strategies. The truth was simple: all the places we'd visited were lovely, but they had too many exits. And I needed to make sure Laura and my despicable brothers had no escape route. And what better trap than a place surrounded by water? The ringing of my phone interrupted my thoughts. Seeing the name on the screen, I suppressed a groan and answered via speakerphone. What do you want? You did it on purpose. When will you realize you've already lost? Her shrill voice was like nails on a chalkboard. Shut up and tell me what's wrong, Edward demanded, exasperated. What a coincidence that just the day before my wedding, photos of you and Jorge in compromising situations appear. I have no idea what you're talking about, I replied coldly. Edward opened the link that arrived and, seeing the images, innocent photos of us leaving his house, some stolen kisses, he couldn't help but smile. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this isn't my fault. I demand that you hold a press conference to clear up this scandal. As you command, Your Highness, I said sarcastically, ending the call. What a character. Evil. Self-centered. Insane. I have a longer list if you want. Me too. How about we stop for a coffee and discuss this calmly? Edward chuckled. Weren't we going to the marina? Change of plans. Now I'm prioritizing coffee, a fake press conference, and pretending I don't have a place for the wedding. Although in reality, yes. I already have a plan for each of them, including Laura. As you command, my queen of chaos, Edward replied, dialing Roman's number. A smile spread across my lips as, with a smooth movement, I brought the car to a stop at the side of the road. The engine let out one last sigh before shutting off completely, leaving behind an almost comforting silence. Outside, the wind gently swayed the leaves of the trees, as if the entire world had synchronized with that moment of pause. There was no rush, only the serene calm of a moment suspended in time. The ringing of my phone interrupted my thoughts. Seeing my assistant's name on the screen, I couldn't help but smile. I missed her. I longed with all my might for this game of appearances to end soon, so I could shout to the whole world that she was the woman of my life. Hello, I replied, feeling a special warmth at the sound of his voice. Hello, beautiful, I said, letting myself be carried away by the affection she inspired in me. Did Laura call you about the newspaper articles? She asked, her tone a mixture of curiosity and exhaustion. No, why would I? I frowned, intrigued. I'm not surprised, she said with a sigh. There were some really cute photos of us, they're from before the trip. I'm sending them to you in case you want to see them. Of course. I turned on speakerphone and opened the link he sent me. The images spoke for themselves. We make a great couple. I know, she replied sweetly. We're the best couple in the world. What did Laura tell you? He wants me to publicly deny the photos. I have no idea how I could deny such a passionate kiss caught on camera, but I'll hold a press conference and improvise something. You shouldn't deny anything. I know, he said firmly, but I don't want Laura or my brothers to get suspicious. This is all going to be over soon, and honestly, I don't care what the reporters say anymore. I admire your way of thinking. Just then, my office phone rang. I answered. Tell me. Sir, there are 2 men who want to see you. One of them claims to be your cousin, the security chief announced. Send them in, Benito, I said, ending the call. Sweetheart, I'll call you later. Perfect. I'm already heading to the company. The press conference starts in half an hour. Don't say it. Not yet, he interrupted with an audible smile in his voice before hanging up. That woman had a charming stubbornness. I got up from my seat and left the office. After everything I'd learned, and with Laura, Brad, and Lionel's recent insistence on hanging around the building, I'd opted to keep my office locked. It felt uncomfortable. I hated feeling vulnerable in my own space. I headed to the elevator and waited calmly. I began to reflect on my past mistakes, especially on having allowed the Russell brothers to have so much power over my life. Except for Ariadne. She was the only one I would surrender my will to without hesitation. I loved her, and I trusted her with my eyes closed. The elevator doors opened and my visitors appeared, stepping off that ostentatious yet useless elevator. George! Charles exclaimed, throwing himself at me with enthusiasm. How nice to see you again. I smiled. Although I'd been in the city for several days, we hadn't had a chance to see each other until that moment. As I parted from him, my gaze met that of Marco Fontana, one of my oldest and most loyal friends. It's a real pleasure to see you after so long, I said as I shook his hand firmly. It hasn't been that long for me, Marco corrected me with a smile, patting me on the back. You're right. Everything's been so chaotic lately. Let's go somewhere more private. We need to talk calmly. I led them to the rooftop, a safe and secluded spot that only Ariadna and I had access to. Once there, they settled in while I approached the railing, enjoying the fresh air before getting down to business. Tell me, Charles, what did you manage to find out? I managed to stop the sale of most of the shares. However, 2 companies took advantage of the offer and completed the purchase almost immediately, he replied, handing me a folder. In those cases, we won't pursue legal action, but we have sufficient evidence of Brad's fraud. Perfect. Are you ready to present your case? Yes. Marco has a friend who's a judge in the city, and he's already aware of the whole situation. I can't believe everything Charles told me, Marco said, still incredulous. I wouldn't believe it either if I didn't have the evidence in my hands. So how's everything going with your wife? Marco asked with a hint of sympathy. Not very well. It hurts to remember how I treated her. But Ariadna isn't one to give up easily, Charles commented. She has admirable character. I hate not being able to remember our history together, I murmured as I turned and plucked some dried leaves from a nearby plant. And where is she now? Marco asked. I looked at my watch. I sighed before answering. The press conference must be about to start. What exactly for? My cousin asked. To clarify that he is not romantically involved with me. Excuse me. I'm completely lost. We needed to buy time to gather all the evidence against Laura and her siblings. Ariadna saw an opportunity and seized it, I explained calmly. Then I told them the plan. Ariadna would be in charge of reuniting Laura and her siblings in one place. When the time was right, Edward and Roman would enter with the detectives, who already had the necessary evidence to expose the entire fraudulent scheme. The funny thing is that, despite everything, Ariadna still wants to know what motivated them to act this way, I concluded, my gaze fixed on the horizon. I don't blame her. Even her own brothers are against her, Marco commented, visibly astonished. I must admit I love Ariadna's fighting spirit, Charles joked with a smile. I looked at him with warning in my eyes, but before I could respond, Marco got up from his seat and approached me. Wait. You have a ladybug, he pointed out curiously. Ladybug? Charles chimed in, raising an eyebrow. I know them as ladybugs. That simple word echoed in my mind like a familiar one. No matter what you call them, they're said to bring good luck, Marco continued. Suddenly, the tabletop design began to spin before my eyes. I squeezed my eyes shut, feeling the floor tilt beneath my feet. Jorge! Charles and my cousin exclaimed in unison, catching me before I fell. Are you okay? Friend, Marco murmured with concern. I slumped into a chair as the scattered pieces of my memory slowly fell into place. Jorge? My cousin asked, leaning toward me. I opened my eyes and, without being able to help it, a smile lit up my face. I remember her, I announced, my voice thick with emotion. I remember my ladybug. Ariadne. I wrung my hands nervously as I watched the crowd of journalists filling the press room. Normally, Jorge was the one who occupied that space to announce new projects or business alliances. Today, however, the center of attention was me. Are you okay? My friend asked, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Nervous, but fine, I admitted, brushing a stray strand of hair out of my face. I honestly have no idea what I'm going to say. You're so meticulous, didn't you prepare a speech? She chided me, albeit affectionately. I've always been better at improvising, I replied, laughing to hide the trembling in my fingers. Anyway, the longer I put it off, the harder it will be. Wish me luck. Success, star, he exclaimed, giving me a gentle push toward the stage. I took a deep breath and walked steadily toward the podium. Instantly, camera flashes exploded like shooting stars. What can you tell us about the photographs that have been circulating? A journalist asked as soon as I stopped. They're completely real, I replied without a filter, causing a wave of laughter in the room. So are we looking at the classic case of the assistant who ends up falling in love with the boss? Another voice insisted. For a moment, I felt like the protagonist of one of those romance novels, I joked, triggering more laughter. But then a question cut through the light atmosphere. Are those photos before or after you arranged your appointments, which you are said to have sabotaged? She looked up and I recognized Camila in the audience, with a smile she couldn't quite hide. This is getting out of hand, I thought, biting the inside of my cheek to hold back a nervous laugh. They came later. How are you, Ruby? I replied, playing off her nickname. Camila looked down, but couldn't help but smile. I know it's no secret, my boss is one of the most attractive men in the city, and his assets only add to the allure. But unfortunately, my voice broke when Jorge appeared from the crowd. He strode forward with determination, pushing his way through the journalists to the podium. Without a word, he wrapped his arm around my waist, pulled me towards his chest, and, to everyone's astonishment, his lips met mine in a passionate kiss that erased any doubt. "That should answer all your questions," he declared as he pulled away, though still holding on to me. "And give you plenty of material for the next few days. I'd kindly ask you to leave the room." As the reporters murmured and left, Jorge leaned his forehead against mine. "I love you, my ladybug," he whispered, so low that only I could hear him. I looked at him, and in his eyes I saw the certainty of what I had been waiting for. The past had returned to him. A tremble ran through my lip before tears flowed uncontrollably. "Do you remember me?" I asked, almost in disbelief. "Yes. To you, to every one of your freckles, to everything," he replied, kissing my damp cheeks. "I didn't tell you about the other apartment because I lived there for a while and wanted our home to be a blank canvas, filled only with new memories. I was a fool to forget you, and even more so to doubt you. I don't regret choosing you then, and I only ask that you continue to choose me always. Do you think I'm going to forgive you that easily?" I played, though my voice sounded cracked. "Tell me what I should do," he begged, with a smile that melted me. 15 dates. Unforgettable. I demanded, lifting my chin in mock defiance. "Done," he agreed before sealing my mouth with another kiss, this time sweet and promising. That's when Edward approached, coughing discreetly to get our attention. "I know it's an intimate moment," he began, uncomfortably, "but half the world just saw that kiss. What are we going to do about Laura and the others?" Jorge looked at me, and in his eyes shone the confidence I admired so much. "Calm down. Everything's under control," he assured them. "They're already in the conference room with Charles." "And Gerardo?" I asked, a lump in my throat. "They arrested him at the New York airport," Jorge revealed seriously. "But he didn't do anything," Edward protested, on the verge of tears. "He was an accomplice," I murmured, recalling every detail leading up to that moment. "Does that mean no one in the conference room saw the interview?" Edward asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. "For now, they have no idea," I replied, lowering my voice a little, "but I doubt it will be long before they figure it out." "Then it's time to act," I said with determination, standing on tiptoe to brush a kiss against my charming Adonis's lips. "You weren't so effusive with kisses before," Wilson commented with a crooked smile. "That was the substitute Jorge," I replied, laughing in a playful tone. "We'll talk about that later," he replied, taking my hand firmly as we began walking inside the building. I paused for a moment and turned to Edward, my loyal and somewhat eccentric friend. "Call Roman. It's time to put the plan into action." "Understood," he nodded with a knowing smile. Then I looked at the door we had just entered. "Why didn't you come in here from the beginning?" I asked, pointing at the frame. "It was locked from the inside," he explained calmly as he reached up and unlocked the top lock in one easy motion. "After so many years, and I just found out that this door can be locked from the inside," I murmured, finally leaving the room with a mixture of surprise and resignation. We took the elevator directly to the conference room floor. The ride was silent, filled with anticipation. As we approached the spot, I slowly let go of my partner's hand, knowing it wasn't time to show ourselves so openly yet. "Very soon, we won't have to hide anymore," I whispered with a hopeful smile, looking into his eyes. "I feel like we've been through this before," he replied with a slight nostalgic expression. "I know," I replied softly as I placed my hand on the doorknob, took a deep breath, and finally entered the conference room. As soon as I crossed the threshold of the living room, my gaze fell on Brad. There was a time when I admired him, when I copied his every gesture, longing to follow in his footsteps. Now, I felt only a mixture of pity and shame at sharing his last name. I shifted my gaze to Lionel, the youngest of the three. We had always had a cordial relationship, although his reserved nature made him the most distant of all. And then there was Gerardo. How I wished he were present at that moment. Of my siblings, Gerardo was the only one I truly connected with. He was my confidant, my support when classes became a chore or when life seemed too complicated. I remembered the days we spent surfing in the sun, the afternoons skating in the park, the trips to the movies, and those mountain climbing adventures. I hope this has something to do with the wedding, Laura interrupted, her voice thick with impatience. There was no bond with her, and the thought of witnessing her downfall filled me with a cold satisfaction. There won't be a wedding, I declared, letting out a calculating smile. God, this again. Don't you get tired? She replied, making a face of annoyance. Keep quiet. For now, you're just a spectator, I replied before turning to my siblings. You're at an impasse, but if you decide to be honest, maybe we can reach an agreement. Ariadna, stop acting like a mobster, Brad intervened, adopting his usual leader's tone. Don't try to turn the situation around. The only criminals here are you, I stated, staring at Lionel. This time, flattery won't get you out of trouble. Lying again, he mocked, and I couldn't help but smile. Of course, you know I love to lie. For example, it's a lie that Jorge revoked the power of attorney he gave Brad to legally represent him. I'm warning you, shut up. Brad roared, slamming the table in fury. Jorge, who was standing behind him, grabbed him by the shoulder and forced him to sit down firmly. Yell at him again and you'll regret it, he warned with dangerous calm. Laura brought her hands to her mouth, horrified. Oh, my God, he exclaimed. We just want to understand the motive behind his actions, Charles intervened calmly. We have more than enough evidence to win a lawsuit. Brad paled and looked at Lionel with a strange expression, almost as if he were asking for forgiveness. I never complained about the life I had, my oldest brother began. I tried hard every day, I studied, I worked hard. I felt lucky when the most desirable girl in college noticed me. We went from a simple date to being boyfriend and girlfriend. Everything was perfect, until Gerardo brought you into our lives. She dumped me like nothing had happened and fell in love with the new guy, the millionaire of the group. You constantly rubbed your money in our faces, Lionel continued. Wealthy parents, luxury cars, your own house. And on top of that, you excelled in your studies and attracted everyone's attention. But my friendship was sincere. I always helped them without any ulterior motives, Jorge replied, visibly affected by her words. I was just as shocked. You were too big a shadow. It was impossible to stand out next to you, Lionel argued. You thought we'd be content with the crumbs you gave us. Crumbs? I repeated, unable to believe what I was hearing. He funded your business, paid for Brad's college. He just gave the final push, Brad defended himself, offended. Of course, the most important one. Without that last payment, you'd be nothing. I've been working for years, defending wealthy people from their own mistakes. And for what? I don't have the money for a house, or to start a family. I can't even afford to change my car. So that's why you decided to steal it? Marco asked, crossing his arms. I was just borrowing something to start a decent life, Brad explained, before turning to me and starting to clap sarcastically. You were the smartest one. You just spread your legs and got it all. If it bothers you so much, you can always invest the stolen money in reinventing yourself. Although, in prison they'll do it for free, I replied coldly. Shameless! Lionel shouted, climbing onto the table, but Jorge grabbed him by the shirt and threw him to the floor. I bent down and looked at him from below. You're the one who's pathetic. Blindly following Brad, just for a bigger bakery. For loyalty, he roared. Loyalty can't be bought, I said, standing up and turning to Laura. Lies always come out. I have nothing to do with what these two did, she defended herself, standing up. How many months pregnant are you? I asked with a cold smile. Laura's face drained of color. She jumped up and looked at Jorge in panic. Jorge, I did it all for love, she sobbed, clasping her hands in a gesture of supplication. Love? He roared, and even I took a step back at the intensity of his voice. What kind of love separates two people out of pure selfishness? What kind of love fabricates a pregnancy and takes advantage of another's pain? Jorge fixed his eyes on Laura. I know you're bankrupt, that your clinic doesn't even make enough to rent a dress. You thought marrying me would save you. You're the same, or worse, than that threesome you kept complaining about. You've always thought you were better than everyone, haven't you? Brad leaped at Jorge, but my Adonis met him with a firm punch to the face. I've never considered myself better than anyone, but after this, it's clear we're not on the same level, Wilson replied, looking at Marco. The latter stepped away from the door, letting a group of police officers pass. They'll be in charge of showing you your new home. Don't worry, you won't have to pay anything there. The men came in and took Brad and Lionel away. How can you do this to us? We're your brothers. Brad shouted, staring straight into her eyes. Jorge took me by the waist, standing behind me, as if to say, I'm here, watching over you, protecting you. Where were my brothers when I needed them most? A tear fell from my eyes, those same eyes I shared with them. You let greed poison your heart. I just wanted to start my own family. Is that so wrong? Brad was furious. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as you act within the law. Brad was about to answer, but the police officer interrupted him and led him away. Lionel walked past me, exchanging glances. I always knew having you in our lives would be a mistake. Did I force you to steal? No, that came from your mind, your own decision, I replied, and just then, Edward appeared in my field of vision and nodded silently. I'll make you suffer, you'll regret it, Lionel told me. You should have passed away in that plane crash, it would have been better for everyone. I couldn't respond to that. I was speechless. I'd grown up believing my siblings loved me, but what I was experiencing was completely beyond me. Jorge grabbed Lionel by the shirt, but I placed a hand on his shoulder and shook my head. It wasn't worth it, they wouldn't change their minds. I did love you, admire you, and wish the best for you, I murmured, thankful that Gerardo wasn't present at that moment. Get this man out of my building, Jorge ordered as he hugged me tenderly. Laura cried inconsolably in a corner of the room. What's going to happen to me? She squealed, scared. You were Brad's lover, right? Didn't he tell you that taking advantage of someone's mental condition is a crime? I pointed to Edward, who was standing near me. Of course, I already requested a psychological evaluation for you, because fabricating a relationship and then a pregnancy isn't the job of a sane person. At that moment, two men dressed in white entered, one of them wearing a straitjacket. No, please. She's lying. Laura screamed, kicking in an attempt to free herself, but the men knew how to handle someone in her condition. In no time, they had her restrained and were leading her out of the room. You're going to regret this. I'll run away and make you pay for everything. Laura continued screaming as she was led away. Thank you, I replied, looking at her with a mixture of sadness and resignation. Thank you for adding more criminal charges to your file. I don't like you. I'll never let you two be happy, she continued to spit out words as they led her out of sight. I ran my hands over my face, far from feeling satisfied with what had just happened. I was devastated. My brothers, those I loved so much, had turned out to be people I couldn't trust. Jorge hugged me, understanding my pain. Is there any way you can get out of jail? I asked Charles, my voice shaking. He came over and hugged me tightly. First of all, I want to thank you for taking care of my cousin. It's a pleasure to have you as part of our family, he said, giving me 2 kisses on both cheeks. As for your brothers, I'd like to tell you that we can ask for mercy for them, but the reality is that they haven't shown even a shred of remorse. They will be tried separately and receive the sentences appropriate for their crimes. My parents. This is going to hit them really hard, I murmured, my eyes filling with tears. Princess, don't worry, we'll accompany you when you talk to them, Edward said, gently taking my hand. Marco came over and smiled at me, although his expression reflected concern. Nice to see you again. I would have liked to spare you all this drama, but that's life, I replied, feeling embarrassed. I'm also grateful that you'll take care of my friend, Marco said, with a genuine smile. Let's go eat. I want to introduce you to another friend who, without him, I wouldn't have found out about all this, Jorge commented. Yeah, it's time you stopped keeping names a mystery, I joked, taking her hand. We left the building, each in his own car. Well, Edward was driving mine, because I was with my husband, his cousin, and Marco. The men were talking, discussing everything that had happened, about Marco's good contacts. However, I tuned out the conversation and just stared out the window. They, as jerks as they were still my siblings, still a part of me, and yes, everything they said hurt me deeply. Now I had to face my parents and tell them everything that had happened. My parents, they always believed in family and togetherness. How would I explain this to them? I couldn't help but wonder, were they always like this, or was it revenge that corrupted their hearts? I wanted to think it was the latter, because the memories I shared with them were, for the most part, pleasant. After all, they were the ones who taught me to get up every time I fell, to never give up, and to hit back harder than I was hit. Jorge took my hand, pulling me out of my reverie. We've arrived, he said, pointing at the dealership in front of us. Do you want us to leave? I sighed. I turned around to look for Charles and Marco, but they had already gotten out of the car. I feel so sad. I'm worried about my siblings, and I don't know how to approach the subject with my parents. Sometimes I feel selfish, as if it were unfair to be happy about having remembered all this. I vented calmly, trying to gather my thoughts. I have mixed feelings too. The people I trusted, the ones I considered my friends, turned out to be the ones I feared the most. I reached up and tenderly caressed my Adonis's face. How did you remember? He asked, curious. I was on the roof and Marco took a ladybug off my shoulder. Hearing that word, everything came back. All the memories came flooding back, and our story came back with it. Too bad, I had planned to take you to La Grande de Rouet for a few rides. Wait, when did we go there? I asked, confused. Jorge gently cupped my face in one of his hands and kissed me. I love you, my ladybug. I didn't need to know French to understand what that word meant. At that moment, 2 small taps on my window brought us out of our bubble. I think they do want to go out and celebrate, Jorge said, laughing. I don't blame them, you were practically kidnapped by my brothers, I replied, smiling back. Jorge got out of the car, walked around the vehicle, and opened the door for me. I was thinking we could get married here in Los Angeles. It would be symbolic, but we could invite all our friends, she suggested, looking hopeful. I like the idea. And I know exactly where we could do it. By the way. Jorge stopped me. He took his wedding ring out of his pocket and gently slipped it onto my finger. I don't want you to take it off again, especially when we go to the gynecologist. I burst out laughing and kissed my husband, feeling that, in that moment, all that mattered was what we were building together. It had been a different day, full of mixed emotions. Gareth, a man of impeccable manners and transparent honesty, demonstrated once again why he was someone special. Although my brothers had distanced him from Jorge in the past, time, wise as ever, had made up for those years of lost friendship. It turned out that Jorge had also reached out to help him expand his business, and Gareth, in a gesture of gratitude, had given him shares in his company. My heart filled with joy as I watched Jorge share laughter and memories with his old friends, while also connecting with newer ones, like Roman and my beloved Edward. However, like everything in life, that reunion came to an end. After dropping Charles and Marco off at the hotel, Jorge drove me to my destination. I took a deep breath when my beloved stopped the car in front of my parents' house. He held my hand firmly, conveying the unwavering support he always gave me. "Come on, Katerina. You have to face problems with courage," he said, elegantly getting out of the car to open the door for me and offering me his hand with that chivalry that characterized him. We walked hand in hand toward the entrance of the house where I grew up, where so many memories with my siblings remained. As we opened the door, the sound of the television greeted us. My parents were engrossed in one of those quiz shows they enjoyed so much. I led them into the living room. My father, seeing me, lit up with a smile and turned down the volume on the television. "Daughter, it's so nice to have you here," he said, standing up to envelop me in a warm hug, the way only he knew how. His gaze fell on Jorge and our intertwined hands. "Jorge, it's so nice to see you." "My baby," my mother intervened, almost pushing my father aside to hug me with that unique intensity. "You're an absent daughter. Since you left the hospital, we barely see you, and you don't even call." She patted me gently on the arm, more affectionate than reproachful. "Did your brothers come with you?" The question hit me straight to the heart. "No, Mommy. Actually, I came to tell you something that happened." "Did something happen to your brothers?" my father asked, his voice thick with concern. "Physically, they're fine," Jorge clarified calmly. "But they were arrested for fraud." My father's face paled instantly. My mother, suppressing her shock, guided him to the sofa, where they both sat, trying to process the news. "Ariadna, explain to us what's going on," my father demanded, in that firm voice he always used when things were serious. I stood in front of them and, holding Jorge's hand, told them everything that had happened. My mother's eyes filled with tears, and a sob escaped her lips. "I told you, they were getting into trouble," she murmured through tears. "Mom, please don't cry," I begged, my heart sinking. "My love, we'll go see the boys tomorrow," my father declared. Although his hands were shaking, his voice didn't waver. "They've gone astray, but we'll stay by their side." "Ariadna, daughter," my mother called, reaching out to me. I sat down beside her, seeking comfort in her closeness. "I'm proud of you. It couldn't have been easy denouncing your brothers, but you did the right thing." "Jorge, I deeply regret my children's actions," my father said to my husband, regretfully. "I didn't raise them for this." "I know, sir. I've witnessed the love and values they instilled in you," Jorge responded respectfully. "I just ask that you take care of my daughter," my father continued, approaching him. "Ariadna came into our lives when we thought fate would give us no more joy. From the moment we saw her red hair, we knew she would be a strong woman, destined for great things. And when I saw you walk in that day, noticing the way you looked at her, I knew life would bring you together." My mother stood up and approached them, taking Jorge's hand in hers. "Our Ariadne is loyal, like you. She's stubborn, but when she loves, she does it with all her heart," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "Thank you for letting us see her so happy." "Welcome to the Russell family," my father concluded, sealing the moment with a solemnity that made my skin crawl. And although I would have liked to witness the scene in silence, that would be a lie. My crying, uncontrolled and loud, was the involuntary accompaniment to that moment. Jorge hugged my parents, and I, my heart pounding, headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. My parents had always believed in family unity, and seeing them welcome Jorge with open arms, despite everything, filled me with a mixture of emotion and nostalgia. I drank the water slowly, lost in my thoughts. "Are you okay?" my mother asked, coming into the kitchen. "Yes, although I can't avoid this sadness. I feel like I've lost my brothers." "Ariadna, my love," he whispered, caressing my cheek. "We all make mistakes. Some more serious than others, but we learn from them all." And in his words I found a small comfort, a ray of hope in the midst of the storm. "What mistakes have you made?" I asked curiously. My mother was my idol, a tireless woman, always full of love. His hands began to shake, and I quickly held them in mine. "A long, long time ago, your father and I, being very young and unstable, got pregnant," he said, looking down. I frowned. I knew that wasn't how Brad's story began. "My mother kicked me out of the house, and your dad's family turned their backs on us too. We thought we were prepared for this moment, but we found ourselves completely overwhelmed, deep in debt, and without resources. We didn't even have enough to feed him." Tears began to stream down his cheeks. "We made a terrible decision, which at the time seemed like the right one. We decided to give that baby up for adoption." The news hit me hard. Did I have another brother I'd never heard from? We worked hard for 2 years, and we finally managed to buy a small house. We were going to look for him, but then I found out she was expecting Brad. It was a difficult time, but we were better prepared now, with a roof over our heads. However, we kept putting it off until 8 years had passed. When we finally decided to go look for him, it was too late. He had been adopted. I gently wiped her tears away. I couldn't judge her, understanding that it couldn't have been an easy decision to bear. I'll never forgive myself, but even that experience taught us that family support is more important than any fortune. "Do you know anything about him?" I asked, wanting to understand more. "Yes," she replied with a faint smile through her tears. "He has the same eyes as you, and his hair is as black as a moonless night. I know he doesn't like to be touched, and that he's very intelligent." "How do you know he doesn't like being touched?" I asked, curious. I understood the physical features, but the other stuff seemed difficult to figure out when he was a baby. "I once saw a boy about 3 years old in a museum. The director of the shelter extended her hand to shake his hand, but he crossed his arms and shook his head." "How did you know it was him?" I asked, still surprised by the certainty in his words. "A mother always knows," she replied in a trembling voice. "I'd like to see him, ask for his forgiveness, tell him that I loved him and that I will love him forever." My mother began to cry, and I hugged her tightly, wanting to give her some comfort. All of this was incredible, but it didn't seem impossible to believe. Then I realized that I didn't have 3 brothers, as I thought, but 4. 6 months later, things began to take their course. I accompanied my parents to each of my siblings' hearings and witnessed the proceedings. Brad chose to represent himself, while Gerardo and Lionel retained a state attorney. At those times, I tried to avoid looking at them. I just sat in the living room, staring at the floor, lost in my thoughts. No matter what Brad said or did, as the main architect of the entire plan, he was the one who received the longest sentence, 5 years. Leo and Gerardo, for being accomplices, received sentences of 2 years and 6 months, respectively. However, unlike my 2 more stubborn brothers, Gerardo seemed genuinely remorseful. At his hearing, he apologized to Jorge, my Adonis, and explained that, at one point, he had tried to warn Wilson about Brad and Lionel's actions. Laura had been diagnosed with several disorders, one of them obsessive-compulsive disorder, which explained her clinging to the idea of being with Jorge, despite his rejection. A judge had determined that she could not be released until all her symptoms were controlled. Furthermore, she was barred from our homes and required to undergo lifelong psychological evaluations. Although the situation seemed to be improving, her recovery did not seem imminent, as she continued to insist that she was pregnant with Jorge's child. From afar, I watched Gerardo leave the prison. I'd thought about bringing my parents, but at the last minute, I decided it was best for him to take some time for himself, take a shower, get ready, and then have dinner at my parents' house. Jorge, always by my side, put his arm around my shoulders and kissed my head tenderly. I knew it wasn't easy for him to be there, but he had come to support me, and I was deeply grateful. Although we had plans to travel together, between so much work, my graduation, and the trial, everything had been postponed. Ariadna, Gerardo said, stopping in front of me and hugging me tightly. I'm so sorry for everything I did to you. I'll never forgive myself for turning my back on you and plotting against you. I took a step back, hesitant. I don't believe anything you're saying, I replied frankly. I knew that in order for me to trust him, I would have to do much more than just pay lip service. For you to earn my trust, you'll need to prove it with actions. My tone was firm, perhaps even a little harsh, but I couldn't help thinking, what would have happened if Brad had gotten his way? What if Jorge hadn't trusted me and had married Laura? Would he have been just as sorry? Even in the classroom, he'd been the first to take my side. But when Brad and Lionel arrived, he turned his back on me. Get in the car. We've booked a hotel for you. There are some clothes and some money there. Jorge's words were cold, devoid of emotion, but decisive. Gerardo nodded and, without saying anything else, got into the vehicle. My brothers, in some ways, had limited Jorge's friendships, but at the same time, they had restricted themselves to their own circles. Now, as they each walked their own paths, they were beginning to notice how alone they truly were. My husband drove calmly, a comfortable silence between us. I, for my part, didn't say a word, just watched his profile in admiration. Seeing him at that moment gave me a feeling of fascination. Jorge parked the car in front of Gerardo's hotel. You have your room key at the front desk, he said, looking straight ahead. Please be on time. My parents are very excited about your arrival, I replied with a smile. Thank you both for everything, Gerardo said with a melancholic expression as he got out of the vehicle. Wilson started the car, and when we were a good distance away, he looked at me and gave me a knowing smile. I've been thinking, he said, keeping his eyes on the road. What? I replied, curious. In the 15 appointments we have left, he said, stopping at a traffic light. He opened the glove compartment, took out a map, and handed it to me. Every dot on this map is a place we'll visit. I unfolded the map and counted the dots, there were exactly 15. In each of those places, we will eat, drink, and experience special moments, he added, in a knowing tone. I hope it's not a thoughtless promise, I joked, closing the map with a smile. It isn't, he said, glancing sideways as he accelerated. In fact, I've already ordered something special for the occasion. I let out a small laugh, silently thanking that, despite all the obstacles we've faced, life had allowed us to continue walking together. Epilogue. 3 years later. I woke up at dawn and saw my wife sleeping peacefully on the sheets, her delicate figure in the dim morning light. We'd renovated our apartment more than once, but we were still here, in the same place where it all began. Over time, we learned that happiness didn't depend on luxuries or large spaces, but on sharing life together. Although we had agreed to postpone having children to enjoy our relationship, I became more and more convinced every day that I would be ready to hear children's laughter running through the halls. However, in our home, she made the important decisions, and I respected her time. As the aroma of coffee filled the kitchen, I carefully prepared some arepas stuffed with cheese and ham, Ariadna's favorite breakfast since Cole's wedding, where she had tried them for the first time. She was so fascinated with them that I even asked Cole to teach me his recipe. Tray in hand, I walked back into the room and sat next to her. "Honey, wake up, breakfast is ready," I whispered, caressing her face. My beautiful red head groaned lazily and stretched out under the covers. Her hair, now long and wavy, almost touched her waist, and in that moment, with the sun caressing her skin, there could have been no more perfect image. 5 more minutes. He murmured, burying himself in his pillows. "I'd love to give you all the time in the world, but we have a flight to catch," I reminded myself, playing with a strand of her hair. Suddenly, her green eyes opened, clear with emotion. "That's right. Dinner with the president," he exclaimed, jumping up. Hudson Powell, the current president of the country and, coincidentally, an old friend of Marco and me, had extended us an invitation to a private Christmas dinner at the White House. We accepted without hesitation, intrigued by the meeting. "I can't believe we're going to meet the president, and that you're his friend." Ariadna bit into her arepa with relish, closing her eyes at the taste. "I still find it incredible. He's an admirable man, albeit with his quirks," I smiled, recalling his eccentric obsessions, like his fixation on spotless socks. "Even though I've distanced myself from the group a bit, I'm glad the friendship remains intact, even stronger than before." "It's something special," he nodded, finishing his breakfast before jumping out of bed. "I'll shower in a moment, and we'll head out." I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Ariadne. I adjusted the hem of my dress in front of the mirror, searching for the perfect balance between elegance and comfort. I opted for a 2-piece design, a simple strapless dress covered by a flowing chiffon cape with long sleeves and delicate embroidery that shimmered in the light. To complement, I chose dark heels and subtle makeup, highlighting only my eyes. The door to the room we had been assigned at the White House opened, revealing Jorge in an impeccable suit that accentuated his figure. "Ready?" he asked, with that smile that always made me lose my breath. "What do you think?" I turned slowly, waiting for his verdict. "Awful. I think it would be best if you stayed here, away from my friend the president," he joked, coming over to wrap me in a hug. "Seriously, why don't you stay in your pajamas?" "If the problem is the dress, I can go as I came into the world," I replied, sealing his joke with a kiss. "Well, maybe you don't look so bad," he chuckled, although his jealous look betrayed his true thoughts. "Seriously, how do I look?" I persisted, seeking his approval. "Radiant. So beautiful my heart almost stops when I see you," he confessed, with a sincerity that made me blush. I held back a mischievous smile before taking his arm. "Let's go, let's not keep the host waiting," I said, before temptation delayed us. Upon arriving at the main hall, Jorge proudly introduced me. "Hudson, this is Ariadna, my wife." I extended my hand out of courtesy, but I remembered his well-known reluctance to physical contact and lowered it. To my surprise, however, the president took it firmly. "An honor," I said, disconcerted by the intensity of his gaze, as if he were searching for something inside me. "The honor is mine." "George needed someone to tame him," Hudson replied, winking before adding quietly, "Is it true you were married in Paris?" "Yes, it was a romantic whim," I confessed, laughing. This man always swore that if he ever found the love of his life, he would marry her in the city that stole his heart. A woman with a piercing gaze and a warm smile chimed in. "I'm Ziana, his life mate." The atmosphere was filled with complicity, and I knew that night would be unforgettable. "Nice to meet you." Ziana extended her hand, and I shook it with a smile. "I'm Ariadna, the wife of this wonderful man," she introduced me, referring to Hudson. "Would you like to get a coffee?" he suggested kindly. "Gladly." I gave my husband a soft kiss and said goodbye to Hudson. "See you later." I followed her as she led me to a nearby table. "It's a unique feeling to be in love," he commented as he poured me a cup of coffee. "It is, especially when that love is reciprocated," I replied, smiling. "Exactly. No love story is simple. And what is easy is never valued as it deserves," I added thoughtfully. Ziana looked at me and nodded silently. "That's true." Then, curiously, he asked me, "Do you have children?" "No, not yet." At that moment, a group of people entered the room, and Ziana quickly stood up. "I'm going to take care of the others. Would you mind staying here for a moment?" "Not at all." "Go on, I'll finish my coffee," I replied politely. As she walked away, 3 children entered the room. The 2 girls were talking non-stop, and the little boy, sitting in his armchair, watched them intently, although his expression reflected a desire to escape the chatter. I wasn't alone for long, as a woman approached me and sat next to me. She introduced herself as Adriana and soon began chatting with me. She turned out to be the president's sister and knew a wealth of fascinating stories. When the meal was ready, all the guests headed to the dining room. Upon arrival, everyone took their places, and Hudson stood up to get our attention. He gently tapped his glass with a fork, requesting silence. "First of all, I want to thank you all for being here. It's an honor to have you, because I'm not a man with too many friends. I've always preferred quality over quantity. That's why I value your presence here so much." Hudson looked at each of the guests, like a good politician, with his firm and direct gaze. "A while ago, I never imagined I'd have a family, and now I have the pleasure of introducing you to my son, Michael Powell Parisi." We all applauded warmly, and little Michael timidly raised his hand, somewhat embarrassed. Hudson sat back down and the food began to be served. After the meal, we returned to the living room. The men were chatting among themselves about business, with Marco and Jorge dominating the conversation. I, on the other hand, was feeling a little tired from the trip and the celebration. My gaze fell on a glass chess set, and I leaned closer to examine it with interest. I started going over some plays I remembered, when suddenly, little Michael approached me. "Do you know how to play?" he asked with a curious smile. "A little, yeah," I replied, noticing how his eyes lit up. "Want to play a game?" "If you insist." He sat down opposite me and began arranging the board. "I'll let you play with the white pieces." "Thank you." I smiled and moved a pawn. The boy looked at me intently and moved his knight. I moved forward calmly, planning a strategy as the game progressed. During the match, we didn't exchange words, we just focused on our moves. Sometimes we defended, other times we attacked. Time passed quickly, and soon there were only a few pieces left on the board. Finally, little Michael looked up at me curiously. "Are you pregnant?" she asked, resting her head on her hands. "You're a great observer. What gave you that clue?" I replied, surprised. "You didn't drink alcohol, you went to the bathroom several times, and you frequently touch your stomach," she explained with a shrewd look. "May I suggest a name?" "Sure, which one?" I replied, intrigued. "If it's a girl, name her Andrea." "Is she your friend?" "Yes, she's a fighter and I admire her a lot." "What if it's a boy?" "Check," he said with a mischievous smile. "Don't call him Michael." I let out a small laugh. "Check," I repeated, amused. Michael looked at me with a mixture of admiration and slight irritation, as if trying to understand my answer. "When will you tell your husband?" he asked, curious. "I don't know yet. I want it to be a special moment." I closed my eyes for a moment as he cornered me into the game. "Checkmate," he said, standing up and extending his hand. "That was a good game. Shall we play another one?" "Clear." "I think no matter how you say it, a child is always special when two people love each other. Remember that time is fleeting, and it's best to make the most of the present." "Do you want a little brother?" I asked, curious. "I'm too smart to ask for one," he replied, with a smile that betrayed a certain wisdom. I smiled, realizing that I was standing in front of a child with an unusual perspective for his age. Just as Michael was about to move another piece, a brown-haired girl approached and stood beside him, sighing deeply. The boy ran his hand over his face and stared at her. "What's wrong?" he asked, somewhat surprised by her attitude. "Andrea wants you to go read to her," she replied, with a mixture of impatience and urgency. Michael frowned, puzzled by his friend's request. "I think he's jealous that you're spending time with me," I said with a calm smile. "That's new," he replied, raising an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "It's not that new. Do you remember how he behaved when you took me to his room?" The boy opened his eyes, visibly bewildered and worried. "Do you mind if—" "Let's leave the game for later," I interrupted gently. "Go with your friend. I'm glad I had you as a playmate." "Same here," he replied, still somewhat confused. I watched him leave, and when I arrived, I saw the girl with her arms crossed, not looking at me directly. I decided to get up from the table and walk over to my husband. Jorge saw me coming and, with an apologetic look, came quickly over. He hugged me, and together we began to walk slowly, as if we were dancing in a space where only the tranquility of being together existed. "I want to ask you something," I whispered, fixing my gaze on his. "Tell me, what's wrong?" he replied, with an expression of curiosity and tenderness. "What's the best way to tell your husband he's going to be a father?" Jorge stopped dead in his tracks and stared at me, as if he had immediately understood the magnitude of my words. "Ariadna," I said, taking her hand and gently placing it on my belly. "In 7 months, you'll be a dad." Jorge opened his eyes, a smile of disbelief and happiness began to form on his face. "Oh, my God! I'm going to be a dad," he shouted excitedly, and at that moment, everyone present began to celebrate. Wilson quickly came over, hugged me tightly, knelt down, and placed his forehead on my belly, as if he could already feel our baby. "Baby, I can't wait to meet you, to hold you." He stood up and kissed me tenderly. "I love you, I love you, I love you." If you ask me what happiness is to me, the answer is simple. It's being surrounded by the people you love, and knowing that those people love you back. It's living each day with gratitude, enjoying each sunrise, feeling that even though cloudy days make us feel lost, they always give way to a beautiful rainbow. It's laughing for no reason, enjoying the simplest moments, and knowing that in everything you do, you're giving your best. It's knowing that honesty and good deeds will always guide us down the right path, and that, sooner or later, they will become blessings for you and others.